Introduction: a fanfiction based on House of the Dragon. 20 years prior to the onset of the Dance of the Dragons, the protector of the West and Duke of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, passed away. His nephew, Jason Lannister, was poised to inherit the title and the leadership of House Lannister. However, Tywin had a legitimized bastard, Baelon, who ascended to the position of protector of the West with the backing of King Viserys. What fate awaits House Lannister with such a peculiar lineage? In the impending civil war, will they remain steadfast in their green faction, or will they, like House Tyrell, prioritize their own interests during the conflict? Or shall they follow in the footsteps of the Starks and Arryns? Chapter 1: Baelon. The year 109 AC, King's Landing, the Red Keep, the court of King Viserys I. Baelon stood upon the balcony, gazing down at the training grounds of the Red Keep. Numerous indistinct figures were engaged in weapon practice, with the presence of the King's Guard evident amongst them. The Red Keep was a veritable melting pot. Alongside the royal guards were countless free knights employed by the great nobles of the court, making it commonplace for deliberate acts of harm to occur in the training yard. As the illegitimate son of the Duke of Casterly Rock, Baelon found no place for himself in Casterly Rock. At the tender age of 8, he had been brought back to Westeros from Essos by his father. His cousin, Jason Lannister, regarded himself as the rightful heir and looked down upon this illegitimate relative, even referring to Baelon's mother as the whore of Lisa in his presence. The courtiers and distant kin favored Jason, who bore a more striking resemblance to the Lannister lineage. Despite his extravagant efforts in grooming himself, whether through training or studies, he would seize any opportunity to avoid participation. Arrogant and indolent, rumors circulated that he had fathered illegitimate children in Lannisport, embodying the archetype of a poor ruler. Certain aspects of Baelon's appearance, such as his violet eyes and hair that shimmered with a hint of silver, drew disdain, labeled as the stain left by the Lyseni. In the face of such affronts, Duke Tywin appeared oblivious, only assisting Baelon in securing a position in King's Landing when he expressed a desire to leave Casterly Rock. Baelon often pondered why Duke Tywin had chosen to raise him in Casterly Rock in the first place. Can you believe that Daemon Targaryen has declared himself king in the Stepstones? And the king has turned a blind eye. Lord Beesbury burst through the door, evidently irate and stumbling slightly, having just returned from a royal council meeting. Once inside his chamber, he hastily closed the door and addressed Baelon. The prestige of the Iron Throne diminishes by the day. In King's Landing, Baelon's lineage afforded him certain privileges. He served as the steward to Lord Lyman Beesbury, the master of coin, though the nature of his role was peculiar. Lord Beesbury, nearing 60 and long past participating in tournaments, had grown disinterested even in carrying his own sword. Each day, Baelon was tasked with bringing him wine while he reviewed documents, listening to his grievances, and occasionally retrieving books from the maester for him. During the rest of the time, Lord Beesbury allowed him to roam freely within the court. "On what grounds do you say that, my lord?" Baelon adeptly sliced 2 sweet oranges, imported from the Riverlands, in half with a dagger, pouring a jug of wine to place on Lord Beesbury's desk. "Besides sitting on the Iron Throne, how are the Targaryens any different from us?" the lord inquired. "Certainly, the dragons, my lord. The dragons have rendered the Valyrians demigods," Baelon replied, wiping the remaining juice from his dagger with a cloth. He recalled how, during his childhood, his mother had cherished a Valyrian steel dagger. Aegon the Conqueror achieved what neither the First Men nor the Undulls could accomplish with his 3-headed dragon. Yet now the Iron Throne has but one dragon. The dragon rider is merely the king's heir. Reluctant to risk her at all, Lord Beesbury remarked, scratching at his ear. "There are still many unclaimed dragons residing in their lairs and on Dragonstone, my lord. For instance, Vhagar, who is second only to Vhagar," Baelon suggested. "Dragons do not fight on their own." Aside from Princess Rhaenyra, our king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones is also in a precarious position. The remaining 3 dragon riders in the 7 kingdoms are all on Driftmark. Lord Corlys Velaryon possesses ample resources to instigate a rebellion. There is even justification for it. You are aware that Laenor Velaryon nearly became the heir to Jaehaerys I, aren't you? The lord shook his head, biting into the orange, juice dripping down his fingers. "But our king not only neglects him, he has married the daughter of Otto Hightower. That old fox is now whispering in the king's ear, hoping to see his grandson ascend to the Iron Throne. I am merely the master of coin at the Royal Council. No one desires for me to voice concerns before the king, instead instructing me to sit back and count my coppers." Baelon had long been aware of Lord Beesbury's discontent with House Hightower, Yet Beesbury's family remained loyal to the Hightowers, one of the towering houses, and had no ties to House Tyrell of Highgarden. After Aegon's conquest, the previous feudal allegiances no longer applied. All nobles were required to owe fealty to both their liege and the Iron Throne. Even so, expressing disdain for the Hightower family in King's Landing seemed somewhat imprudent. Perhaps every king has his own set of challenges, my lord. Just as the conqueror faced the task of rebuilding Westeros, Maegor, I had to contend with frequent rebellions, and Jaehaerys, I was troubled by his progeny. Perhaps it is the fate of our king to grapple with a matter of succession for decades, Baelon mused, smiling as he refrained from mentioning Aegon I, whose reign was brief and whose deeds were few. Lord Beesbury chuckled lightly before inquiring, I have heard that a few of the Hightower boys plan to revel in the city this afternoon. Do you intend to accompany them? Certainly not, my lord. You are not the only one in King's Landing who harbors a distaste for the Hightowers to me. They're no different from the scions of the debauched in Casterly Rock. Baelon held a deep-seated contempt for peers who, bolstered by their family status, held themselves in high regard. In Casterly Rock, there were relatives of his father, while in King's Landing, it was Otto Hightower's two elder sons who were particularly arrogant, accompanied by their sycophantic friends. Moreover, their interests lie solely in idling about Silk Street. Baelon's words seemed to resonate with Lord Beesbury, who nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips before waving his hand. Go about your own business, let this old man enjoy a cup of wine in peace. Baelon bowed slightly to the lord before departing the room, as instructed. The Red Keep was one of the younger castles among the Seven Kingdoms, lacking the grandeur of Harrenhal, the splendor of Casterly Rock, or the unique geography of the area. Just as dragons conferred power upon House Targaryen, the Iron Throne rendered the Red Keep a symbol of supreme authority. All members of the Royal Council and their kin resided within the Hands Tower. Baelon traversed the corridors and descended the winding stairs to the lower level of the tower, entering the hall beneath the Hands Tower, where he immediately spotted the one person in all of King's Landing he most wished to avoid. Belron silently cursed his misfortune and quickly turned his head, hastening towards the nearest grand door along the dimly lit corners of the hall. This was not the throne room, and the space was considerably smaller, making it difficult to evade the gaze of others. Ah, if it isn't our little friend, Garth Hightower suddenly halted, the bastard of House Lannister. Hey, Izhan, I'm talking to you. With the attention of others in the hall now focused on him, Belron had no choice but to confront Garth Hightower. Sir Garth, I apologize for my earlier oversight. Perhaps it is the overwhelming black and red of King's Landing that has clouded my perception. White and green are rather inconspicuous, Belron replied as he approached, hands clasped behind his back. He stood taller than the 5-year-older youth, momentarily intimidating some of Garth's companions. Pray forgive my ignorance. Sir Garth, your family crest is a blend of gray and white with a plume of red flame. Why then do you adorn yourselves with such an abundance of green? The Hightower family ignites green flames atop the towering spire during times of war. This is common knowledge. In Essos, your whore mother evidently failed to impart basic truths upon you, so we shall excuse your naivety, came a voice belonging to a man likely older than Belron, with only a hint of soft stubble adorning his chin. His attire was predominantly dark orange and black, embellished with his family crest, a cloak draped over him, and a sword at his waist. This must be Count Olwyn Peake, easily identifiable as he lacked male peers of his age. Yet, why was he here in King's Landing? The Peake family, like the Hightowers, were vassals of House Tyrell. It seemed Belron's life was destined to collide with the people of the Riverlands. Garth can speak for himself. Peake, he is not mute, Belron retorted without reservation. As he spoke, he mentally rehearsed various outcomes, concluding that if it came to a duel with Olwyn Peake, he remained confident in his ability to prevail. The worst-case scenario would merely involve being exiled to the Wall, and as a bastard, he could only strive for his own fame and honor. Serving as a Night's Watchman might not be such a dire fate after all. So, Sir Garth, what war preparations are you undertaking? Are you contemplating a venture to the Stepstones to join the court of Daemon Targaryen? Do you aspire to be his chancellor? Or might you harbor some obscure intentions, such as competing in a wrestling match with some tavern wench? Both Garth and Olwyn's expression soured, particularly Garth, whose hand began to instinctively reach for the hilt of his sword. Yet Belron remained unperturbed, as several gold-robed guards were already approaching the grand doors. A brawl was unlikely. Enough, Garth, it isn't worth it, Garth's brother urged, pulling him back. Father instructed us not to cause a stir in court. The surrounding courtiers and servants fixated their gazes upon the unfolding scene. You are merely a Lannister bastard with a silver tongue. Gar stepped closer, jabbing a finger at Belron's chest with disdain. The Hightower family would never allow a bastard to don garments bearing our crest. Though a bastard, Belron's attire still bore the unmistakable marks of House Lannister, the intermingling of gold and red, along with patterns embroidered in gold thread on his cuffs and chest, each button adorned with the subtle visage of a roaring lion. I apologize for my offense. Sir Garst, I hope you enjoy your time on Silk Street. Assuming your father's allowance is still sufficient, Belron raised his voice, ensuring all in the hall could hear him. With that, he stepped back, granting them space. Garst Hightower shot Belron an enraged glare before swiftly departing the hall with his companions, realizing that remaining any longer would only result in further humiliation. Next time, he would need to devise a more effective plan to deal with the Lannister bastard. Chapter 2. The Godswood. After the farce with Garst Hightower concluded, Belron lingered a while longer in the hall of the Hand's Tower, not wishing to encounter those insufferable knaves again upon exiting. Life within the Red Keep was perpetually fraught with unexpected calamities had it not been for the recent training session, where Belron had bruised Garst's wrist with a wooden sword. Perhaps their relations would not be so dire. Upon leaving the Hand's Tower, Belron stumbled upon another cousin, Tybalt Lannister, who was engaged in conversation with a man leaning on a cane. Tybalt was the twin brother of Jason Lannister, reputed to be the youngest Lord of the Admiralty since Aegon's conquest, and he exhibited remarkable aptitude in governance. Following an unpleasant fallout between the king and Lord Corlys Velaryon after marrying Lady Alicent Hightower, the latter had resigned and returned to Driftmark with his wife and children, subsequently allowing Tybalt to assume the role of Lord of the Admiralty. Tybalt and Jason were cut from the same cloth, golden curls, green eyes, tall stature, and a flat nose. However, Tybalt never sported facial hair, marking the sole distinction between them. The brothers' temperaments were starkly different. Setting aside Jason, Tybalt was taciturn and lacked his brother's penchant for women, with his only passion being literature. It was said he began offering territorial management advice to the Duke of Taemond at the tender age of 9, though regrettably, none were ever heeded. Lord Corlys Velaryon's departure had fortuitously granted him the opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Cousin, Tybalt acknowledged as Belron emerged from the Hand's Tower. Did you not inform me a few days ago that your dispute with Garst Hightower was resolved? Yet he just stormed in here, threatening me to keep an eye on you. If you wish to know, Garst Hightower's exact words were to have Tybalt watch over his bastard relative, added the young man beside Tybalt, likely in his 20s. I have done my utmost. Injuries are inevitable in training, and I have apologized. Yet Garst Hightower publicly humiliated me, calling me the spawn of a whore and declaring I am not even worthy of his Han, given my birth and lists. Is that not the truth? It is indeed. So you're not the heir to a duke, but rather a duke's bastard. The nobility cares little for your feelings, nor will they bestow upon you the respect you seek. Garst Hightower is a scoundrel, but his words hold an element of truth. While I believe that lineage does not dictate one's character, one cannot alter their origins, Tybalt expressed with some irritation. Cousin, I find it perplexing that you seem remarkably adept at provoking others, be it in Casterly Rock or King's Landing. But here, there is no Duke of Taemond to shield you. Tread carefully. With that, he shook his head and turned to re-enter the Hand's Tower. The Hand views you as a weapon against Tybalt and your family. Please pardon his ire, spoke the young man with the cane as Belron turned to regard him. I am Larry Strong, the current royal interrogator. I am familiar with you, Sire, son of Lord Lionel Strong, the Master of Laws. Belron placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly to Larry's. I am no knight. No one would confer knighthood upon a cripple, Larry's replied, tapping his twisted left leg with his cane. I am sorry. Was it an accident or a deliberate act? Belron inquired, aware that noblemen sometimes engage in contests not merely for honor, but to create conditions for revenge, resulting in disability or even death. Born this way, the seven gods delight in jesting with us. I empathize with your predicament. When I first arrived in King's Landing, Garst Hightower referred to me as Crab because I had to sidle up the steps. Larry's chuckled. Though I'm not a bastard, I cannot wield a sword like you. However, brute force is not the sole avenue for creating value, much like a limping man, who, despite his slow pace, could discern numerous details that others might overlook. Farewell, bastard. Belron yearned to retort, farewell, limper, but restrained himself. He had already established Garst Hightower as an adversary. He could not afford to offend a count's son, even if it was merely intended as a jest. Within the Red Keep, numerous courtiers roamed, yet one place remained seldom visited: the Godswood. Only the northern lords, and some from the riverlands and valleys, maintained the old god's faith, seldom appearing in King's Landing except for significant events. As Belron traversed the courtyard of the Red Keep, his steps involuntarily guided him towards the Godswood. At the heart of the Godswood stood a tree unlike the fish-leaf trees he had encountered in Casterly Rock and other locales. It was a colossal oak. Its face was peculiar, unlike the fish-leaf tree's stark whiteness. The oak bore a darkly carved visage, somewhat grotesque, unsettling those who beheld it. Were it not for the fallen leaves requiring clearing, the servants of the Red Keep would likely never set foot in this grove, which the faithful of the Seven found difficult to fathom. The towering walls, coupled with the elevation of Aegon's Hill, afforded the Red Keep an exceptional vantage point. Standing beside the low wall at the edge of the Godswood, one could gaze down upon the Blackwater's mouth and the expansive lands across the river, even catching a glimpse of the distant Kingswood. The warm summer sun filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows upon the grass before Belron. He was reminded of a day years ago in Volantis, at his mother's estate. Lys was his birthplace, but Belron harbored no recollection of it, knowing only that he moved to Volantis at the age of 3. It was a summer afternoon, and in the corridor stood his half-brother and half-sister, their faces now blurred in Belron's memory, even his mother's visage. Time slipped away until suddenly a voice broke the silence behind him. Aside from when my father holds a feast here, I rarely see anyone else in the Godswood. Turning towards the voice, Belron beheld a young lady standing beneath the heart tree, adorned in a pale lavender gown that mirrored her similarly hued eyes. Her gold and silver hair shimmered in the sunlight. To his knowledge, only one individual in the entire Red Keep fit that description: the king's daughter. "Your Highness," Belron inclined his head slightly, speaking with respect. "You wear Lannister garb, yet you do not appear to be of the Lannister lineage." "I am not a Lannister, Your Highness. I am the bastard son of Duke Taemond and a cousin of Ser Tybalt. You may have encountered him at the small council." "Oh, the child the Duke brought back from Essos." She nodded, seemingly recalling him. "Lord Beesbury and Ser Hightower even quarreled over you at the small council. Ser Hightower cited you as an example, questioning whether all with Lannister blood were so rude. Please convey my gratitude to the esteemed Chancellor for holding me in such regard," Belron replied with self-deprecating humor. Princess Rhaenyra glanced back at a set of closed double doors. When a white cloak of the King's Guard pushed the door open and entered the Godswood, she had already concealed herself behind the heart tree. The King's Guard scanned the edge of the Godswood and, upon spotting Belron, approached briskly. "Ser Tybalt," he stated. It seemed these legendary knights in white were not entirely perceptive, mistaking Belron for his cousin. As the guard drew nearer and recognized Belron's face, a look of confusion crossed his features. "I am not Tywin Lannister. Good night, I am his cousin. How may I assist you?" Belron smiled as he approached the King's Guard. The man had shoulder-length black hair, green eyes, and a tall stature, and even clad in armor, his muscular arms were evident. "My apologies, Sarah mistook you for someone else." He inclined his head slightly to Belron. "I am but a squire, good night. If you seek my cousin Tywin, he is in the Chancellor's chambers. I am not looking for Ser Tybalt. His Majesty has appointed me as the personal guard to Her Highness." But the princess abruptly left her chamber, and I could not keep pace with her. "I have seen no one. Good night." The servants claim the Godswood is haunted once. A handmaiden assured me she had seen the ghost of Maegor Targaryen here. Yet I do not believe it, for Maegor perished in the throne room. As the princess's personal guard, should you not be well-versed in her habits? Why do you flounder about like a headless fly? Despite the slight affront in Belron's words, the King's Guard did not take offense, merely displaying an awkward smile before turning to retrace his steps. "You ought not to trouble Ser Criston, he is merely fulfilling his duty." Upon seeing the guard depart, Rhaenyra stepped out from behind the heart tree. "Why does the heir to the Iron Throne hide from her guard?" Belron inquired with curiosity. I had thought only outcasts like myself, unable to find friends, would seek refuge in the Godswood. I once had friends, until my father wed her. Chapter 3: The King's Summons in the Dead of Night. A sudden knock resounded upon the door of Baelor's chamber. "Who is it?" he inquired, hastily grasping the candlestick from his bedside and deftly drawing the sword that lay beside it for his protection. With quickened steps, Baelor approached the door, turning the handle with the hand that held the candlestick, and then swiftly stepped aside, the sword poised low and aimed at the threshold, alert for any lurking peril. Observing the sword trained upon him, Sir Harold Westerling, the captain of the King's Guard, chuckled. "Do you not feel secure even in King's Landing? Hurry and dress. His Majesty summons you." "I have grown accustomed to the habits of Casterly Rock, Sir Harold. I mean no offense," Baelor replied. lowering his sword and casting it onto the bed. "Please wait for me a moment. I shall change at once." Soon, Baelor emerged from his chamber, attired appropriately. Sir Harold Westerling led the way through the winding corridors of the Red Keep. The night watch of the Red Keep was more vigilant than during the day, with numerous guards patrolling the grounds. Under the command of Prince Daemon Targaryen, the brother of the king, these soldiers had received new armaments, exuding confidence. The most striking of which was their golden cloaks. Their commander was the son of the Lord Chancellor, Baron Leonor Valerion, Harwin Strong, who was merely 5 years Baelor's senior. It was said that Sir Harwin's impressive physique earned him the king's favor. Yet Baelor preferred to believe that it was the machinations of Lord Leonor that secured his eldest son such a position. The younger son, Larry Strong, served as the royal interrogator, and both appointments fell under the purview of the Lord Chancellor, leaving little room for speculation. This family had once produced the infamous Sir Lucery Strong, who, legendary in his own right, boasted 3 wives and 16 children. To have served in the king's guard seemed a squander of his exceptional talents. Sir Harold escorted Baelor to the threshold of the king's study, where another member of the king's guard stood vigil. He pushed open the slightly ajar door and gently ushered Baelor inside. "Your Majesty, I have brought him," he announced. The king stood by the window, the dim candlelight casting an ethereal glow upon his silhouette. "Let him enter," said Viserys slowly. "I wish to speak with him privately." "Sir Harold, you may take your leave." The captain nodded slightly, closing the door behind him as he exited the study. "Please, have a seat. Do not be apprehensive." "My child," the king gestured towards a stool. Baelor sat down, though unease gnawed at him. He could not discern the reason for the king's nocturnal summons. Suspecting it was not a matter of light consequence, and that it bore urgency. "Your Majesty," Baelor swallowed nervously. King Viserys approached him, extending a piece of parchment. "This news has just arrived from Casterly Rock by Raven," he gravely stated. "Baelor, your father has passed away." He collapsed upon ascending the steps. The king squeezed Baelor's shoulder, attempting to utter words of solace, yet the sentiments remained unspoken. Viserys likely thought of his father and the son who perished just a day after his birth, both sharing the name Baelon. Baelon silently nodded, then spoke. "Thank you for informing me, Your Majesty." The bond between Baelon and his father was not particularly strong. Until the age of 8, he resided with his mother in Essos, and he was certain he was not the only illegitimate son of his father. Yet he was the only one acknowledged. Duke Tywin had not curtailed his extensive private life in recent years, and it was due to his inaction in Casterly Rock that Baelon sought to live in King's Landing, distancing himself from his father, with whom he shared a strained relationship. At that moment, Baelon was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If he were alone, he might have succumbed to laughter. "There is one more matter. I require you to return to Casterly Rock." Viserys handed Baelon a parchment sealed with the 3-headed dragon emblem. "You shall inherit your father's legacy and become the Warden of the West, the Duke of Casterly Rock." Baelon was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, struggling to fully comprehend the king's words. "Me?" he thought, incredulous. A despised, illegitimate son of Casterly Rock was to become their lord? He lowered his gaze to read the text upon the parchment. "By the request of Tywin, Duke of Casterly Rock, of House Lannister, I, as the King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, grant his petition. Henceforth, his illegitimate son Baelon Hightower shall be recognized as his rightful heir, Baelon Lannister." The document bore the signature of Viserys I Targaryen, accompanied by the wax seal of House Targaryen. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Baelon quickly recovered from his dual shock, kneeling before Viserys. "I hope to repay your kindness one day." King Viserys gently patted Baelon's cheek and ran his fingers through his somewhat pale golden hair. "I trust you will not betray your father's faith in you. You possess the resilient bloodline of both your parents, inheriting their virtues without their vices, along with admirable traits they lacked. Lord Beesbury holds you in high regard. When I was your age, my mind was empty, frolicking with my brother." With the king's support, Baelon resumed his seat and candidly replied, "My father never mentioned his desire for me to become his heir. I am uncertain if the nobles of the West will accept this decision. Moreover, my relatives will surely disagree. They believe that Jason Lannister will be the next Duke of Casterly Rock, especially since he is with the daughter of Lord Roland Westerling. Your father began preparations for your succession the moment he brought you back to Westeros. In the last couple of years of King Jaehaerys' reign, he was advocating for this very outcome." Viserys gently tapped the table, fully aware of the subtle machinations of the Westerlands nobility. "Which is precisely why I had Sir Harold accompany you. Simultaneously, I shall pen letters to Count Leighton of Deep Down, Count Brax of Hornvale, and Count Shatley of Silverhill, urging them to summon their knights to accompany you to Casterly Rock. I will also reach out to the Reyes and Tarbeck families. instructing them to remain vigilant regarding any movements from Count Westerling. The inheritance of Casterly Rock is not merely a matter of the Westerlands. It pertains to all of Westeros. Your claim to Casterly Rock is entirely lawful, and you possess the unwavering support of the Iron Throne. Should Jason Lannister decide to disrupt the order established since Aegon's conquest, he is indeed playing with fire. Belron remained perplexed as to why the king would extend such unreserved assistance to him, for apart from the dragons, this was essentially all he could offer. Was it due to his mother? Or was the Iron Throne in need of the gold from the Westerlands? From a young age, he understood that commodities have a price. The most costly aid is that which is given without expectation of return. Your Majesty, does Jason know of your decision? I convened an urgent council, and we unanimously agreed that your inheritance of Casterly Rock is both reasonable and lawful, with no justification to reverse your father's decision. Your cousin Tywalt is likely composing a letter to his brother at this very moment. Jason Lannister will undoubtedly be informed of everything before your arrival at Casterly Rock. Viserys inquired again, are you still in contact with your mother? Belron shook his head and replied, in the early years after arriving in Westeros, I wrote to her often, but I never received a reply. Perhaps the sailors tasked with delivering my letters discarded them into the sea upon departing the port. Or perhaps she no longer wishes to be involved with any matters of Westeros. How many people are aware of your mother's identity? The king asked, and an unusual silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the distant clamor of King's Landing. I have never mentioned it to anyone, your Majesty, but I am uncertain of whom my father may have confided in. He is notoriously loose-lipped when under the influence of wine. Viserys hesitated, recognizing that Belron's status as a bastard would undoubtedly affect his standing among the nobility, even if legitimized. Moreover, his mother's peculiar identity raised the question of whether it might serve as an advantage or provoke further dissent among the lords of the Westerlands. Why did your mother name you Belron? Viserys suddenly lifted his gaze, relaxing the furrowed lines on his brow. She said Belron was the name of her favorite brother, claiming he never considered her to be a malicious person, unlike others in the court. Chapter 4. Lord Lannister. Lord Lannister. In the early morning, Belron reclined in the bath of his chamber, reflecting on Sir Harold Westerling's recent address. The captain of the King's Guard had brought several servants to attend to Belron's needs before his departure back to Casterly Rock. Just yesterday, he was the loathed bastard. Yet today, he inexplicably found himself the master of one of the wealthiest regions of Westeros. In this moment, he struggled to fully comprehend the suddenness of this transformation. Once the servants had prepared warm water for his bath as per his instructions, they presented him with a jug of chilled mint tea and a roasted chicken. Filled with garnishes and spices, its exterior hot to the touch and somewhat firm. The mint tea adeptly alleviated the overpowering aroma of the chicken spices, while the butter nestled within the bird's cavity melted away the dryness of the meat. However, indulging in such a rich meal immediately upon waking was not in accordance with his usual habits. Previously, a simple bowl of oatmeal accompanied by a few slices of fried bacon or small fish sufficed. Belron rinsed the grease from his hands in the now-cool bath water, quickly dried himself, and donned a freshly laundered outfit, exquisitely tailored, with a vivid depiction of a roaring lion, reminiscent of the attire befitting a Lannister. Subsequently, he secured his sword at his waist, in accordance with the king's summons conveyed by Sir Harold Westerling. The king was to hold a council in the throne room today, requiring Belron's presence, though there was still ample time to attend to other matters. He made his way to the chambers of Tybalt Lannister, located in the Tower of the Hand, and rapped his knuckles against the wooden door with his right index finger. Enter, came Tyland's voice from within. Belron pushed the door open to find Tyland seated at his desk, clad in a pristine white linen nightshirt. As the master of ships, Tyland's quarters were quite spacious, featuring not only a sleeping area but also a separate sitting room, with a view overlooking King's Landing, where the imposing dragon pit loomed strikingly. I thought it might be Sir Harold, Tyland remarked. He has been delivering messages for His Majesty and has already visited the tower twice today. How do you fare? I find myself uncertain whether to extend my condolences or offer my congratulations. Although I suspected the Duke of Tarly meant to bring you back to Casterly Rock that day, I did not foresee you garnering the support of His Majesty. As Tyland spoke, he gestured towards a wine jug before Belron. Fine wine from the arbor. Help yourself? Not in the best of spirits, I see. Pouring your own drink so early in the day? After taking a seat, Belron poured himself half a cup of wine. No, I scarcely slept last night. His Majesty summoned an impromptu meeting, and now that the fatigue has subsided, I find myself unable to rest. A bit of wine helps me stay alert. Not everyone, like Jason, succumbs to drunken stupor at the mere touch of alcohol. Noticing the sword at Belron's side, Tyland inquired, why carry a sword with you? Are you concerned about assassination attempts now that you are to be the Duke of Casterly Rock? Belron's sword was quite ordinary. A hasty selection from the armory when he departed Casterly Rock, adequate for combat, yet rather plain. It is required by His Majesty, perhaps for use during the ceremony. Use mine, Tybalt offered, handing his own sword to Belron, its hilt and scabbard adorned with an abundance of gold and jewels, a true Lannister weapon. Thank you. Belron accepted the longsword. Have you written to Jason regarding the matter of the Casterly Rock inheritance? Of course, he is my brother. Regardless of whether he perceives me as the harbinger of ill tidings, I am obligated to inform him. Let us hope he does not act foolishly. Is it not enough that he has committed countless foolish acts? He possesses a wife and children, yet chooses to indulge in an affair and raise a bastard daughter in Lannisport. In a certain sense, this could be deemed a blessing. As long as the Earl of Westerling does not lose his sanity, he will refrain from placing heavy bets on Jason. Most families in the Westerlands are merely observing. However, once His Majesty the King speaks, they will undoubtedly rally to his side. Without the support of allies, power will gracefully transition into your hands. Tybalt chuckled, expressing concern for Jason's life. Jason harbors ambition, yet he is also a fool who acts without thought, making him a particularly perilous adversary. For one can never anticipate when he might strike. I hold no affection for him, nor does he for me. But Tybalt, I assure you, I shall never take his life to secure my rule. I am no kinslayer. Your words hold little weight. His Majesty has meddled excessively in this matter, and the course of events will hinge upon his whims. Tybalt lifted his gaze to meet Baelon's eyes, declaring, I care not who your mother may be, Baelon. Remember, you are now a Lannister. Our ancestors were once proud kings of the Rock, and though we are now vassals of the Iron Throne, we shall not become puppets. Baelon lifted his cup to his lips, taking a small sip. The wine from Greenstone Island is indeed sweet, nearly rivaling honeyed mead. Similarly, we cannot allow ourselves to become pawns of relatives and vassals. Jason is certainly incapable of achieving that. I am well aware that while he seeks mistresses outside, he remains entirely subservient to his father-in-law, the Earl of Westerling. I must make a visit to the Sept to light a candle for my father. Baelon rose, leaving his sword upon Tybalt's desk. Go ahead, I shall join you shortly. Duke Atonement is my uncle, and I shall not neglect the requisite courtesies. I am simply not in the best state at present. Allow me a moment. Baelon nodded and exited Tybalt's chamber. The day was still young, yet the corridor bustled with servants and patrolling guards, most of whom were unaware of Baelon's true identity and merely bowed to him in acknowledgement of the sigil upon his attire. My Lord Lannister, Alan, the grandson of Lord Lyman Beesbury, suddenly appeared in the corridor, extending his condolences. He embraced Baelon, gently patting his back as if to soothe him. Alan Beesbury is younger than Galstadel. He serves as his grandfather's captain of the guard, commanding over 30 soldiers of House Beesbury at his disposal. I am well, thank you. Alan, my relationship with my father is not one of great intimacy. My emotions are complex, yet I cannot say I am in mourning. Alan chuckled awkwardly, saying, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to trouble me. If you find a moment, my grandfather wishes to see you before the council meeting. He awaits you in the training yard of the Red Keep. Baelon expressed his gratitude to Alan Beesbury, promising to invite him to Casterly Rock once everything was in order. In the intricate court of the Red Keep, every individual capable of providing even the slightest support could become a vital ally in the future. The training grounds of the Red Keep were already bustling with activity, populated by squires undergoing training under the guidance of knights and friends who had arranged to engage in friendly contests. The seasoned Sir CL meant CLBER, the captain of the King's Guard, stood on an elevated platform, keenly observing the throng below. Beside him was Count Beesbury, with whom he was engaged in an amiable conversation. Currently, there were no royal children requiring his tutelage, rendering his duties rather light. He would only intervene when conflicts erupted to prevent any grievous consequences. In moments of high spirits, he would descend from the platform to impart combat techniques to the squires. The CLBR family, a minor noble lineage, could merely be regarded as landed knights. However, Belron had heard tales of their family's storied past, particularly the whispers of the talking heads that haunted his childhood nightmares from the castle of Whispering Heads. Grip your sword tighter. You are not embroidering. Following the sound, Belron observed a knight adorned with the Stoneham family crest reprimanding his squire, who stood on the ground, his sword having flown far from his grasp. Belron recalled the first lesson imparted by his instructor in Casterly Rock. One must never relinquish their weapon, for it is a warrior's second life. My Lord Beesbury, Sir CL meant, Belron greeted the esteemed dignitaries of the royal court politely. Linman, do you intend to undertake this yourself, or shall I assist? Sir C.L. Mint inquired of Count Bisbury. How many opportunities does a mortal have in a lifetime to be named Duke of Casterly Rock? I certainly do not wish to miss this, my old friend. Count Bisbury replied, turning to Baelon and kneeling. My lord. Baelon found himself bewildered by the unclear dialogue between the two. Do you wish to become a knight, my lord? If so, kneel promptly. Sir C.L. Mint chuckled, patting Baelon on the shoulder. I have not proven my worth. How can I presume to become a knight? Baelon protested. The Duke of Casterly Rock would have ample opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities in the future, but His Majesty wishes to address you as a knight before you swear fealty to him. I am thoroughly pleased with your service in recent years. Kneel swiftly, Baelon. Count Bisbury unsheathed the long sword he had not carried for some time. Baelon knelt before Count Bisbury, who rested his sword upon his right shoulder. In the name of the warrior, I require you to be brave and fearless, the Count declared, transferring the sword to his left shoulder. In the name of the Father, I require you to be just and upright. The sword returned to his right shoulder. In the name of the Holy Mother, I require you to protect the innocent. Count Bisbury repeated the invocations until he had recited the oaths of the 7 gods in full. Rise, Baelon of House Lannister. You are now a knight of the 7 kingdoms. Chapter 5. Beneath the Iron Throne, Baelon gazed at the candles gradually burning on the great altar in the royal September. His heart a tumult of emotions. As the heir, he ought to have returned to Casterly Rock to keep vigil for his father, Duke Atonement. Yet he found himself with unfinished business in King's Landing. He could envision the silent sisters of Casterly Rock meticulously peeling back the flesh of the deceased duke, extracting his entrails, and subsequently stuffing his abdomen with herbs. Within the sanctum, the soft glow of candles mingled with the sunlight filtering through the stained glass, creating an illusion that the divine beings had truly descended upon them. The whispered words of Duke Atonement echoed in his ears, though they were sentiments he had never uttered in life: family and honor, duty and sacrifice. Everything that Baelon possessed today was bestowed upon him by Duke Atonement. His lineage granted him the right to inherit Casterly Rock, and the acquaintances and allies he cultivated within the court prevented him from being isolated within the Red Keep. Yet, he was also a father who was entirely neglectful of his own children. Baelon felt a simultaneous mix of hatred and love for him. Hey, Alan Hightower approached Baelon, kneeling beside him at the altar. Are you all right? I'm fine. Should I address you as Baelon or my lord? Whichever you prefer, Baelon shrugged. I have often told others that I have no friends in King's Landing, likely due to the lessons learned in Casterly Rock. No one desired to befriend me. They all had ulterior motives, primarily to tease me and to curry favor with my cousin, Jason. However, I believe you may be the closest thing to a friend I have encountered here. Then shall we be friends? Having a friend is undoubtedly a wonderful thing. Come, friend. The courtiers await us in the throne room. Let us not keep His Majesty waiting. Alan gave Baelon a friendly pat on the back. The two departed the royal sanctum side by side, joining the throngs making their way to the throne room. Numerous large banners of the Targaryen family, with their black field and red, 3-headed dragon, adorned the chamber. Yet, the most striking sight was the skulls of Balerion and Malaise. The former skull was so immense that it dwarfed the entrance to the throne room, leaving one to ponder how it had been brought inside. Baelon was perpetually drawn to this colossal skull, which seemed imbued with some arcane magic. The Iron Throne remained unoccupied, as King Viserys had yet to arrive. Only 2 King's Guards stood sentinel at the base of the throne's steps, preventing any audacious souls from ascending and desecrating it. On the first step to the right of the Iron Throne, a wooden chair awaited Princess Rhaenyra, as the king deemed it necessary for his heir to observe while he conducted affairs of state. The throne room was filled with courtiers on either side of the Iron Throne, and the second-floor balcony was crowded as well, with Queen Hightower, heavily pregnant, seated at its edge. Though ample space remained, the nobles of various factions within the court were reluctant to stand together, forming small circles to engage in hushed conversations, occasionally casting wary or provocative glances at one another, the air thick with a subtle tension, as if an invisible contest were underway. Alan naturally returned to his grandfather, Lord Hightower, while Baelon stood nearby with his cousin, Tybalt Lannister. Opposite them were the Prime Minister Otto Hightower and his sons, separated only by a narrow corridor. Baelon could distinctly perceive the gaze of the Prime Minister's eldest son, whose contemptuous eyes glared at him, accompanied by a smirk that seemed to flaunt some hidden triumph. The prolonged mockery and animosity from Gals Hyder left him perplexed. Perhaps the Prime Minister's firstborn truly had nothing to occupy his time. Why did Sir Otto not, like Count Leonos of the Strong Blood, leverage his authority to secure an official position for his son? Or was it that the Prime Minister was acutely aware that his eldest would wreak greater havoc in an official capacity? Did Sir Otto truly refrain from relaying any details of last night's events to his son? Look at Gals. Isn't that the demeanor of a mere child? Belron remarked to Tyrion, unable to suppress a chuckle. His Majesty had decreed before the meeting commenced last night that we swear to the 7 gods not to disclose any matters discussed therein. It appears Otto Hyder is not among the oath-breakers. Tyrion tilted his head, whispering to Belron, yet Count Leonos might not be so innocent. I wager 10 golden dragons that our capital-s commander of the guard and the royal interrogator are at least aware of the Duke of Taimond's demise. Count Bisberry has even informed his grandson about my inheritance of Casterly Rock. At the very least, Gals Hyder is oblivious. I cannot wait to witness the terror etched upon his face. Minister of Marine Affairs, must you treat such a significant upheaval as a jest? Belron shared Tyrion's sentiments. Yet he could not concede, as it would be beneath his dignity. In theory, his father's mourning period had yet to elapse. Although instances of paternal devotion and fraternal camaraderie arising from disputes over succession abound across the 7 kingdoms, his status as the legitimate bastard heir to Casterly Rock would already incite considerable controversy. He need not stoke the flames further. Sir Harold Western, captain of the King's Guard, was the first to enter the throne room, pausing to proclaim loudly to the assembled lords, Viserys Targaryen I, King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms, protector of the realm. King Viserys appeared at the threshold of the throne room, donning the crown bequeathed by the arbitrator Jaehaerys I as he advanced, followed closely by Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen of Dragonstone and 4 other members of the King's Guard. The courtiers bowed their heads in reverence. Cautiously, Viserys ascended the Iron Throne, careful to avoid injury from its sharp edges. Once seated alongside his heir, the king addressed the lords. I have never mandated the attendance of all at court. This gathering serves to announce a matter and clarify a truth. You are all witnesses. Viserys paused, shifting his weight onto his right hand, and continued, Our Western Guardian, the Shield of Lannisport, Duke Tybalt Lannister, has sadly departed this world last night. Upon uttering the first sentence, the nobles within the throne room began to murmur amongst themselves. The king raised his voice. I have also granted Duke Taimond's petition. His bastard son, Belron, shall be legitimized. Thus, Belron Lannister will become the next Duke of Casterly Rock. The murmurs escalated to such an extent that the king found it difficult to proceed with his speech. In the midst of chaotic noise, Belron managed to capture 2 distinct words, liss and whore. Silence. The voice of Sir Harold Westerling resonated like a clarion, piercing through the ears of all present. And the throne room fell into quietude. I have heard disparaging remarks about Belron Lannister within my court, and I wish not to hear them a second time. Yet, Your Majesty, is it not permissible to speak the truth? Although he is the son of Duke Tybalt, he is indeed the offspring of a Lysian harlot. Garrus Hathel remarked with a smile, only to be met with a swift slap from his father that left his face instantly swollen. I believe many have heard Sir Garrus's words just now. Viserys straightened his back, declaring, Belron's mother is my father's sister, Princess Sinella Targaryen. Should I hear another insult directed at her, I shall have his tongue. The nobles exchanged glances, too wary to even breathe audibly, casting furtive looks at Belron from time to time. Belron of House Lannister, step forward, Viserys commanded. Belron approached nervously, and as he passed by Sir Harold Westerling, he softly advised, swear fealty to his majesty and his heir, just as your father did. I trust you remember. Belron nodded. Kneeling upon one knee at the foot of the Iron Throne, drawing his sword, and placing its tip against the stone floor of the throne room. I, Belron Lannister, Ward of the West, Shield of Lannisport, and Duke of Casterly Rock, do hereby swear before the old and new gods to be loyal to King Viserys and his appointed heir, Princess Rhaenyra, to defend them against any foe, with sincerity and without deceit. Chapter 6. The Golden Road. Sir Harold. What else do you know about my mother and the court at the Red Keep? Belron inquired from horseback, addressing the accompanying Sir Harold Westerling. As dusk fell, the newly appointed Duke of Casterly Rock and his entourage continued westward along the Golden Road. They had crossed the Blackwater River days prior and were now near the lands of the River Bend. The land beneath their feet belonged to a prosperous knightly family known as the Nosers, but they were eager to press on. The Noser stronghold lay somewhere south of the Golden Road, and to reach it would require a detour. Thus they abandoned the idea of seeking lodging from the local lord. However, they learned from passing merchants that not far ahead was an inn that had been in operation since the era of Aegon's conquest, which was their intended destination. The merchant also informed them that bandits had recently been active near the Golden Road, prompting caravans to double their guards. When I joined the King's Guard, your mother had already fled from Old Town. However, I once heard Sir Lion Redwine speak of the day she stole all the white cloaks of the King's Guard and dyed them pink. A feat unnoticed by the somewhat dim-witted Sir Gales Morrigan. As she donned the pink mantle to meet his majesty, Sir Harold chuckled, gazing skyward as he reminisced. What a sight that must have been, a pink-cloaked Kingsguard. Upon hearing this, Baelon laughed audaciously. Ever since he passed through the Lion's Gate and departed from King's Landing, he had experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom. The group had dispersed quite a bit. Tylan had selected 10 men from his personal guard to accompany Baelon back to Casterly Rock, leading the way on horseback to scout for any potential bandits. Following closely were Baelon and Sir Harold Westerlands, engaging in conversation, which resulted in the dismissal of those around them. The remaining 20 or so formed a rather intricate assembly. Comprised of 5 riders dispatched by Alan Bisberry from his own command, 10 soldiers from the city guard, along with several mercenaries and free knights eager to serve Baelon. Prior to leaving King's Landing, nearly 100 had expressed their desire to align with him, but he had prudently excluded those with dubious motives, the elderly, and those lacking suitable equipment. Upon returning to Casterly Rock, he might not feel compelled to employ them. Rather, he sought merely to bolster his own stature. The soldiers lined up in 2 rows, trailing behind Baelon and Sir Harold at a distance of 20 or 30 paces. As they traversed the narrow path for half a day, the ancient battlefield, still smoldering with anger, came into view. Sir Harold Westerlands gestured toward a small path on their left, inquiring if the scars of the battle could still be seen. The dragon fire had left its marks upon the earth. What a thought! Over a century had passed, and the remnants were long gone. Save for a stone monument erected by the locals, whether to celebrate Aegon's victory or commemorate the fallen, none could say. Even today, many of the noble families of the Riverlands hold the Tully family in disdain, regarding them merely as the treacherous stewards of their former lord, unworthy of respect. Did the crown not perceive this as a precursor to rebellion? Their attacks were merely verbal. In public, they still pledged their fealty, leaving no room for reproach. The archbishop had once raised arms against the Targaryen rule, yet the position remained intact. Even Maegor had not exterminated the family that opposed him. The Breckons and the Blackwoods had battled for over a millennium, yet their loyalty to House Tully and the Iron Throne remained unwavering. The politics of the Seven Kingdoms are not driven by impulse, my lord, but by the complexities of human relations. Baelon understood that to guide House Lannister towards continued prosperity, he had much to learn and needed further allies. A soldier clad in armor bearing the roaring lion emblem of House Lannister galloped up to Baelon and Sir Harold. The horse, upon halting, panted heavily, droplets of foam escaping its mouth, indicating the considerable distance it had just covered. My Lord Lannister, Sir Harold, the cavalryman reported. We have located an inn. The men are currently assessing the surroundings, and the innkeeper claims he has never encountered bandits. Well done, Baelon nodded in approval. Then addressed the King's Guard beside him. Sir Harold, let us hasten our advance. Darkness approaches. Sir Harold nodded in agreement and turned his horse, urging the escort behind them to quicken their pace. Baelon dismounted outside the inn, and the Lannister soldier, having arrived earlier, took the reins from him. The inn is situated on the northern side of Golden Avenue, a 3-story structure with the bottom 2 levels constructed from stone, while the uppermost level boasts a wooden framework. A stable adjoins one side of the inn. In addition to the inn itself, there exists a separate barn, encircled by a fence reaching half the height of a man. The innkeeper also keeps a few chickens and sheep in the yard. Upon noticing the arrival of the noble commanding the soldiers, the innkeeper, a short and stout middle-aged man with a bald head and a face lined with wrinkles, hurried out to greet him. However, he was halted by a Lannister soldier, while 2 others, positioned closer to Baelon, instinctively reached for their weapons. How may I serve you? The innkeeper, his left index finger missing a segment and his other fingers calloused, perhaps a result of his trade or from having practiced swordplay in his youth, asked. Baelon retrieved a slightly worn golden dragon from his pouch and tossed it to the innkeeper. Bring forth your finest food and drink. Provide ample fodder and water for our horses, and I shall take all your vacant rooms for the night. Very well, my lord, no problem at all. I shall make the arrangements right away, the innkeeper replied with a broad smile, scampering back into the inn with the golden coin. As nightfall descended, the fields flanking Golden Avenue gradually succumbed to the darkness. The inn had limited accommodations, and half of the accompanying soldiers would have to sleep in the stable or barn. Besides them, 2 other nobles were also lodging there that evening, and Baelon graciously invited them to share dinner with him. One was Sir Genos of the Crake family, uncle to Count Crake of the Yardcock Hall, an elderly gentleman past his 50s. His nails were neatly trimmed and polished, while his long beard and hair were well-groomed. Except for his eyes and nose, his features were largely obscured by his facial hair, and his hair showed signs of turning gray. The black and white boar emblem on his chest bore signs of wear. The other was a knight serving the Mud family of the Riverlands, Sir Ms. Mud, a young man no older than 20, with a slightly crooked nose, likely a result of a previous fracture. His heraldry was divided into two parts. One side displayed the Mud family's red salmon emblem, while the other side bore a crest unfamiliar to Baelon, suggesting he was a distant relative of the main branch of the Mud family. The fire crackled in the center of the inn's common room. And although the summer nights in the Riverlands were not particularly cold, the innkeeper nonetheless kindled the fire in the hearth. "My Lord Lannister, I was deeply saddened to hear of your father's passing," Sir Genos remarked gravely, though it was unclear whether his sorrow stemmed from genuine compassion or mere formality. "Sir Genos, did you know my father?" Baelon inquired. "I have crossed swords with Duke Atonement at a tournament. He was an exceptional rider. After unseating me, he graciously waived the ransom for my armor. Indeed, he was a knight of honor." Baelon merely nodded in agreement, realizing that his understanding of his father might pale in comparison to that of many other nobles in the West. After consuming a few cups of ale, Miss Mudd's cheeks flushed red. Noticing the silence at the table, he attempted to shift the conversation. "Is that the innkeeper's daughter?" "I am not certain. I have not inquired," came the response. Baelon felt a wave of relief as the conversation shifted away from his father, welcoming any topic as long as it did not veer towards his mother. The young Duke of Cayenne City followed Mrs. Pointing Finger and noticed a waitress, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, though her malnourished childhood rendered her noticeably shorter than her noble peers. "Sir Harold, what is your opinion? You must have encountered many beautiful ladies in King's Landing," Miss inquired with a laugh, emboldened by the wine. Sir Harold Westerlands had become rather taciturn since the two unfamiliar nobles joined their table. "I have sworn an oath. Apart from the safety of the royal family and the commands I receive, everything else is of no concern to me." "Do not be so rigid, sir. I have heard numerous tales of the valiant Sir Lucastes in King's Landing. Young man, you ought to show respect to Sir Harold. He is the commander of the Kingsguard. And you would never match even a single finger of his," warned Janos Krek, his thick beard obscuring his true expression. "All right, I understand, old man." Fueled by the wine, Miss Mutton rose unsteadily and staggered towards the waitress, only to receive a sharp slap while attempting to reach under her skirt. Baelon gazed at the half-cold leg of lamb on the table, abandoned his metal fork, and said, "Sir Janosk, Sir Harold, I shall take my leave for a while. The journey has left me weary." Chapter 7. The Tavern Crisis. That night, Baelon lay on a straw bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. Sir Harold shared the room with him, sleeping in his armor, his longsword drawn and held in hand. Before dozing off, he confided in Baelon his foreboding feelings. Yet this did not hinder his thunderous snoring. Baelon pondered whether to concoct an excuse to rouse Sir Harold, as his current state would render him sleepless for the latter half of the night. He retrieved a piece of straw from beneath him and tossed it at Sir Harold, but it merely landed on the armor without eliciting any response. Suddenly, the innkeeper's dog, which had been lounging in the yard, began barking. Baelon recalled that since their arrival at the inn, the dog had either been lying still or wandering about without uttering a sound. Even while begging for scraps at the table, he sat up and approached the window, prying open a gap in the shutters. Through the opening, he observed the dog fixated on the woods to the east of the inn, its tail raised in alertness. Perhaps the scent wafting from the kitchen had attracted a coyote lurking in the trees. But he suddenly remembered a merchant they had encountered on the road who had warned of bandits prowling along the Golden Road. A guard from the merchant caravan emerged from the barn, candle in hand, and kicked at the dog with impatience. "Shut up, you filthy mutt. Can't a man get some sleep?" he scolded, though his kick missed, sending dirt and small stones flying and causing the innkeeper's dog to retreat several paces. Now, the dog barked at him again, its voice noticeably less boisterous than before. At the behest of Sir Harold Westerlands, Baelon arranged for the soldiers who could not secure rooms to sleep in the inn's lobby and stable, while the caravan's guards were relegated to the barn. "I cannot manage you any longer." The guard brandished his dagger, menacingly advancing towards the dog. The innkeeper, hastily donning his garments, rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? This wretched dog has been barking incessantly, disturbing my rest." The guard, irritable, replied, the blade glinting ominously in the moonlight, clearly dismissing the innkeeper's concerns. "Keep your distance from my dog. The last time it barked, a coyote intruded into the kitchen," the innkeeper retorted, perplexed, positioning himself between the guard and the dog, calling its name in an attempt to soothe it. The commotion rendered it impossible for anyone in the inn to continue sleeping. Even Sir Harold's snores had ceased. Before the guard could finish his protest about the refund for their lodging, several arrows flew from the woods, one piercing through the guard's throat, another striking his back. And he collapsed onto the ground, the candle slipping from his grasp. He desperately attempted to stanch the wound at his throat, but blood surged into his airway, choking him with his own life's essence. The remaining arrows missed their intended targets, crashing against the inn's stone exterior, their shafts splintering upon impact. The innkeeper hurried inside, neglecting his dog as he forcefully shut the door, the commotion causing the windows and doors of the entire establishment to shudder. "Thieves! Thieves!" he cried out alarmingly. "What is happening?" Sir Harold inquired, swiftly rising. "Someone is ambushing from the woods. A caravan guard has been slain." Baelon hastily closed the shutters, grasping the sword that hung upon the wall. "By the Seven, who has the audacity to provoke a hornet's nest?" Sir Harold donned his helmet and pushed open the door. Following the captain of the royal guard into the corridor, Baelon encountered the maid who had slapped Miss Mistrun, emerging disheveled from her room. Sir Harold Westerlands called out to the panicking crowd, "Everyone, return to your rooms. Do not run about aimlessly." His voice resonated with clarity amidst the chaos. "All men, follow me. Arm yourselves if you possess weapons. If not, bring whatever you can." He then pushed Baelon back into his room, insisting, "You cannot go, my lord." "Sir Harold, I am armed. I cannot rely on others for my protection. I have sworn an oath to His Majesty to safeguard your well-being with my life. I am capable of combat. My swordsmanship surpasses that of many knights within the Red Keep. You lack even armor. Do you wish to repeat the fate of Aemon Targaryen, slain by a crossbowman of the mercenaries? Do you desire for the tale of the Duke of Casterly Rock being felled by a shepherd's son to become fodder for the gossip of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms?" Sir Harold gave Baelon another firm push, then turned to look at the recently attired Miss Mutton. "Come here, lad. Keep an eye on our Duke of Kayak, and ensure he does not leave his quarters. Should anything happen to him, I assure you, you shall never return to Fountain Town. Nay, you will be barred from Westeros for eternity. Prepare to be exiled." Miss Mutton, wearing an expression of helplessness yet unwilling to defy the order, swiftly approached Baelon, positioning himself to obstruct the latter's exit from the room. "My lord Baelon, please understand Sir Harold's intentions and have compassion for my predicament," he urged softly. Resigned, Baelon returned to the window and slightly drew back the curtain. The bandits who had shot arrows moments ago had vacated the woods, and the barn was ablaze, forcing those who had sought refuge within to flee through the sole exit, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by the waiting bandits outside. "Listen well." One of the brigands stepped forward, shouting at those inside the inn. Illuminated by the firelight from the barn, Baelon discerned the man's attire. He was clad in a full suit of armor, from helm to greaves to leather boots. While not of the highest quality, it was beyond the means of common folk. He was most likely a knight of the road. "Surrender your money and goods, and you may yet live to see another day." Neither the soldiers under the noble's command nor the surviving guards of the merchant caravan possessed crossbows or any other projectile weapons, rendering them too fearful to venture beyond the shelter of the building to confront their foes. "With so many corpses lying outside, how are we to trust you?" Sir Harold countered. "I am a knight anointed with 7 holy oils. Without honor, a knight is no different from a murderer. Having spoken, I shall not retract my words. Any knight can knight another. The title of landless knight is as plentiful as the stars, and no one cares for oaths of your anymore. I too am a knight of the holy oils, personally knighted by the Earl of Banford of Fort Hill. I propose we settle this with a duel. Let us see who is favored more by the 7, suggested Sir Harold. The brigand knight chuckled, drawing his longsword. Very well, let it be to the death. Dozens of soldiers from the Lannisters, the Bisbury, the Cray, and the Mutton families, along with the defenders of the capital, followed Sir Harold out of the stone edifice of the inn, shields raised to deflect the incoming arrows. Upon witnessing such a formidable assembly of soldiers and the leading white-robed knight, the remaining bandits, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, fled back into the forest, save for the brigand knight, who cursed his cowardly comrades and assumed a stance to duel the captain of the King's Guard. Yet, as the latter approached, he hesitated. Sir Harold struck him solidly on the right shoulder with his sword, the brigand knight having made no attempt to defend himself. Caught completely off guard, the chainmail absorbed the blade's edge, but not the force of the blow. His collarbone shattered, splintered bone piercing through flesh, blood erupting from beneath the chainmail. The grievous wound rendered the brigand knight incapable of lifting his longsword. No cunning strategies, no swift and flamboyant swordplay. The duel has come to an end. Sir Harold, without a hint of mercy, once more brandished his sword, deftly severing the opponent's head from his shoulders. You were born not as a knight, nor did you meet your end as one. Chapter 8. The Deep Hollow Keep following the robbery incident in the river bend. Baelon bid farewell to Mutton and Crek. Miss Mutton was returning to the Springtown, while Sir Crek was bound for King's Landing to attend to the Lord's affairs. Both choosing not to accompany Baelon. They quickened their pace, scarcely pausing for anything but nighttime camp before reaching the Deep Hollow Keep. The Lord of the Deep Hollow sent Count Clayton to greet Baelon at the gates, offering him a feast of fresh venison. Afterward, Baelon took 2 days to recuperate in the Deep Hollow Keep alongside the knights and soldiers of his peers, tending to various matters while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from other families to join his forces for the journey to Castle Rock. My Lord Lannister, Count Leighton approached Baelon, stating, I have dispatched 50 cavalrymen to patrol eastward along the Golden Road, and I have stationed sentinels on the hills near the river bend's border. He was clad in a coat of green on the left and brown on the right, a tall and robust young man. Baelon, already taller than most of his contemporaries, found Leighton to be a head taller still. A few years prior, Leighton had excelled at the tournament celebrating King Viserys' ascension, only to be bested by the eventual champion, Ser Criston Cole, who had yet to become a member of the Kingsguard at that time. Very well. Please have your squire send these 2 letters. Baelon handed Leighton 2 folded sheets of paper, sealed on the back with heated wax. Lacking his own seal, he resorted to the sigil of the Leighton family. The White Badger. 1 letter was destined for King's Landing, addressed to His Majesty the King, while the other was directed to High Garden, intended for Duke Mors Tyrell. Understood. My lord. However, I have a question. Will our deployment of troops to the lands of the Riverbend nobility provoke unnecessary conflict? Count Leighton, having had a brief encounter with the new lord, sensed a distinct difference from Duke Tymont. Though young, Baelon had assumed the title of Duke without appearing lost or capricious, exuding a suffocating presence that left Leighton uncomfortable and devoid of the courage to counter his inquiries. Was it merely the juxtaposition of a Targaryen visage clad in Lannister garb? That is precisely why I am writing to Duke Tyrell. Bandits roam their lands, yet the Riverbend nobility remains inactive. The Golden Road traverses the Riverlands and Riverbend, representing the shortest route between Castle Rock and King's Landing, as well as a vital trade route. However, for the Tullys and Tyrells, it seems to be of little consequence. If they are unwilling to govern the Golden Road properly, I shall take on the responsibility myself. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences. Your duty will be to execute the orders. Satisfied with the response he sought, Count Leighton bowed to Baelon and prepared to depart. Baelon called out to the departing vassal. Have the soldiers from House Chatterley and House Blacks arrived? They are stationed near the small town of Grieg, which lies 1 mile west of Deep Pit City, comprising a total of 300 cavalrymen, personally led by Count Shatley and Count Brax. Splendid. Please invite the 2 counts. Let us share an evening repast. Leighton. The Shatley and Brax families command the vital routes connecting the West to the outside world, and it is imperative to cultivate a cordial relationship with them. Send your subordinates to fetch them. I have heard of your prowess as a warrior. Shall we engage in a friendly contest on the training grounds? It would be my honor. The ancestral fortress of the Leighton family, Corner Valley Castle, is perched atop a hill, modest in size, encircled by a single layer of walls, and garrisoned by approximately 100 soldiers. To the south, it overlooks the Golden Road, while to the north, the landscape is adorned with undulating mountains. Surrounding the castle are several small towns and numerous villages. The fertile plains of the region naturally lead the local populace to pursue agriculture rather than exploit the myriad minerals found within the West Hills. For centuries, the Brax family has exchanged minerals for the grain of the Leighton family to sustain their subjects. The attendants fitted the young Duke and Count Leighton with training leather armor, and the wooden swords they wielded had been specially treated, with weighted handles to simulate the heft of real blades. Sir Harold Westerling approached Baelon, clad in a clean, unadorned garment, yet still draped in a white cloak. Count Leighton is a robust warrior. It is no shame to be bested by him. Though his shortcomings are evident, his swordsmanship is not exceptional, and his large strides render him somewhat slow. Maintain your distance. Do not expect a swift victory. Targeting his lower limbs could be a sound strategy, the Iron Guard advised Baelon. I shall heed your counsel, Sir Harold. Thank you for your warning. Baelon stepped onto the training ground first, donning a steel helmet with a face guard. My Lord Baelon. Patrick Leighton, too, donned a helmet as he entered the arena. The first to fall shall concede defeat. We shall hold back our strikes, shall we? Baelon raised his long sword to his chest, its tip aimed at Count Leighton's breast, who adopted a high guard, his sword raised above his shoulder, the blade nearly brushing his right ear. Very well, Count, let us begin. A significant number of onlookers had gathered around the training ground to witness the duel between their lord and the Duke of Caon, including servants and maidens upon the castle walls. Seizing the opportunity while Patrick Layton was still settling into the fray, Baelon lunged forward, his sword tip ascending towards Layton's fingers. The latter parried with his long sword, the blades clashing momentarily, but with a deft twist of his wrist. Baelon angled his blade to the left, striking Layton in the ribs. The encounter continued with little alteration. Count Layton was struck on his left arm and right leg. Baelon, adhering to Sir Harold Westerling's counsel, adapted his tactics as needed throughout the bout. Nevertheless, Patrick proved not to be a pushover. The Duke of Caon's swordsmanship was indeed more formidable than anticipated, yet he defended tenaciously, avoiding any vulnerabilities as he retreated until his back met the training ground's barrier. With no retreat left, he understood clearly that Baelon advanced 2 steps forward, intensifying his assault, leaving no opportunity for his opponent. Layton exerted all his strength, swinging his longsword. The blades clashed, and the sheer force of Layton's strike nearly dislodged the sword from Baelon's grasp. Seizing the moment, Layton closed the distance between them, grasping Baelon's sword hand with his left, and then launched himself forward, crashing his forehead solidly against Baelon's visor. Claude's head buzzed, his helmet shifted, obstructing part of his vision as he reached to adjust it. Layton kicked him down. Impressive indeed, Count Layton, Baelon remarked, laying down his longsword and removing his heavy helmet with both hands. I have yet to encounter a knight as formidable as you in the Red Keep and Castle Casterly. My lord Baelon, are you unscathed? Layton asked, feeling somewhat guilty for having knocked his liege to the ground, as not every lord appreciates such straightforward vassals. Quite well, what trouble could there be? Baelon grasped the hand extended by Count Layton, rising to his feet while jesting. Bastards are often harder to kill than others. You fought remarkably well, my lord Baelon. None among my knights and soldiers can wield a sword with such fluidity, and I, myself, am merely brute strength. There is no need for modesty, Count Layton. You triumphed. I did not. Fairness has no place on the battlefield. Baelon dusted off his hands and, with the assistance of Layton's soldiers, removed his leather armor. A soldier from House Layton rode into the castle, announcing, My lord Layton, Lords Shatley and Brax have reached the foot of the mountain. Patrick Layton explained to Baelon, My lord, I am the lord here. I must go greet our guests. You performed splendidly, yet Sir Clemente Clave from the Red Keep has never mentioned you. He is not one to withhold praise from promising talents. Sir Harold approached the perspiring Baelon. When I was in King's Landing, I had to remain as inconspicuous as possible due to my status as a bastard, lest I attract trouble like that of Garth Hightower. But fortunately, I have managed to evade him for now. Baelon and Sir Harold arrived at the castle walls. I do not understand why His Majesty chose to publicly reveal my mother's identity. It has not only created enemies for me within the Red Keep, but also raised doubts among the nobles of the Westerlands about my true Lannister lineage. Regardless, I must secure the support of my vassals, whether out of respect or fear. Chapter 9. The banquet of Count Layton. The hall of Deep Hole Castle was brightly lit, with Count Layton having filled nearly every vacant corner with lit candles. All the knights who had come to Deep Hole Castle were summoned to take their seats. Baelon even requested Count Layton to allow the soldiers who had escorted him from King's Landing to partake in the feast, to which Layton acquiesced. Baelon rose from his seat facing the guests, raising his goblet in salute to all present. Patrick Layton, seated beside him, struck the long table before him with force, and the hall fell silent, all eyes turning towards Baelon. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed lord, Count Patrick Layton, for the exquisite wine and sumptuous feast we are presently indulging in, all made possible by his generosity. To the Earls of Charlotte and Brax, you were among the first to pledge your loyalty to me as vassals, a gesture I shall not forget. The patriarchs and lords of the Charlotte and Brax families, upon entering Deep Hollow Castle, were the first to swear fealty to Baelon. Count Layton himself took his vow on the day he ventured out to greet Baelon, escorted by the valiant warriors who accompanied me from King's Landing. Regardless of the lords to whom you owe your allegiance, be it Lannister, Bisbury, Targaryen, or others, I shall always remember your contributions. The guests in the hall began to rhythmically rap upon the long table before them, a substitute for applause. Baelon raised his goblet to his lips, savoring the sweet wine, while the guests followed suit, lifting their cups in hearty libation. At that moment, Count Layton hurriedly gestured to the servants, and the grand doors of the hall swung open wide. A whole roasted ox was brought in by the servants, placed before the lords at the dining table. The rich aroma of the succulent meat and spices, heated over the embers, was utterly mouth-watering. Count Layton himself took up the carving knife, approaching the roasted beast to serve as a gesture of hospitality. He first sliced off a juicy piece of the brisket, which the servants collected on a copper platter to be served in slices. They arranged the tender brisket alongside vegetables and fruits glazed with honey and sprinkled with crushed nuts. Initially serving the Duke and the two visiting earls, followed by Count Leighton and his family. The remaining guests would have to rely on fortune to receive their portions. Returning to his seat, Count Leighton wiped the grease from his hands with a napkin, remnants of the meat he had just carved. "My Lord Patrick, such a grand feast is indeed a rare occasion for you," jested Earl Brax. "You wouldn't be seeking a favor from Duke Baelon before he returns to Casterly Rock, would you?" Earl Brax, of the same generation as Count Leighton, had served as a cupbearer and attendant in Casterly Rock during their youth, and their camaraderie was palpable. "Enough of your jesting. Were you not just lamenting about Duke Taymon's inaction?" Count Leighton retorted, casting a pointed glance at Baelon as he delivered the latter part of his remark. Baelon inclined his head, inquiring, "Earl Brax, is there anything I can assist you with?" "I am not my father. Feel free to speak. I do not wish for our vassals to face hardships without resolution." Earl Brax exchanged a knowing glance with Count Leighton, as if to question, "Why?" He then spoke slowly, clarifying, "It is not my own troubles, my Lord Baelon, but those of my wife's father, the Earl of Banefort from the Iron Islands. His lands have recently suffered relentless raids from iron-born marauders, leaving them in dire straits. Not only Banefort, my Lord Baelon," Count Leighton interjected, "but also Earl Firmin of Fairy Island has faced several incursions over the past year or two. While the losses have not been substantial each time, they have instilled a pervasive sense of dread among the nobility and common folk along the Westerlands coastline. The nobles of the West are unable to muster a navy capable of matching the Iron Fleet, leaving them powerless to protect themselves. Your father, Duke Thaymond, had previously corresponded with King Baelon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, yet the latter claimed he had neither dispatched nor authorized any Ironborn to embark on raids, asserting that he could not control the actions of his vassals. This was evidently a mere evasion, for not a word spoken by the Ironborn could be taken as truth. Consequently, Duke Thaymond's negotiations with Greyjoy yielded no results, and he did not pursue alternative measures to address the incursions emanating from the Iron Islands. Lord Brax expressed a differing opinion, suggesting that King Baelon was likely not being deceitful. He opposed his subjects' adherence to ancient customs. Many lords of the Iron Islands had indeed sought fortunes in Dorne and Essos through pillaging, yet Baelon's approach was excessively radical. It was rumored that he wished to re-establish the worship of the Seven in the Iron Islands, a notion I believe would not sustain his reign for long. Whoever succeeds him will undoubtedly incite a maelstrom of bloodshed and chaos. Have the Ironborn's raids only occurred during my father's tenure? Or have all the Dukes of Casterly Rock been confronted with this dilemma? While Baelon had never attended a council meeting in Casterly Rock, he had served closely beside the nobles in King's Landing who participated in the Royal Council. Thus he was surely familiar with the procedures for addressing such contentious matters. Every few years, the Ironborn would return, particularly during winter. Like the North, the Iron Islands lacked sufficient agricultural yield to sustain all its inhabitants through the cold months. Lord Brax replied, "I shall certainly address the issue, but it requires time. Having just assumed my father's position, there are numerous affairs that necessitate my understanding and adjustment. Whether to engage the Iron Throne directly or negotiate with House Greyjoy will be determined after discussions with Lords Banefort and Firmin." Baelon also assured the two lords that the Ironborn's incursions posed not only a threat to safety and order, but also challenged our dignity and authority, and he could not remain idle in the face of such provocation. Following this, no further political discourse transpired between Baelon and the others present at the table. Lord Leighton had summoned a bard to entertain the gathering, yet the songs performed by these wandering minstrels were mostly of questionable merit. However, the tastes of many nobles did not differ greatly from those of shepherds, especially among those who had received little education. As the wine flowed liberally, the minstrel's demeanor grew increasingly audacious. They leaped onto the long table, occasionally toppling a goblet or a copper platter laden with food. The roasted ox in the center of the hall was reduced to little more than a skeleton, and the floor was slick with dripping juices. The aged Lord Charlotte, unable to withstand the effects of the drink, soon succumbed to inebriation at the dining table. His servants carried him off to the chambers arranged for him by Lord Leighton. Lord Brax and Lord Leighton departed their seats to join their subordinates and courtiers, continuing their revelry and exchanging rather ribald jests. Leighton's dwarf jester was pursued by a knight's squire from Brax's retinue, brandishing a wooden stick. They raced along the walls of the hall in a ceaseless circle, showing no signs of stopping, much to Belron's amusement, who laughed heartily at the spectacle. Sir Harold Westerling sat in his place, abstaining from drink, returning to the familiar West, yet feeling a lingering sense of insecurity. Ever since his encounter with bandits on the Golden Road, he harbored the unsettling notion that someone intended harm upon Baelon. The chaotic atmosphere of the banquet, coupled with the multitude of unfamiliar faces, left him somewhat discontented. Particularly those wandering minstrels. Sir Harold was apprehensive that an assassin might be among them. He refrained from drinking after the departure of his vassal beside Baelon, unwilling to relax until he had safely arrived in Casterly Rock and taken his father's seat. Perhaps you should retire to your chambers? Upon hearing this, Sir Harold swiftly scanned every corner of the banquet hall, ensuring no anomalies were present before he nodded slightly, though his voice bore an almost imperceptible tension. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am still able to endure. He was reluctant to acknowledge his anxiety before Baelon, not wishing to be the dampener of the festivities. My lord Baelon, a girl, several years younger than Baelon, occupied the vacant seat of Earl Leighton. She bore a resemblance to the Earl, yet her youthful features were unmistakable. I am Lady Magna Leighton, the Earl's sister. Lady Magna, how may I assist you? This was merely a formality. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her nervousness. Have you ever seen a dragon in King's Landing? Indeed, Vhagar, the dragon of Princess Rhaenyra, can be seen almost daily soaring above the city, her golden scales glimmering like sunlight from the ground. One never forgets the moment they first behold a dragon. The awe renders one breathless, regardless of the tales heard prior. However, currently, more dragons can be seen on Dragonstone and Driftmark. The largest dragon belongs to the daughter of Lord Valerion, while Dragonstone is home to many feral dragons. Do dragons have a peculiar scent, akin to horses or dogs? That I cannot say, for I have never approached a dragon. Yet, there are caretakers in the dragon pit. I did hear from a friend at the Red Keep that dragons smell like warm lizards. Whether he fabricated this or genuinely experienced it, I cannot ascertain. But I too am curious about the scent of a warm lizard. Chapter 10. An unexpected guest. You bear many traits of Duke Tymond, my lord Baelon, I assure you. Count Shalott and Baelon sat in the carriage, drawing the curtains to shield themselves from the sun's direct rays. The former, due to his advanced age, found it unsuitable to ride, while the latter sought rest after a long journey. Sir Harold Westerling had also advised him from a safety perspective. Anyone familiar with your father would concur with my sentiments. In my youth, I served in your grandfather's court, essentially watching your father grow up. Strangely, since the conquest of Aegon, every Duke of Casterly Rock has had illegitimate offspring. After a brief interaction, Belron discovered that Count Shalott was indeed quite talkative, hardly pausing throughout the journey, much like Count Linmond Bisberry. Perhaps this is a common trait among the elderly. I have never doubted the Lannister blood coursing through my veins. Since departing from Deepwood Motte, the journey has been remarkably safe. As for the matter of bastards, everyone feels the impulse. Yet I shall not succumb to the lack of restraint exhibited by my father and cousin. Belron closed his eyes, contemplating the tasks that awaited him upon his arrival in Casterly Rock. How could he prevent the Ironborn from raiding the Westerlands? As the wealthiest and nearest region to the Iron Islands, this seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even if he were to behead the captured Ironborn pirates, there would always be those willing to risk their lives for plunder. The nobles on the Iron Islands do not worship the Seven and lack the guidance of learned men, making communication exceedingly difficult. Perhaps force was the only viable solution? When the Lannister family ruled the Westerlands, there had been precedents of retaliatory expeditions to the Iron Islands. However, should he choose this path, he must be far more resolute than the previous kings of Casterly Rock. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the carriage, startling several horses, which began to whinny restlessly, prompting the driver to come to an abrupt halt. Count Shalott nearly toppled from his seat, and Belron quickly reached out to steady him. Are you all right? He inquired, assisting the Count back into his seat. I am fine, Lord Belron, merely aging, not on the brink of death, Count Shalott chuckled. Belron was about to inquire why the driver had halted so suddenly when alarms were raised from the front of the procession. A dragon. There is a dragon. A dragon? In the Westerlands? That is utterly impossible. No dragon rider in the realm has any reason to venture here, Count Shalott murmured, questioning whether it was a case of mistaken identity. Trust me, Count Shalott. There is no one in all of Westeros and Essos who could confuse a dragon for another creature. Belron hastily pushed open the carriage door, scanning the sky for the dragon the soldier spoke of, but found nothing. Sir Harold, did you see the dragon? He asked the Kingsguard who had just ridden closer. I did see it, flying very low. It was Vhagar, the princess's dragon. By the Seven, what is Ser Criston Cole doing? He cannot even control a single person. Yet he is supposed to guard Her Majesty, Sir Harold exclaimed in frustration. Following the direction pointed out by the Kingsguard, Belron spotted a shepherd frantically fleeing, running faster than his own sheep. Belron promptly ordered the convoy to halt, instructing the soldiers to bring forth their mounts, so he and Sir Harold could search for the princess and the dragon. Sir Harold, why do you believe the princess ventured out alone? Some soldiers claimed to have seen the great dragon land in a nearby valley. Baelon, alongside the king's guard, continued along the Golden Road, urging their steeds to quicken their pace. The princess has had some disagreements with her father. Sir Harold said little, his bald head scanning the surrounding hills with the keen eyes of an eagle. The dragon was so immense that it could not possibly go unnoticed. During our time in King's Landing, she confided that she had no friends. Do you not find this somewhat perplexing for the heir to the throne, my lord? I inquired. Could it be related to His Majesty's recent marriage? The current Queen Alicent Hightower was once the handmaiden to the princess. They must have shared a bond. Some questions are not for us to pose, my lord Baelon. Even if we were to uncover the truth, we must remain silent. Sir Harold replied with a hint of displeasure. I am a member of the King's Guard, not a gossiping noblewoman in the Red Keep. Listen, Baelon commanded, halting his steed. It was the roar of a dragon, just beyond the rocky ridge. The two swiftly dismounted and walked cautiously, lest the appearance of the dragon frighten their horses into flight. Sir Harold led Baelon carefully to the valley's edge, where the massive yellow form of Syrax lay half reclined upon the stones. Princess Rhaenyra, clad in red and black, stood beside the great dragon, soothingly caressing its cheek. Though Syrax was still far from matching the size of Vhagar or Balerion, it nevertheless inspired a sense of awe in those who beheld it. Upon noticing the approach of the two men, Rhaenyra stepped forward. Sir Harold, Lord Baelon. Your Highness, does His Majesty know of your presence here? Sir Harold inquired. No. Riding upon the dragon's back, the Westerlands are not far off. Fear not, my lord. I left a letter for my father, which Sir Criston has likely delivered by now. She replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed. After all, the Westerlands are a vital source of revenue for the realm. It is quite reasonable for the heir to the Iron Throne to witness the investiture of the new Guardian of the West. Let me speak with Lord Baelon privately. Sir Harold, should I feel inclined, I might just fly back to King's Landing. With no choice but to nod and bow, Sir Harold withdrew. I am deeply grateful for the honor you have bestowed upon me, Your Highness, yet I fear His Majesty may hold me accountable. Baelon felt a twinge of helplessness. He did not wish to jeopardize his budding relationship with the heir to the Iron Throne, nor provoke the anger of the king, who had shown him favor. Let me guess, you intend to dismiss me with the promise of an invitation to Casterly Rock once you have concluded your affairs. But for the next year, I shall receive not a single letter from you. You misunderstand me, Your Grace. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Rhaenyra. By birthright, I ought to address you as uncle. The Princess of Dragonstone did not conceal her smile. Do you speak High Valyrian? I was raised by my mother. High Valyrian is my mother tongue, more fluent than the common tongue. You are aware that you resemble a Targaryen far more than a Lannister, are you not? Rhaenyra spoke in High Valyrian, seemingly testing Baelon's depth to see if he would boast about his heritage. I am all too aware, Your Highness Rhaenyra. Yet one may bear but a single surname. I am already quite content to no longer be at the beck and call of House Hightower. Rhaenyra took his hand and pulled him up the mountain, urging him to see if Syrax would take a liking to him. No, Your Highness, that might not be wise. Had he still been a bastard, he would have boldly approached, daring to let the dragon slip into the lair and mount its back. But now, as the Duke of Casterly Rock, with wealth and glory tantalizingly close yet unexperienced, he hesitated. This was a dragon, not a dog. A single bite could end his life. Do not worry, it obeys my commands completely now. Rhaenyra smiled, commanding, Syrax, lie down. Your instructions sound little different from training a dog, Baelon interjected, switching to the common tongue, concerned that the fire-breathing beast might comprehend all the lofty Valyrian words. Rhaenyra paid him no heed, placing a hand near Syrax's eye and beckoning Baelon, who stood at a distance, to come closer. Do not forget the Targaryen blood coursing through your veins, my lord. Not every Targaryen is adored by dragons, he replied, though he felt his heart racing at the thought. Yet, he could not suppress his inner impulse and slowly approached until his right hand met the dragon's scales, which were nearly the same temperature as the steaming pool. The colossal beast did not attack him, nor did it flinch. Chapter 11. The change at Casterly Rock. Syrax circled in the air, while Baelon and the armies of several border lords were less than a mile from Casterly Rock. The vast but low-lying Lannisport stood in stark contrast to the towering Casterly Rock nearby. Beneath Lannisport, thousands of soldiers from the garrison lined up outside the gates of Casterly Rock, with even more guarding the walls. Hundreds of banners from House Lannister fluttered in the hands of the soldiers. Baelon was not clad in armor. He had left his armor in King's Landing, and besides, it did not suit the dignity of a duke. Furthermore, he believed the nobles of Casterly Rock and Lannisport would likely not oppose his entry with force. They might easily vanquish the coalition of the Leighton, Brackens, and Sheriots, Yet they could not contend with the dragon soaring overhead. Since Lord Loren Lannister's submission after the Battle of the Burning, the fear of dragons had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Lannisters. The crossbow range from the walls of Lannisport was narrow, seemingly designed to combat foes from land and sea, rather than to shoot at the sky. As if Casterly Rock had no intention of opposing the Iron Throne again. It appears your relatives wish to engage us in battle. I am grateful that Her Highness the Princess and her dragon stand by our side. Lord Patrick Clayton had already drawn his longsword, resting the blade on his shoulder. Ready for combat at a moment's notice. They would not dare, Baelon replied confidently. Some would lose their heads for mustering an army unless they intended for me to review their troops. Nevertheless, Baelon instructed his vassals to arrange their soldiers in formation outside Casterly Rock, remaining vigilant against the Lannister forces that outnumbered them several times over. Compared to the makeshift armies assembled by these border lords, the soldiers under the banner of the West are better trained and equipped with superior armaments. In the event of a confrontation, they can only pin their hopes on that dragon. Under the blazing sun, the soldiers clad in full armor cannot endure for long. To swiftly conclude the currently ambiguous situation, Baelon and Sir Harold Westerling rode towards the gates of Casterly Rock, halting just beyond the range of longbows. Sir Harold raised his white cloak, gesturing towards the distant gates. Casterly Rock is carved into a stone mountain, with similar castles and settlements scattered throughout the Westerlands. Yet the most distinctive is the ancestral seat of House Reyes, Castamere, where most structures lie underground. Unlike traditional castles, Casterly Rock does not taper towards the top, but rather resembles a square, with expansive internal space, complete with a harbor, docks, and mines. Neither the towering spires nor the heights of the wall compare to even half of Casterly Rock's grandeur. Lyman Lannister, while hosting the young Aegon and Rhaenyra, claimed it to be the most magnificent castle in existence, its only flaw being the significant elevation difference, which makes traversing the stairs arduous. Fortunately, the interior features a contraption similar to the winch elevators used by the Night's Watch, albeit broader and sturdier. Baelon glanced leftward at the Lannisport garrison arrayed in the southwest, noticing no signs of advance. Time passed swiftly, and the gates of Casterly Rock swung open. Two riders descended the slope outside the gates, one brandishing a white flag. Their intent unclear, whether to negotiate or to surrender. Baelon straightened his back on horseback, seeking to present a more imposing stature. As the two approached, he discerned their faces and the sigils they bore. The one with the white flag was the eldest of House Lannister, Ser Rollion Lannister, adorned in armor emblazoned with the roaring lion crest, riding a tall and powerful white steed. Though nearing 80, he still wielded a sword with the grace of a seasoned warrior. He had made a name for himself in his youth on the battlefield, opposing Maegor in support of Jaehaerys. His once vibrant golden locks were now streaked with gray, and he was affectionately known as the White Lion. By lineage, he is a cadet branch of the principal Lannister line. The eldest legitimate son of the second Duke of Casterly Rock, Lyman Lannister, who was also Baelon's great-grandfather. The other rider was not clad in armor, but donned elegant attire in hues of green and white, featuring a green arrow as his sigil, representative of House Sarsfield, located in the northeast of Casterly Rock. This individual wore lavish jewelry and appeared to be between 40 and 50 years of age. In Baelon's memory, the Earl of Sarsfield was an elderly man in his 60s, and he had not heard news of his passing, suggesting this man might be his heir. Lord Baelon. Ser Rollion Lannister seemed taken aback by the address. My old friend Harold, what brings you to Casterly Rock? His Majesty has commanded me to escort Lord Baelon safely back to Casterly Rock. My mission is not yet complete. Sir Harold removed his helmet, tucking it beneath his arm. Rorian, could you elucidate why, in the absence of a command from the Duke of Casterly Rock, you have summoned the garrison of Lannisport and barred the gates of Casterly Rock? At that moment, Syrax let out a roar, causing the two men opposite Baelon to glance upward in curiosity. A coup has unfolded within Casterly Rock, my lord, spoke the male member of the Sarsfield family. Your cousin Jason proclaimed himself the new Duke of Casterly Rock upon the demise of your father, Duke Taemond, without awaiting his Majesty's appointment. Even after your father's legitimization of your claim reached Casterly Rock, Jason remained unwilling to relinquish power. However, the insurrection has been quelled. Jason Lannister and Roland Westerling have been apprehended, and Jason's wife and daughters are confined to their chambers. Casterly Rock now welcomes its true master. Sir Rorian, you have always been loyal to the Duke of Casterly Rock. Tell me the truth. Is it because of that dragon, is it not? Were it not for that dragon, you would now obliterate the insignificant force behind me, and Jason would stand upon my corpse, unchallenged for the dukedom. Baelon gazed into the elder's eyes as he spoke. Sir Rorian Lannister dismounted from his armored steed, drawing his sword. Observing this, Sir Harold also unsheathed his weapon, pointing it at Sir Rorian. "Old friend, do not compel me to act. All has been settled." Sir Rorian cast his sword at Baelon's feet and then knelt upon one knee. "I once pledged my fealty to Jason Lannister. I was unaware of his conspiracy with Lord Westerling. He concealed the news of Casterly Rock's situation. And it was only after he summoned the vassals to Casterly Rock that I sensed something amiss. Had it not been for Earl Tybalt informing us of the truth, your oath of allegiance to His Majesty and King's Landing would still remain unknown to us. Whether you choose to execute me or send me to the wall, I await your judgment." Baelon dismounted and picked up Sir Rorian's sword, approaching him to assist him up while returning the weapon. "Sir Rorian, you are an elder, and I hold you in high regard. In my youth, I aspired to be a valiant warrior like you." He grasped Sir Rorian's hands, gazing deeply into his eyes. "An oath sworn under deception holds no validity. You are aware of Jason's character, yet you do not know me. I assure you, I am not a second version of him. The choice remains yours, Sir Rorian. You may pledge your loyalty to me or continue to follow that fool Jason." Upon hearing this, Rorian Lannister knelt before Baelon. "I, Rorian Lannister, do hereby swear before the old and new gods to serve the Duke of Casterly Rock, Baelon Lannister, resisting any foe with sincerity and honesty, until death. Arise, Sir Rorian, guardian of Casterly Rock. I shall not forget your valor in reclaiming it from traitors and restoring it to its rightful master. And you, my lord?" Baelon turned to the member of the Sarsfield family upon his steed. "I am Melon Sarsfield, now the acting lord of Sarsfield Castle. My father passed away a week ago, and my elder brother succumbed to a hunting accident several years prior. Now his underage son, my nephew Stephen, is the Earl of Sarsfield. On his behalf, I pledge allegiance to Lord Baelon, for you are indeed the true Duke of Casterly Rock." Lord Baelon nodded in acknowledgement and then remounted his steed. Taking the lead as Sir Harold, Lord Rorian Lannister, and Melon Sarsfield followed closely behind. They approached the grand gates of Casterly Rock, adorned with an imposing lion's head sculpture, its mane embellished with vast amounts of gold, and its visage gleaming with silver, while its eyes were set with dozens of rubies. This place is also known as the Lion's Mouth, said to originally be the entrance to a rocky cavern. Beyond the Lion's Mouth lies the most magnificent hall in the Seven Kingdoms, even surpassing the melted remnants of Harrenhal. The Lannister soldiers gathered there knelt before their true lord. Lord Baelon, a noble adorned in armor bearing the red lion crest of House Reyes, stepped forward, brandishing his sword at the two men bound by ropes behind him. "This is your cousin, Jason Lannister, and beside him is Count Roland de Westering. At your command, I would gladly sever their filthy heads and imprison them in the dungeons to await their fate." With a swift order from Baelon, the Count of Reyes merely waved his hand, and his soldiers dragged the bound men away. "Are all the vassals present?" Baelon inquired. "They are, my lord, awaiting your summons." "Excellent. Instruct them to proceed to the sacred grove. It is time for you to swear fealty to your new lord." Chapter 12. The new master of Casterly Rock. The sacred grove of Casterly Rock was crowded with nobles of all ranks from the Westerlands. The first to pledge loyalty to Baelon were the Earl of Reyes and the Earl of Tybalt, who had both played significant roles in suppressing Jason Lannister. Following them were lords from across the realm, including the Layford family from Goldtooth on the eastern border, the Furman family from the Enchantress City by the Sunset Sea, the Banfort family from the north, and the Kref family from the southernmost part of the Westerlands. After the lords had sworn their oaths, it was the turn of the numerous landed knights who served the Lord of Casterly Rock. These families had undergone considerable changes over the years, their sizes reduced, and whenever called upon by their lord, all able-bodied men were compelled to take up arms in battle, often leading to the extinction of several families following a single defeat. Families such as Greenfield, Locke, and Tabari followed suit. As the oaths continued, nearly half a day had passed. Princess Rhaenyra sat to the side, quietly lamenting that the number of nobles swearing fealty today far exceeded those who had pledged to her and her father in the past. Baelon sat upon a withered tree stump in the sacred grove, gripping their hands firmly and attentively listening to their vows. The vassals were not only intimidated by Baelon's powerful hands, but also by the presence of his Kingsguard, the heir to the Iron Throne, and the unchecked dragons soaring above. "Bring forth my dear cousin. Do not forget his wife and daughters, and also Count Westering." Before the heart tree, Baelon stood, and it was not long before the Knights of the West, to whom he had just sworn allegiance, brought the two men before him. After being tossed about in the dungeon, their clothing and hair were in disarray. Jason, why are you in such a haste?" Baelon approached Jason Lannister, grasping his golden curls. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to his brother, Tybalt. You possess neither the capability to be a duke nor the destiny for it. Hearing Jason's muffled whimpers, Baelon shook his head in disappointment and untied Lord Westerl, returning to his seat upon the stump. The head of House Targaryen drew forth a dagger to sever the bonds restraining Count Westerl and remove the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Hasten, Lord Westerl. It is time for you to take your oath. Count Roland Westerl crawled towards Baelon on his knees. He thought that if the latter demanded an oath, he would likely spare his life. Seizing this final chance to survive was far better than losing his head. Lord Baelon, Count Westerl approached him with a quavering voice. Please forgive me. That is contingent upon your actions. Count, it is your turn to swear. Baelon roughly grasped Roland Westerl's hand, squeezing tightly, and whispered in his ear. Your daughter and granddaughters are watching. Do not compel me to be the villain. Tears streamed down Westerl's face from the pain as he glanced back at Lady Johanna, brought forth by the soldiers, along with her two 6-year-old twin daughters. With a choked voice, he declared, I, Roland of House Westerl, not knowing whether it was pain or the relief of survival that overwhelmed him, wept as he swore before the seven. No, no, Count Westerl. Baelon tightened his grip further. It is before both the old and new gods. Do not forget the bloodline of our ancestors. Many regions within the Seven Kingdoms do not worship the Seven. I fear you may venture to the Riverlands, the Vale, or some corner of the north and betray your oath. So it is best to invoke the old gods as well. He swore to defend against any enemy, sincerely and without deceit, until death. Upon completion of the oath, Baelon released Count Westerl's hand, who collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. Thank you, Lord Baelon. I almost forgot something, the Iron Islands. Baelon gazed down at Count Westerl. Count Westerl, your lands border the Sunset Sea. You must be quite familiar with the calamities wrought by the Ironborn's raids, yes? Indeed. Lord Baelon, he replied. I trust you would be most willing to generously contribute to aid your liege in establishing a fleet to combat the Ironborn and safeguard your fellow lords? Given that Westerl's stronghold, the Crag, was rich in gold mines, he could not allow the instigator behind Jason Lannister's ambition to ascend without paying a price. I agree. Lord Baelon, I shall. Having received the desired answer, Baelon ceased to humiliate Count Westerl. Let us take Count Westerl to meet the scholar. I require his hands to count the coins. Next, it is the turn of his foolish cousin. So, Jason, do you have anything to say? I believe the adults are quite hungry. Could you not hasten your actions? The soldiers guarding him untied Jason and removed the cloth that had muffled his voice. In the sacred woods, everyone gazed at Jason as he struggled to rise. I harbor no regrets. I leave your fate in your hands, cousin. Yet I still fail to see even a hint of Lannister lineage in you, only Targaryen. Go on, execute me. People will remember me as the last true Lannister to rule the Westerlands. Rule the Westerlands? Jason, has your decree ever stretched beyond Casterly Rock? You are merely a puppet under the Earl of Westerling. Baelon sighed. I promised Tybalt I would not execute you, had you possessed your brother's intellect. Today would not have devolved into such unpleasantness. Lady Johanna will return to the Eyrie with her father, and my nieces shall remain in Casterly Rock under my care. As for you, Jason, you must go to the wall and don the black. I would rather die. Jason spat on the ground of the sacred woods. You will. I shall arrange for your escort to the Black Castle to meet the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. You may choose not to swear an oath. In that case, the Night's Watch can assist me in severing your head. You are a noble, and to some extent, you still possess privileges. Perhaps every few years, you may return home to visit your daughters as they grow. As for today, you ought to cool your heels in the dungeon. He disregarded the cries of Lady Johanna and the nieces. This was a price that need not be paid, even if it bore no relation to them. My Lord Baelon, there is one more matter that requires your decision. Sir Rolyan stepped forward. After your visit to King's Landing, Duke Tamon has taken a mistress in Casterly Rock, a commoner, and she has borne him a bastard. Baelon felt an urge to eliminate them, yet a voice within him cautioned against such an act, not long ago. He himself had been a bastard. Send for Lord Patrick Clayton. Here I am, my lord. You have raised my father's bastard. You are the first lord to pledge fealty to me, and you have my trust. I shall do so. As for the child's mother, cast her back to whatever gutter she emerged from. Chapter 13. Loyalty. There is far too much Westerling, too many shells that cause my eyes great pain. The sigil of House Westerling features 6 shells upon a yellow field, which is also Baelon's grievance. My apologies, Sir Harold. I did not consider your feelings before I spoke. You need not apologize, Lord Baelon. The King's Guard has sworn an oath. I owe no allegiance to the duties of past families. The commands of His Majesty are paramount, and presently, your safety remains my utmost concern. As for how you choose to deal with my distant relatives, that is entirely your prerogative. What do you intend to do? Find an excuse to slay them? You should have taken a head or two yesterday to demonstrate your resolve. Princess Rhaenyra likewise sat in Baelon's chamber. The day after Baelon returned to Casterly Rock, he began to contemplate alterations to the current appointments within the city's administration. To his astonishment, he discovered that the names of the Westerling family appeared with alarming frequency on the list. Jason Lannister had served as the acting lord for 6 months before the demise of Duke Tybalt, during which he seized the opportunity to appoint relatives of his wife to several pivotal positions. Naturally, other families from the Westerlands would not acquiesce to this, which elucidated why they so swiftly shifted their allegiance following Belron's selection as the new heir to the ducal title. Supporting Jason would ultimately jeopardize their own interests. Instilling fear in them? I would rather say they harbored disdain for me, he mused. It was not I who instilled fear yesterday, but you and Syrax, your highness. Belron gazed at the empty goblet upon the table. I shall dismiss all members of the Westerling family from court and bestow their positions upon other families. This should suffice to placate them for the time being. The military presence of Casterly Rock and Lannisport holds sway over the lords, rivaling that of dragons. Dragons are not a common sight in the Westerlands, yet the soldiers under the Roaring Lion banner are ever present. Sir Rolian remarked that Baelon still afforded the Lannisters within Casterly Rock ample trust. Whatever past grievances existed were now bygone and inconsequential. The very reason Jason was able to mobilize the garrison of Lannisport was due to the command being entrusted to a knight in the service of the Westerling family. Why? Why would Jason act in such a manner? Belron found himself utterly confounded by his cousin's actions. To claim it was an attempt to usurp power would be disingenuous, as he too had only recently acquired his inheritance. It appeared that he had consistently bolstered the influence of the Westerling family within his court. It seemed rather late to inquire of him now, did it not? The vessel bearing Jason Lannister, along with the knights and soldiers escorting him, had departed Casterly Rock the previous night, destined for Seaguard, and then onward along the King's Road to the Wall. Sir Rolian, I beseech you to compile a list for me, those capable Lannisters and loyal nobles, post-haste. The command of the Lannisport garrison would temporarily fall to Sir Tiberius, with the former commander head displayed upon the gates of Lannisport. The military and finances must remain in the hands of our own, while other extraneous positions may be allocated to the younger sons of supporting nobles, ultimately arranging marriages between the different families. Understood, my Lord Belron. Inform Count Westerling that until I see the gold he intends to use to fund the fleet, neither he nor his daughter and relatives shall leave Casterly Rock. Currently, members of the Westerling family within Casterly Rock, aside from the young men and women serving as attendants and maids for other nobles, were confined to their quarters, under constant guard by soldiers of House Lannister. As for the mission to retrieve gold from Cliff Rock, send your son to lead the troops personally. I shall make the arrangements at once. Sir Rolian rose, bowed to his liege, the heir to the Iron Throne and captain of the Kingsguard, and then exited the chamber. To my astonishment, my most capable aide in Casterly Rock is an elderly gentleman nearing the age of 80. Ser Belron chuckled ruefully, hoping that no further blood would be shed among the Westerlanders. He began to ponder whether it would be prudent to summon Tywin back from King's Landing to Casterly Rock. With his abilities, the affairs of the West could indeed be restored to order, yet the presence of the Lannister family in the royal court would be utterly extinguished. The appointment of Otto Hightower as Hand of the King by my father was akin to administering poison to himself, a mere replica of Jason Lannister and Roland Westerling. Princess Rhaenyra clenched her fists, and upon realizing her indiscretion, rose and walked to the balcony. Allow me to handle this, Belron gestured to Sir Harold, who was preparing to follow. Rhaenyra stood on the southern balcony, gazing out over the entirety of Lannisport, as merchant ships traversed the sunset-kissed sea, leaving trails of white foam in their wake. Initially, Belron had not intended to invite her to the morning meeting. However, she had demonstrated a keen eagerness to partake in the matters of the West. I wrote a letter to His Majesty yesterday afternoon, she asserted. I informed him that I could not have entered Casterly Rock so smoothly without you. You have saved countless lives among the Westerlanders. Belron positioned himself a short distance from her right. He inadvertently glanced downwards, nearly having his heart leap from his chest. After all these years, he had yet to fully acclimate to the steep elevations of Casterly Rock. Dragons could surely soar higher than this fortress, while Rhaenyra had long since grown accustomed to surveying the land from such heights. He will not care. He merely perceives my actions as yet another defiance of his wishes. She recounted how she had dealt with the matter of her uncle Daemon being stranded on Dragonstone, only to receive his reprimand in return. The lords present at the council seemed to harbor no fondness for Prince Daemon, whether it be Otto Hightower or the loathed Chancellor, Lord Beesbury. His loyalty to your father is not entirely absent, Yet it is scant. He possesses a dragon much larger than Syrax. What if he sought to harm you? At that time, you were your father's only child. Did you intend to allow a kinslayer to ascend the Iron Throne? My uncle would not harm me, Rhaenyra retorted. He is far too proud to permit outsiders to truly know him. All his actions are not driven by a lust for power, but rather a desire to gain his brother's attention. At that moment, Master Pate, serving the Duke of Casterly Rock, approached Baelon. Master Pate was a middle-aged man of average stature. Though balding, he appeared quite vigorous. He habitually tucked his necklace beneath his gray robe, concealing the metal rings that signified his areas of expertise. In addition to the fundamental subjects all scholars mastered, Pate possessed a chain ring symbolizing military knowledge. A few years prior, he had overheard Master Pate discussing strategies and the underlying motives of the wars that transpired along the Dornish frontier during the latter years of King Jaehaerys' reign, particularly those involving the islands of Tarth and Essos. Lord Baelon, a letter has arrived for you, sent by Duke Moors of Highgarden, Master Pate announced, drawing the correspondence from his sleeve. Read it to me, Baelon instructed. Bachelor Peter carefully broke the rose-patterned wax seal and unfurled the parchment, reading slowly. My Lord Lannister, I express my sorrow over your father's passing. While I am not on amicable terms with Duke Tydos, and we have our share of disputes, I do not consider him my enemy. I extend my congratulations on your inheritance of your father's titles and lands. Indeed, you are a far more suitable choice than your scoundrel cousin, Jason Lannister. Had I been Duke Tydos, I would have made the same decision. Regarding the troubles caused by bandits on the Gold Road, I shall certainly instruct my vassals to exercise greater vigilance. However, I must caution you against allowing your soldiers to brandish weapons in the Riverlands. Merely passing through will not encounter any obstruction. But you have no authority to question or harass my subjects, nor may you search the goods of merchant caravans without my express permission. Should such incidents recur, I will ensure His Majesty is informed, regardless of your kinship to him. Guardian of the South, Duke of Highgarden, Protector of the Borders, Supreme Commander of the Riverlands. Mace Tyrell, he mused. Tyrell holds little sway in the Riverlands, save for collecting taxes for the Iron Throne. At least half of the vassals refuse to pay him any heed. He can effect no change on the Gold Road beyond idle words. Baelon shook his head at this, instructing Count Patrick Clayton to withdraw his soldiers while increasing patrols along the border. Chapter 14. The true Guardian of the West. 10 days had passed, and the affairs of Casterly Rock were returning to normal. Rhaenyra had ridden back to King's Landing on Syrax 3 days prior, while Ser Harold Westerling remained by Baelon's side as his guard. After bidding farewell to Jason Lannister, Baelon hosted a grand feast for 5 consecutive days, where vassals reveled in sumptuous meals, fine wines, and the pleasures brought by women. Through Baelon's efforts, the heir of Count Shiralt became betrothed to the daughter of Earl Malbrant of the Burnt City, and Lady Magna, sister of Count Leighton, was to marry the young Earl Swyft of Cornfield. The widowed Count Farman planned to wed the widowed sister of Count Laved of Goldtooth. This was merely a fraction of Baelon's involvement. During the festivities, the lords of the West established 10 matrimonial agreements. Count Tabek proposed that Baelon marry his daughter, but Baelon declined. As compensation, he promised Count Tabek a significant position in Casterly Rock, which would be held by the Count's uncle. Baelon also took in Geoffrey Leighton, the younger brother of Count Leighton, and Ellen Reyes, the eldest son of Count Reyes, as wine stewards. Both boys had just turned 9. The youngest brother of Earl Malbrant, 14-year-old Dennis, would serve as Baelon's squire. The families of Stockby, Puso, Islam, and Prester consented to send their young daughters to Casterly Rock to be companions to Jason's 2 daughters, who would become their handmaidens as they grew. Meanwhile, Baelon first dispatched the garrison of Casterly Rock to Lannisport, executing those officers who had obeyed the directives of House Westerling before the eyes of all soldiers stationed there. Those who remained loyal to House Lannister were not only rewarded, but also promoted to higher positions. Many robust young men from distant branches of the Lannister family in Lannisport, such as the Lannys, Lannites, and Lanises, were enlisted into the Lannisport garrison, with those who had participated in warfare being elevated to the rank of sergeant. Most of these distant relatives bore little resemblance to the Lannister lineage. Sir Tiberius, temporarily serving as the commander of the garrison, was set to hold the position long-term, while a dozen knights from the Lannister family in Lannisport would assume high-ranking military roles. Although the combat effectiveness of this garrison may not match that of the pre-reform era, their loyalty to Casterly Rock is now unwavering. Viewed as traitors, the executed members of the garrison did not meet their end by the swift method of beheading. Instead, they were subjected to public hanging. The number of those hanged was so great that the local populace referred to these 5 days as the Feast of the Gallows. Once the grim festivities concluded, Beelon could quickly assemble an army of several thousand from the Lannisport garrison, the stationed troops of Casterly Rock, and the landed knightly families who answered directly to Casterly Rock. No one in the Westerlands could now challenge his authority. As the newly appointed duke, certain acquisitions were imperative. The finest tailors in Lannisport took Belron's measurements, and Sir Rowland paid a deposit for 20 sets of elegant garments, along with an equal number of boots. The blacksmiths of Casterly Rock were commanded to forge 6 suits of armor for Beelon, 2 each for ceremonial, tournament, and practical use, along with 6 custom long swords to accompany the armors. When Beelon inquired about the reason for such lavish expenditure, Sir Rowland informed him that this was the most economical occasion in the 109 years since Aegon's conquest. The Hall of Heroes, a name even sailors from Volantis had heard, is situated in the upper part of Casterly Rock, near the sanctuary. Here, the armors of numerous knights from House Lannister, each with tales of valor, are displayed, though it remains uncertain whether they were worn in life. This hall also serves as the burial site for the kings of Casterly Rock and the subsequent dukes, with their bodies preserved within marble coffins, statues towering above them, and their names and deeds inscribed upon the outer surfaces. Beelon stood before the tomb of Duke Tymalt, foregoing the well-known kings of Casterly Rock, compared to his grandfather, Lyndon Lannister. The inscription for Duke Tymalt was woefully brief, comprising merely 2 sentences. Tymalt Lannister, guardian of the Westerlands, shield of Lannisport, Duke of Casterly Rock. He inherited his father Lancel's legacy 83 years after Aegon's conquest, and passed away 109 years after, during which the Westerlands enjoyed 26 years of peace under his reign. He had been unable to watch over his father in death, missing his funeral, and now, standing before his father's grave, he found himself at a loss for words. "My Lord Beelon, Master Peter has asked me to inform you that the other lords have arrived, and the council meeting may commence," announced Dennis Malbran, Belron's new attendant, in a flurry. "Come along, lad," Beelon replied succinctly, giving the young attendant a reassuring pat on the shoulder before swiftly ascending the hewn steps along the rock face, taking 2 or 3 at a time. This marked the inaugural council meeting following the confirmation of Belron's new administration, primarily intended for members to familiarize themselves with one another, with few pressing matters to deliberate. Pushing open the grand door to the meeting chamber, Beelon offered an apologetic, "My apologies, lords, for my tardiness." The assembled nobles rose to their feet upon his arrival. "We have only just arrived ourselves, Lord Beelon," Master Peter remarked. After a brief interval, Belron's young attendant entered the chamber, his pace not matching that of his master, and he proceeded to close the double doors behind him. Only after Beelon took his seat did the noble officials resume theirs, at which point the wine steward from the Leighton and Reyes families began pouring drinks and presenting fruits. This small council, reminiscent of a royal assembly, comprised 10 members. However, certain duties, typically executed by a single individual in the royal council, were distributed among several here. For instance, the Minister of Naval Affairs from the Royal Council was solely responsible for the ports and civilian vessels in Caerhrock, a role filled by a member of House Lannister, while the naval commander overseeing the fleet was none other than Count Famin himself. Furthermore, the responsibilities of the Minister of Finance were similarly divided, with a Lannister from Lannisport overseeing the treasury and the uncle of Count Tybalt managing the armory. The commander of the Lannisport garrison and the chief instructor of Caerhrock would also be present at the meeting. The chief instructor, who typically imparts combat skills to the youth of Caerhrock, would serve as Belron's second-in-command during wartime, as it would be imprudent to have but a single army on the battlefield. No one was more suited for this role than Sir Rowland Lannister. "Let us begin, gentlemen. If there are any issues to address, please bring them forth now," Beelon stated from his position of authority, surveying the silent courtiers flanking him. Sir Rowland Lannister, en route to Cragstone, spoke up, stating that the acting lord there had remitted 300,000 gold dragons to him, and he inquired whether they should request more. Since the gold from Cragstone is merely extracted from the earth, requesting additional funds will not prove burdensome to them. Inform him to demand at least an additional 200,000 gold dragons from House Westerling, and also that the garrison at Cragstone surrender 2/3 of their armaments from the armory. "I have already shown considerable mercy by not taking the lord's head," Beelon declared. The courtiers nodded in agreement, though the expressions of Count Famin and Count Tayback's uncle suggested they believed Belron's punishment was rather lenient. Master Peter began to swiftly inscribe notes on a piece of parchment. "Is there nothing else to discuss?" Beelon inquired, glancing around at the silent faces with a hint of confusion. "Nothing further, my lord. We have only just assumed our positions, and we are either awaiting progress or do not have pressing matters to attend to," Count Famin explained. "Very well, my lord. Here is the fleet construction plan I have drafted for you." Belron withdrew a parchment filled with intricate script from his breast pocket and presented it to Count Famin. I wish for my fleet to be completed at the earliest convenience. Should there be a shortage of sailors, all means of recruitment may be employed, but I refuse to enlist men from the Iron Islands. Belron envisioned utilizing the vast financial resources of the Westerlands to construct a Lannister fleet capable of vanquishing the Iron Fleet, aiming for a strength comparable to that of the Royal Fleet. He hoped the flagship would accommodate 500 oarsmen. Count Famin accepted the document with a nod, promising, I shall confer with the shipwrights at once. Lastly, I bear good news that Maester Peter wishes for me to convey personally, Belron remarked with a smile. His Majesty will host a hunt in the Kingswood in 5 months to celebrate Prince Aegon's second name day, so be sure to prepare your relatives. I have no desire to lose face before the men of the Riverlands this time. 8 years ago, at the Grand Council held in Harrenhal, House Tyrell had paraded 200 more retainers than Duke Taemond, reveling in the attention of the other nobles. Concurrently, I have appointed Ser Lorien as acting lord of the city, as there are matters requiring my return to King's Landing. Chapter 15. Return to King's Landing, Part 1. This marked Belron's first departure from Casterly Rock since he had restored stability to the Westerlands. On this journey to King's Landing, he was accompanied by a retinue of 20 knights and 80 cavalrymen, along with a young squire from House Marblane. 2 younger cupbearers remained at Casterly Rock to assist the acting lord. The golden-clad soldiers of House Bisbury and Ser Harold Westerling, the captain of the Kingsguard, returned with him. During the preceding period, Belron had dealt a decisive blow to House Westerling, ensuring that they would remain powerless for at least a decade while isolating them from the core circle of the Westerlands. He was quite astonished to find that Ser Harold appeared utterly unconcerned, and his demeanor did not seem feigned. Belron speculated that perhaps he was too mundane to comprehend the sense of honor associated with the Kingsguard and the Night's Watch vows. With such a considerable escort, the Duke of Casterly Rock encountered no difficulties along the Golden Road. Upon returning to the inn where they had previously suffered a robbery, Belron was relieved to find that the innkeeper and his family were alive, and the alert dog lounged lazily in the courtyard. The innkeeper recognized him, and Ser Harold immediately, exclaiming that the roaring lion and the white cloak were rarely seen in the Riverlands. Upon realizing Belron was the Duke of Casterly Rock, he knelt before him, unwilling to rise, vowing to hang the emblem of the roaring lion on the sign and regale every passing guest with the tale of that fateful night. The innkeeper mentioned that no other guests had encountered robbers recently, as that band had reportedly headed north to wreak havoc in the Riverlands. They did not linger at the inn, replenishing their fresh water before preparing to continue their journey. The innkeeper pursued them, eager to offer food and ale. Belron intended to decline graciously, but his boorish soldiers were not so courteous, accepting every offering without hesitation, even ordering additional dishes. Belron had no choice but to urge the knights to hasten the soldiers on their journey. He also bestowed 2 golden dragons upon the innkeeper, expressing his apologies to his subordinates for the inconvenience. It was uncertain how long this serene atmosphere could endure, as the local nobility seemed indifferent to the affairs at hand. To this day, Belron had yet to encounter any soldiers from the local lord, the Naxos family. If fate allowed them to cross paths during the royal hunt in a few months, they would have ample opportunity for conversation. Several knights, bearing the banner of a roaring lion, marched at the forefront of the procession. Both passing merchant caravans and local townsfolk instinctively stepped aside to allow the Duke's entourage to pass. Sir Harold, may I pose a question? Have you ever visited Dragonstone? Belron inquired, engaging Sir Harold in the same leisurely banter as before while mounted on horseback. Twice, my lord. The first occasion was during the reign of King Jaehaerys, when I served as a guard accompanying His Majesty to return Prince Aemon's ashes to Dragonstone. The second time was to address the situation of Prince Daemon's claim over the island. Had it not been for Her Highness arriving on Syrax, I might have scattered the ashes upon the island myself. What is it like there? Are there any notable sights? Quite unique, I must say. The castle on Dragonstone appears as if sculpted from molten rock, with every tower adorned with dragon head motifs, seamlessly integrated and crafted from black stone. Aside from the gardens within the castle, one cannot find a single tree on the entire island, and shrubs are a rare sight indeed. Even in summer, the grass along the coast and cliffs is predominantly yellow. The air is thick with the scent of sulfur, lingering wherever one goes until one becomes accustomed to it. It hardly sounds like an ideal place to pass the time, Belron remarked, furrowing his brow. Sir Harold sensed a deeper layer to Belron's words, realizing there was something his lord had yet to disclose. My lord, do you harbor intentions of visiting Dragonstone? The castle is not a place where anyone resides for long. Princess Rhaenyra wrote to me upon her return to King's Landing. Belron handed the letter to Sir Harold, aware that the Kingsguard served as the king's eyes and ears, and that this matter would surely be conveyed to his majesty, thus preventing any unnecessary misunderstandings between the Reach and the Iron Throne. She expressed that she enjoyed her days in Casterly Rock and hopes I might visit her lands on Dragonstone as a gesture of gratitude. Surely, I cannot refuse such an invitation, can I? Sir Criston would know better. Her Highness occasionally spends time on Dragonstone, and sometimes Prince Daemon accompanies her. His Majesty turns a blind eye to this, as he would not wish his brother to be completely estranged from the Iron Throne. Sir Harold did not examine the letter handed to him, returning it instead. I suspect your purpose for this journey extends beyond mere pleasantries, my lord. Indeed, I require a younger, more capable individual to assist me. My trusted allies in Casterly Rock are either elderly or loyal novices. To instigate significant changes in the Reach, this is insufficient. I need my cousin Tywalt to return to Casterly Rock for service, and in the process, arrange a marriage for him. Baelon gazed upon the seemingly endless fields of wheat belonging to the noble houses of Riverrun, a twinge of jealousy coursing through him. Such fertile land had fallen into the hands of a group of ineffectual fools. What, then, would become of his position at the Royal Council? This was the conundrum I set out to resolve. I could propose alternative candidates to his Majesty. Perhaps Tywalt would prefer not to return to Casterly Rock. I am certain that the Seven Kingdoms could yield a more suitable minister for naval affairs. Shrugging, Baelon mused that he rather enjoyed life in King's Landing. There, he had many old friends, particularly the ever-intriguing Garth Hightower, whom he felt an irresistible urge to visit. King's Landing was foul, exceedingly so, a stench far surpassing that of Lannisport. In comparison to the squalor beyond the city walls, even a flea-ridden den seemed clean and habitable. The ramshackle huts outside were constructed from whatever refuse their inhabitants could scavenge, sheltering those who could find no place within the city. Most residents were refugees from various lands, border folk displaced by Dorne's incursions, northerners fleeing famine, and even a smattering of fugitives. Humans, dogs, livestock, and various small scavengers cohabited in this cramped space, with no one tending to the refuse. If the gold cloaks could no longer endure the stench, they would simply set fire to the slum, indifferent to the lives within, knowing that it would not be long before a new shantytown would rise from the ashes. Fortunately, King's Landing bore no significant defense pressures. The flimsy wooden structures served as perfect cover near the walls, and the worthless famished populace, while a source of disease, also accelerated the depletion of supplies within the city, a reason for the slum's continued existence. From the moment he caught a whiff of the foul air, Baelon held his breath, striving to minimize his inhalations, attempting to expel the noxious blend of sweat, decay, and excrement from his nostrils, though it proved a futile endeavor. Frowning, he directed his gaze through layers of rooftops toward the towering Red Keep. Based on prior experience, traversing from one end of crowded King's Landing to the other would consume a good part of the day. However, this time his status had shifted upon recognizing his banner. The gold cloaks stationed at Lion's Gate cleared the nearby throng. Commoners, upon spotting the knight atop his magnificent steed, hastily made way. Once inside the city, Baelon bestowed a silver stag upon the commander of the guard at Lion's Gate, instructing him to treat his men to some ale. What he chose to do with the coin thereafter was of no concern to Baelon. Upon entering King's Landing, the procession wound through the hills of Visigna, arriving at the heart of the city, where a straight road led directly to the gates of the Red Keep. The royal guard stationed there had no reason to obstruct the visit of the West's protector to the king. Chapter 16. Return to King's Landing. Part 2. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Baelon first sought an audience with His Majesty alongside Sir Harold Westerling. At this moment, Viserys was ensconced in his study, guarded by the Kingsguard, Sir Stephen Darklen. Since his ascension, King Viserys had acquired the moniker of the Young King, having made significant changes in the criteria for appointing new Kingsguard compared to those of his predecessors. Criston Cole and Sir Stephen Darklen both donned their white cloaks in their early 20s. The king's study now boasted a more complete stone model of the Valyrian freehold fortress, adorned with several stone dragons resembling Balerion. The king himself reclined in an armchair, while the Grand Maester and his assistant tended to the wounds on his finger, eliciting grimaces of pain from him. "The infection has been well contained, Your Majesty," the Maester reported, "but I must caution you that the healing process is slowing, which concerns me," he added, speaking with a deliberate slowness. The king interrupted Grand Maester Rutnell, stating, "Your duty is to attend to my wounds. I do not require any additional counsel at this moment. Just as firewood cannot burn eternally, even dragons bear wounds that will not heal, let alone us." "As you wish, Your Majesty," the Grand Maester replied, signaling his assistants to gather the medical supplies and depart from the king's chamber. "Your Majesty, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted to me," reported Sir Harold. "My traitorous cousin, Jason Lannister, is already en route to the wall. Without your notifications to the noble houses of the Westerlands, as well as the assistance of Princess and Sir Harold, I could not have so smoothly claimed Casterly Rock." Bowing his head, Baelon knelt on one knee before the king. "Rise, Baelon," the king commanded. "You have proven your worth and have not betrayed the trust placed in you by your father and myself." King Viserys, using his uninjured right hand for support, stood and declared, "I regard you as a true friend of the Iron Throne, cousin. However, based on my experience, newly minted nobles are often inclined to remain within their castles, enjoying comforts that surpass those of the king, free from vassals and oversight. What brings you back to King's Landing?" "There are two matters, Your Majesty," Baelon replied swiftly, "one personal and one official. I wish for my cousin Tywalt to return to Casterly Rock, as I require capable Lannisters there, and he happens to be the most adept at managing affairs of state. If he wishes to leave King's Landing, I cannot compel him to stay, can I? I shall begin the search for a new master of ships." "And the other matter?" the king inquired. "Princess has invited me to Dragonstone to express her gratitude for my hospitality in Casterly Rock. Should I accept the invitation?" "Go indeed, along with Ser Kristen on the voyage. My brother Demon occasionally flies from the Stepstones to Dragonstone, and while I wish to keep him close, I cannot help but worry that he may act in ways that threaten Rhaenyra. Your presence would provide me with some reassurance." "I comprehend, Your Majesty," Baelon acknowledged, bowing to both the king and Sir Harold before exiting the room. "Your Majesty, if Sir Tywalt is to resign, now would be an opportune time to recall Lord Corlys," Baelon overheard Sir Harold suggesting just as he closed the door behind him. Two knights from the Westerlands followed Baelon as he departed from Maegor's Holdfast, making their way to the Prime Minister's tower, where they found Tywalt in his chambers. "My Lord Lannister, are you still unaccustomed to life at Casterly Rock?" "Back to King's Landing again, I see." When Tywalt encountered Baelon, he jestingly remarked that his wine steward had just informed him of a party bearing the banner of the Roaring Lion entering the Red Keep. "I have matters to discuss with you," Baelon said to Tywalt. "Before my arrival at Casterly Rock, Jason ascended to the title of Duke with the aid of the Earl of Westerling. Once discovered, Earl Reyes apprehended them both, compelling me to escort him to the wall. I have heard. News of this has spread throughout the Red Keep, and I can comprehend your position. You have honored your commitment by sparing his life. What of his two daughters? I shall raise them in Casterly Rock, but their mother must return to the cliffs and revert to her maiden name." Baelon paused for a moment. "My return to King's Landing this time is also in hopes that you will return to Casterly Rock. After severing the tendrils of House Westerling, numerous positions have opened up. Though the temporary replacements are loyal, they may not be competent. You are the one who can rectify this situation." "And what is the king's stance?" Tywalt's expression remained unchanged. Internally, he found himself torn between the options of remaining in King's Landing or returning to Casterly Rock, leaning slightly towards the latter. Under his guardianship, his brother's daughters would receive better care. He shall not impede your departure. Sir Harold has already advised him to reappoint Lord Corlys Velaryon as the master of ships. Tywalt shook his head. "That is impossible. Sir Harold has not received the latest news. The Sea Snake intends to marry his daughter to the son of the Sea Lord of Braavos, and it is rumored that the betrothal has been secured. His son, Laenor, is aiding Prince Daemon in expanding territories on the Stepstones, and they are currently exacting passage fees from merchant vessels bound for King's Landing. I wonder how the Redwyne and Hightower families will respond. Both possess a substantial fleet of merchant ships. By the way, I plan to build a fleet at Lannisport to safeguard the shores of the Westerlands, which is precisely within your realm of expertise. Let us set that aside for now. I have another piece of news to share." Tywalt produced 2 goblets, pouring from a flagon of golden wine from the arbor. "Due to the Valyrian alliance with Braavos, the king also desires to find a suitable husband for the princess. The Westerlands hold greater wealth than the Reach, along with a formidable army. The Duke of Casterly Rock would undoubtedly be an appropriate match for the Princess of Dragonstone. Moreover, you possess half Targaryen blood, and your offspring could ascend the Iron Throne and surely command dragons. Imagine, House Lannister with dragons. To hell with the Tyrells. To hell with the Hightowers. To hell with the Velaryons. We have the opportunity to become the second most powerful family in the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps even surpassing the Targaryens one day." Baelon did not touch the wine. He rose to his feet. "You are intoxicated, Tywalt. You should sober up and remember not to speak of what you just said to anyone. It would be problematic." With that, he took his leave. Afterward, Baelon made a courtesy visit to Earl of Hightower, coincidentally finding his grandson, Alan, present. Earl Hightower and Alan, my friends, he greeted them. Your soldiers have safely returned to King's Landing. Rest assured, they were well fed along the way and even received additional rewards. I sent them to accompany you to ensure your safety, not to indulge them into becoming greedy scoundrels. I am not nearly as lavish as you are. Alan jested, patting Belron on the shoulder. How is the situation in Castle Rock? We have heard some unsettling news in King's Landing. Count Bisbury inquired, noting that since Belron ceased to serve as his attendant, a boy from House Royce of Stonehenge had taken over his personal needs. My cousin has instigated a rebellion. I dispatched him to the wall while also eliminating many whose loyalty could not be verified. Such actions were unavoidable. Were it not for Princess Rhaenyra riding Vagor to assist me, I would likely not have even gained entrance to Castle Rock. Belron shifted the topic, as he did not wish to discuss Castle Rock any further today. Regardless of the company, what of the Hightower? Surely, they have not returned to Silk Street. His father commanded his return to Old Town. Alan Bisbury chuckled, mentioning that his words before your oath displeased the king greatly. Several times, His Majesty has cited that incident in court, using it as an example against Otto Hightower. It is indeed a pity. I never got to witness the shock upon his face. You could certainly visit Old Town. You are the Duke of Castle Rock, and the Citadel would surely welcome you. It is a fine city, devoid of the foul stench that permeates King's Landing, and boasts some rather splendid brothels. 7 Save us. Alan, is that the only form of amusement you can conceive? Chapter 17. The Journey to Dragonstone. I no longer have a clear impression of Prince Daemon, Sir Criston. What are your thoughts on him? Early in the day, Belron stood with Ser Criston Cole in the courtyard of the Red Keep, awaiting the stable hands to equip the horses for their carriage, preparing for departure. They planned to set sail from the nearby port to Dragonstone. I have heard that you defeated him at the tournament. He is a traitor to the Iron Throne, a remorseless man who treats lives as mere sport. His loyalty is solely to himself. He is but a jester knight, born for the tournament. Without dragons and his surname, he would amount to nothing. Criston Cole asserted with a hint of agitation, as it was the first time Belron had witnessed a member of the Kingsguard lose his temper. Yet he possesses dragons and shares the same surname as the king. Belron was not particularly fond of the impression Criston left on him. The man was peculiar. He felt no shame in being the son of a steward, yet could not bear to see others use their lineage to overshadow him. An intriguing character indeed, Belron mused, as he had not encountered this type among those of humble origins. Yet he would wager that if Ser Criston were to capture the heart of a beautiful noblewoman, his oath to the Kingsguard would hold no value for him. He bore too many similarities to Daemon Targaryen. Perhaps that was the root of the contradiction. My Lord Lannister, where were you last night? Sir Criston inquired. His Majesty arranged a small banquet in his chamber and intended to invite you. However, we were unable to catch a glimpse of you. I shall find the opportunity to personally express my apologies to His Majesty. Last night, Baelon attended another banquet at a mansion in King's Landing, owned by a wealthy merchant known for his extensive shipping ventures. It was Tywalt who had introduced Baelon to this man, who promised to arrange a group of shipbuilders to travel to the Westerlands, where they would serve him at the shipyards of Lannisport and Casterly Rock. Furthermore, should the need arise for sailors, this merchant could act as an intermediary. The crux of the matter was Tywalt's ambition to ensure that the Lannister family possessed more merchant vessels, akin to the Redwine family. Although the gold from the mines had flowed uninterrupted for millennia, what if they could procure even more gold from overseas? The Sea Snake amassed considerable wealth from a single voyage. What if they could replicate the Lord Valerion's feat, not with just one ship, but an entire fleet? The shipyards in the Westerlands alone would surely be insufficient, and most of the shipyards in King's Landing fell under the control of the merchant, who was keen to finalize this deal. He even harbored aspirations of marrying off his daughter into the Lannister family, or, if necessary, substituting his son in her stead. Is Her Highness not traveling with us? Baelon inquired, deliberately raising his voice upon spotting Rhaenyra. Your Grace has a dragon, my Lord Baelon, Sir Criston Cole interjected abruptly. She does not take a ship to Dragonstone. Baelon felt no inclination to retort. Allowing such a man to serve as a Kingsguard was akin to inviting trouble upon oneself. His tongue was perilously sharp, and it was well known that the Kingsguard were sworn to keep the king's secrets, something this commoner-esque descendant from the fringes could hardly manage. No wonder Her Highness often avoided him. Rhaenyra approached Baelon and remarked, I still need to serve wine and water for my father and the lords during today as council meeting. I shall depart later, but I assure you, I will reach Dragonstone before you. Accompanied by a retinue of 5 knights, Baelon boarded a flat-bottomed vessel named the Star of King's Landing at the docks alongside Sir Criston, setting sail towards Dragonstone, located at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. He aspired to maintain relations with the key figures at the Red Keep. though Rhaenyra's personal guard appeared less than astute. Fortunately, it seemed fair enough. The warrior gods had favored him with courage and exceptional combat skills, elevating him from a commoner to a king's guard, while the light of wisdom, represented by the crone, shone not upon him. How reasonable that was. In the afternoon, Baelon stood upon the deck at the bow of the ship, engaging in casual conversation with his knights when Syrax soared overhead, nearly colliding with the mast of the flat-bottomed boat. Rhaenyra commanded Syrax to circle above the vessel before he set off towards Dragonstone. The winds and waves in Blackwater Bay proved more formidable than anticipated. The Sunset Sea adjacent to Casterly Rock was comparatively tranquil. The perils of the waves were not the only concern. Numerous submerged reefs lurked beneath the water's surface. Fortunately, their captain was exceedingly experienced. The tumultuous conditions, however, had one advantage. They increased their speed, thereby reducing the time spent at sea. Just as they navigated through the throat of the bay, nearing the vicinity of the Tidehead Island, Dragonstone became faintly visible, and trouble arrived at their doorstep. A Bravosian rowing vessel, adorned with a flag depicting the Targaryen three-headed dragon alongside a peculiar crab, abruptly obstructed their path. As the ship known as the Star of King's Landing was merely a pleasure craft for the nobility, it bore no weapons. Thus, the captain had no choice but to halt the vessel in the face of the armed Bravosi. As the opposing ship drew nearer, all those aboard who bore arms gripped their weapons firmly. "Declare your identities. Why have you trespassed upon the seas under the dominion of the throne of fire and salt?" shouted the Bravosi, their heavily accented common tongue echoing across the water. "The throne of fire and salt? Is he intoxicated? I have never heard of such a thing." Belron inquired, perplexed, addressing those beside him, sword in hand and the shield of his squire strapped to his left arm. "This is the work of Daemon Targaryen," Sir Criston explained to Belron. "He styles himself as the king of the narrow sea and the stepstones. Behold the flag upon the Bravosi ship. It is unmistakably his." To the south of the narrow sea, there were mercenaries and Iron Islanders available for hire, while the Bravos' fleet to the north presented a formidable option. It appeared that Prince Daemon had accrued considerable wealth within his diminutive realm. "We are en route to Dragonstone," the captain declared to the Bravosi. "Have you mistaken your bearings? Nearby are Tideshead Island and Dragonstone. This body of water belongs to His Majesty, King Viserys Targaryen, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. Curse it, he is not the king who pays me," retorted the Bravosi. "You must pay a toll for passage. We are invited by Her Highness, Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, to attend a gathering on Dragonstone. Prince Daemon Targaryen shall also join us. Should your actions prevent us from arriving on time, I dare say Prince Daemon will not take kindly to it." Belron shouted back at the Bravosi, skeptical that Daemon Targaryen would recklessly employ mercenaries to blockade a vital passage. It was more likely that tensions from ongoing conflicts or a delay in payment had prompted the mercenary fleet to linger, seeking to earn some extra coin before returning to Bravos. A discussion erupted among the Bravosi aboard their vessel. Some wished to hastily depart, fearful of being discovered by the warships surrounding Tideshead Island, while others sought to extort some gold from the Westerosi ships, lest their days at sea be rendered futile. Suddenly, a sailor aboard the Star of King's Landing cried out, "A dragon! A dragon flies in the sky!" At that moment, the sky above the throat was overcast, the weather far from ideal, and a thick layer of clouds obscured any view of dragons, leaving Belron entirely unaware of their presence. Similarly, the Bravosi saw nothing, for the dragon spoken of by the sailor was a mere fabrication. However, upon Tideshead Island, 3 true dragons resided, and even though Laenor Valerion and Seasmoke were far off in the Stepstones, the mere names of Mellis and Vagor commanded respect and instilled fear in even the most valiant of warriors. The Bravosi swiftly turned their rowing vessel about, hastily removing their ludicrous flag, and fled towards the northeast. What Sir Harold proclaimed was not unfounded. Even before the ships had anchored at Dragonstone, Baelon had already caught the lingering scent of sulfur. The ship, the Star of King's Landing, docked at a fishing village on Dragonstone, and once disembarked, the crowd traversed a narrow dirt path leading to the castle atop the hill. Among the villagers they passed, many bore the striking features of Valyrian descent. Chapter 18. The Dragon Riders feast. Ascending the ridge and passing through a narrow passage, they found a pathway constructed along the spine of the mountain, linking 2 peaks, its narrowest point accommodating only 2 individuals side by side. The winds here were remarkably fierce, compelling Baelon to clutch his cloak tightly to prevent being swept away. Yet, even amidst the gusts, the sulfuric aroma persisted, as if it had permeated every stone and grain of soil on Dragonstone for centuries. A considerable entourage accompanied them, Rhaenyra's handmaidens, 2 bards and numerous servants hauling food, wine, and spices dispatched from King's Landing. The principal fortress on Dragonstone, known as the Stone Drum, derived its name from the resonant echoes that filled the castle during storms. The castle's black rocks appeared as dark as coal, and being so close to the sea, the walls were laden with seawater that reflected sunlight, creating a striking contrast akin to the dragonstone often found on the island, an invaluable rock in Quaris, yet worthless in Westeros. 2 soldiers clad in black armor, their cloaks emblazoned with the Targaryen 3-headed dragon sigil, opened the grand doors of the Stone Drum for them. With no noble family residing there long-term, the long tables in the hall had been disassembled, rendering the layout more open and distinct. The hall of the Stone Drum felt as if one were inside the belly of a dragon. The main entrance served as its maw, while a small door leading to the Aegon Garden represented its tail, and the ascending steps on either side resembled wings. Lord Baelon, welcome to Dragonstone. Though it may not rival Casterly Rock, it is by no means lacking. Rhaenyra greeted him with a smile from the steps. My uncle Daemon and Ser Harwin will join us later. Dragonstone is truly a unique stronghold in Westeros, Your Highness, exuding the essence of ancient Valyria, Baelon remarked, dismissing his guards to follow the princess to the upper levels of the castle. I cannot fathom what the court of Dragonstone was like in the years prior to Conqueror Aegon, but the current atmosphere is rather desolate. The servants informed me that since the passing of Queen Visenya, no royal has resided here regularly, Rhaenyra explained. For some reason, as they ascended the steps, Baelon felt a slight discomfort in his chest, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of the air. I apologize, Your Highness, for not bringing an appropriate gift. My journey was rather hurried, and I did not have the chance to wait for the tailor to finish my new garments. Do not fret. Your presence alone brings me great joy. Rhaenyra then guided Baelon through the castle, showing him his quarters, which had been meticulously cleaned and adorned with fresh linens. Throughout, Ser Criston remained steadfastly by their side. Subsequently, the two found themselves in the Aegon Garden, engaged in light conversation. Rhaenyra inquired about Baelon's experiences in Volantis. Though his memories were scant, perhaps due to the abundance of flora, the sulphurous scent dissipated momentarily. However, Ser Criston stood a short distance away, fixated on Baelon, rendering him quite uncomfortable. A sharp screech pierced the overcast sky above Dragonstone. Such a resounding call could only be produced by a dragon, yet it sounded peculiar, reminiscent of a flute with a leak. As Baelon and Rhaenyra approached the edge of the garden, a colossal crimson dragon, twice the length of Syrax, soared in from the east, with its scarlet scales and an elongated neck and tail. It landed with a force that seemed to shake the very castle. This was Prince Daemon and his blood Wyrm, Caraxes. The dragon entered the dragon mount through a man-made opening, and shortly thereafter, Prince Daemon, clad in black and red leather, with the Valyrian steel sword Dark Sister hanging at his waist, approached Rhaenyra and Baelon. Rhaenyra, to whom have you bestowed a Lannister garment? Is this your new fool? Daemon Targaryen quipped in High Valyrian, seemingly surprised by her taste. He is your cousin, uncle, the new Duke of Casterly Rock, Baelon Lannister. I was unaware that anything could grow besides turnips and cabbages in that land, let alone a relative. His mother is your father's sister, Sanella. Isn't she the first Targaryen to take up the profession of a harlot? Our family often produces those with rather unstable minds. Baelon responded in High Valyrian, Prince Daemon, you must be quite occupied. Ser Criston and I were intercepted on our journey from King's Landing to Dragonstone by a Braavosi warship displaying your banner, who attempted to extort a toll from us. A cold smirk crept onto Daemon's lips, and a flicker of ruthless intensity danced in his eyes. Merely deserters. The pirates of the Stepstones are far more ferocious than these sailors raised in the cities. My tardiness was spent searching for them upon the narrow sea. Now the fish beneath the waves are relishing a feast. And what of Lord Lannister? I have heard he is also to attend the feast, Baelon queried Daemon. The sea smoke is still young and flies slowly. Grant him a bit more time, Daemon replied as he drew closer to Rhaenyra. Are you convening a Targaryen family reunion? Who else have you invited? Laenor? Rhaenys? I wrote to Driftmark, but no one responded. It is unfortunate this fellow lacks a dragon. Ha ha ha. Daemon patted Baelon on the shoulder and, noticing Ser Criston standing nearby, leaned in, sniffing the armor of the Kingsguard with a teasing tone. Pray tell, from whence do you hail? A place near Dorne, perhaps? It was no wonder that Criston Cole had previously held Daemon Targaryen in such low regard. Yet he dared not confront him directly. Blackport, Prince Daemon, on the frontier, Ser Criston replied, deliberately turning his head to avoid meeting Daemon Targaryen's gaze. You should address me as your majesty, and do not forget your station, son of the steward. Daemon rapped his knuckles against the armor of Ser Criston. I am only acquainted with one king, and that is your brother, the prince. Do not forget your own status as well. The king of the narrow sea and the Stepstone Islands is merely the flattery of your bastards who lack any claim to inheritance. Your tongue has sharpened considerably since our last encounter. Do not tell me it is the result of licking some noblewoman's feet, for that would be beneath you. The corner of Demon's mouth curled into a smile, though the other side remained unmoved. I can hardly wait for my brother to host another tournament, so we may compete again, without resorting to ambush. That was not an ambush, your highness. Would you expose your back to the enemy while the battle is still afoot? You learned that lesson in the lists, while I acquired mine amidst skirmishes with the Dornish, where many of my acquaintances met their demise at their hands. That was a performance, Cole. For me, it was not. Knights of the Seven Kingdoms are not slaves in the fighting pits of the Bay of Slaves. Rhaenyra intervened just in time to prevent further discord between the two. They arrived at the Great Hall, where Aegon devised his plans for the conquest of Westeros, enjoying refreshments and honeyed wine. Ser Criston was dismissed back to his chambers, with guards stationed outside, comprised of men loyal to Baelor and a knight in service to the acting Lord of Dragonstone. Prince Daemon propped his legs upon the table, inadvertently resting them upon the engraved words Sunspire on the map. He recounted tales of his experiences in the war for the Stepstones to Baelor and Rhaenyra. However, it seemed he had never faced defeat. Each tale concluded with the pirates of the Three Daughters' kingdom retreating into caves or their ships being incinerated by the flames of Caraxes and Vhagar. His proudest moment was the slaying of the crab feeder, whom he dispatched with the Dark Sister. Baelor had heard in King's Landing that Prince Daemon boiled the head of the crab feeder, stripping it of flesh and fashioning the skull into a gilded cup for his libations. Before dinner, Ser Laenor and his sister Lena also arrived on Dragonstone. After leaving the Stepstones, Laenor Velaryon returned to his home on Driftmark to reunite with his family. The four engaged in discussions about dragons, while Baelor found himself unable to interject, resorting instead to sipping honeyed wine to pass the time. Baelor overheard many tales, some slightly unclear in his memory. King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne purportedly vanquished a wildling army of giants and mammoths north of the wall, though this was mere fabrication spun by a bard. 3 dragons attacking simultaneously in a blaze of fury, the Fourth Dornish War, wherein the Dornish army was annihilated without loss on the part of Vhagar, Vermithrax, and Caraxes, although all of the dragon lords of that time had perished. And the legendary adventures of Rhaenyra and her mount, Targaryen, in Essos. When Laenor Velaryon inquired whether Baelon had any interest in riding dragons, he replied that ruling the castle of Driftmark did not necessitate the presence of great dragons, nor did governing Driftwood Isle. Although the Velaryon family were descendants of Valyria, they were not of the blood of dragon lords. The banquet showed no signs of concluding even hours after dusk had fallen, yet Baelon's head grew heavier and his heartbeat intensified. Believing himself to be intoxicated, he rose to retire to his chambers but stumbled and fell to the ground. His right palm grazed by the protruding edge of the map table. The last words he heard before losing consciousness were to summon the maester, for his forehead burned with fever. Chapter 19. Dream Baelon's consciousness was hazy. He sensed someone lifting him onto a bed, yet he could not open his eyes, and the voices of others were indistinct. Daemon Targaryen appeared to be commanding the soldiers to gather all the servants, intent on questioning them. Suspecting that someone had poisoned the banquet, as only he had touched the plate of roasted quail before him. Gradually, he began to walk, though not upon Dragonstone. His awareness drifted back into his memories. He hid behind a lemon tree, catching sight of his mother's silhouette, her silver hair catching the light, alongside his father, Duke Tyland, engaged in conversation on the day his father intended to take him from Volantis. Beside Baelon were his half-brother and half-sister. The first time he had clearly seen their faces since returning to Westeros. He was the sole sibling to fully inherit their mother's likeness. Barefoot, he took his first step upon the marble floor. It was in Lys, before his mother had moved to Volantis, residing in a residence provided by the governor of Lys. As the memory unfolded, he found himself in a place unknown, enveloped in bedding, unable to speak, instinctively crying out. He glimpsed his mother's youthful visage, her silver hair woven into numerous delicate braids, her lavender eyes filled with joyous tears. She hummed softly, her eyes shimmering with emotion. The breath of fire, the winged leader. Yet only 2 heads sang while the third listened. This was a lament for Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, who fell in Dorne, said to have originated from Aegon the Conqueror himself. Follow my song, for fire replaces my words. Blood magic has avenged my great grievance. Thereafter, Baelon unconsciously joined in the melody. Through the language of fire, through pure eyes, I sing to you, hoping to bind the 3 of us together. Baelon continued to sing along with his mother until a voice called out to him from behind. "Boy, what are you doing? Come out quickly, or it will be too late." Turning around, he discerned an elder at the cave's entrance, shouting in Valyrian, his garb suggesting he was one of the dragon keepers responsible for tending to the dragons in the dragon mout. "What is happening? Just moments ago, I was indulging in drink within the hall, and yet, how is it already dawn?" Belron felt the warm, slippery stones beneath his feet, clad only in a pair of sleep pants, with marks of leech bites adorning his arms. As he uttered these words, the dragon knight had yet to utter a second sentence when a massive plume of crimson flames soared above Belron's head, erupting from the cave entrance and igniting his garments. He plopped down onto the ground, his ears filled with the heart-wrenching screams of the dragon knight. Turning his gaze, he beheld a pair of eyes, nearly the size of his own head, fixed upon him. The faint sunlight illuminated only a portion of its enormous form, its russet wings. A neck as long as that of Caraxes, yet adorned with spikes, and scales shimmering with hues of gold and red, perhaps altered by the sunlight. The colossal head, as large as a cart, slowly inclined towards Belron, revealing neither sharp fangs nor spewing flames. Yet Belron felt warmth in his thighs, uncertain whether it was urine or merely the warmth of geothermal water on the stones. He lacked the courage to look, fearing that any movement would lead him straight into the dragon's maw. He reached out to touch the dragon's head before him. The scales at its nostrils were warm and firm. The beast slightly parted its jaws, exhaling a breath that bore no stench of decay, typical of carnivores, but rather a scent of sulfur mingled with the aroma of roasted meat. "You seem well fed. It appears hunger has not plagued you." Belron's laughter escaped him, though it trembled with surprise at having reclaimed his life, oblivious to the implications of the dragon's non-aggression. Rising to his feet, he faced the magnificent creature and gradually retreated towards the cave's entrance. Upon emerging, he encountered the charred remains of the dragon knight, but there was no time for mourning. Outside lay rocks and a beach, the waves of Blackwater Bay relentlessly crashing against the stones. The great dragon followed him into the open, revealing its full stature, which likely surpassed that of Caraxes and Syrax combined. "Mount its back, cousin." Belron looked up to the speaker, Prince Demon, standing on the cliff, gazing down upon them. "It has accepted you. Your first flight will strengthen your bond." "Me? How am I to command it?" "In High Valyrian, you fool. That is Vagr, the dragon of Aegon your grandfather's steed. I know not how I left the castle. I awoke in the cave. I care not how you achieved it. Get on the dragon's back." Belron withdrew his outstretched arm, which had sought to soothe the great beast, standing tall, and, in the tone reminiscent of Rhaenyra commanding Syrax, declared, "Lie down, Vagr." Vagr initially lifted its head, appearing somewhat perplexed, then lowered its body, nearly pressing its neck to the ground. With curiosity, Belron approached, grasping a spike upon its neck to ascend, settling onto its relatively smooth back. The climb had caused the bandage on his right palm to seep blood once more. But such concerns were trifles now. "Vagr, fly." The colossal dragon shifted its foreclaws and hind legs, taking 2 swift strides before launching itself into the air, its powerful legs propelling it upwards as it began to unfurl its magnificent wings. Belron grasped the sharp spines on the back of Wormisole, pressing himself closely against the dragon's back, experiencing the intense gusts generated by each powerful flap of its wings and the flames hidden beneath its scales. Dragonstone gradually diminished in size below him, his heart racing with exhilaration. He closed his eyes and surrendered to the howling wind, filled with an unprecedented sense of freedom and awe. The blood of the dragon kings of old Valyria surged within him. Upon reaching an altitude comparable to that of the castle towers on Dragonstone, Wormisole spread its wings and began to glide, bringing a sense of stability to Belron's ride. When he opened his eyes, the breathtaking vista before him was forever etched in his memory. The entirety of Dragonstone unfolded beneath him, the waves of Blackwater Bay shimmering like silver in the morning light. In the distance, the horizon became clearer as a crimson sun slowly ascended, painting the sky in vibrant gold and red hues. After circling the castle on Dragonstone twice, Belron directed Wormisole back to the artificial cave nestled beneath Dragonmount, where it would be tended to by the dragon keepers. He still had numerous questions to address, particularly how he would explain today's events to His Majesty the King. He had assumed the title of Duke of Casterly Rock while usurping the dragon of his family. Chapter 20, Atonement, Part 1. Upon dismounting from Wormisole, Belron immediately knelt to the ground, relying on the support of the dragon keepers to return to his chamber within the castle. Princess Rhaenyra had instructed her servants to prepare warm water for him to wash, and as he cleansed himself, he sought to untangle his thoughts. Just as he reclined in the warm water, Daemon barged in. Baelon made no attempt to dismiss him, knowing well the prince's temperament. If Daemon did not receive the answers he sought, his bath would be in vain. How had he managed to leave the castle? Surely someone must have stopped him? Indeed. One of your knights had been stationed outside your door, only to be rendered unconscious by you. He claimed that when you exited, your eyes were devoid of pupils, a mere milky white. The Targaryen guard stationed outside the castle gates also fell victim to your wrath. Your strength is impressive. Daemon pulled a chair and settled on the opposite side of the room. We all assumed you had been poisoned. But the maester suggested your fainting was due to the noxious fumes of Dragonstone-S sulfur, which also accounted for your fever. He even applied leeches to draw your blood. Like a dream, I recalled many memories better left forgotten. Perhaps they were mere illusions. I must concede, your audacity in rushing into Wormisol's lair was truly remarkable. How did you manage to tame Corlys? That was within the dragon's den, where the dragon keepers had bound it with ropes and chains, yet when I approached, it offered little resistance, as if it were destined to belong to me. While riding it, I hardly needed to issue commands. It seemed to anticipate my thoughts. Daemon lounged in the wooden chair, his legs crossed, while the Dark Sisters stood between them. Territory secured, dragon acquired. Yet the allure of Valyrian steel swords truly captivates you. Baelon, what are your intentions now? Will you fly directly back to Casterly Rock? I believe I should return to King's Landing and allow His Majesty the King to make the final decision. Are you genuinely foolish or astutely clever? If you return to King's Landing, the nobles at the Royal Council will surely devour you alive. Would you care to accompany me to the Stepstones? There. We could forge a kingdom of our own, though it may merely be the Stepstones for now. In time we may conquer Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, and perhaps one day restore the glory of the freehold of Valyria. I already possess the entirety of the Westerlands, Daemon, if I were still a bastard. Your proposition would be enticing, yet now I wish only to safeguard all that I have. The future of House Targaryen no longer belongs to Essos. We have converted to the faith of the Seven, and what transpires upon the ruins of old Valyria is of no concern to us. You are indeed a Lannister. Ha. Daemon chuckled at this, stating that his brother would surely take a liking to you, as you could become the brother he has long desired, fighting on his behalf and adhering to his wishes, living a life of propriety, regardless of what occurs. My earlier proposal remains ever valid. Thank you, but I have resolved to return to King's Landing first. Baelon understood that his recent actions had disrupted the balance established after Lord Corlys Velaryon resigned from the Royal Council. Only his return to King's Landing could quell the ensuing turmoil. He needed to demonstrate his loyalty to His Majesty the King. After bathing, Baelon first visited the Westerlands knight he had injured, offering his apologies and a form of financial restitution. His guards were left with no choice but to accompany Ser Criston Cole back to King's Landing via the sea aboard the ship named the King's Landing Star. As for the Targaryen soldier, he remained unconscious. Baelon extended his apologies to the castle's acting lord and Princess Rhaenyra, instructing that coins be given to the soldier's comrades to hand over to him upon his awakening. Now, as the Duke of Casterly Rock, he possessed little beyond gold dragons. The dragon lords prepared Vhagar with the saddle of King Jaehaerys' son, another saddle Baelon had once utilized in Vhagar. They had initially intended to use the saddle employed by Queen Alysanne on Silverwing, but it was evident that Vhagar was far larger than Silverwing, rendering it unsuitable. Daemon, and Laenor departed together, though Daemon planned to return to his modest court on the Stepstones, while Laenor would head back to Driftmark. Baelon rode Vhagar, following Princess Rhaenyra and Syrax, as they soared above the clouds toward the southwest and King's Landing. Vhagar, having welcomed a new master after the passing of King Jaehaerys many years prior, was exhilarated, eager to ascend higher, yet obeyed Baelon's commands. Upon landing in the dragon pit, Vhagar was irked at being rechained, nearly incinerating the dragon lords within the pit. It was only Baelon's intervention that calmed its temper, hence the moniker Bronze Fury. Baelon and Rhaenyra shared the same carriage, escorted by the King's Guard back to the Red Keep. The Dragon Keepers are well versed in Valyrian, tasked with the care of the dragons residing in their lairs. The Dragon Guards, selected from the elite warriors of House Targaryen, don standardized armor to ensure the safety of the Dragon Pit in King's Landing and the Dragon Mount on Dragonstone. Upon disembarking from the carriage at the Red Keep, Ser Baelon discovered that the atmosphere within the royal court was far from tranquil. Although the nobles of the Red Keep and the common folk of King's Landing had grown accustomed to dragons soaring overhead daily, the simultaneous appearance of two long-absent dragons stirred considerable excitement, particularly among the older citizens who recognized the steed of the late King Jaehaerys. Today, a new dragon rider had taken to the back of Vhagar. This revelation was astounding, for the Targaryens currently lacked a suitable new dragon rider. The king himself had once ridden Balerion, and Prince Aegon was scarcely 2 years old, barely able to form coherent speech, let alone control a dragon. Ser Harold, the captain of the Kingsguard, found Baelon in Maegor's holdfast. I require an audience with His Majesty. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. I just heard that Vhagar and Syrax have flown back to the dragon pit. Are you involved in this? Ser Harold glanced at Baelon, then turned his attention to Princess Rhaenyra. Involved indeed, my lord. Ser Harold did not press further and guided Baelon and Rhaenyra towards the king's chambers. At the entrance to the king's quarters stood Ser Claremont de Cleve, personally guarding the door. The captain of the Kingsguard approached his subordinate and inquired, I must see His Majesty immediately. Has he risen and dressed? Of course, Ser Harold. The queen has just departed. Upon hearing this, Ser Harold knocked on the king's door. Enter. With the king's permission granted, the Kingsguard opened the door, stepping inside first to secure the room, positioning themselves at the king's sides. Baelon, Rhaenyra, why have you returned today? King Viserys questioned them. Baelon drew his sword and knelt before the king, offering it with both hands. The two Kingsguard reacted swiftly, drawing their swords, though upon recognizing that Baelon posed no threat to the king's safety, they maintained their grip on their unsheathed blades. I come to seek forgiveness, Your Majesty. Baelon said, his head bowed. Whether you strip me of my title or send me to the wall, I bear no resentment. He returned to King's Landing riding Vhagar. Your Majesty, Ser Harold informed the king. It was more as if Vhagar had found him. Father, he did not steal your dragon, Rhaenyra interjected from behind Baelon, pleading on his behalf. Demon, Laner, and every servant and soldier on Dragonstone can attest to that. King Viserys paused, requiring a moment to absorb the unexpected news. Leave. He commanded, gesturing for everyone to exit. Baelon, you remain. As they departed, Ser Harold took Baelon's sword, for as a member of the Kingsguard, he was obliged to regard all who approached the king with the utmost suspicion. Chapter 21. Seeking Forgiveness, Part 2. It had not been long since Baelon's last private conversation with Viserys. Since that fateful night, the illegitimate child has ascended to the status of a legitimate heir, and now the second greatest dragon in the world has bowed to him, causing no small amount of consternation for Viserys, as the Velaryons possess 2 dragons. Furthermore, the Lannisters, who have not entered the inner circle of King's Landing since Aegon's conquest, now also possess a dragon, along with immense wealth. Even if Borros harbors no rebellious intentions, it does not assure that his descendants will feel the same. However, Viserys finds himself with no alternative. The Velaryon family commands 3 dragons, including Vhagar, left by his father. Driftmark not only has clandestine dealings with the Braavosi, but is also the staunch supporter of Prince Daemon in his campaigns on the Stepstones. Moreover, the claims to the Iron Throne by the wife and son of the Sea Snake cannot be overlooked. He needs Borros to counterbalance the opposition. I do not intend to inquire how you tamed Vhagar, for what has transpired is now beyond alteration. What are your intentions now? Will you ride it back to Casterly Rock? Not at this moment, Your Grace. Vhagar's size is too formidable, and without adequate preparation, allowing it to fly back to Casterly Rock could pose a threat to the local populace. The dragon's considerable appetite demands dedicated structures like dragon pits and dragon mounts. Without such accommodations, the uncertainties are too great. Nevertheless, with the presence of a dragon, the frequency of Ironborn raids in the west will assuredly diminish. Are you aware of the ramifications your riding Vhagar will entail? Viserys, wielding the drawn Valyrian steel sword Blackfire, circled Borros slowly. It will render you a target, Your Grace. Other families once of comparable stature to the Lannisters will undoubtedly demand your retribution against me. That is precisely why I hastened to King's Landing, to accept your punishment while reaffirming my loyalty to you before the nobility of the 7 kingdoms. Borros explained, stating that he would comply with your wishes, whether it be the revocation of titles, donning black garb, or exile. What was Daemon's reaction upon learning of your taming Vhagar? He encouraged me to mount the dragon's back, expressing his desire for me to assist him in his battles on the Stepstones, claiming he wished to restore the glory of old Valyria. My brother has always been so naive. I recall him uttering such ambitions at the tender age of 8. Merely clearing out the pirates would suffice for him. Yet he dreams of conquering the free cities. Viserys chuckled. As for you, I do not believe the Night's Watch crisis necessitates the presence of a dragon. Casterly Rock is far more suitable than sending you into exile in Essos. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, it is not without its penalties. Your marriage must be arranged by me personally. Viserys needed to keep Borros under his control, should the West, bolstered by dragons, unite with the Riverlands. The Iron Throne would become a mere shadow of authority. Even if they were to declare independence, the Iron Throne would lack sufficient forces and powerful dragons to suppress a rebellion. I accept unconditionally, Your Grace. Your cousin Tywalt has resolved to return to Casterly Rock. He shall depart King's Landing by the end of the month. Viserys patted Barrows on the shoulder, stating, You shall temporarily assume his position after his departure. Until I find a successor, you will serve as the Master of Ships. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, I am uncertain about the responsibilities that accompany the role of the Minister of Naval Affairs. No one truly knows. Once you assume office, clarity will naturally dawn upon you. Most matters will be attended to by others. Your primary obligation is to attend the court meetings punctually. I understand, Your Majesty. Subsequently, Viserys dismissed Baelon, and upon exiting the chamber, Sir Harold returned his sword to him. Baelon departed from Maegor's Holdfast, now en route to find Tywalt. Along the way, nobles and courtiers from various regions observed him, whispering amongst themselves, uncertain whether their words bore good or ill regarding him. Upon returning to the Tower of the Hand, Baelon approached Tywalt's chamber, where he still lay asleep. Allow me to guess, you convened late into the night once more? Baelon lifted the covers from Tywalt, urging him to rise, as he had something of great import to share. No, there is no meeting today. Let me sleep a little longer. Please inform my attendant instead. Tywalt turned over, resting his face against the bed. Did you not venture to Dragonstone? How is it that you have returned so swiftly? I rode Vagor. Tywalt dismissed Baelon's words as jest, laughing heartily. Vagor? I rode a princess. Yet, upon catching sight of Baelon's earnest demeanor, he snapped to attention. Surely you jest? I could not be more serious. Baelon shrugged, revealing that not only had he escaped the king's wrath, but he would also be appointed to the court meeting. By noon, it was likely that half of the Red Keep and half of King's Landing would be aware of the news. Tywalt sprang from the bed, rushing to the basin to wash his face, eager to awaken fully. What is the king's disposition? Fairly good. I suspect he is quite vexed, though he did not show it in my presence. He has taken away my decision regarding my marriage. He stated that you are to return to Casterly Rock, and upon your departure, I shall temporarily assume your position in the court meetings. By the seven hells, Tywalt still found it hard to believe. How did you manage to mount a dragon? Are there not guards in Dragonmount watching over them? Vagor has been in a semi-wild state since King Jaehaerys' death. It has constructed a nest in a natural cave at the base of Dragonmount. I cannot explain it. It felt as though there was some ancient connection between us. A strange old Valyrian magic. What is it like to soar through the skies? It is simply flying, be it Dragonstone or King's Landing. The perspective from above is entirely different from being amidst it. It is as if one glimpses the other side of the rock. In midair, one can truly appreciate their grandeur. And the dragonfire? Can you command it to breathe fire? Tywalt chuckled foolishly. I have yet to attempt it. But it should not pose a problem. Your presence has fundamentally altered the fate of our family, Baelon. It is no wonder that Duke Taemond chose you as his heir. I am certain he did not foresee your ability to ride a dragon, let alone Vagor. Upon your return to Casterly Rock, I hope you will serve as the acting lord of the city. Most of the arrangements were made prior to my departure from Cayenne City, primarily concerning the construction of the fleet. However, an additional task has arisen. I require you to construct a dragon's lair in Cayenne City or in a nearby locale, and I urge you to expedite this process. Belron tossed Talon's cloak to him after retrieving it from the hangar. Should the vassals press for the Ironborn to engage in pillaging, convey to me in writing, and I shall personally approach the leaders of the Iron Islands to address the matter. If threatening the obstinate Ironborn with dragons proves futile, we shall need to fabricate a pretext to target a noble from the Iron Islands, allowing the grim fate of the malevolent Hurin to be revisited. Sir, Talon's attendant abruptly opened the door, announcing that His Majesty the King has summoned an impromptu meeting at the Maegor's Holdfast, and that he must attend immediately. Understood. I shall go at once. The attendant closed the door and departed. You are quite the busy man today, Talon, and it is all you're doing. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed a day of rest. Talon playfully punched Belron on the arm, donned his boots and cloak, and exited. Yet, he soon retraced his steps to retrieve the amber-hued stone that symbolized his position as the Master of Ships. Chapter 22. Master of Ships since Talon's departure from King's Landing. Belron, as the successor to the position of Master of Ships, naturally moved into the vacant room left behind by his cousin. His current quarters were no longer the modest one-room accommodation previously designated for attendants. He now possessed a private study and a balcony, although Talon had converted the study into a parlor. The sole drawback was its proximity to the residence of Sir Otto Hightower, resulting in their encounters multiplying exponentially. Belron had contemplated improving relations with the Hightower family, yet Sir Otto would merely acknowledge him with a slight nod, offering not a word. as if his sharp tongue had been locked away in a box during the meetings. The nobles within the Red Keep never ceased their whispers regarding Baelon. His dual identity as the Duke of Cayenne and Dragonlord rendered him a focal point of intrigue, even more so than the heir to the Iron Throne. Some mocked him from the shadows, while others sought to curry favor through flattery, yet Baelon remained as unresponsive as a dry well, with stones falling into it without a trace of echo. His presence at the royal meetings was not merely a matter of loyalty, it was proven through action, not through silencing others or spreading advantageous rumors. Dragons are indeed curious creatures, Baelon remarked to his young attendant as he stood by the window, gazing at the distant dragon's lair, a cup of warm milk sweetened with honey in hand. Of course, my lord. They are so large that they could easily inhabit a small castle, and they can fly and breathe fire. Young Dennis Malbrand replied, while tidying up the empty plate left on the desk. No, it is not merely that. When I visited the dragon's lair yesterday, the dragon keeper informed me that the silver-winged dragon had voluntarily flown from Dragonstone to the lair. Like Vhagar, after the demise of the original dragon rider, Queen Alysanne, Silverwing returned to her birthplace on Dragonstone, dwelling within a cavern beneath Dragonmount. At times, she was sighted soaring alongside Vhagar, while on other occasions, observers noted her hunting over the shores of Cragmere Peninsula, as if a profound telepathic connection existed between them. My lord, you once mentioned that Vhagar can discern your thoughts, acting without the need for verbal commands or reins, remarked the boy. Are you truly paying attention? Baelon turned and smiled at the lad. Indeed, my lord Baelon. I may never have the opportunity to ride a dragon in my lifetime, but serving a dragon rider and occasionally witnessing a great dragon up close renders me more fortunate than most. When I return to the city of Dorne, I shall have countless tales to regale my relatives, and they shall have no grounds for dispute. You clever boy. Baelon set down his empty cup, picked up the amberstone sphere from the table, and exited the chamber. Among the 3 Lannister guards waiting outside the door, 2 followed closely behind him, while the remaining 1 stood sentinel at the entrance, to avert another awkward encounter with Ser Otto Hightower. Baelon had deliberately chosen to arrive at the Maegor's Holdfast earlier than usual. Upon entering the meeting room of Maegor's Holdfast, he found only Ser Harold Westerling, the commander of the Kingsguard, and Lord Lannister, the Master of Laws, seated in their respective places. Lord Lannister, Ser Harold, Baelon greeted as he entered alone. His guards were required to wait outside. Only the Kingsguard could secure the meeting room's entrance. Lord Baelon, Ser Harold nodded in acknowledgement. Young Lord Lannister. You are quite early today, Lord Lannister replied. Baelon placed the amberstone sphere before his seat. My Lord Lannister, are you flattering me? Since Baelon had taken to riding Vhagar, Lord Lannister increasingly perceived Baelon as a mere reflection of Daemon Targaryen, someone who seemed far removed from genuine concern for the realm. Of course, Lord Lannister smiled briefly, though his expression faded as he continued. Have you inspected the royal fleet at the port since your appointment? Indeed. I have also surveyed the fleet stationed at Dragonstone, Baelon replied. I presume you did so in the company of Her Highness the Princess? Correct, my Lord Lannister. Dragonstone is the princess's domain. Is it not natural for her to travel between the 2 locations? Returning to matters of state, I still maintain my stance that the royal fleet ought to find another station. Dragonstone is too small. I fear the winter storms may inflict unnecessary losses upon the fleet. Baelon tapped the table twice with his fingernail. Silence once again enveloped the meeting room. The grand doors swung open once more, revealing Lord Runtel of the University, followed closely by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Count Linman Bisberry, and the Hand of the King, Otto Hightower. The Duke of Beaumont Baelish, the Master of Whisperers, was the last to arrive before the King's Assembly. Though the Duke was not particularly adept in the affairs pertinent to his role, he was well positioned to gather intelligence regarding the ongoing conflicts in the Stepstones and the free cities of Dorne and Essos, given their proximity. However, he remained woefully uninformed about the internal intrigues of Westeros. Prime Minister Otto was keen to replace him, yet he never publicly broached the subject, owing to the Duke's esteemed status. Again, the doors parted, and Princess Rhaenyra, heir to the Iron Throne, entered the chamber behind her father. Several nobles rose in respect, resuming their seats only after the king had settled. The princess, while officially serving as the king's cupbearer, primarily observed the council meetings, absorbing the intricacies of governance. Your Majesty, the Duke of Beaumont began, I bear unsettling news. I have received credible intelligence indicating that the Dornish have established contact with the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and are seeking to intervene in the affairs of the Stepstones. The Dornish? Intervene in the Stepstones? Lord Runtel was the first to interject. My Lord Baelish, might I remind you that the Dornish fleet sank to the depths of the Dornish Sea along with Prince Marion Martell nearly 20 years ago? Surely, you Stormlanders are aware of this. That was nearly 2 decades ago. Rintel, have you lost your faculties? The Duke's temper flared. Even if the Dornish have yet to rebuild their fleet, which of the houses, Rhys, Mill, or Tyros, lacks vessels? The mutual hostilities between the Stormlanders and the Dornish have not ceased since the First Dornish War, and there have been centuries, even millennia, of bloodshed prior to that. I have advised both you and His Majesty on numerous occasions, Duke Beaumont, to refrain from personal attacks in council. Otto Hightower interjected, attempting to quell the Duke's ire. It is not that we distrust you, my Lord Baelish, but this is the first time the Dornish have been mentioned in the context of the conflict in the Stepstones. Our spies on the islands have not reported any Dornish presence, with Prince Daemon firmly in control of 2/3 of the islands. Could this not be a ruse propagated by the Free Cities? Your family has far more at stake with the trade routes of the Stepstones than I, Hightower. As you stated, this is a council meeting. If you do not trust my judgment, that is your prerogative. The Duke leaned back, pressing against the chair's backrest, casting a sidelong glance at the Chancellor and the Prime Minister. My informants have witnessed officials from Rhys, Mill, and Tyros arriving in Sunspear. The Iron Throne has consistently supported Prince Daemon in his endeavors in the Stepstones, Otto Hightower addressed all present. Yet, the Stepstones seem imbued with a certain enchantment. Whoever holds them becomes a pirate. First it was Cragastadar, now it is Prince Daemon himself. My Lord Lannister, as the master of shipping, enlighten us. How much toll does Daemon levy on passing merchant vessels? Ships from the Riverlands impose a levy of 1/10 on the value of goods, while vessels from the Westerlands charge 1/20. Prince Daemon's actions are evidently aimed at deliberately troubling House Hightower. He holds a considerable disdain for Otto Hightower. This levy could be deemed acceptable should Prince Daemon be willing to submit to the Iron Throne and pay his taxes, remarked the Chancellor, Lord Lyman Beesbury. However, he is not. Otto Hightower countered that they have afforded Prince Daemon countless opportunities to demonstrate his loyalty to the Iron Throne, yet he has consistently disappointed them. Should the Dornish harbor intentions to intervene in the Stepstones, it is highly probable that Prince Daemon would falter. Baelon added that, coupled with the assistance of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, our merchant vessels would find it impossible to navigate from the Sunset Sea into the Narrow Sea. As long as Prince Daemon has yet to commence plundering our merchant ships, he cannot be deemed a traitor. Moreover, he commands many noble heirs who seek honor and reward. From the Riverlands to the north, should we then consider them traitors as well? Baelon, what is your perspective on this matter? Asked Viserys. Duke Boros has provided us with intelligence. We must not wait for the tide to turn, but rather prevent it from occurring, for that is the true value of intelligence. Not a weapon for mutual attacks at the council table. You possess a substantial fleet, Your Majesty, and you have dragons. Dispatch us to the Stepstones to teach the Essocia a lesson. The Dornish, devoid of external support, cannot triumph over us in the Narrow Sea. Concurrently, we may reach an accord with Prince Daemon, acknowledging his status in the Stepstones, with the Iron Throne offering him protection, while he safeguards our trade routes. We shall turn a blind eye to his occasional plundering of foreign merchant vessels, in exchange for his cessation of demanding tolls from our ships. Once again, you resort to brute force to resolve issues. Lannister, what distinguishes you from Daemon? Otto Hightower sighed, growing impatient with Baelon's proposal. You are the master of ships. If you take to war, who will occupy your position? I am of an age to sit on the Privy Council, and so are your sons. Perhaps we could appoint Gars to be the master of ships, Baelon retorted, yet the most suitable candidate remains Lord Corlys Velaryon. The Sea Snake is a traitor, placing his personal interests above those of the Iron Throne. Merely because His Majesty has not taken his daughter as a bride, Otto Hightower has begun to stir again. He has consistently emphasized that the Velaryon family are traitors, yet lacks the courage to lead an army against them. Indeed, the Queen's father speaks rightly. Duke Boros interjected, as Otto Hightower, typically composed, now flushed with anger, found himself at a loss for words. Enough. Viserys cast a stern glare at Duke Baelish. The Sea Snake would not easily acquiesce. Without vested interests, he would not return to King's Landing. Laenor Velaryon, heir to Lord Corlys, represents the Velaryon family's painful legacy of a failed union with the Targaryens. Let us then offer them another alliance. Upon Baelon's conclusion, all eyes turned to Princess Rhaenyra, seated at the corner of the table. No, His Majesty the King spoke before anyone else, declaring that my daughter is the heir to the Iron Throne, and I cannot permit her to wed into a family willing to send their daughter to the pirates of Braavos. Chapter 23. The Stepstones, Your Highness. Sir Criston burst forth from the castle just after the council meeting had concluded. Princess Rhaenyra evaded him once more, galloping out of the Red Keep on horseback. Sir Criston Cole hastily dashed into the stables, calling for the stable hand to prepare his steed with all due equipment. I fail to comprehend how marrying your highness to Laenor Velaryon could be deemed a wise decision. Lord Borros spoke with Count Beesbury about the matters discussed in the recent council, seemingly indifferent to the earlier events. This union could not only restore the Velaryon family's support for His Majesty, but also allow the bloodline of dragon lords intertwined with the Velaryon house to flow back to the royal lineage. Perhaps His Majesty is contemplating the return of another family's dragon lord blood into the royal fold. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Borros inquired, "Are you suggesting me? Is that not abundantly clear?" Count Beesbury paused as well, awaiting Borros. The Duke of Kytane was indeed a fitting match for the princess. And now that you possess a dragon, you have elevated yourself to one of the foremost vassals. Coupled with the fact that the sea snake has distanced the Velaryon family from their path, you are decidedly the most suitable candidate. I have never considered marriage for myself. I intended to resolve the issues plaguing the Iron Islands before contemplating such matters. Yet it appears I must rely upon His Majesty's personal arrangements. Borros has indeed met the expectations set forth by his great-grandfather, Duke Lyman, decades ago regarding the Lannister family, having a dragon and gaining entry into the inner circles of the Red Keep. However, the issue lies in the excessive exposure that accompanies such prominence. Perhaps it would be wiser to remain in the shadows and develop independently. At that time, the entire realm had a common adversary in Maegor. Now, aside from the threats posed by the Kingdom of the Three Daughters and the Dornish, there are also the dubious loyalties of Prince Daemon and the Velaryon family. It is uncertain how chaotic the struggle for the Iron Throne would become. Perhaps I should have agreed to wed the daughter of Lord Tarbeck. The Iron Throne requires the Velaryons, and the Velaryons, in turn, require the Iron Throne. Why are His Majesty and the Sea Snake so obstinately unwilling to compromise? If it were you, would you choose differently? 3 dragons, or the Iron Throne, which offers more power? It is the dragons that bestow strength upon the Iron Throne, not the other way around. Perhaps it would be simpler to court Prince Daemon. He is indeed fond of power, but from the outset, he has merely sought the attention of his brother. Regardless of whether it aligns with the traditions of the Undulls or His Majesty's desires, he will not be the first heir to the Iron Throne. Otto Hightower once declared that he would prefer a woman to sit upon the Iron Throne rather than Prince Daemon occupying that iron seat. The Hand of the King certainly possesses a bold demeanor. However, I sense he will not remain in that position for much longer. The courtiers watched as Sir Criston rode forth from the Red Keep, but much time had elapsed since the princess's departure. It remains uncertain whether he can locate the one he is tasked to protect. However, Rhaenyra typically ventures to the Dragon Pit upon leaving the Red Keep. Earl Bisbury shook his head and remarked, "Poor Sir Criston." Nearly 2 hours after the conclusion of the Royal Council, a perspiring Sir Criston hurriedly burst into the chamber of Beaulieu, located in the Prime Minister's tower. At that moment, Beaulieu was perusing a letter from Tylan, dispatched from Dragonstone, informing him that both the fleet and the Dragon Pit at Dragonstone were under construction. Lord Westerling and other members of his family had returned to the crag. Following the news of Beaulieu's control over Vomasol reaching the Iron Islands, the activities of the Ironborn along the western coast had significantly diminished. Although signs of Ironborn longships still persisted along the northwestern coast of Fair Isle, Tylan had dispatched the fleet from Lannisport to assist Lord Farman. Criston abruptly pushed open the door, his helm tucked under his arm, startling Beaulieu's young attendant. "My Lord Lannister, did you not find Her Highness the Princess?" Criston inquired, his voice filled with urgency. Beaulieu lifted his gaze to the disheveled Kingsguard. "I cannot ride after a dragon. Let the Raven send word to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to flee. Sir, the Dragon Keeper from the Dragon Pit informed me that Her Highness intends to journey to the Stepstones," Sir Criston replied. "The Stepstones? If Her Highness wishes to remain hidden, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others?" Beaulieu cautioned, "You are a Kingsguard, Sir Criston. Do not allow mere words to mislead you. The princess hopes you will accompany her to the Stepstones." Beaulieu set down the letter, rising immediately. "You go to inform His Majesty of this matter. I shall take Vomasol to find her." At the Dragon Pit, Beaulieu received the same report from the Dragon Keeper that Sir Criston had relayed. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to head to the Stepstones. He promptly commanded Vomasol to fly southeast. Though Vomasol was robust, it was still maturing and did not possess the bulk of Vagor. While it may not excel in speed, its wings were considerably larger than those of Syrax, theoretically allowing for a swifter flight than the latter. They soared over the Kingswood, yet still found no trace of Rhaenyra or Syrax. Searching for a dragon with only 2 pairs of eyes was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Consequently, Beaulieu instructed Vomasol to land outside Wind's Rest. Wind's Rest had stood resilient for centuries, even millennia. It was said that every stone within the castle was imbued with magical protection. The legends and tales surrounding this fortress could fill an entire day. Yet today Bolyu was not here as a guest. He had pressing matters to attend to. The acting lord of Wind's Rest, Boros Velaryon, the eldest son of Duke Baelor Velaryon, informed Bolyu that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Bolyu requested that Boros arrange for a letter to be sent to the Red Keep, notifying His Majesty of his progress, to which Boros readily acquiesced. As they continued their journey, soaring over the storm-laden rainforests of the southeastern corner, Baelon received identical news at Greenstone Keep on Dragonstone. A yellow dragon was heading southeast, drawing near to the stepstones. It was evident that Rhaenyra had indeed ridden Syrax to that very place. Once more, Baelon requested that the maesters at Greenstone Keep dispatch a letter to Dragonstone before resuming his voyage. He clarified his destination, first to Bloodstone Island, the largest of the myriad islands in the Stepstones and the seat of the self-proclaimed king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, Daemon Targaryen. Upon the throne of fire and salt, fire symbolized Daemon's immense dragon, Caraxes, while salt represented the Narrow Sea and the barren Stepstones. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for venturing to the Stepstones was to seek out Daemon. Worm Izzar circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and soon a wooden fortress came into Baelon's view. Nestled within a bay, the stronghold was constructed by the sea, where numerous warships lay anchored, adorned with the banners of various houses: seahorses, merfolk, sea turtles, green hands upon shields, longships, scythes, and even the banner of Baelon's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had, through mere verbal assurances, successfully recruited a considerable number of noble youths to serve him, bolstered by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus assembling a formidable army. Simultaneously, Baelon spotted the crimson-scaled Caraxes, accompanied by the smaller Syrax, perched atop a rocky hill on the southern side of the bay. Baelon knew he had arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Worm Izzar to descend before the stone hill. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon. Let a raven deliver the message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to go," remarked Ser Criston Cole. "The dragon rider from the dragon's lair has informed me that Her Highness intends to travel to the Stepstones." The Stepstones? If Her Highness wished to remain undiscovered, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others? "Ser Criston, you are a member of the King's Guard. Do not let a single word lead you astray. Her Highness desires for you to accompany her to the Stepstones." Baelon set down the letter, immediately rising. "You go to inform His Majesty. Tell him of this matter. I shall take Worm Izzar to find her." At the dragon's lair, Baelon received the same news from the dragon rider as relayed by Ser Criston. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to journey to the Stepstones. He promptly directed Worm Izzar to fly southeast. Though Worm Izzar was large, it was still maturing, not as cumbersome as Vhagar. While it may not excel in speed, its wings were considerably larger than Syrax's, theoretically allowing for a swifter flight. They traversed the Kingswood in one continuous flight, yet still found no trace of Rhaenyra or Syrax. Relying solely on their two pairs of eyes to locate a dragon was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Consequently, Baelon instructed Worm Izzar to land outside Windspire. The Wind Whisper Fortress has stood resilient for centuries, even millennia. Legends speak of every stone within its walls being safeguarded by magic, and tales of this castle could occupy an entire day. However, today, Baelon is not here as a guest, for he is bound by duty. The acting lord of Wind Whisper, Boros Baelon, the eldest son of Duke Beaumont Baelon, informs Baelon that his sentinels have spotted a yellow dragon soaring towards the southeast. Grateful for the information, Baelon requests that Beaumont send a letter to the Red Keep, updating His Majesty the King on his progress, to which the Duke's son readily consents. Continuing on his journey, Baelon traverses the rainforests at the southeastern edge of the Stormlands, where he receives the same tidings at Greenstone Keep on Isle Isman. A yellow dragon is indeed heading southeast, and he is now quite close to the Steppes Islands. Confirming that Rhaenyra is riding Syrax to that location, he once again implores the scholar at Greenstone Keep to dispatch a letter to the Red Keep before resuming his expedition. Baelon clarifies his destination, first making for Bloodstone Isle, the largest among the numerous islands of the Steppes Isles, and the seat of Daemon Targaryen, self-proclaimed king of the Narrow Sea and the Steppes Islands, where the throne of fire and salt resides. Fire symbolizes Daemon's great dragon, Caraxes, while salt denotes the Narrow Sea and the barren Steppes Islands. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for visiting the Steppes Islands is to seek out Daemon. As Wormissal circles the coastline of Bloodstone Isle, a wooden fortress emerges within a bay, capturing Belron's attention. This bastion stands at the water's edge. With numerous warships anchored in the harbor, displaying the banners of various noble houses: seahorses, merfolk, sea turtles, green hands on shields, longships, sickles, and even the banner of Belron's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon has successfully recruited several noble youths to serve him merely by the power of his words, supplemented by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus assembling a considerable army. At that moment, Belron catches sight of Caraxes, his crimson scales gleaming in the sunlight, alongside the smaller Syrax. Standing atop a rocky hill at the southern edge of the bay, he has indeed arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commands Wormisol to land before the stony elevation. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon," he muses. "Let a raven carry word to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to which she can flee." Ser Criston Cole remarks, "The dragon rider from the dragon's lair has conveyed to me that Her Highness is preparing to journey to the Steppes Islands." The Steppes Islands? If the princess wishes to remain undetected, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others? Ser Criston, you are a member of the King's Guard. Do not let a mere utterance lead you astray. Her Highness desires for you to accompany her to the Steppes Islands. Setting down the letter, Belron rises immediately. "You go and inform His Majesty of this matter. I shall take Wormisol to find her." At the dragon's lair, Belron receives confirmation from the dragon rider that Rhaenyra indeed intends to venture to the Steppes Islands. He promptly directs Wormisol to fly southeast. Though the physique of Vomisol is substantial, it is still maturing, lacking the cumbersome weight of Vagor. Even if it does not excel in swiftness, its wings are significantly more expansive than those of Syrax, theoretically allowing it to achieve a slightly superior flying speed. They soared over the Kingswood, yet no sign of Rhaenyra and Syrax was to be found. Relying solely on two pairs of eyes to locate a dragon is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Consequently, Baelon commanded Vomisol to descend outside of Wind's Rest. This fortress has stood resilient for centuries, even millennia. Legends proclaim that every stone within its walls is safeguarded by magic, and tales surrounding the castle could fill an entire day. However, Baelon was not here for leisure. He had pressing matters to attend to. The acting Lord of Wind's Rest, Boros Baratheon, the eldest son of Duke Boromund Baratheon, informed Baelon that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying southeast. Grateful, Baelon requested that Boros arrange for a letter to be sent to the Red Keep, updating His Majesty on his progress, to which Boros readily agreed. They continued their journey, traversing the rainforests at the southeastern edge of Storm's End. Upon reaching Greenstone Castle on Dragonstone, Baelon received the same news. A yellow dragon was indeed heading southeast, placing them in close proximity to the Stepstones, confirming that Rhaenyra had ridden Syrax there. Once more, he implored the scholar at Greenstone to dispatch a letter to the Red Keep before resuming his voyage. Baelon clarified his destination, intending first to reach Bloodstone Island, the largest among the myriad islands of the Stepstones, and the seat of the self-proclaimed King of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, where the throne of fire and salt resides, fire representing Daemon's mighty dragon Caraxes, and salt symbolizing the Narrow Sea and the barren Stepstones. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for venturing to the Stepstones was to seek Daemon. Vomisol circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and a wooden fortress emerging from a bay caught Baelon's eye. The fortress, erected by the seaside, harbored numerous warships in its harbor, adorned with the banners of various houses: seahorses, fishmen, sea turtles, green hands on shields, longships, sickles, and even the banner of Baelon's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had managed to recruit several noble youths to serve him merely through verbal promises, augmented by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus assembling a formidable army. Simultaneously, Baelon caught sight of Caraxes, its crimson scales glistening in the light, standing majestically atop a rocky hill. Accompanied by the smaller Syrax, Baelon had indeed arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Vomisol to land before the stone hill. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon," he remarked. "Let the raven deliver a message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few destinations to which she can flee." Ser Criston Cole replied, "The dragon riders of the dragon lair have informed me that Her Highness intends to journey to the Stepstones." The Stepstones? Baelon mused. If the princess desires to remain concealed, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others? Ser Criston, you are a member of the King's Guard. Do not allow a single statement to sway your judgment. Her Highness wishes for you to accompany her to the Stepstones. Belron set down the letter in his hand and promptly rose to his feet. "You must seek His Majesty the King and inform him of this matter. I shall take Vormisol to find her." At the dragon's lair, Belron received the same answer from the dragon keeper as that conveyed by Ser Criston. Rhaenyra was preparing to depart for the Stepstones. He immediately directed Vormisol to fly southeast. Though Vormisol was large, it was still growing and lacked the cumbersome bulk of Vagor. While not particularly swift, its wings were considerably larger than those of Syrax, suggesting that, theoretically, it could fly faster than the latter. They traversed the royal forest in a single breath, yet there was still no sign of Rhaenyra or Syrax. Relying solely on their eyes to locate a dragon was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Baelon ordered Vormissol to descend outside the Wind's Rest castle. The fortress had stood strong for centuries, even millennia. Legends claimed that every stone within its walls was safeguarded by magic. Tales of this stronghold could fill an entire day. Yet today, Baelon was not there as a guest. He had pressing matters to attend to. The acting Lord of Wind's Rest, Boros Velaryon, the eldest son of Duke Beaumont Velaryon, informed Baelon that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon heading southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Baelon requested that Beaumont send a letter to Red Keep to inform the king of his progress, to which Boros readily agreed. Continuing on, they flew over the rainforest at the southeastern corner of Storm's End, where Baelon received the same report from Greenstone Keep on Isman Island. A yellow dragon was indeed flying southeast, bringing him close to the stepstones and confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed ridden Syrax there. After requesting once more that the scholars at Greenstone Keep send a letter to Red Keep, he pressed onward. Baelon clarified his destination, Bloodstone Island, the largest of the myriad islands that comprise the Stepstones, and the seat of Daemon Targaryen, the self-proclaimed king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, where the throne of fire and salt resided, fire representing Daemon's great dragon, Caraxes, and salt symbolizing the Narrow Sea and the barren Stepstones. Rhaenyra's sole destination on the Stepstones was to seek Daemon. Vormissol circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and soon a wooden fortress within a bay came into view. The fortress was constructed by the seaside, with numerous warships docked in the harbor, displaying the banners of various houses: seahorses, fishmen, sea turtles, green hands on shields, longships, sickles, and even the banner of Belron's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had managed to recruit many noble youths to his cause with mere words, bolstered by hired sellswords from Essos, thus assembling a considerable army. At the same time, Baelon spotted Caraxes, its scales a vivid red, standing atop a stone hill on the southern side of the bay. Alongside the smaller Syrax, Baelon knew he had arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Vormissol to land before the stone hill. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon," he mused. "Let the raven carry the message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to go," Criston Cole remarked. "The dragon keeper from the dragon's lair has conveyed to me that Her Highness the Princess intends to journey to the Stepstone Islands." The Stepstone Islands? If Her Highness wishes to remain inconspicuous, why would she divulge her whereabouts to others? Sir Criston, you are a member of the King's Guard. Do not allow mere words from others to sway you. The princess desires your company on her voyage to the Stepstone Islands. Baelon set down the letter in his hand and immediately rose. "You must inform His Majesty the King of this matter. I shall take Vormissor to find her." Upon arriving at the dragon's lair, Baelon received the same report from the dragon keeper that Sir Criston had mentioned. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to go to the Stepstone Islands. He promptly directed Vormissor to fly southeast. Though Vormissor was large in stature, he was still maturing and was not as cumbersome as Vhagar. Even if he did not excel in speed, his wings were considerably larger than those of Syrax, which theoretically should grant him a swifter flight than the latter. They soared over the Kingswood, yet there was still no trace of Rhaenyra or Syrax. Searching for a dragon with only two pairs of eyes was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Thus, Baelon instructed Vormissor to descend outside Storm's End. Storm's End had stood resilient for centuries, even millennia. Legends claimed that every stone within the castle was safeguarded by magic. The tales surrounding this fortress could fill an entire day, but today, Baelon was not here for leisure. He had pressing matters to attend to. The acting Lord of Storm's End, Boros Baratheon, the eldest son of Duke Boormund Baratheon, informed Baelon that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Baelon requested that Boormund send a letter to the Red Keep, informing His Majesty of his progress. The Duke's son readily agreed. Continuing his journey, Baelon traversed the rainforest at the southeastern tip of Storm's End, where he received the same news at Greenstone Keep on Dragonstone. A yellow dragon was indeed heading southeast. They were now quite close to the Stepstone Islands, confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed ridden Syrax there. Once again, he requested the scholar at Greenstone Keep to send a letter to the Red Keep before proceeding. Baelon clarified his destination. First, he would head to Bloodstone Island, the largest among the myriad isles of the Stepstone Archipelago, and the seat of Daemon Targaryen, self-proclaimed king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Islands. Upon the throne of fire and salt, fire represented Daemon's great dragon, Caraxes, while Salt denoted the narrow sea and the barren Stepstone Islands. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for visiting the Stepstone Islands was to seek out Daemon. Vormesor circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and a wooden fortress nestled within a bay came into Belron's view. The fortress was situated by the sea, with numerous warships anchored in the harbor, each displaying a plethora of family banners: seahorses, merfolk, sea turtles, green hands on shields, longships, scythes, and even the banner of his vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had, through mere verbal assurances, attracted a considerable number of noble youths to serve him, bolstered by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus assembling a formidable army. As Belron beheld the resplendent crimson scales of Caraxio, he recognized its distinctive form atop a rocky hill on the southern side of the bay, accompanied by the smaller Syrax. It was evident that he had arrived at the right destination. Without hesitation, he commanded Vormesor to descend before the stone hill. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon in flight. Let the raven deliver a message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to go," Ser Criston Cole remarked. "The dragon squire from the dragon's lair has informed me that Her Highness intends to journey to the Stepstones." "The Stepstones? If the princess wishes to remain undetected, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others?" Ser Criston, as a member of the King's Guard, should not be so easily swayed by mere words. "Her Highness desires you to accompany her to the Stepstones." Belron set down the letter he held and rose immediately. "Go find His Majesty and inform him of this matter. I shall take Vormesor to seek her." At the dragon's lair, Belron received the same news from the dragon squire as Ser Criston had conveyed. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to head to the Stepstones. He then directed Vormesor to fly southeast. Though Vormesor was of considerable size, it was still maturing and lacked the heft of Vagor. Even if it was not particularly swift, its wings were significantly larger than Syrax's, suggesting it should, in theory, fly faster than the latter. They soared over the Kingswood, yet there was still no sign of Rhaenyra or Syrax. Searching for a dragon with merely two pairs of eyes was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, Belron instructed Vormesor to land outside Storm's End. Storm's End had stood resolute for centuries, even millennia, with legends claiming that every stone within the castle was enchanted. Tales concerning this fortress could fill an entire day. But today, Belron was not there as a guest. He had matters of importance to attend to. The acting lord of Storm's End, Boros Baratheon, the eldest son of Duke Bormund Baratheon, informed Belron that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying towards the southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Belron requested Boros to have a scholar send a letter to the Red Keep, informing His Majesty of his progress, to which the Duke's son acquiesced. Continuing his journey, Belron traversed the southeastern corner of the Stormlands rainforests, where he received the same news at Greenstone Castle on Driftmark. A yellow dragon was indeed flying towards the southeast, indicating that Rhaenyra had indeed ridden Syrax there. Once again, he asked the scholar at Greenstone Castle to send a letter to the Red Keep before pressing onward. Belron clarified his destination, first heading to Bloodstone Island, the largest among the myriad islands of the Stepstones, and the seat of Daemon Targaryen, self-styled king of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, upon the throne of fire and salt. Fire represented Daemon's great dragon, Caraxio, while salt symbolized the Narrow Sea and the barren Stepstones. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for visiting the Stepstones was to seek out Daemon. Vormesor circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and a wooden fortress emerging from a bay came into Belron's view. The fortress is constructed by the seaside, with numerous warships anchored in the harbor, each adorned with the banners of various noble houses: seahorses, fishmen, sea turtles, green hands upon shields, longships, scythes, and even the emblem of the Faman family, vassals of Belron. Prince Daemon, through mere verbal assurances, managed to enlist a considerable number of noble youths to serve him, complemented by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus forming a sizable army. Meanwhile, Belron beheld the crimson-scaled Kolak, distinct in its physique, standing atop a rocky hill on the southern side of the bay, accompanied by the smaller Syrax. It seemed he had arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Vormesor to descend before the stony hill. "I cannot ride alongside a dragon," he mused. "Let the raven bear a message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to go," Ser Criston Cole remarked. "The dragon rider of the Dragon Den has conveyed to me that Her Highness intends to journey to the Stepstones." "The Stepstones? If Her Highness wished to remain undetected, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others?" "Ser Criston, you are a member of the King's Guard. Do not allow the words of others to misguide you. Her Highness hopes you will accompany her to the Stepstones." Belron set down the letter and rose immediately. "You go to inform His Majesty of this matter. I shall take Vormesor to find her." At the Dragon Den, Belron received the same information from the dragon rider as conveyed by Ser Criston. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to head to the Stepstones. He then directed Womazir to fly southeast. Though Womazir was large, it was still maturing and lacked the cumbersome nature of Vhagar. Despite not being particularly swift, its wings were significantly larger than those of Syrinx, theoretically allowing it to fly faster. They soared over the Kingswood, yet found no trace of Rhaenyra or Syrinx. Searching for a dragon with merely 2 pairs of eyes was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Consequently, Baelon instructed Womazir to land outside Windwhisper Keep. Windwhisper Keep had stood resilient for centuries, even millennia. Legends spoke of every stone within the castle being shielded by magic, and tales of this fortress could fill an entire day. However, Baelon was not there for leisure. He had pressing matters to attend to. The acting lord of Windwhisper, Boros Baratheon, the eldest son of Duke Beaumont Baratheon, informed Baelon that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Baelon requested Beaumont to have a scholar send a letter to Red Keep, informing His Majesty of his progress. The Duke's eldest son acquiesced, continuing his journey. He flew over the rainforests at the southeastern corner of Storm's End, where he received the same report at Greenstone Keep. A yellow dragon was indeed heading southeast, confirming that Rhaenyra had ridden Syrinx there. He once more requested the scholar at Greenstone Keep to send a letter to Red Keep before proceeding on his way. Baelon clarified his destination, setting his course for Bloodstone Island, the largest among the myriad islands of the Stepstone archipelago, and the seat of the self-proclaimed king of the Narrow Sea and Stepstones, Daemon Targaryen, where the thrones of fire and salt reside, fire symbolizing Daemon's colossal dragon, Caraxes, and salt representing the Narrow Sea and the barren Stepstones. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for visiting the Stepstones was to find Daemon. Wyrmsir circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and a wooden fortress emerged within a bay, catching Belren's eye. The fortress, built by the seaside, housed numerous warships adorned with the banners of various houses: seahorses, merfolk, sea turtles, green hands on shields, longships, scythes, and even the banner of Belren's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had managed to recruit several noble youths to serve him through mere verbal assurances, supplemented by hired mercenaries from Essos, thus assembling a formidable army. At the same time, Belron beheld Caraxes, its crimson scales glistening, perched atop a rocky hill on the southern side of the bay, alongside the smaller Syrinx. Belron knew he had come to the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Wyrmsir to descend before the stone hill. "I cannot ride a horse alongside a dragon," he mused. "Let the raven deliver a message to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra has few places to go." Ser Criston Cole remarked. "The dragon rider from the dragon's lair has informed me that Her Highness intends to journey to the Stepstones." The Stepstones? If Her Highness wishes to remain undiscovered, why would she disclose her whereabouts to others? Ser Criston, you are a member of the Kingsguard. Do not allow mere words to sway you. Her Highness desires your company as she travels to the Stepstones. Belron set aside the letter and rose immediately. "You must inform His Majesty of this matter. I shall take Wyrmsir to find her." At the dragon's lair, Belron received the same response from the dragon rider as Ser Criston had conveyed. Rhaenyra was indeed preparing to travel to the Stepstones. He promptly directed Wyrmsir to fly southeast. Though Wyrmsir was large, it was still maturing and lacked the bulk of Vhagar. While not particularly swift, its wings were significantly larger than those of Syrinx, theoretically allowing for a faster flight than the latter. They soared over the Kingswood, yet still found no trace of Rhaenyra or Syrinx. Searching for a dragon with only 2 pairs of eyes was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, Belron instructed Wyrmsir to land outside Windrest Castle. Windrest had stood resolutely for hundreds, even thousands of years. Legend held that every stone within the castle was protected by magic. Tales and legends surrounding this castle could fill an entire day, yet today, Belron was not there as a guest. He had official business to attend to. The acting lord of Windrest, Boros Valerion, the eldest son of Duke Baelish, informed Belron that his sentinels had spotted a yellow dragon flying southeast. After expressing his gratitude, Belron hoped that Boros would permit a scholar to send a missive to Red Keep, updating His Majesty on his progress. The Duke's son consented, setting forth once more. Soaring over the rainforests at the southeastern edge of the storm, Belron received the same news at Greenstone Castle on Isle of Isman. A yellow dragon was flying southeast, drawing ever closer to the Stepstone Islands, thereby confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed ridden Syrinx there. He once again implored the scholars at Greenstone Castle to dispatch a letter to Dragonstone before continuing on his journey. Belron clarified his destination, first to Bloodstone Island, the largest among the countless isles of the Stepstone archipelago, and the seat of the fire and salt throne under the self-proclaimed King Daemon Targaryen of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstones, where fire symbolized Daemon's great dragon, Caraxes, and salt represented the narrow sea and the barren Stepstone Islands. Rhaenyra's sole purpose for venturing to the Stepstones was to seek Daemon. Wormser circled the coastline of Bloodstone Island, and a wooden fortress that appeared in a bay came into Belron's view. The fortress was constructed by the seaside, with many warships anchored in the harbor, their sails displaying the banners of various noble houses: seahorses, merfolk, turtles, green hands within shields, longships, scythes, and even the banner of Belron's vassal, House Farman. Prince Daemon had gathered a considerable number of noble youths to serve him through mere promises, in addition to hiring mercenaries from Essos, thereby forming a substantial army. Simultaneously, Belron glimpsed the crimson scales of Caraxes, with its distinctive physique, standing atop a rocky hill on the southern side of the bay, beside the smaller Syrax. Belron had indeed arrived at the right place. Without hesitation, he commanded Wormser to land before the rocky hill. Chapter 24. The fire and salt thrown Wormser touched down on the rocky hill, stirring a cloud of dust. Caraxes let out a roar directed at Belron and Wormser, to which Wormser responded with a mighty roar of its own. Belron descended from the dragon saddle, sliding down the wing membrane of Wormser to the ground. The stones were strewn with charred bones, remnants of the soldiers Daemon had fed to Caraxes. Good boy, good boy. He patted Wormser's cheek scales, attempting to soothe the creature. Wormser, the companion dragon of King Viserys, was nearing 80 years in age, though it would be unwise to refer to him as old. For 80 years is but a fleeting moment in the lifespan of a dragon. The arrival of another great dragon incited cheers among Prince Daemon's followers, who drew their weapons skyward or spilled their cups of wine in exuberance. They believed they had secured the support of the Iron Throne and that victory in the war for the Stepstones would soon be theirs. They envisioned returning home with spoils and honor or claiming land upon the Stepstones. Lord Lannister, a young knight, approached, his tattered cloak bearing the marks of prolonged warfare, the stench of blood and sweat rendering it impossible for Belron to discern his house. "We are pleased to have you join us. Where is Her Highness?" Belron inquired urgently. "Her Grace is in the fortress with Prince Daemon." Upon hearing this, Belron strode past the knight, wary of the stains on the knight's armor that might soil his own garments. Here lies the court of the King of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Islands, a chaotic scene where drunken soldiers and disheveled courtesans are omnipresent. One wonders how such a disordered army could ever hope to conquer the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The wooden fortress serves merely as the entrance to a natural cave, its timbers already showing signs of decay. Hardly sturdy enough to withstand the onslaught of crossbows and catapults in battle, ropes hang from the fortress walls, with captured pirates from the kingdom of the Three Daughters bound and suspended there by the hands, while soldiers below wager on who will perish from thirst first. Some even offer bounties for blindfolded shots with longbows aimed at the captives from 50 paces away, rewarding those who strike true. Standing at the cave entrance are 4 young knights, clad in bright attire, their armor bearing the sigils of noble houses from the Vale. They do not impede Belron's passage, but rather nod in salute, perhaps newly arrived at the Stepstone Islands and unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon entering the cave, one finds a hall illuminated by torches and oil lamps fueled by whale fat, casting a bright glow that gives the cavern a semblance of a noble castle. The hall is spacious, its height exceeding that of a typical 3-story building found in King's Landing, and its width surpassing that of the throne room in the Red Keep. Yet the stone walls are uneven in all directions. Daemon's men have thoughtfully laid wooden planks on the floor, allowing for safe passage. A knight adorned with the sigil of House Velaryon and clad in finely crafted armor approaches Belron from the far end of the hall, stating, "My Lord Lannister, King Daemon invites you to his chambers." "The king, is it?" Belron smirks. "What of the princess?" If Belron recalls correctly, this so-called crown of the King of the Narrow Sea and the Stepstone Islands was placed upon Daemon by none other than the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon himself. While nobles from other regions may still refer to Daemon as prince out of habit, those of House Velaryon undoubtedly call him king. "With his majesty, then. Lead the way," Belron replies, following the Velaryon knight through the sole corner of the cavernous hall. Atop a raised platform sits an odd and unsightly chair. Below the platform lies a map table resembling those found in the castles of Dragonstone, albeit displaying the geography of the Stepstone Islands. Prince Daemon, Princess Rhaenyra, and a youth adorned with a Velaryon sigil, bearing the features of Valyrian descent, stand by the map table. Their gaze is fixed upon the dark blade of the black fire as it points to various locations, listening intently to Daemon's exposition. Having escorted Belron to his destination, the Velaryon knight turns to depart. "You arrive at an opportune moment, my Lord Belron," Daemon exclaims with a smile. his head adorned with a crown forged of steel and driftwood. Opportune for what? Baelon inquires. Sir Waymond and I have devised a plan to launch an assault on the largest of the remaining islands of the kingdom of the Three Daughters, right here. Daemon pointed the tip of his sword towards an island located at the northwest corner of the Stepstones, in close proximity to Tyrosh. This maneuver would lure Tyrosh and the fleet of Myr into the open, allowing Vhagar and Syrax to descend from the clouds simultaneously and deal a decisive blow. Even if they did not fall for the trap, we could still compel the Tyroshi to withdraw from the conflict. Syrax? Daemon, do you intend to thrust Rhaenyra into the fray? Are you out of your mind? I did not come here to assist you in battle. The Iron Throne shall not directly engage in a war with the free cities, Baron exclaimed vehemently, leaving Daemon momentarily bewildered. Baron then turned his gaze to Rhaenyra. The king wishes you to return to King's Landing, your grace. Baron was uncertain of what Viserys was contemplating, but he certainly did not desire Rhaenyra to ride a dragon into battle against pirate vessels. Perhaps he was still chastising Baron for his reckless departure. Lord Lannister, why do you not inquire why I have come to the Stepstones? Rhaenyra questioned Baron, her anger palpable. What is it, Rhaenyra? Is it due to that suggestion made at the council regarding your marriage to Laenor Velaryon? As your father's master of ships, it is my duty, Baron replied. Having spent considerable time in the court of the Red Keep, he was well aware of the conflict between Rhaenyra and the king regarding her marriage. Her father, King Viserys, had yet to contemplate whom she should wed, while she adamantly refused any suitor. The Stepstones were embroiled in warfare. Had he not observed the multitude of corpses along the way? You are the heir to the Iron Throne. Why risk your life so recklessly? The heir should save the kingdom from peril, even at the cost of their own life, much like Prince Aemond. Upon hearing Rhaenyra's words, Baron felt dizzy. Do you think Aemond wished for his own demise? Wearing the same braid as V's Dothrak does not make you a warrior, Rhaenyra. You have not even learned to wield a sword. You are not rebelling against your father. You are merely being foolish. Baron hesitated, while Daemon remained silent. And Vaemond Velaryon seized the opportunity to excuse himself. I will fight this battle for you, Daemon, but on one condition. Ensure your men keep our niece safe, away from the battlefield, and procure me a suit of armor. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Daemon sheathed his dark sister and turned to depart. Daemon, Rhaenyra called out, hoping the prince might say a few words in her favor, but he left without so much as a glance back, leaving her and Baron standing alone. Daemon had attained what he desired, another dragon in the fray. Rhaenyra looked at Baron, her eyes filled with anger, yet overshadowed by regret. My marriage arrangements are also tightly held by your father, Rhaenyra. Possessing a dragon or land does not equate to freedom. My mother opposed her father in the most direct manner. Look at what she ultimately became. Chapter 25. Pear Brandy Daemon entrusted his spare armor to Baron. A suit forged from Valyrian steel, adorned with dragon heads at the shoulders, each set with pairs of glimmering rubies for eyes. Daemon's assessment was that upon donning the attire, he bore no semblance to a Lannister, but rather resembled a Targaryen. Yet, when compared to engaging in battle clad in a cotton garment adorned with the roaring lion, wearing armor proved to be far more prudent. With the Valyrian fleet leading the charge, the forces from Bloodstone Island surged forth, while Daemon mounted Caraxes to provide aerial support. They had arranged for Baelon to flank them from the north at dawn on the following day, allowing ample time for the defenders of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters to seek reinforcements before unleashing dragonfire to consign them to the depths of the sea. In the latter part of the night, Baelon sat before the hearth in the cavernous hall, oblivious to the passage of time. The stone steps of the island were sweltering by day, yet the nights were damp and chill. He nibbled on the fish roasted over the fire, washed down with a sip of pear brandy from Tyrosh, a spoils claimed by Daemon's forces upon their victory over the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Concern gnawed at him as he pondered how to account to the king upon his return to King's Landing. Daemon's court resembled a squalid slum outside the city. Suddenly, Rhaenyra spoke from behind him, drawing his attention to the makeshift throne not far off, constructed of bones, shipwrecks, and the curved blades of the Rhoynar, a crude imitation of the Iron Throne, devoid of both fire and salt. Sooner or later, he would grow weary of playing king on the stepstones. I am sorry. Now that I have calmed down, I am at a loss for what to do, he admitted as Rhaenyra took a seat beside him. At dawn, ride back to King's Landing on Syrax, apologize to your father, and also to Ser Criston, who has suffered greatly as your sworn protector. Rhaenyra seized the bottle of pear brandy from Baelon's hands, took a small sip, and nearly retched. Be cautious. This spirit is far more potent than the wines and meads of Westeros. Baelon reclaimed the bottle from her grasp and took a swig, letting it rest on his tongue. Have you ever taken a life? Rhaenyra inquired unexpectedly. No, I have never killed personally, But many have perished at the hands of my commands, Baelon replied, shaking his head. Why do you hesitate to marry? You know, the queens are of a similar age to you, and another child is soon to be born. In a year or two, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will begin to gossip. A woman of a noble house who remains unmarried at a suitable age must either be of unsound mind or unsightly. Although if the family coffers are sufficiently full, such matters may be overlooked. To hell with them. I watched my mother draw her last breath while giving birth to my brother. Her own mother perished in childbirth as well. I swear I will not meet such a fate. I would rather meet my end by the crossbow of the Ironborn. Like Prince Aemon, I recall the tales of your grandmother. My father intended to wed her, but ultimately she chose to marry Duke Alan. Duke Alan was 20 years her senior, and his eldest daughter was older than his new bride. Princess Dina was exceedingly selective in her choice of husband, rejecting many a great lord for various reasons, including Baelon's father, Duke Taemon, as well as Lord Boros Baratheon and Lord Corlys Valerion. It is said that the primary reason lies in the princess's intellectual shortcomings, a notion that Baelon would certainly refrain from mentioning in the presence of Rhaenyra. However, as the heir to the Iron Throne, one must also consider the necessity of producing an heir. Shall you simply relinquish this duty to your brother? Heaven knows how much of the Targaryen essence remains within him, having been raised under the influences of House Hightower. It is highly probable that my father will designate Aegon as the heir, with his second name day approaching, an occasion to which all the great lords will be in attendance. My own second name day did not witness such grand festivities. After all, Aegon is a boy, and the noblemen adhering to undull traditions would be pleased to see this. Thus, you must not provide them with any pretext. As several cups of strong wine warmed his blood in the damp chill of the cave, this proved far more effective than donning heavy furs. Have you ever had a lover? Rhaenyra's abrupt shift in conversation was somewhat startling. Baelon shook his head. For most of my life, I have borne the stigma of being a bastard, and no noble maiden would be so foolish. Since inheriting Dragonstone, I have been consumed by matters of state, leaving me to wonder how my father managed to carve out so much free time. Rhaenyra, seemingly enchanted, leaned in to kiss Baelon's cheek, only to be gently rebuffed. It would be prudent not to err again before your father's wrath subsides, my Lord Lannister. A soldier approached Baelon and Rhaenyra, announcing, "It is dawn, my lord. It is time to depart." Baelon rose, casually tossing the empty wine bottle into the fire, then turned to Rhaenyra and urged, "We must return to King's Landing at once. Do not hesitate any longer." Leaving Prince Daemon's stone palace, they made their way to the base of the stone mountain, where an old soldier remained to tend to the dragons. Yet, both he and his men were dreadfully fearful of approaching the dragons, resorting to binding the hooves of sheep and casting them upon the mountain, awaiting the dragons to approach their meal. The old soldier informed Baelon that Vhagar's appetite far exceeded that of Carax's, consuming over 20 sheep in a single day. In Daemon's strategy, a small island known as Crab Hollow was to be utilized as bait. Though diminutive, its eastern side boasted a mountain entirely composed of stone, the caverns within having been transformed into a formidable fortress after years of excavation by the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. It was here, years prior, that Prince Daemon had slain Kragas Drahar. Once Baelon ascertained the direction, he commanded Vhagar to soar above the clouds, cloaking their movements. Crab Hollow was not difficult to locate. As Daemon and his fleet commenced their assault on the island, the local defenders ignited something, sending a plume of black smoke spiraling skyward. From above, the fleets of Westeros appeared to split into two, preparing to blockade the surrounding waters. Prince Daemon and Caraxes had vanished, presumably adhering to the plan of swiftly redirecting to assault other islands, thereby diverting the attention of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Tyros is in close proximity to Crab Hollow, even nearer than King's Landing to Rosby. Once it is confirmed that no dragons are active on the island, the people of Tyrosh will undoubtedly come to aid, as it serves as the gateway to their homeland. Handing it over to Prince Daemon would be a political catastrophe for the current monarch. Thus, Baelor merely needs to await the arrival of the Tyroshi fleet amidst the clouds. Chapter 26. Crab Hollow. Since the Kingdom of the Three Daughters began imposing tolls on all vessels traveling to and from Westeros at the Stone Steps Islands, the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms has gradually lost favor with the triad of cities, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, due to soaring prices. As hostilities erupted at the Stone Steps Islands, the fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters commenced assaults on all ships from Westeros, excluding Dorne, and captured nobles were sold into slavery, further intensifying their animosity. The most deeply involved in the slave trade are the avaricious Tyroshi. Their slavers would even risk venturing north of the Wall to capture free folk for enslavement. There have been instances of Westerosi nobles being captured by Tyroshi on the Narrow Sea. The young and handsome were sold to the pleasure gardens of Lys, the strong and robust to the slave bay, while the elderly and decrepit were either held for ransom or, more commonly, bound and tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Baelor commanded Wormisal to circle a radius of several miles around Crab Hollow. Periodically, he would descend beneath the clouds to observe the sea for any anomalies. His demeanor was remarkably tranquil, unlike his initial experience on the battlefield. Instead, he felt a thrill akin to hunting in the woods near Casterly Rock, perhaps a confidence instilled by the dragon beneath him, Wormisal. Above the clouds, only the sound of his breathing, the wind, and the occasional flapping of Wormisal's wings could be heard. He secured himself to the dragon's saddle with a hook, ensuring he would not inadvertently fall from its back. After some time, Baelor was uncertain whether it was the 10th or 11th time he had emerged from the cloud's cover to survey the sea. This time, he made a discovery, white froth indicative of a fleet sailing in the northeastern direction. Those vessels were adorned with the colorful sails characteristic of the Tyroshi. Baelor immediately recognized that reinforcements from Tyrosh had finally arrived. He swiftly pulled on Wormisal's reins, urging the great dragon to ascend back into the clouds to avoid detection by the enemy's ships. Even if Prince Daemon and Vaemon Valerion's tactical intentions were unmistakable, the Tyroshi had indeed appeared. Baelor maneuvered to the northeast of the Tyroshi fleet, where attacking from this angle presented two advantages. First, it was the rear of the Tyroshi fleet, where vigilance was relatively lax. Second, the sun rose from this direction, allowing him to exploit the blinding light to shorten the Tyroshi's reaction time. Daemon had warned him that the vessels from Tyrosh and Lys within the Kingdom of the Three Daughters stood little chance against dragons. Their only recourse was to attempt to repel the dragon rider with a concentrated hail of arrows. Except for the industrious Milrans, their warships are equipped with colossal crossbows designed to counter the formidable dragons, albeit with a rather dismal accuracy. The very crossbow that felled Miracis was crafted by the Milrans, serving as their hallmark. However, as long as they do not strike the dragon's vulnerable spots, particularly its eyes, the threat remains manageable. The fleet of the Tyroshi comprises approximately 60 war vessels, a considerable number, yet certainly not their main force. Faced with an enemy of comparable strength, the Tyroshi adopted a rather conservative formation, arranging all their ships in 1 or 2 columns, presenting their broadside to the adversary, thereby granting their archers and crossbowmen a broader range of fire. Wormizor heeded Belron's command, tightening its wings and diving with the swiftness of lightning. As it neared the surface of the sea, it unfurled its wings to decelerate. Belron, enduring immense pressure, gripped the handholds of the dragon's saddle tightly. His body pressed against Wormizor. At that moment, the Tyroshi fleet was not far from the Crab Cavern, and the Valyrian fleet began to reorganize its formation in preparation for battle. The Tyroshi, in turn, divided their forces into 2 sections to avoid being encircled by their opponents. Soon, both sides would unleash their crossbows and fire pots upon each other. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the Tyroshi sailors remained blissfully unaware of the tawny figure that had just emerged from the clouds above, a negligence that would cost them dearly. Wormizor flew low, its tail almost grazing the surface of the sea, the winds it generated forcing the waters downwards. As Belron issued commands in High Valyrian, he gently tugged on the right reins, signaling Wormizor to veer to the right. The color of Wormizor's flames mirrored that of its scales, a reddish-brown hue. The dragon's fire caused the seawater to boil, and the Tyroshi sailors screamed in despair as their sails ignited. Wooden warships, kissed by the dragon's flames, melted instantly, akin to wax meeting scalding oil. The turbulent winds created by Wormizor's passage transformed charred bodies and wreckage into mere wisps of smoke. In the first onslaught, the Tyroshi lost 8 ships, severely crippling their right flank. Soldiers aboard the remaining Tyroshi vessels gazed in terror at the massive silhouette of the dragon swiftly retreating. Some archers, in a panic, loosed their arrows in a futile attempt to dislodge Belron from his perch, but Wormizor's speed rendered their efforts in vain. A unique shriek from Caraxes echoed from the south as Prince Daemon and his dragon suddenly emerged from behind the rocky cliffs of the Crab Cavern. Soaring over the fleet composed of Westerosi nobles, the tail of the bloodworm sweeping across the water's surface, sending up sprays. Faced with yet another charging dragon, many Tyroshi surrendered outright, abandoning their weapons and oars to leap into the sea, swimming away from their vessels. Nevertheless, a number of brave soldiers remained steadfast at their posts. Bolts and arrows successfully drew Caraxes' attention, altering its flight path. Yet, the dragon's fire still rained down, incinerating more warships. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the commander of the Tyrosian fleet hastily commanded a formation adjustment. However, few vessels complied with his orders. Some ships were obstructed by the debris ahead and had already diverted their course, while others, having survived the onslaught of dragon fire, were burdened with casualties. And the surviving sailors busied themselves with dousing the flames with seawater. The last few ships in line turned their bows around, preparing to gamble on a chance to return to Tyros. The opposing fleets had drawn sufficiently close, and the flagship of the Valyrian fleet, the glory of high tide, unleashed the first assault with its heavy crossbow, creating a gaping hole in the nearest Tyrosian vessel. Other ships soon followed suit, raining down a deluge of arrows and firebombs upon the disordered Tyrosian fleet. The flagship of the Tyrosians, the largest of their vessels, hoisted its sails, breaking formation as it charged directly at the glory of high tide. The firebombs it hurled ignited the flagship's sails, and amidst the surging waves, its battering ram intermittently revealed itself. In light of the inevitable defeat, the Tyrosians seemed intent on reclaiming their honor through mutual destruction. Its vast hull and ornate embellishments resembled a regal white stag of the royal woods, a mountain lion outside the gates of Casterly Rock, symbolizing glory and courage in its pursuit. The draconic Wormesal soared over the Tyrosian flagship, its reddish-brown flames slicing through the vessel, cleaving it into two segments. Corrix and Wormesal traversed the battlefield, reaping the vessels that had engaged in combat, while the fleet led by the Westerosi nobles commenced their pursuit of sailors who had leapt into the sea to escape. Years of warfare had instilled a profound hatred between the two sides, and javelins and crossbow bolts incessantly assailed the unarmed and unarmored Tyrosians. From the air, Baelon beheld the ocean stained crimson with blood. The Tyrosian sailors were not only tasked with evading enemy weaponry, but also had to ward off sharks drawn by the scent of blood. While the battle on the surface had concluded, the pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters continued to resist from the tunnels of Crab Cave. These pirates had constructed formidable defenses within the caverns, capable of withstanding prolonged assaults even from dragons. Deep within the caves lay ample fresh water and provisions, and they were not inclined to relinquish the gateway to Tyros easily. The open terrain favored the dragons, yet within the dimly lit, labyrinthine caverns, devoid of the dragon's cover, the soldiers under Demon appeared as lambs to the slaughter, thoroughly beaten by the pirates. The Westerosi emerged victorious in the open field, while the Esosians held fast in the island caves. This had been the state of affairs on the battlegrounds of the Stepstone Islands for several years, leading to a stalemate. However, the arrival of Wormesal altered the dynamics of the conflict. Both the previously engaged Sea Smoke and Prince Demon's Blood Wyrm, Corrix, were still too young. As a mature dragon, Wormesal's flames, while not yet capable of razing castles as Balerion had during the conquest, reached temperatures sufficient to melt rock. Baelon rode Vormesol back and forth at the entrance of the cavern, scorching the rocks and sealing the pirates' route in and out. No matter how much fresh water and food were stored in the tunnels, there would come a day when they would run out. Yet, the path out of the cave had vanished, leaving them to face an endless abyss of darkness and solitude. To perish by sword and blade would be a release. Chapter 27. The Dragon's Lair. Baelon declined Prince Demon's entreaties, as the promise of the title of Duke of Tyros, made in the haze of drink, was far too preposterous. Before others, he felt compelled to grant Prince Demon some semblance of respect. The celebration had just concluded when he and Vormesol took flight back to Westeros, first to Driftmark, then through the Rainwood, followed by the Wind's Rest, until finally returning to King's Landing. It was now the afternoon of the third day since he had departed from King's Landing to seek Rhaenyra on the Stepstones. Dismounting from Vormesol, he observed the dragon obediently entering the depths of the dragon lair under the command of the dragon keepers. Baelon, come here, a voice called. He turned to see His Majesty the King awaiting him not far off, flanked by 2 Kingsguard for protection. Baelon, he greeted, quickening his pace. Since Vhagar's demise, I have not visited the dragon lair, Viserys remarked as he strolled slowly along the circular corridor of the lair, the Kingsguard maintaining a respectful distance. Even on the day Rhaenyra tamed Syrax, I watched from afar. Seeing the king in good spirits, Baelon smiled. Your Majesty, what brings you such cheer today? I wish to apologize for the troubles Rhaenyra may have caused you, Baelon. With Demon no longer by my side, you remain the only dragon rider capable of confronting the war. Moreover, this place is the most secretive corner of King's Landing. Unlike the Red Keep, there are no prying ears here. That is my duty, Your Majesty. I am aware that I am the only one in the city who can keep pace with Her Highness, and thus I set forth without hesitation. Baelon pressed his lips together, cracked from the arid air, yet I must also apologize to Your Majesty for joining Prince Demon in the war without your command, assisting him in the destruction of a fleet of Tyroshi ships. Balorion's willingness to aid Prince Daemon stemmed partly from his experiences in Volantis, where the animosity of the Volantene towards the Triarchy had influenced him, including his few friends, concurrently. It would facilitate Rhaenyra's return to King's Landing, a convergence of personal desire and duty, an arrangement that seemed exceedingly advantageous. Are there any survivors? I believe not. We sank every single vessel of theirs, and the Valerians and other fleets eliminated all the flotsam they could find. Then there is no issue. Even if the ambassador from the Triarchy inquires, I shall find a way to deflect. Viserys suddenly halted before a large window, from which the expanse of King's Landing and the Red Keep could be seen. There is a matter I wish to seek your counsel on, concerning Rhaenyra. Baelon found himself in a quandary. But she is the princess, your majesty. I am her father. I am also the king. Why should you fear to speak? Viserys let out a sigh and inquired, do you believe she is fit to continue as the heir to the Iron Throne? Appointing Prince Aegon as the heir would certainly please the noble houses of the Undul, yet you are their king. There is no obligation to appease them. They kneel before the Iron Throne because their ancestors paid a blood price for it. I am uncertain why Rhaenyra chose to flee to Dragonstone. But since it did not result in severe consequences, there is no need to jeopardize the future of the realm to punish her. Everyone requires guidance. Even a conqueror is not born a conqueror. Viserys paused, reflecting, if only she were a boy. Otto Hightower would not be relentlessly pursuing me to appoint Prince Aegon as Prince of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra would not so vehemently oppose marriage. Do you believe her reluctance stems from an unwillingness to depart from her familiar surroundings? Or is it simply a rebellion against my every attempt to arrange potential suitors for her? Perhaps it is a mix of both, your majesty. But I believe it is more likely due to her mother, Queen Aemma. She may fear that she, like her mother and grandmother, might be unfortunate enough to not survive childbirth. I share your concerns. Aemma is my beloved, as is Rhaenyra. Yet the heir to the Iron Throne cannot remain without an heir herself. What will become of her when she ages? Will she be able to find a successor as smoothly as King Jaehaerys did during the Great Council? It could very well mark the onset of a bloody civil war. My prime minister suggested that next time I should approach it from the opposite angle. Perhaps I should inform Rhaenyra whom she is forbidden to marry. She might just elope with that man. Viserys chuckled at his own jest. Do you not find it rather inappropriate for Prime Minister Otto to propose such an idea? Baelon queried, managing to suppress a frown, even if it was merely a jest. Although the prime minister had never publicly declared it, it was widely understood that he wished for Prince Aegon to ascend as the heir to the Iron Throne, not solely because he is a boy, but primarily because he is his grandson. I believe my grandfather, Jaehaerys, was the wisest king of House Targaryen since Aegon's conquest. Otto served as his last prime minister, and I ought to trust his judgment. After all, he has occupied the position in the king's hand for 2 years longer than I have been seated upon the Iron Throne. Viserys had indeed contemplated dismissing Otto Hightower, especially after his unsolicited remarks regarding the selection of the heir, but considering the delicate state of his second wife's pregnancy, he chose to endure it. Baelon began to have doubts. He was uncertain whether His Majesty was genuinely a benevolent ruler or if there were ulterior motives at play. Whispers within the Red Keep suggested various narratives, including allegations that Alicent Hightower had seduced the king before Queen Aemma's passing, and rumors that Prince Daemon had taken her virtue. Certainly, Sir Otto initially brought his family to the Red Keep with the hidden agenda of elevating his daughter to the position of queen, and he had succeeded. Baelon, I have been contemplating this matter for some time. Do not think it is a mere whim. I am listening, your majesty. Baelon straightened his posture. I hope you will become Rhaenyra's husband. I believe she would be more inclined to accept you over others. King Viserys quickly added, you bear half the bloodline of House Targaryen. You can tame dragons, and your children with Rhaenyra will possess that same ability. Her heir will wield enough power to intimidate any would-be usurpers. Your proposal honors me, your majesty. Baelon knelt before Viserys on one knee. Viserys gestured for Baelon to rise. Yet you were not surprised. I have had numerous private discussions with my colleagues in the Royal Council. More than one lord has mentioned your intentions, your majesty, Baelon explained. I do not presume to guess your thoughts. I merely relay what I have heard. King Jaehaerys had many offspring, including your mother and my father. We once believed that House Targaryen would flourish in the years to come, yet now, few remain among the living, most having followed the path of the stranger. Let us not inform Rhaenyra of this matter just yet. Many details remain unresolved, and I do not wish for her to learn too soon and inadvertently cause complications that could jeopardize this arrangement. As you wish, your majesty. Chapter 28. Conditions and compromises. The following morning, as was customary, the young squire, Dennis Malbron, came to remind Baelon to rise. After partaking in the breakfast delivered from the kitchen, it was time to attend the Royal Council meeting. Ordinarily, the council convenes weekly, yet for most members, this marked the third meeting in a short span, while Baelon had ventured to the Stepstones, where he had scorched numerous Valyrian ships under the command of Prince Daemon. Though the primary forces of the enemy still remained, and Prince Daemon had many battles yet to fight, Lord Lannister, Baelon encountered Prime Minister Otto Hightower in the Hall of the Red Keep. Today, he greeted Baelon unusually. "It seems you have finally acclimated to life in the Red Keep." "I have long since adjusted, my lord. It is the others who must adapt to my presence." Baelon felt a sense of pride upon realizing that the king intended to betroth his daughter to him. "I am managing affairs of the naval ministry quite adeptly." "You have only just assumed your post. Have you dealt with any state matters?" "The turmoil in the Stepstones has troubled the Iron Throne for many years, at least now. Under Prince Daemon's control, it remains stable, sparing us the worry of pirates from the Three Daughters' Kingdom abducting our nobles." "How many naval ministers can claim to have vanquished 50 pirate ships in their first month?" "Moreover, Prince Daemon has consented not to impose tolls on Westerosi merchant vessels, though he emphasized exceptions for Dorne and Old Town. I suggest, sir, that you have your family's fleet fly a different banner to avoid unnecessary troubles." Baelon chuckled, hastening up the steps ahead of the Prime Minister. Otto Hightower stood in place, laughing as he watched Baelon and his guard disappear up the staircase. Originally merely a bullied, illegitimate child, his status and position ascended rapidly, and yet his son had managed to offend him gravely. He feared that it would not be long before the affairs of the court became increasingly difficult to manage. The courtiers assembled swiftly for the royal council, with His Majesty arriving last. However, this time, Princess Rhaenyra did not accompany him, indicating that the matters to be discussed were pertinent to her. Lord Baelon hoped that Rhaenyra would not overhear the arrangements regarding her marriage and flee on Syrax. He truly lacked the energy to pursue her, as Vhagar was a behemoth, capable of consuming over 10 sheep in one sitting, a luxury the young lord could hardly afford. "Lord Baelon, I have heard you made a circuit of the Stepstones and dealt a significant blow to the pirates of the Three Daughters' Kingdom." Count Leonor finally spoke to Baelon with a smile, omitting the title of Lord Lannister. "You flatter me, Count Leonor. The credit belongs entirely to Vhagar. I neither breathe fire nor soar through the skies. Most importantly, Her Highness returned safely," Baelon humbly replied, not wishing to elevate himself due to his status as a dragon rider, nor did he want his adversaries to overlook the fact that Vhagar only obeyed him. "While I may not have persuaded Prince Daemon to submit to His Majesty, he has agreed to cease charging tolls on merchant vessels under the Iron Throne, albeit with the Hightower family excluded." The assembled audience was well aware of the discord between Sir Otto and Prince Daemon, and witnessing the misfortune of the Hightower family brought amusement to others present. "Rest assured, Otto," King Viserys resumed his favored role of the benevolent ruler. "I shall write to my brother, seeing if he might be lenient." Sir Otto could only nod and smile, refraining from expressing any further opinion on the matter. "Today, I wish to discuss Rhaenyra's affairs, which is why I have left her in her chamber." When King Viserys spoke these words, a king's guard stepped forward to remove the princess's seat. Upon hearing the king's words, the assembly retracted their smiles, casting aside the recent events from their minds. "I have decided to wed my daughter to Duke Baelon Lannister. Yesterday, I inquired about his sentiments, and he did not refuse." Baelon exchanged a glance with Count Beesbury, who smiled in satisfaction. Beesbury was not from a prominent family. Their stronghold, Honey Holt, lay north of Old Town, having been loyal to the Hightower family for generations. However, loyalty did not preclude personal relationships. Initially, Count Lyman Beesbury had consented to allow Baelon to serve as his squire only because Duke Tymond was willing to pay him a sum of gold. Yet, he later discovered that this Lannister boy, bearing the Valyrian features, was far more capable than his previous squires, bringing him to courtly events, never anticipating that he would one day become the Duke of Casterly Rock. "This matter is settled. The specific timing of the public announcement shall be determined by me. Should anyone leak this information, I shall have their tongues severed, and I will be true to my word, including you, Baelon." "I understand perfectly, Your Majesty. We must deliberate on the matter of succession." Viserys addressed the assembly, declaring his intent to ensure that the dynasty established by his family would not be interrupted through his daughter. "The first child of Lord Baelon and Rhaenyra, regardless of gender, shall inherit the Iron Throne after her. Upon birth, he or she will bear the father's surname, yet upon ascending the throne, shall be renamed Targaryen. The line of succession for Casterly Rock remains unchanged, to be passed to the eldest son, apart from the heir to the Iron Throne." Baelon was acutely aware of the considerable risks involved in marrying Rhaenyra. He was the sole duke to have sworn fealty to her claim as heir to the Iron Throne after the birth of Prince Aegon, and in the future, upon the demise of King Viserys, her claim would undoubtedly face challenges. It remains uncertain whether the children born to the king and Alicent Hightower would possess the ability to ride dragons. Should they do so, Prince Aegon could become a significant complication. This is a commendable compromise, Your Majesty, Count Leonor concurred. I too see no objection, Your Majesty. This proposal was drafted by the king himself, and Baelon had acquiesced. No one else had grounds for dissent, although each held their own thoughts regarding the union. With no opposition regarding the succession, another matter warranted discussion: the kingdom's most valuable asset, dragons. Viserys continued, dragons are the foundation of this dynasty's unity. The Velaryon family possesses 3 dragons, more than the royal family itself. I can no longer allow this situation to persist. The children of Baelon and Rhaenyra will receive Targaryen privileges, with dragon eggs placed in their cradles and the right to ride dragons. However, should neither parent bear the Targaryen surname, they shall not be deemed worthy of becoming dragon riders. This regulation applies universally and shall remain in effect perpetually. As with the king's previous proposal, no dissenting voices arose. They all supported the king's endeavor to restrict the Lannister family, believing that in the future, they might secure their own dragons through intermarriage with the royal family. Chapter 29. All according to plan. The courtyard of the Red Keep's training ground was sparsely populated. Today marked the first day of the king's organized hunt, and many nobles had camped in the royal woods since the previous day. Dennis brushed the dirt from his attire and, once prepared, found himself under a relentless barrage from Baelon. He resolved to no longer hold back against his squire. In both the battlefield and the tournament, victory would not be handed to him. He launched the first attack, catching Dennis off guard, who was accustomed to initiating the assault. Baelon leveraged his superior strength and longer reach, relentlessly employing diagonal slashes and thrusts to challenge Dennis's limits. He executed numerous wrist techniques, combining his arm's strength to redirect the sword's tip at the moment of contact with his opponent's blade. Within a mere 15 exchanges, the young squire had been struck 10 times. In truth, he was reluctant to spar with Dennis, as the disparity in their physical attributes could undermine the squire's confidence. Lord Lannister, it seems your squire cannot keep pace with you. Shall we practice together? The speaker is his cousin Tybalt, adorned in splendid attire of gold and red, who gracefully dismounts from a tall, robust steed. Baelon hands a wooden sword to the young squire, Dennis, suggesting they find time to practice in the royal woods later, while instructing him to return to his chamber and pack his belongings without leaving anything behind. This afternoon, they are to lead their vassals and attendants to camp in the royal woods. He removes the leather armor worn during training and embraces his cousin Tybalt, warmly welcoming him back to King's Landing. I have inquired about the size of Duke Tydos's forces. It mirrors that of Harrenhal, comprising 500 men. To be prudent, I have assembled a contingent of 800 in Casterly Rock, and with support from other houses in the Westerlands, we shall total 1,500 men, ensuring we can outshine the Riverlands populace. Our forces are already en route to the royal woods. Tywin whispers to Baelon, I have located the dragon's lair. I dismantled the armory and barracks on the upper levels of Casterly Rock, freeing up considerable space. However, it will be significantly smaller than the dragon's lair in King's Landing. I have also brought the finest honeyed wine from the Westerlands to let all the nobles of the realm savor its excellence, proving that the Riverlands are not the sole producers of fine wine. The Westerlands and the Riverlands have historically been at odds. Prior to Aegon's conquest, wars frequently erupted between the kings of the Riverlands and the kings of Casterly Rock. After a hard-won alliance, they were swiftly taught a lesson by Dragonfire. Once all had submitted to the Iron Throne, both sides resumed their rivalry to see who could garner more prestige in public. Thank you, Tybalt. I truly would not know how to manage all this without you, Baelon says, patting Tybalt on the shoulder, who is currently the acting Lord of Casterly Rock. That would be Ser Loren, as he has sufficient experience. Due to his advanced age, he is reluctant to travel far. Ser Loren is a trustworthy individual, and I feel assured with him in Casterly Rock. Baelon nods in satisfaction. What of the fleet's construction? The first batch has been completed. Despite our recruitment of sailors from King's Landing, Gulltown, White Harbor, and even Bravos and Volantis, the scale of the newly constructed warships is threefold that of the previous fleet under House Lannister. Therefore, subsequent vessels may not be immediately ready for deployment. Baelon expresses his contentment with Tyland's plans regarding the construction of the dragon's lair and the expansion of the fleet. Moreover, the announcement of his betrothal to the princess will soon be made public. The Lannisters are poised to enter the most formidable era since Aegon's conquest, with the dragons. The former glory of the kings of Casterly Rock seems rather insignificant. Tyland continues, I intend to recruit sailors from the Shield Islands, where the inhabitants have long suffered from the Ironborn's raids. We share a mutual enmity, and the scarcity of resources on the islands means their wage demands are lower than those of other regions. The Shield Islands, that is within the Riverlands territory, Baelon muses, stroking his chin. Perhaps you could speak with their lord at the hunt. If an agreement is reached, you may proceed as you see fit. Should Duke Tydos have any objections, I shall take responsibility. Very well. Tyrion received a long staff wrapped in leather from his attendant and presented it to Baelon, expressing his awareness of the king's busy schedule and assuring him that he had prepared a gift for his majesty. Baelon unwrapped the leather to reveal a beautifully adorned hunting spear, embellished with gold and silver decorations. It is exquisite, he remarked. I sought the finest duke in Casterly Rock and utilized the best wood available. With the upcoming hunting expedition, it would be an honor for his majesty to use this treasure to slay his first quarry. Tyrion exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lord Baelon, Sir Harold Westerling, captain of the King's Guard, has arrived at the training grounds. His majesty summons you. Please accompany me, he said. I shall come at once, Sir Harold, Baelon replied, wrapping the spear back in leather and returning it to Tyrion. Following Sir Harold, Baelon made his way to the king's chamber, where the latter guided him to the dining area. Your majesty, your grace, Baelon greeted, having visited the king's quarters only a few times as a courtier. Today, the queen donned a red gown with black embellishments, and her visibly pronounced belly caused Baelon some concern regarding her potentially giving birth during the hunting expedition. Cousin, why are you drenched in sweat? Viserys inquired, having previously referred to Baelon privately in such a manner, though the queen was not considered a stranger. Do sit down. The king and queen occupied opposite ends of the rectangular dining table, and Baelon took a seat facing away from the window, as indicated by the king. A servant approached, pouring wine into the metal goblet beside Baelon. The king's lunch featured little meat, but was abundant with delicacies and sweets crafted from fresh fruits. When Sir Harold sought me, I was practicing swordplay with my attendant, Baelon admitted with a hint of embarrassment, glancing down at his thin white shirt, now damp and slightly translucent. I feared you might require my counsel on matters of state, and did not have time to change. If only all knights trained their attendants as diligently as you do, we would not have so many pretenders bearing the title of knight, Viserys chuckled. I intend to inform you of your betrothal to Rhaenyra before we proceed to the Kingswood. I would rather not have her storming off into the woods. It is not as easy to locate her there as it is in the Red Keep. Lord Lannister, you and Rhaenyra are quite well suited, the queen remarked, cradling her pregnant belly with her hands. Thank you, your grace, he replied. Just then, the door to the chamber opened once more, and Rhaenyra entered clad in leather and boots, a stark contrast to the long gowns worn by the women of the court. Off to ride dragons again? Viserys asked, still smiling, his spirits buoyed by the impending hunting expedition. Indeed, father, we shall be in the Kingswood for many days. Even dragons can feel lonely, Rhaenyra replied, taking a seat across from Baelon. My lord Baelon, your coat is quite fashionable, she remarked with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, your highness, he responded gracefully. Rhaenyra, as the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, you bear an undeniable responsibility, one from which even I cannot shirk. Your relationship with Lord Baelon is quite amicable, and his lineage is most suitable. Thus, I have resolved to betroth you to him. If this is your father's wish, I must comply. Rhaenyra cast a fleeting smile at Baelon before swiftly averting her gaze, fearful of revealing her innermost thoughts to others. King Viserys raised his goblet, proclaiming with a smile, let us toast to the union of the great houses of Targaryen and Lannister. Baelon raised his goblet in turn, wishing for the Seven's blessings upon the realm, as well as upon the king and his heir. Chapter 30. Journey to the Kingswood. It is truly astonishing, is it not? King's Landing has stood for over a century, yet there remains no bridge across the Blackwater River. Baelon glanced back at the river, now obscured from view, as if everyone had grown accustomed to its absence. Never had it been mentioned in the court meetings. With nobles from various regions hastening to camp in the Kingswood, Baelon found himself sharing a carriage with the king and his family. King's Landing can be numbing. Anything one desires can seemingly be conjured from within its walls, as if by magic. King Viserys remarked with a chuckle that we often forget many of the items we utilize in our daily lives originate from different corners of the realm. Baelon proposed, if it pleases your majesty, I am willing to finance the construction of a bridge across the Blackwater, connecting the King's Road on either side. A bridge built in the names of Rhaenyra and myself. Many accolades may fade into obscurity, but a tangible monument would endure. Even if their tombs are erased by time and their names vanish from records, as long as this bridge stands, their stories will be remembered. Viserys expressed admiration. A splendid idea, Baelon. The king's gaze lingered on the young Prince Aegon, cradled in the nurse's arms, who was amusing himself with the buttons of his garment. Baelon pondered whether it was typical for a 2-year-old to lack the ability to articulate complete sentences. Nonetheless, it sufficed for the Hightower family to claim the title of Prince of Dragonstone. Yet, there are merits to not constructing a bridge, my Lord Lannister, the Queen interjected. Many individuals rely on ferries for their livelihood along the Blackwater. The building of a bridge would sever their means of sustenance. Constructing a bridge would indeed require substantial manpower and time, Your Grace, but no one would be left destitute, Baelon clarified. The sacrifice of a few for the benefit of the many constitutes a noble endeavor. The ferry operators could also establish small stalls along the riverbank, catering to travelers and merchant caravans. The decisions made by the Iron Throne need not account for the demands of all. Today, we shall not discuss affairs of state, Viserys said, lifting his gaze and smiling at Baelon, as if his smile had not waned throughout the day. Soon enough, you two shall have children, Rhaenyra, and I shall take pride in being a doting grandfather. Though the king spoke thus, he had yet to arrange the date for Rhaenyra and Baelon's wedding. Not every woman encounters difficulties in childbirth. The queen remarked to Rhaenyra that although the duration of pregnancy is lengthy, the birth of Aegon was remarkably smooth. The ladies of the court expressed that the arrival of the second child would likely be even easier. The procession continued its journey, traversing the king's road that wound through the entire royal forest. A number of knights loyal to the king, clad in pure black armor and bearing the royal banner, led the way. Following closely were 7 members of the king's guard, encircling the king's carriage and vigilantly safeguarding their sovereign, whom they had vowed to protect with their lives. At the rear of the entourage were several pack donkeys laden with luggage and other attendants. Having experienced the exhilarating sensation of riding upon a dragon's back, Rhaenyra found it quite torturous to arrive in any other manner. She whispered to Baelor, as they observed the other end of the carriage, where the king rested his hand upon the queen's belly, conversing with her in a somewhat awkward manner. Isn't it rather uncomfortable? This has been my life for the past few years, especially watching your former friend bear your father's child. At least it is a legitimate heir, unlike my father, who, on the very day I was named Duke of Casterly Rock, made me deal with the illegitimate offspring he fathered with some commoner, and you were present at that time. Baelor sighed, noting that even in death, his actions continued to tarnish the reputation of House Lannister. Outside, a chorus of cheers erupted as the carriage veered off the road. Through the delicate veil of the window, Baelor glimpsed countless tents and the banners positioned before them. Nobles from the Reach, Stormlands, Westerlands, Riverlands, Vale, and North had responded to the king's invitation to the royal hunt, with several banners from families of the Iron Islands also on display. The peaceful times of hunting and tournaments provided the nobility with splendid opportunities to showcase their martial prowess and wealth. Baelor could not help but ponder whether, after such a cacophony and commotion created by the nobles within the royal forest, there remained enough game for their continued hunting endeavors, particularly the timid and easily startled deer. In the eyes of the Westerosi, deer are regarded as the most sacred of prey. The white stag is said to be an enduring symbol of the realm's sovereignty. The carriage gradually entered the encampment, finally halting before the largest tent, where the Targaryen banner was prominently displayed at the entrance. The king's guard, having ensured the steps were properly placed by the servants, opened the carriage door. As the king and queen descended the steps, the waiting nobles greeted their arrival with applause. The king and queen proceeded toward the tent, with the wet nurse trailing behind, carrying the young prince. Noticing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelor inquired, "Shall we not join them?" "Let us wait a moment. No one is here today for my sake. I would rather not overshadow Aegon," Rhaenyra replied, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her nails. "Tell me, Baelor, do you believe the realm will one day accept me as their queen?" "Why not?" he responded, as if they possessed the power to choose. As Baelon settled back into the carriage seat, I recalled my ascension to Casterly Rock, a time when I was the subject of much scorn in Lannisport. Many questioned my lineage, doubting that I was my father's legitimate child due to my appearance, and street performers turned my plight into a jest. What course of action should I take? Should I sever their heads and pluck out their eyes? The truth is, the common folk care little for one's identity. As long as you can fill their bellies, they will sing your praises the very next day. The noble lords are no different, though one must employ different tactics to deal with them. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, assisting her to her feet. As the two descended from the carriage, the gathered nobles either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention to the livestock roasting by the fire. According to protocol, it was time for me to present my prepared gifts to His Majesty. Baelon reassured Rhaenyra, stating that if she had been raised in the court, she need not worry about him. He understood the nuances of interacting with noble ladies. His desire was merely to spend more time with his betrothed. With a smile, Baelon made his way towards the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. He could not help but ponder whether, after the nobles had stirred such a ruckus in the royal hunting grounds, there would be enough game remaining for their continued pursuits, especially the timid deer, easily frightened. In the eyes of the Westerosi, deer are considered sacred prey, with the legendary white stag symbolizing the very essence of royal power. The carriage gradually made its way into the camp, finally halting before the largest tent, where the Targaryen banner flew at the entrance. Here lay the king's temporary court within the royal woods. The king's guard, having arranged the steps, opened the carriage door, and as the king and queen descended, the awaiting nobles greeted their sovereign's arrival with applause. The king and queen proceeded towards the tent, with the wet nurse trailing behind, cradling the young prince. Noticing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired, "Shall we not disembark? Let us wait a moment. No one has come here today for my sake." "I wouldn't want to steal Aegon's thunder," Rhaenyra replied, her fingers anxiously fidgeting with her nails. "Tell me, Baelon, do you think the kingdom will one day accept me as their queen?" "Why not?" he responded, as though they had a choice in the matter. As Baelon settled back into the carriage seat, I reflected on my own rise to Casterly Rock, recalling the derision I faced in Lannisport, where many doubted my parentage based on my appearance, and street entertainers turned my misfortune into a source of amusement. What should I do? Should I take violent retribution against them? The reality is that the commoners are indifferent to your identity, as long as you can provide for them. They will extol your virtues the next day. The noble lords are no exception, though the approach to them differs. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, aiding her in standing. As the two disembarked from the carriage, the nobles who had just congregated either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention back to the livestock roasting by the fire. According to protocol, I was to present my prepared gifts to his majesty. Baelon remarked to Rhaenyra, "If I had grown up in the court, my lady Lannister, you need not worry about me. I am well versed in the ways of dealing with noble women. I merely wish to spend more time with my betrothed." With a smile, Baelon then strode towards the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. He could not help but wonder whether, amidst the tumult and uproar the nobles had created in the royal hunting grounds, there remained sufficient game for their continued pursuit, particularly the timid and easily startled deer. In the eyes of the Westerosi, deer were regarded as sacred prey, with the legendary white stag symbolizing the very essence of royal power. The carriage slowly entered the encampment, finally halting before the largest tent, where the Targaryen banner stood proudly at the entrance. The king's guard, having ensured the steps were in place, opened the carriage door, and as the king and queen descended the steps, the waiting nobles greeted their arrival with applause. The king and queen made their way towards the tent, followed closely by the wet nurse with the young prince. Observing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired, "Shall we not descend? Let us wait a moment. No one is here today for my sake. Best not to overshadow Aegon," Rhaenyra replied, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her nails. "Tell me, Baelon, do you believe the realm will one day accept me as their queen?" "Why not?" As if they possessed the choice, he responded, taking a seat back in the carriage. "When I first arrived at Casterly Rock, many in Lannisport disparaged me. Given my appearance, they doubted my lineage as my father's child, and street performers made a jest of it. What was I to do? Behead them? Gouge out their eyes? Truth be told, the common folk care little for your identity. As long as you can sate their hunger, they will sing your praises the next day. The lords are no different, albeit requiring a different approach." Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, aiding her to stand. As they descended from the carriage, the nobles once more either followed the king into the royal tent or returned their focus to the livestock by the fire. According to etiquette, it was time for me to present my gifts to his majesty. Baelon said to Rhaenyra, "If I had grown up in the court, my lady Lannister, you need not worry about me. I know how to navigate the company of noble women. I simply wish to spend more time with my betrothed." With a smile, Baelon made his way toward the golden tent, beneath the banner of the roaring lion. Baelon could not help but ponder whether, after the nobles had created such an uproar in the royal hunting grounds, there remained sufficient game for their continued pursuits, particularly the timid and easily frightened deer. In the eyes of the people of Westeros, deer were the most sacred of quarry. The legendary white stag had long been a symbol of the realm's sovereignty. The carriage slowly entered the camp, ultimately halting before the largest tent, where the banners of House Targaryen flanked the entrance, marking the king's temporary court within the woods. The king's guard, after the servants had positioned the steps, opened the carriage door. As the king and queen descended, the awaiting nobles greeted their arrival with applause. The king and queen made their way toward the tent, trailed by the wet nurse bearing the young prince. Observing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired, "Shall we not descend?" "Wait a moment. No one is here for me today. Perhaps it is best not to overshadow Aegon." Rhaenyra's hands fidgeted nervously, her fingers entwined in the crevices of her nails. She inquired, Baelon, do you believe the realm will one day embrace me as their queen? Why not? It is as if they had a choice. When Baelon settled back into the carriage seat, I had just taken command of Casterly Rock. In Lannisport, numerous individuals defamed my character, and given my appearance, they doubted my lineage as my father's child. Street performers seized upon this as a source of amusement. What am I to do? Did you sever their heads and gouge out their eyes? To speak candidly, the common folk are indifferent to your identity. As long as you can satiate their hunger, they shall sing your praises the following day. The nobles, too, are of a similar ilk, albeit approached with different methods. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, assisting her to her feet. As the two descended from the carriage, the previously gathered nobles either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention to the livestock roasting by the fire. According to protocol, it was my duty to present my prepared gift to His Majesty. Baelon remarked to Rhaenyra, if you were raised in the court, my Lady Lannister, there is no need for concern. I am well versed in the ways of the noble women. I merely wish to spend more time with my betrothed. With a smile, Baelon proceeded toward the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. He could not help but ponder whether, after the nobles had created such a ruckus in the royal hunting grounds, there remained sufficient game for their continued pursuits, particularly the timid deer that are easily startled. In the eyes of the Westerlanders, deer are the most sacred of quarry. The legendary white stag has long been a symbol of the Westerosi monarchy. The carriage gradually entered the camp, ultimately halting before the largest tent, flanked by the Targaryen banner at the entrance. This was the king's temporary court within the royal hunting grounds. The royal guards, having placed the steps with care, swung open the carriage door. As the king and queen descended the steps, a chorus of applause erupted from the gathered nobles, welcoming their sovereigns. The royal couple proceeded towards the tent, with the nurse trailing behind, cradling the young prince. Noticing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired, shall we not descend? Let us wait a moment, she replied. No one is here today for my sake. I would not wish to overshadow Aegon. Rhaenyra's fingers fidgeted nervously with her nails. Tell me, Baelon, do you believe the kingdom will one day accept me as their queen? Why not? He replied, as though they had any say in the matter. Baelon resumed his seat in the carriage, reflecting on his own arrival at Casterly Rock. When many in Lannisport disparaged him, given his appearance, they doubted he was truly his father's child, and street performers turned this into jest. What should I do? Decapitate them? Gouge out their eyes? The truth is, the common folk care little for who you are, as long as you can fill their bellies. They will sing your praises the next day. The noble lords are no different, merely requiring a different approach. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, assisting her to her feet. As they alighted from the carriage, the nobles who had previously congregated either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention to the livestock roasting by the fire. In accordance with etiquette, I must present the gift I have prepared for His Majesty, Baelon informed Rhaenyra. If you are raised in the court, my Lord Lannister, you need not worry about me. I know how to navigate the company of noble ladies. I merely wish to spend more time with my betrothed, he added with a smile, striding towards the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. Baelon couldn't help but ponder whether, after such cacophony and commotion created by the nobles in the royal forest, there would remain sufficient game for their continued hunting endeavors, especially the timid deer easily frightened. In the eyes of the Westerlanders, deer were the most sacred of prey, and the legendary white stag had long symbolized the majesty of the Westerosi crown. The carriage glided into the encampment, finally halting before the largest of the tents. Flanked by the Targaryen banners at the entrance, this was the King's South temporary court in the royal woods. The royal guards, having placed the steps with care, swung open the carriage door once more, as the king and queen descended amidst the welcoming applause of the waiting nobles. The royal couple proceeded towards the tent, with the nurse trailing behind, cradling the young prince. Noticing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired once more, shall we not descend? Let us wait a moment, she replied. No one is here today for my sake. I would not wish to overshadow Aegon. Rhaenyra's fingers fidgeted nervously with her nails. Tell me, Baelon, do you believe the kingdom will one day accept me as their queen? Why not? He replied, as though they had any say in the matter. As Baelon settled back into his seat in the carriage, memories flooded back to when I first took command of Casterly Rock. In Lannisport, countless voices sought to undermine me. Given my appearance, many doubted my legitimacy as my father's offspring, and street performers turned this misperception into jest. What should I do? Should I sever their heads and gouge out their eyes? To speak candidly, the common folk are indifferent to one's identity, as long as you can fill their bellies. They will sing your praises by the morrow. The nobility, too, are not dissimilar, though the approach to dealing with them varies. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, assisting her to rise. As they descended from the carriage, the nobles who had gathered moments before either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention to the livestock being roasted by the hearth. According to protocol, it was time for me to present the gifts I had prepared to His Majesty. Baelon reassured Rhaenyra, "If I were raised in the court, my Lady Lannister, you need not fret. I know how to navigate the company of noble women. I merely wish for more time with my betrothed." With a smile, Baelon then made his way toward the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. Baelon could not help but ponder whether there remained sufficient game in the royal hunting grounds for the nobles to pursue, especially the timid and easily frightened deer, after the uproar they had created. To the people of Westeros, deer are the most sacred of quarry, with the legendary white stag long, symbolizing royal authority. The carriage glided slowly into the camp, finally halting before the largest tent, flanked by the banners of House Targaryen at its entrance. This was the king's temporary court in the hunting grounds. The king's guard, having positioned the steps, opened the carriage door, and as the king and queen descended, the waiting nobles greeted their arrival with applause. The king and queen proceeded toward the tent, followed closely by the wet nurse with the young prince. Noticing that Rhaenyra remained seated, Baelon inquired, "Shall we not descend? Let us wait a moment. No one is here today for my sake, and I would not wish to overshadow Aegon," Rhaenyra replied, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her nails. "Tell me, Baelon, do you believe the realm will one day accept me as their queen?" "Why not? As if they have a choice," he responded, settling back into his seat. Reflecting on the scorn he faced upon arriving at Casterly Rock, where many in Lannisport doubted my lineage based on my appearance, turning it into a jest among street performers. What was to be done? Should I exact vengeance upon them? Truth be told, the commoners care little for one's true identity, as long as their needs are met. They would sing your praises the next day. The nobility, too, follow a similar pattern, though the methods to confront them differ. Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand once more, assisting her to her feet, as the two descended from the carriage. The nobles who had previously gathered either followed the king into the royal tent or redirected their attention to the livestock roasting by the fire. According to etiquette, it was time for me to present the gift I had prepared for His Majesty. Baelon remarked to Rhaenyra, "If I were raised in the court, my dear Lannister, you need not worry about me. I am well versed in the art of engaging with noble ladies. I merely wish to spend more time with my betrothed." With a smile, Baelon made his way towards the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. He couldn't help but ponder whether, amidst the considerable commotion the nobles had stirred in the royal hunting grounds, there remained enough game for their continued pursuits, especially the timid deer that were easily frightened. In the eyes of the Westerosi, the deer were the most sacred of prey, and the legendary white stag had always symbolized the might of the Westerosi crown. The carriage gradually rolled into the camp, finally halting before the largest tent, flanked by the Targaryen banner at the entrance. This was the king's temporary court within the hunting grounds. The king's guard, after the servants had positioned the steps, opened the carriage door, and as the king and queen descended, the waiting nobles greeted the sovereign's arrival with applause. The king and queen proceeded towards the tent, with the wet nurse trailing behind, cradling the young prince. Seeing Rhaenyra still seated, Baelon inquired, "Shall we not descend? Let us wait a moment. No one has come here today for my sake, and I would not wish to overshadow Aegon," Rhaenyra replied, her hands nervously clasping her fingers. "Tell me, Baelon, do you think the kingdom will one day accept me as their queen?" "Why not? As if they have a choice," he replied, taking his seat in the carriage once more. "When I first took residence in Casterly Rock, many in Lannisport disparaged me, given my appearance. They doubted I was my father's child, and street performers turned it into a jest. What should I do? Decapitate them? Gouge their eyes? Truth be told, the common folk care little for who you are. As long as you can fill their bellies, they will sing your praises the next day. The noble lords are no different. It's merely a different approach to dealing with them." Baelon took Rhaenyra's hand, assisting her to stand. As they stepped down from the carriage, the nobles either followed the king into the royal tent or returned their focus to the livestock by the fire. According to etiquette, it was time for me to present the gift I had prepared for His Majesty. Baelon remarked to Rhaenyra, "If I were raised in the court, my dear Lannister, you need not worry about me. I am well versed in the art of engaging with noble ladies. I merely wish to spend more time with my betrothed." With a smile, Baelon strode towards the golden tent adorned with the roaring lion banner. Chapter 31. The Banquet of the Royal Guard. Your Majesty, it would be my utmost honor if you could achieve the first kill of this hunting expedition with this hunting spear. Baelon presented the golden hunting spear, which a servant received with both hands before passing it to Viserys. How exquisite! Viserys scrutinized the gilded spearhead, truly a testament to the renowned craftsmanship of the artisans from the West. I extend my gratitude to your majesty for your praise, Baelon responded with a gentle nod, subsequently relinquishing his position before the king to other nobles who were poised to present their gifts. Duke Massos offered a monkey with silvery fur and violet eyes. Lady Aelin presented a pure gold eagle's feather as her token, while Duke Stark bestowed a taxidermy of a dire wolf. Numerous envoys from regions beyond Westeros had also arrived at the royal guard. A prince from the Summer Isles gifted a longbow crafted from goldenheart wood, while the ambassador from Braavos presented the king with an elaborate ensemble of purple attire, imbued with Valyrian style. The brother of Prince Pantos brought forth a box filled with luxurious spices, including saffron and chili, and even the delicate Triad Alliance, with its tenuous connection to the Iron Throne, sent representatives. Outside the tent, Duke Baratheon commanded the construction of a jousting arena in the central clearing of the camp. A simple enclosure of wooden palisades. He deemed the mere act of hunting to be rather mundane, preferring the thrill of donning armor and engaging in a spirited tussle with others in the mud while awaiting the hounds and servants to seek out game. Servants roasted freshly slaughtered sheep and pigs over the fire, periodically glazing them with sauces and honey in preparation for the evening's feast. Although termed a hunting expedition, it was, in essence, a grand picnic gathering of considerable duration, where nobles showcased their prowess, forged agreements, and, most importantly, where all expenses were borne by the king. "My Lord Lannister, you have visited the Stepstone Islands, have you not?" inquired one of the two nobles, both of whom appeared to be of similar age to Baelon. Their cloaks were fastened with grape-shaped brooches, emblematic of House Redwine. The two brothers, strikingly similar with their orange hair and freckles adorning their noses and cheeks, were so alike that Baelon struggled to discern any notable differences in their appearances. "I have made a brief visit. How may I assist you?" Baelon replied, as the pair produced wine goblets, filling them with golden-hued wine and ushering him to a nearby small round table. "My lord, not only has he visited, but he also rode a dragon to obliterate an entire fleet of pirates from the kingdom of the Three Daughters." One brother countered his sibling's earlier remark. "My lord, was it not recently that ships belonging to a noble from the borders were assailed by pirates? It seems the Swan family from Stonehelm had relatives among those captured." The other added, "Indeed, I have heard that his niece was sold to Lys." 2 months prior, at the Royal Council, Baelon received news that, despite aiding Prince Daemon in securing control over Crab Cave, the tides of war had not turned in their favor. Instead, Prince Daemon suffered 2 consecutive defeats, losing command over several small islands on the southeastern side of the Stepstone Islands. "Are you aware of the current state of affairs there? It can only be described as chaotic. Prince Daemon maintains dominion over most of the islands, yet he does not directly heed the Iron Throne. Simultaneously, the Tri-Cities Alliance shows no intention of ceasing this conflict." Baelon, having partaken in another's wine, could only relay what he knew. "And you are?" "I am Horace Redwine, my lord, and this is my brother Gilbert. We are the nephews of Lord Redwine," replied the Redwine to Belron's right. "We command 10 warships," Gilbert interjected. "Remaining at Dragonstone yields us nothing. We have resolved to venture to the Stepstone Islands. Do you possess any means to facilitate our contact with Prince Daemon?" Upon hearing their intentions, Baelon waved his hands in protest, concerned that these fools might bring trouble upon him from Lord Redwine after venturing to the Stepstone Islands. Even with a dragon at his disposal, Prince Daemon could not alter the stalemate of this war. "Your 10 warships are but a drop in the ocean. We aspire to earn glory under Prince Daemon's banner, perhaps even securing land in Essos." "I have heard the disputed territories were once flourishing," Horace said, excitement and determination evident in his voice. "The war is currently confined to the Stepstone Islands. How could you possibly acquire land in Essos? Most islands there are barren wastelands, either rocky mountains or salt flats. Even if you were to seize them, they would yield no value, and you would constantly face pirate incursions. The pirates of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters are lawless. Upon your surrender, they would not inform Lord Redwine to demand ransom. They might very well bind your hands and feet and toss you into the narrow sea to feed the fish." "Territory is of no import to me," Gilbert interjected eagerly. "As long as I can slay those nefarious pirates, I shall be content." His tone suggested he perceived the war in the Stepstone Islands as a thrilling adventure. "Do as you wish. I cannot dissuade you, nor are you foolish enough to navigate your ships to the Stepstone Islands," Baelon declared as he rose to depart, leaving the two brothers to ponder their course. The nobility of the realm, holding considerable power and serving in the king's court, had been invited to remain within the king's tent to share in the evening feast, accompanied by their families, totaling over 100 individuals, but fewer than 200. As the banquet was set to commence, 5 long tables awaited their first courses, adorned only with light snacks and fresh fruits recently brought in from the Riverlands. Dusk approached, and the glow of candles within the tent mingled with the setting sun, casting a warm orange-red hue upon the canvas. Clang, clang. The sound of King Viserys striking his metal spoon against a goblet resonated throughout the tent, the metallic clash capturing the attention of the assembled nobles. Clearing his throat, the king addressed his vassals. I extend my gratitude to all who have traveled from afar to celebrate the second naming day of Prince Aegon with me. Simultaneously, I have an announcement to make. During a pause, Viserys turned his gaze towards Baelon, lifting his hand that held a goblet aloft. I shall betroth my daughter, my heir, the Princess of Dragonstone, to the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannisport, the Guardian of the Westerlands, Baelon Lannister. Their wedding shall be conducted at the earliest opportunity. The majority of nobles within the tent were hearing this news for the first time, yet they responded in unison with fervent applause. Many had anticipated this day. The old dragon bestowed everything upon the lion, and in return, the lion wagered his entire fortune upon the young dragon. Chapter 32. The boar hunt. Baelon and Tywalt sat astride their steeds, standing side by side at the edge of a glade within the royal woods. With the assistance of local hunters, professional huntsmen who had journeyed from Casterly Rock had tracked a group of wild boars the previous day. They set traps and then, with hounds in tow, took a circuitous route to ensnare the entire herd. You are quite adept at keeping secrets, Tywalt remarked to Baelon. It is a request from His Majesty, and I have sworn an oath not to divulge it to anyone, Baelon replied, grasping the reins with his left hand while resting a hunting spear upon his shoulder with his right. How long have you been betrothed to the princess? Tywalt inquired. It has been a few months, shortly after your return to Casterly Rock, he replied nonchalantly. Tywalt protested. Did you not consider sharing this with me? I am the Lannister most closely related to you by blood. Lord Bisbury did not inform his grandson, nor did Lord Leonor disclose this to his 2 sons, Baelon countered. I have mounted a dragon that rightfully belonged to House Targaryen. There is always a price to pay. However, it now appears more as a reward. Not only do I possess the light of the realm, but I can also place my progeny upon the Iron Throne. Cousin, I too wish for a descendant of House Lannister to ascend the Iron Throne, but Viserys poses a significant dilemma. Which Viserys? Do we know another? You mean our king? Why do you say such? He is a man of good nature. Just look at Prince Daemon. Let us count how many times he ought to have had his head severed, Tywalt whispered, wary of the other nobles overhearing their conversation. He seized Dragonstone and even gifted a dragon egg to a whore from Lys. Now the egg is missing. Fortunately, that whore did not bear his bastard. To sum it up, I count that as one. Declaring himself king of the Stepstones and wielding his own power, that counts as the second. He truly believes himself to be a 3-headed dragon, as if he has 3 heads to be severed. The king has scarcely punished his brother, allowing him to wreak havoc in alliance with the free cities, leaving the entire kingdom in unrest. Do you believe that in the future, Queen Alicent's children, with the support of House Hightower, will challenge the princess's claim to inheritance? Let us not dwell on such matters. It is far too early to consider. We have at least 20 years to discuss this. I have heard enough of such alarming tales in the Red Keep. Today we are out to hunt. So let us focus on the hunt. The hunter rode forth on horseback to stand before Baelon, having successfully driven a herd of wild boars into a trap. They inquired whether he wished to confront them directly or set them free for a chase. Naturally, Baelon opted for the latter. Tracking the prey demanded considerable time and patience. Thus, nobles typically dispatched seasoned hunters to capture or confine the game, reserving the final strike for themselves. This not only allowed them to savor the thrill of the hunt, but also mitigated danger and conserved time. After a brief wait, the hunters approached with a horse-drawn cart bearing iron cages, inside which several wild boars were confined. Frightened, they screeched wildly, colliding with and gnawing at the metallic bars that imprisoned them. The hunters would release the boars one by one, coercing them with weapons to flee in a predetermined direction, allowing the nobles to pursue them mounted on horseback with their hunting spears. Please, you go first, Tyrion, Baelon urged. Tyrion spurred his steed forward a few paces. Raising his spear in signal, a wild boar was squeezed out through the gap in the door, while other hunters lay in ambush on either side of the cage, using short spears to drive it forward, compelling the boar to dash across the path of the nobles. The bloodied creature sprinted ahead, with Tyrion in pursuit, accompanied by another hunter tasked with blocking the boar's escape route. Tyrion, spear in hand, gradually closed the distance to the boar, and when the moment was ripe, he hurled his spear. Yet, whether due to an unfavorable angle or insufficient strength, the spear lodged itself in the boar's back. The injured beast, undeterred, barreled into the nearby woods, while the assisting hunter galloped after it, following the trail of blood it left behind. Quite the stroke of misfortune, Tyrion remarked as he returned to Baelon's side, noting that the boar had become encrusted in mud, which hardened under the sun, causing the spear to slide off when he attempted to strike. Tyrion couldn't help but chuckle at his own blunder, a feeble excuse for his failure. Count Tybalt, perhaps you should take your turn? Baelon suggested. Count Tybalt readily agreed, eagerly charging forth on his horse. Have the Ironborn been keeping to themselves these past months? Baelon inquired of Tyrion, who had returned to his side. Not entirely. Raids still occur in the territories around Fairy Island and the ruins. I've contacted the Lannister family and the Lords of the North. They face the same plight. Even the fishing villages along the rock coast have been attacked, though they managed to repel the invaders. It's puzzling what they hope to gain from such assaults, as the western coast of the north is poorer than the Iron Islands. Those ruffians from the Iron Islands clearly do not regard us with respect, Tyrion retorted. The Northmen lack warships, and the Lannister family possesses no more than 10. Once the Ironborn retreat to their longships, no pursuit can reach them. Count Tybalt, evidently a seasoned hand in the hunting grounds, directed his assisting hunter to follow behind, while he himself approached stealthily from the side. He plunged the spear's tip into the chest of the boar, just above its front leg, bringing it down in a thrashing heap. The hunter swiftly dismounted and granted the creature a final act of mercy with his dagger. The hunters had already secured Count Tybalt's catch, dragging it behind their horse. Baelon raised his hunting spear, signaling the hunters beside the iron cage, who subsequently released a wild boar. Although the boar was not large, it was exceedingly agitated, immediately charging at the nearby hunters. The hunters were compelled to jab it repeatedly with their short spears before it fled along the designated path, its body smeared with blood, resembling a ferocious beast that had emerged from another realm. The boar halted midway, either stunned or contemplating its predicament, should it possess such reasoning. Upon seeing Baelon galloping towards it, it nervously charged at him. Baelon lowered his upper body, firmly grasping the spear, wedging it under his arm in the manner of a lance. His steed, having undergone rigorous training, was well acquainted with the sense of common prey, thus avoiding panic during the hunt that could unseat its rider. The boar, shrieking, stood barely taller than Baelon's knee, yet it exhibited no fear, brandishing its tusks as if to demonstrate its strength. As the boar approached, Baelon deftly pulled the reins to the left, directing his horse to veer leftward, and then thrusting the spear forward, releasing his grip with precision. Unlike a lance, the spear's shaft was sturdier and less prone to breakage. If the timing for release was miscalculated, it could result in injury. The spear struck cleanly between the boar's right front leg and neck, delivering a swift and decisive kill. The creature, valiant in spirit, did not wish to perish while fleeing. Baelon returned to Talon's side, inquiring about his two nieces, Tizera and Cirilla. Talon remarked that, without their parents, it was undoubtedly harsh for the children, yet they appeared well, even beginning to call him father. Chapter 33. The conclusion of the hunt. Has your father yet captured that white stag? Baelon asked, recalling that the hunting party had discovered traces of the white stag a week prior. Before that, they had only encountered a slightly larger than warhorse young red-brown buck, the sole trophy claimed by the king since the commencement of the hunt. Sir Otto had declared the white stag to be the legendary king of the forest, fitting of the king's status. If it were so easily slain, might not the title be deemed rather hasty? Baelon and Rhaenyra strolled along a stream at the edge of the camp, while Sir Criston and the knights of Casterly Rock awaited not far off. Yet I sense Sir Otto's words carried deeper meaning, he mused. Indeed, they do. He possesses considerable tenacity, repeating the same phrase for 2 years without weariness. Baelon chuckled. Has your father mentioned when our wedding shall take place? As Baelon spent more time in the royal forest, the initial allure began to wane, revealing the monotony of his surroundings. He had thought that leaving the Red Keep would provide a temporary respite from the ever-present ceremonial pleasantries, yet in the hunting camp, the proximity of individuals was even greater, with no doors to lock and an environment that remained raucous from dawn until dusk. The tournament grounds constructed by Duke Baelish have alleviated the pent-up emotions of many young nobles, allowing them to release their frustrations in a more respectable manner than in clandestine brawls that could lead to fatalities. Last night, Sir Otto and Count Leonor were dispatched back to King's Landing by my father. Sir Harwin, the eldest son of Count Leonor, informed me that their departure was related to our impending nuptials. My father wishes for us to complete the ceremony before the end of this year. That seems rather swift. I had anticipated at least waiting until next year. Baelon pondered for a moment, deciding that certain matters warranted clarification to his betrothed. Do you recall that day 5 months ago on Bloodstone Island? You wished to kiss me, but I declined. Some memories are difficult to forget, my lady. Rhaenyra halted, her expression suggesting she awaited an apology from Baelon. It was never my intention to refuse. Even in solitude, Baelon whispered near her ear, I desired more. Yet guilt over your father consumed me. He has bestowed favors upon me. I cannot, after stealing his dragon, also take his daughter. Now, the duty of bearing the heir to the Iron Throne and Casterly Rock is bestowed upon you. Rhaenyra took Baelon's left hand, placing it upon her waist. There is no need for haste, is there? Baelon extended his right hand, caressing her cheek, his thumb gliding over her delicate skin. Observing her lean into him, he cast aside his reservations and kissed her. She reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his neck. Just as their encounter seemed poised to deepen, the voice of Maester Luntel echoed from afar. My Lord Lannister. My Lord Lannister. Cursed be the seven hells. What a time to interrupt. Rhaenyra finally released her fiancé. Stepping back a couple of paces, after a considerable moment, they spotted the aged Maester hastening towards them, supported by Sir Criston, with knights from Casterly Rock closely trailing behind. Baelon stepped forward, inquiring, Maester, is there an urgent matter that has you so flustered? News from the Stepstones, the Maester gasped, handing Baelon an unsealed letter. The Dornish have entered the fray, he explained. Our king is unaccounted for in the royal guard, and Sir Harold, his personal protector, is missing. Duke Baelish is inebriated near the tournament grounds, and the Prime Minister and Lord Leonor have just returned to King's Landing. You are the only lord I could find to attend the royal council, while Prince Daemon's forces are embroiled with the kingdom of the three daughters in the eastern Stepstones. The Dornish have launched an assault from the west, seizing 3 islands, including Bloodstone. The local garrison has been nearly annihilated, and the captives have been executed by the Dornish. Only 2 warships barely escaped to Greenstone Keep in Stormlands, delivering news of the attack. We must locate His Majesty, as he alone can determine our course of action. After perusing the letter, Baelon added, send word to all lords on the borders, urging them to prepare for defense. The Dornish frequently traversed the Boneway and the Prince's Pass to raid the fringes of the realm. Only once did they attempt to navigate by sea, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Dornish fleet by the Iron Throne's forces, who suffered no casualties and even claimed the life of the Dornish prince. Chapter 34. A new plan. As the council convened, the Grand Maester's assistant abruptly entered the chamber, thrusting a letter into his hands. Upon unsealing the missive, the Grand Maester read it, and subsequently passed it to the new Prime Minister at his side. Sir Otto Hightower, after a hunting expedition, once more persuaded the king to name Prince Aegon as his heir, citing concerns that the union of the princess and Baelor might place the Iron Throne in the hands of House Lannister, ultimately leading to his dismissal. He and his sons have since embarked on their journey back to Old Town. Lord Lionel Baratheon has been appointed Hand of the King, with his position taken over by Lord Jasper Wilde of Rainhouse. Another letter has arrived from Lord Royce of Nightsong, Your Grace. After a brief reading, Lord Lionel handed the letter to the king, who insisted on being allowed to dispatch his soldiers to dismantle the towers erected by the Dornish on either side of the Prince's Pass. This marks the 4th correspondence from Lord Royce in the past month, as other lords of the borderlands also yearn for the chance to spill Dornish blood, hoping for support from the Iron Throne, or even better, the dispatch of dragons. Let them wait. As long as the Dornish remain within their borders, they cannot strike. Viserys declared. The fleet of Lord Swan has returned to port. Duke Baelor remarked that the waters off Dorne were exceedingly calm, with not a single Dornish fishing vessel in sight. The young Prince Daemon Martell has altered his previous strategies. In the Stepstone Islands, his fleet seldom sails by day. Instead, they operate under the cover of night or disperse, flying flags not their own, masquerading as passing merchant ships, keeping Prince Daemon Targaryen on his toes. He maintains strict control over the lords of the Red Mountains, ensuring the Dornish forces remain on the defensive, thus denying the Iron Throne any pretext to join the fray and avoiding a simultaneous conflict on both eastern and western fronts. Is there any news from the Stepstones, Beaumont? The king inquired. Prince Daemon has reclaimed Bloodstone Island, yet has simultaneously lost 3 others. As his brother, I have done enough for him. If he cannot manage the situation in the Stepstones, even with hired sailors from Pintos and Bravos, I have little to say, the king lamented. Your Majesty, the current state of the Stepstones leaves much to be desired, Lord Lionel replied. The war will persist for many years, as is destined. Yet the scales of victory are indeed tilting towards the kingdom of the 3 daughters. I have an idea, Your Grace. The original purpose of the Triarch's alliance was to counter Valyria. Though I have been away from Valyria for many years, I still possess acquaintances there. Perhaps I might persuade them to rekindle the conflict in the disputed lands. As he spoke, Baelor himself felt a lack of confidence. for he had been away from Valyria for nearly a decade. However, it is certain that as long as he soars across the skies upon a mighty dragon, the three lords will undoubtedly grant him an audience. There is no necessity for them to engage in battle personally. Volantis possesses a plethora of mercenaries and enslaved soldiers available for sale, easily amassing a force of 2,000 or 3,000. The intent is not to obliterate the Tri-Cities alliance, but to compel them back to the negotiating table. Volantis had once conquered Lys and Myr, only to ultimately lose its hegemony in the disputed lands under the combined onslaught of various factions. Currently, the issue of the Ironborn's marauding remains unresolved, their presence evident from the Westerlands to the north. Since they seem so fond of the ancient roads, why not let them wreak havoc upon the Stepstone Islands? Belron continued to propose. I can first journey to Pike to converse with King Daemon Greyjoy. Your Majesty, this may very well be the most effective means to keep the Iron Throne at bay, while simultaneously aiding Prince Daemon. Lord Leonor also urged the king. Duke Baelish joined the discourse. Indeed, Your Majesty, should the Dornish seize the Stepstone Islands, who can predict that their next move might not be towards Storm's End? King Viserys could only nod in agreement, stating, I shall write a letter to King Daemon, informing him of your impending arrival in Pike. As for Volantis, do remember to convey my regards upon your meeting with your mother. With the royal council concluded, Belron felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. He returned to his chamber, pondering how to most effectively persuade Volantis and the forces of the Iron Islands to engage in this intricate situation. This would also mark his first return to Volantis in many years, and he was uncertain how his mother would react upon his appearance. As night fell, Belron illuminated his map by candlelight, studying the routes from King's Landing to Pike and from Pike to Volantis. The distance from King's Landing to Pike is more than double that to Dragonstone. If he were to depart at dawn, he would likely reach Pike by nightfall. If the Ironborn do not witness the colossal form of Vagr, his efforts to instill fear would be in vain. Thus he should linger for a day at either Casterly Rock or the Isle of Tears. On his journey to Volantis, he could make stops at Dragonstone and Pentos. As Pentos has territorial disputes with Myr and has supported Prince Daemon in the conflict over the Stepstone Islands, Prince of Pentos would not refuse him hospitality. He might also need to spend a night amidst the ruins along the banks of the Rhoyne before finally reaching Volantis. Assuming he lacked a dragon, this endeavor would likely consume the better part of half a year. Lord Lannister, a guard standing outside Belron's door, pushed it open. Lord Leonor's son wishes to see you. Not the one commanding the city's defense. Let him enter, Belron replied. Larry Strong, leaning upon a cane, entered Belron's chamber. How may I assist you, Larys? Belron inquired. Yes and no, Belron, Larys chuckled, then casually shut the door, presenting Belron with a grand cloak. I fail to comprehend. Could you elucidate further? My brother requires your assistance. Larys approached the wall, tapping a brick with his cane, and instantly, a wall adorned with a framed painting swung open, revealing a hollow behind it. Megan's secret passage, my lord. Belron felt a chill traverse his spine. How many were privy to the existence of this passage? Had anyone eavesdropped on his conversations with others, my lord? A guard knocked on the door, inquiring if assistance was needed. No, you may rest, Belron replied from behind the door, fastening his sword belt. For the hour had grown late. Larys lifted a candlestick from Belron's chamber and stepped inside, with Belron trailing closely behind. After entering the passage, he sealed the entrance. By the flickering candlelight, Belron discerned the spiral staircase within the tunnel. Where does this path lead? He inquired. To various corners of the Red Keep. And where do we go now? Outside the Red Keep. The passage was laden with endless steps. Belron observed several closed pathways, behind which levers connected to the ceiling likely served as switches for some hinged apparatus. Pulling them would open the passages. Larys, dragging his deformed foot, guided Belron to the exterior of the Red Keep, where Belron donned a cloak and mimicked Larys by pulling up his hood. Why cannot we exit the Red Keep through the main gate? Is not the city guard under his command? He has his own arrangements. They traversed a narrow path heading north, the outline of the dragon's lair atop the Rennie's hills discernible even in the night. Larys halted before a grand avenue leading to the Iron Gate, approaching a carriage parked by the roadside. He opened the door and took a seat inside. King's Landing is indeed a peculiar city. The affluent district and the flea market are but a street apart, one side tranquil, the other bustling. With only a few city guards patrolling the thoroughfare, brandishing torches and spears, Belron followed suit into the carriage. Larys tapped on the partition between the carriage and the driver, prompting the vehicle to move towards Iron Street, subsequently turning at the central square, heading towards the dragon's lair. This has nothing to do with your brother, does it? Belron asked. You are correct. My brother is presently enjoying a deep slumber at the city guard barracks by the Gate of the Gods, Larys candidly admitted. But you would not hold that against me. Are you so certain? I am quite certain. Larys beamed brilliantly. This is my new means of earning extra coin. Should you enjoy the experience, remember to promote my business to the lords and ladies. The carriage halted a short distance from Silk Street, and through the window, Baelon spotted several menacing thugs loitering across the street, daggers and single-handed swords sheathed at their waists. Do not fret. Those are my associates, and they do not recognize you. The city guards seldom patrol this road, thus it is entirely safe. Larys opened the carriage door, revealing a two-story residence, every window adorned with drawn curtains. I shall trust you this once. Should you dare to deceive me, I assure you that your legs will serve you just as well in the future. Larys paid no heed to Belron's threat. He dismounted from the carriage and rapped upon the grand door of the estate. Instantly, the door swung open, revealing a pair of middle-aged servants, a man and a woman, standing in the modest yet brightly lit foyer. Do not worry, they possess no tongues. And whatever errand you assign them, your secrets shall remain safe. Larys gestured with his cane towards the staircase on the right side of the foyer. On the second floor, someone awaits you. Good night, Lord Belron. After Larys departed, the mute servant secured the door's latch. Belron ascended the staircase to the second floor, drawing his sword from its sheath for safety. I believe you will find no need for that sword tonight, my lord, came a voice. Belron swiftly turned to see Rhaenyra leaning against the balcony on the second floor, gazing down at him. Chapter 35. Return to Casterly Rock. The sunlight roused Belron from his slumber. He extricated his right hand from beneath him and drew the curtains to block the glaring rays. The clamor of vendors, the creaking of carts, and other sounds indicated that the hour was not early. He noticed 2 dried bloodstains on the back of his hand, the origin of which eluded him. Recalling the events of the previous night, he surmised that the blood must have come from Rhaenyra's claws, sharper than those of a dragon. Belron had not slept well. The mingling of their sweat had rendered the sheets as damp as if freshly pulled from a well, and the wool mattress was far less yielding than the velvet of the Red Keep, leaving him with a twinge in his back. Rhaenyra lay nestled in his embrace, her back to him. Her chest-length braid, now undone, cascaded to her waist, and Belron held the tips in his hand. He pressed gentle kisses along the nape of her neck, a faint fragrance wafting from her that was not from her usual perfume. He continued to kiss down her spine, leaving a tender mark upon each prominent vertebra until she stirred awake. I must take my leave. I first need to return to the Westlands, and then I must journey to Pike. Prince Daemon awaits the reinforcements he requires, Belron whispered in her ear. Just a moment longer, a little while, Rhaenyra urged, pressing his palm against her abdomen. You could accompany me, Belron suggested. No, I cannot, Rhaenyra replied, turning to face him, their violet eyes locking in a gaze. After my reckless venture to the Stepstones, I swore to my father that I would not depart from his side without his knowledge. You first go to the Iron Islands. Remember to seek me on Dragonstone when you are ready to proceed to Volantis. Perhaps by then, I can persuade my father to let me accompany you to Volantis. I must admit, I am rather concerned, Belron chuckled, worrying that we may leave Westeros as a pair, only to return to King's Landing as 3. We have yet to pledge our vows in the September. Perhaps 4, Rhaenyra teased, her slender fingers tracing along Belron's ribs. How do you know it will not be twins? Belron chuckled softly, pulling Rhaenyra closer. Whether it be 4 or 3, you are the one who matters most. The two individuals nestled together in serene intimacy, savoring the rare tranquility. As the sunlight outside grew increasingly blinding and the clamor of the streets intensified, Baelon realized it was time to depart. He swiftly donned his garments, fastening his belt and sword. Rhaenyra, enveloped in a blanket, sat by the window, observing Baelon as he cupped his hands to wash the sweat from his face and hair in the basin of cool water. I will await you on Dragonstone, he assured her. I shall arrive within 4 days, at the latest 6. The dragon lair was in close proximity to the residence, and with swift strides, Baelon ascended the steps leading to it. The dragon guards did not hinder his passage, for he was one of the only 2 dragon lords in King's Landing. Upon learning of his arrival, the dragon keepers hastily entered the depths of the lair to summon Vhagar from its cavern. The ancient creature was notoriously grumpy upon waking. It did not emerge until Baelon issued a command. Vhagar's bronze scales shimmered with golden hues in the sunlight as Baelon expertly grasped the reins, commanding it in High Valyrian. The dragon guard stepped back, allowing space for the colossal beast. As they reached the entrance of the lair, Vhagar emitted a deep roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward, and as it unfurled its vast wings, it cast a shadow over several blocks, including Silk Street. Gazing down at the diminishing silhouette of King's Landing, Baelon's thoughts remained fixated on Rhaenyra's figure, an indelible image etched in his mind. Soaring high above, Vhagar glided effortlessly, and Baelon quickly identified the king's road extending westward from King's Landing, a narrow, unassuming dirt path. As the terrain beneath him transformed from plains and forests to hills and low mountains, Baelon realized he had returned to the realms of the Westerlands. He spotted a small castle atop a hill, likely the first vassal stronghold he would visit as the Duke of Casterly Rock. However, the view from the air differed vastly from that from the ground, leaving him uncertain if it truly belonged to House Leighton of Deepwood Motte. Nevertheless, the unmistakable silhouette of Casterly Rock, alongside Lannisport, was easily recognizable. Even with his eyes closed, he could navigate by scent and sound. Since the dragon lair at Casterly Rock was still under construction, Baelon commanded Vhagar to land on an uninhabited hill outside the castle, instructing it to remain there, for they would set forth for their next destination at dawn. Upon returning to Casterly Rock, the sun hung low over the sunset sea, with sunset imminent within 2 hours, indicating Baelon had underestimated Vhagar's speed. He ordered the soldiers to provide 10 cattle for Vhagar as a reward for its long flight. After freshening up, Baelon adorned himself in garments befitting his noble status. He sat at the head of the dining table, accompanied by Tybalt, Bachelor Peter, Sir Rallian, the 2 nieces of Belron, the uncle of Count Tybalt and his wife, as well as 2 relatives whose names eluded him, only known to serve in the city of Caroc. Also present were Belron's wine steward, Joffrey Leighton, and Ellen Rias, leaving no empty seats at the table. Around the table, Belron engaged in light conversation with relatives and close advisors. Jason's 2 daughters were exceedingly polite, gazing at Belron with continuous smiles, perhaps due to their tender age and ignorance of the deeds he had committed against their parents. "I have only returned to Caroc 2 days ago," Tywalt remarked with a smile. "I now truly comprehend the distinction in speed between dragons and horses. I intend to journey to Pike City to confer with King Darren regarding matters of state. The Dornish have seized several islands in the Stepstone Archipelago, and I hope to persuade the Ironborn to send their longships to support Prince Daemon." "Is this by the king's directive?" Sir Rallian inquired. Belron nodded, explaining that King Viserys was reluctant to directly involve himself in the war, yet the noblemen of the borderlands were eager to take action. The local lords had already summoned their vassals and armies, preparing for an offensive. "You may wish to speak with Count Famen first," Sir Rallian suggested. "He captured a group of Ironborn raiders from his lands a few days ago, nobles from the Iron Islands of Harlaw. They might serve as leverage in your negotiations with King Darren." Chapter 36. The prisoner of Fair Isle stretches long from north to south, narrow from east to west, with the residence of the local lord, the Famen family, situated in Fair City. This castle, located on the eastern coastal expanse of the island, faces the continent of Westeros. It is not a land of abundance. Both commoners and nobles rely on fishing and agriculture for their sustenance, unlike many lords of the West who can unearth gold and silver from the earth. The raids by the Ironborn are for the inhabitants of Fair Isle what the bitter winters are to the north, an inevitability that will eventually arrive. The residents of Fair Isle have always remained vigilant against threats from the sea, even arming their fishing vessels with rudimentary weapons. However, facing the Ironborn, who have been bred for battle since childhood, one could scarcely flatter them by stating they experience more victories than defeats. Belron and Vhagar descended outside the coastal Fair City, and as the bronze fury lowered itself, he descended along the ropes from the saddle to the ground. Count Famen, his family, and attendants awaited him from a distance. The heir to Count Famen was his only grandson, as his sole son had vanished at sea years prior, leaving uncertain whether he had met with disaster or fallen to Ironborn hands. Belron removed his gloves and approached the Count. "Welcome to Fair Isle, my Lord Belron." The silver-haired Count Famen greeted, bowing with his companions, his gaze filled with awe at the magnificent beast. The Count regarded Vhagar with a hint of trepidation. The previous night, Bachelor Peter had dispatched ravens, informing Count Famen that the Duke of Caroc would arrive on Fair Isle the following day. "Let us keep our words brief, Count Famen. Time is of the essence, and many places await my presence," Belron stated, inquiring, "I have heard you captured several Ironborn?" "More than 10 of Lord Baelon's captives are imprisoned in the dungeons. They landed 2 leagues away from the Fairy City on 5 longboats during the previous nights. My soldiers had long since detected their presence and ambushed them in the woods far from the shore, preventing their escape back to the sea." The Count proudly recounted the achievements of his subordinates to the Lord, most of whom were from the Wumark and Stenequi families. With only one noble among the captives, a lad from the Kenning family of Harlow Island. He was undoubtedly experiencing battle for the first time, and when we captured him, he was so terrified that he lost control of himself, unable to even grip his axe firmly. "Take me to the dungeons first," Baelon declared, patting Count Famen on the shoulder. "I wish to meet that Kenning boy." From above, The fairy city appears diminutive, and upon entering, it is hardly expansive. Although the Famen family has fortified their castle with 2 walls, whether due to significant financial constraints or other reasons, the gap between the walls is exceedingly narrow, and the craftsmanship is rather crude. If the enemy were to bombard the walls with a catapult, the fairy city might not withstand a week. However, the upkeep of the castle is relatively satisfactory, for at least the ivy has not taken root in the walls. The main fortress, stables, armory, and barracks are all crammed within the limited space of the second wall, neither properly separated nor cohesively integrated, resulting in a rather chaotic appearance. Baelon accompanied Count Famen to a tunnel entrance beside the main fortress gate. He took a torch from before the door and ventured into the pitch-black tunnel. The fairy city, being coastal, certainly harbors a cold, damp dungeon. Descending the stone steps to the lowest level, they arrived at a door guarded by 2 soldiers, who scrambled to their feet upon the lord's arrival and hastily unlocked the dungeon door with a key. The cramped dungeon contained about 10 cells, lined along both sides of the corridor, with only the room at the end emitting light and the faint sound of sharpening blades. Count Famen advanced, his torch illuminating the dark cells where the captured iron men sat in the shadowy corners, their hands and feet shackled with heavy chains. At the deepest part of the dungeon, in a candlelit room, one iron man was bound to a wooden post, his limbs stretched apart, while a bald, rotund man exuding a stench of sweat and alcohol sharpened a dagger on a whetstone. "What are you doing?" Count Famen inquired. "Your nephew instructed me to make the iron breed suffer, my lord," the interrogator replied, setting down his weapon. "He wishes to ascertain whether the bones of the iron breed are truly made of iron, and has commanded me to extract them alive." "And that noble boy?" "The one with the lightning and finger insignia on his clothing." Baelon interjected, "Bring him here. I have some questions for him." Count Famen nodded, signaling the interrogator to comply with Baelon's command. Soon, a boy clad in tattered leather was dragged from his cell by the interrogator and unceremoniously thrown onto a bench in the interrogation room. His face, marred by blood and dirt, reflected only fear and youth, likely not yet having turned 16. His wounds remained untreated, and the harsh conditions of the dungeon rendered him exceedingly weak. Chapter 37. Arrival at Pike City. In the afternoon, Baelon soared above the king's port, riding on the back of Vhagar. They flew so close to the ground that as they passed over the wooden stronghold of House Botley, situated within the port, Vhagar's spiked tail inadvertently knocked down the silver fish banner of House Botley from its tower. Baelon gazed down at King's Port, where many residents were swept off their feet by the gusts generated by the dragon's wings, and several thatched roofs of wooden cottages were torn away. The last dragon to appear in the Iron Islands had been Balerion, the Black Dread, ridden by the conqueror Aegon himself. Now, over a century later, Vhagar would leave an indelible impression on the Ironborn. Initially, he contemplated capturing the raiders of the Iron Islands from the Isle of Shadows and throwing them into King's Port as a demonstration, but ultimately decided against it. Wishing to spare Lord Damien Greyjoy some dignity, lest the nobles of Pike Island disregard his authority, King Damien lacked sufficient clout among his vassals. Mere threats would not reassure the leaders of the Iron Islands to travel to the Stone Steps. Baelon needed to wield Vhagar's might personally to convey to the noble houses of the Ironborn the choices they must make for their own survival. This meant that his stay in the Iron Islands would likely extend far longer than he anticipated, making it improbable for him to return to Dragonstone in time to reunite with Rhaenyra. Vhagar crashed down upon the only road leading out of Pike City, shattering several steps as rocks and earth tumbled down the cliffs, plummeting into the gray waters that relentlessly battered the stone walls, creating frothy white waves before vanishing from sight. 2 guards from House Greyjoy swiftly ascended the stone steps of the promontory towards the black rock fortress of Pike City, one of them stumbling as he climbed. "Good lad," Baelon murmured, stroking the scales at Vhagar's jawline, then commanding in High Valyrian, "Guard the passage. I have not returned. No one may enter the castle." He removed the headband from his brow, allowing his silver gold hair to flow freely in the sea breeze of Pike Island. Grasping a linen sack that had just been secured to the dragon's saddle, he ascended the final 100 steps leading to Pike City. The gates were tightly shut, and atop the battlements stood 3 soldiers of House Greyjoy, their bows drawn with arrows nocked, aimed directly at him. "I come on behalf of the Iron Throne and require an audience with your lord," Baelon declared to the soldiers. The guards within the city hesitated, uncertain whether they acted on Baelon's words or under other orders from within the castle. With a groan, the gates creaked open, and Baelon entered, carrying the linen sack. Behind the gates lay a modest training yard flanked by stables and a dog kennel. Due to the island's perpetual weather, the yard was perpetually muddy and slick. "Proceed inward." To the hall, instructed a soldier just inside the gate. He was thin, with prominent cheekbones, clad in tattered mail. Despite his youth, the incessant damp sea breeze had etched wrinkles into his skin. Baelon made his way into the only tower constructed upon the promontory of Pike City. A formidable noble of the Ironborn stood in the hall of the tower, awaiting him. This man possessed a broad chest, arms as sturdy as an ox, hands calloused from labor, and the ring finger of his left hand missing half a joint. At his waist hung two finely crafted one-handed axes, his shoulder-length black hair framing a countenance that bore a sullen and grim expression. "Follow me," the Ironborn noble commanded, turning to stride towards the exit at the far end of the tower. Beyond that exit lay a stone bridge, once adorned with statues, now rendered unrecognizable by the corrosive embrace of the sea. Crossing the bridge, Baelon arrived at the main fortress of Pike. It was said that the stone of the sea, carved from black stone, rested upon a dais at the far end of the great hall. The noble led him to wait at the foot of the dais, uttering a few words before departing. 6 warriors, both men and women of the Ironborn, stood at the base of the dais, guarding 2 passages leading into the fortress. Suddenly, Baelon drew his long sword, pointing it at the Ironborn wielding an axe, and shouted, "You will either face me in combat or relinquish your weapon." The Ironborn sheathed his axe back at his side and spread his hands before Baelon, indicating his lack of ill intent. Baelon too returned his sword to its scabbard. Feeling unease in the current situation, his authority stemmed from Wormisal, yet he could not bring the dragon into the fortress, nor could he breathe fire himself. And the absence of his men left him feeling vulnerable. "Lord Lannister, is this how your people from the Westerlands behave, threatening others in their own home?" A young woman inquired, her voice laced with indignation. She donned leather boots, a dagger at one hip and an axe at the other, her leather vest emblazoned with the golden kraken of House Greyjoy. Her limbs were long and muscular, a deep scar running along her left arm. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet far from unattractive, exuding an air of defiance. By her age, she could be the granddaughter of King Baelon. But Baelon had not delved into the genealogy of the Iron Islands nobility to ascertain that. "I am not one to invade another's home, robbing them of their wealth and dishonoring their wives and daughters," Baelon retorted, tossing a burlap sack at her feet, from which 3 round shields tumbled out. Each shield bore distinct emblems: the hand of clouds shooting lightning from House Kinning, the greystone tree of House Stonehouse, and the great whale of House Womack. These shields were deliberately chosen by Baelon, displaying clear patterns, yet marked by scars of blade and dried blood. "I found these on the Isle of Maidens," Baelon continued. "Today, I come not only as a messenger of His Majesty the King to convey his words, but also as the Lord of the Westerlands, seeking answers for the innocent civilians afflicted by the wreckage upon my lands. Yet, I should be seeking Chief Harlaw, should I not? As far as I know, the commands of House Greyjoy have lost their efficacy beyond Pike Island." "Who told you such nonsense?" the woman pressed. Baelon pointed to the shield adorned with the emblem of House Kinning. "Its owner, I believe, was named Loren Kinning. He and other marauders landed on Fairy Island aboard 5 longships, only to be captured by the soldiers of Count Famin, facing either death or imprisonment. It appears you have already encountered my granddaughter and my great-nephews, Lannister." King Baelon Greyjoy emerged from the passage, the robust Ironborn noble following closely behind him. "I have received a letter from the king, but can you provide me with a compelling reason to send the men of the Iron Islands to the distant stony steppes? You could attain a more manageable Iron Islands, while the nobles of the other islands have already begun to disregard your decisions." The nobles of Harlaw heed the words of their leader. The matters of Great Wyke are dictated by the captain of the Ironborn, and Old Wyke boasts the Drum family, which renders further explanation unnecessary. "Greyjoy, your unruly subjects pursue the old way. I have offered them a legitimate path. Of course, they may also opt to continue pillaging lands protected by the Iron Throne, but they ought to contemplate the fate of the treacherous Heron. Vagar's flames could melt stone, sparing even the expense of a funeral." Baelon continued with conviction, "I could also present them with a third option, to abandon the old way and follow your footsteps. However, should I discover they have raided the Westerlands in the past 5 years, I will ride Vagar to lay waste to their castles, incinerate their longships and villages." "Is that a threat, Lannister?" the granddaughter of King Baelon inquired. Baelon approached her, asserting that Ironborn only become true Ironborn with their longships, yet before a dragon. "Those vessels are nothing but trivial. I believed your kin had learned this lesson a century ago. Your people intruded upon my territory, slaughtering my subjects. Is that a threat? No, that is merely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." "Enough, Nissa," King Baelon admonished his granddaughter. "I shall write to the leaders of each family in the Iron Islands, inviting them to Pike. And if they refuse to attend, If I mentioned dragons and the Westerlanders in my letter, I hardly believe they would dare to remain absent. That evening, Baelon dined with King Daeron and his granddaughter. Astonished to find the Iron Island King's fare consisted solely of fried fish and poorly cooked seabird meat, with even the bread being stale. Baelon personally acquired 5 sheep for Vhagar at King's Landing, yet it was insufficient to satiate its hunger. Before nightfall, it ventured out to hunt. Baelon inquired about Daeron Greyjoy's sons. He revealed he had 3. The eldest perished before reaching maturity. The second ran off to the citadel, severing ties with the family. The third, who happens to be the father of his granddaughter, succumbed to an infected wound inflicted by his own axe during a feast. King Daeron arranged a chamber for Baelon to rest within the keep. As night fell, the sharp sea winds howled outside, making it difficult for Baelon to sleep. He reflected on the unpleasant encounter of the day and worried that Nyssa might sneak into his chamber to slit his throat. In the tales of his youth, Ironborn were depicted as demons who relished in murder, yet out of respect for the rights of a guest, she would surely not act so rashly. For precautionary measures, Baelon secured the long sword as a bolt against the door handle, concealing a dagger beneath his pillow. It was not until the deep of night, upon hearing the raucous commotion signaling Wormisal's return from a hunt outside Pike, that he finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 38. The Hill Council on the 5th day of Baelron's arrival in Pike, nobles from the Iron Islands. Save for the Fawny family of Lonely Light Isle at the farthest western edge of the known world, had arrived with several longships of their own. The Ironborn lords gathered atop a modest hill on Pike Island, where King Baelon Greyjoy stood at the hillside's midpoint, flanked by his guards who maintained order below. Baelron positioned himself at the summit, his sword drawn and its tip planted firmly against the ground, steadied by both hands. Wormisal lay behind Baelron, occasionally roaring as it tore into a small whale it had captured in the sunset sea, displaying its prowess before the Ironborn lords. The speaker among the Greyjoys was of average stature, with chestnut hair and brown eyes. Now in middle age, his belly was round and prominent, clad in chainmail and sleeveless leather armor, devoid of any insignia that might signify his rank. "Are we to be intimidated by this lion who rides dragons?" he questioned. "You need not harbor such animosity towards my guest, Harlow." Baelon Greyjoy addressed the assembly. "Lord Lannister comes as a messenger of the Iron Throne. I believe many of you are aware of the purpose behind my summons. In days past, the pursuit of the old way was for survival. Yet now it serves merely to satiate your personal ambitions. Indeed, King's Landing is far, lords," Baelron remarked. "But you are neither blind nor deaf. Do you think the plundering occurring in the north, the west, and the Riverlands can remain concealed indefinitely? His Majesty the King offers you an opportunity for redemption. The Stepstone Islands require volunteers. There, you may pursue the old way, and the spoils you garner will far exceed those obtainable in Westeros. Prince Daemon is not one to withhold rewards. What if we are unwilling to venture to the Stepstone Islands?" inquired a man beside Harlow, whose retainer brandished a banner featuring a black horn on a gold-edged red background, the sigil of House Oakhart. "Then, as the Wardens of the West, I shall be compelled to settle accounts with you, my lords," Baelron replied, as Wormisal rose from the hilltop, menacingly fixing its gaze upon the Ironborn nobles below. "You are not without casualties during your raids, nor are there no captives. It would not be difficult to procure evidence. The Merrills and the Northern Lords will surely support my resolution. Dismantling your fortresses and villages would be a simple task, achievable within a day." The leader of House Oakhart's countenance darkened, clearly unprepared for such a forthright threat from Baelron. His retainers gripped their weapons tightly, the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Yet Harlow remained remarkably composed, slowly responding with a hint of derision in his tone. "Lannister, your dragons may be formidable, but the rocks of the Iron Islands are not easily shattered. Our castle has been constructed with the sweat and blood of our ancestors, having withstood countless tempests. Do you truly believe that your threats can compel our submission?" Baelron smiled faintly, not regarding the leader of Harlow with disdain. "I do not expect you to yield easily. Dear Harlow, that would be far too mundane. Nor do I underestimate your courage and resolve. However, such qualities are but inconsequential dust in the face of dragon fire. I am not here to conquer, but rather to present you with a choice, to align with the king's will or to stand against the Iron Throne." King Daeron stood by, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He understood that the might of the Iron Islands could not withstand dragons. Even the Hall family, who expanded their territory into the Riverlands, perished overnight due to dragon fire. He wished not to see his people suffer unnecessary calamity. Yet if these leaders who defied his commands did not depart, he could not realize his vision for the Iron Islands. The Iron Throne would not dispatch the Redwind fleet to the Steppes Islands, yet would not hesitate to send them to quell rebellious vassals. Consider swiftly, but remember, time does not favor you. My patience is finite, and the hunger of Wormsoul is insatiable. As Belron spoke, he struck the ground with his sword, declaring that he must have your answer before nightfall, otherwise, none shall depart. The dragon towering behind Belron, larger than the hills themselves, compelled the leaders of the Iron Islands to heed his words. You must at least fight at the Steppes Islands for 2 years. You may retain all spoils of battle. Each house must send forth an underage child, who shall remain as a hostage in Casterly Rock until your return. Should you refuse, I shall mount my dragon and fly to your castle, laying waste to all that I see. Naturally, this shall occur only after turning you to ashes. As Belron's words echoed, the nobles of the Iron Islands began to murmur among themselves. They formed a circle, exchanging opinions in hushed tones. Their faces bore the marks of worry and discontent, yet there was also a subtle hint of fear. Belron's threat was not unfounded. The power of dragons was no longer mere legend in Westeros, but a living reality that had loomed over the nobility for over a century. Wormsoul descended further down the hill, each step resonating with tremendous sound and vibration. We agree to proceed to the Steppes Islands. The leader of Harlow exclaimed swiftly, but I cannot allow my children to become hostages in Casterly Rock. Belron admired his ability to negotiate under such duress. Then send forth those from Pike. King Daeron Greyjoy declared, for it has been many years since Pike has seen its former vibrancy. Belron nodded in agreement. Casterly Rock was already filled with ruffians from the Iron Islands, enough to give Tyland a headache. 10 days, grant us 10 days. The leader of Harlow added. In 10 days we shall return with our longships to Pike. This compromise would satisfy all. The children could remain in the Iron Islands and grow to become Ironborn. As the leader of Harlaw expressed his stance, the other nobles of the Iron Islands nodded in reluctant agreement, their eyes betraying a sense of bitterness and resignation. They understood that in the face of the dragon's menace, any form of resistance would be utterly futile. Although Belron's proposal was harsh, it at least offered them a lifeline, a means to stave off immediate annihilation. You shall depart at once, Belron commanded. He was acutely aware that the leaders of the Iron Islands would procrastinate, yet he could not afford the luxury of time. He had long since prepared a contingency plan. Word would reach their subordinates to set sail for the Stepstone Islands. Standing atop the hill, Belron pointed towards the distant sea, where a sizable fleet had emerged south of Pike Island, led by a formidable warship emblazoned with the roaring lion sigil of House Lannister. This vessel had recently been launched from Lannisport. I find the climate of the Iron Islands rather unappealing, Belron remarked. Therefore, I shall await the triumphant return of everyone at Casterly Rock. Why 2 years? King Daeron Greyjoy inquired of Belron after the leaders had departed. The king's letter contained much discourse, yet failed to mention the duration of 2 years. The journey from the Iron Islands to the Stepstone Islands was no short trek. If they were to be gone for merely a year, how long would they linger in the Stepstones? 2 months, perhaps? By the time the leaders returned after 2 years, the fleet Belron had constructed in Lannisport and Casterly Rock would rival that of Redwine, while the battle-worn Iron Fleet would no longer pose a threat to the Lannister Armada. Chapter 39. The Sea Serpent. The fleet from the west escorted the leaders southward until they reached the Shield Islands, where the Redwine and Hightower fleets took over, guiding them through the Redwine Straits into the Summer Sea. The letters had been dispatched. The remaining strength of the Iron Fleet would muster in King's Landing within a week to follow their leaders. Belron first returned to Casterly Rock, creating an illusion that he remained in the west. Subsequently, he adhered to the plan and flew to Dragonstone, where the Dragon Lords informed him that Syrax had arrived the previous day. Do you think I have been too harsh with them? Belron asked Rhaenyra, reflecting on the fact that he had not even afforded them the chance to bid farewell to their families. Lying in bed, he gazed at the ornate ceiling, pondering whether Aegon the Conqueror had ever found himself in a situation akin to his own. They have stripped others of their lives and riches. It would have been merciful not to select a typical example to burn his castle, he mused. A harsh land breeds harsh people, apart from brute force. The Iron Islanders seem incapable of grasping a second principle. Rhaenyra traced her fingers along the contours of Belron's ear. Did His Majesty consent to your accompanying me to Volantis? Belron inquired. Initially, he had been somewhat reluctant, yet later he deemed that traveling with me would lend a familial guise to the purpose of our journey, conveniently silencing the envoys of the free trade city-states and making the Triarchs acutely aware of the genuine threat that loomed. He also expressed concerns about our inability to bring sufficient guards. I reassured him that a dragon serves as the finest protector. Indeed, no matter how loyal or intimidating the Kingsguard may be, they pale in comparison to a dragon. Our journey from Dragonstone to Pentos would only require a little over half a day. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth to meet with the local princes and governors, hoping to assemble a mercenary company to threaten the Myrish from the north. Our first stop will be at the town of Sahoru, followed by Myr. Traveling directly from the Greenstone Island in Stormlands to Volantis is also an option, as the straight-line distance between the two is roughly equivalent to that from King's Landing to Winterfell, requiring just a little over a day on Dragonback. However, Belron decided to steer clear of the territories controlled by the Triarchy, particularly the Stepstones, during the route planning. It seemed like a splendid plan. Rhaenyra placed a kiss on Belron's cheek, and there were numerous matters to attend to along the way. Suddenly, a swift and massive silhouette darted past the window. "Have you invited others to dinner?" Belron inquired. "The Valerians. I have invited them all. Perhaps it is merely a whim, but I believe my father cannot afford to lose the family's oldest allies, especially considering they possess 3 dragons." "A splendid idea, indeed," Belron remarked, leaving a kiss mark on Rhaenyra's shoulder. "You are far more astute than I imagined. You are far more foolish than I anticipated." Belron dressed and stepped onto the balcony, where he beheld a ship adorned with the silver seahorse banner already docked. A knight from Dragonstone knocked at the door. "Your Highness, Lord Corlys and his family are en route to the castle." "Very well, Sir Alfred. I shall be there shortly," Rhaenyra replied. Belron returned to the bedroom, stating, "I shall fetch your maidens." Chapter 40. Across the narrow sea, Belron and Rhaenyra embarked on their journey to Pentos only after bidding farewell to Corlys Velaryon and his family. The reasoning was akin to the deception of the Iron Islands leaders. For the time being, there were no dragon lords to summon under the Iron Throne. A secret that must be kept. Traveling by dragon offers numerous advantages. It captures the attention of all. Even the most opulent vessels of Essos are unremarkable by comparison. Moreover, dragons outpace any mode of transport and can easily carry a person's luggage. The sole drawback is the inability to bring servants and guards. In their youth, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne traveled to Old Town, as their close kinship marriage was still regarded as unsavory by many devout followers of the Seven. For reasons of safety, they brought along 2 guards. The Queen's personal guard, Jon Cura, rode with King Jaehaerys on Vermithrax, while Ser Joffrey Doggett of the King's Guard accompanied Queen Alysanne on Silverwing. The Triarchy posed a potential threat to Pentos, and the Prince of Pentos, in correspondence with King Viserys, pledged his life to ensure the safety of Belron and Rhaenyra. As the journey continued, there was no cause for concern. The Valyrian descendants of Volantis were the sworn enemies of the Triarchs, and their most promising attempt to reclaim the disputed lands after the Blood Century had been thwarted by the Triarchs. With an opportunity presented to them, the Valentine, who regard themselves as the heirs of the freehold of Valyria, would certainly not let this chance to punish these 3 disobedient daughters, known colloquially as Valyria's daughters among the free trade city-states, slip away. They would never allow their adversaries to jeopardize this opportunity. Pentos lay at the far end of the narrow sea, within a bay known as Pentos Bay. It remains uncertain whether the city named the bay or if the locals named the city after it. The vastness of Pentos Bay is said to be so immense that even if all the islands of the narrow sea were to be crammed into it, it would still not be filled. On the opposite side of the narrow sea, the weather was considerably more pleasant than in Westeros. With higher temperatures and a clear blue sky, Baelon and Rhaenyra could clearly discern the countless merchant ships in the bay, including swan ships departing from the Summer Isles, oared vessels flying the silver seahorse banner of House Velaryon, merchant ships from Bravos, and whaling ships from the Iron Islands seeking supplies in the harbor. Prince Ausilio of Pentos mentioned in his correspondence that they would hold a welcoming ceremony for the Dragon King arriving from Westeros in the northern outskirts of the city. Baelon pointed out a location on the northern plain of the city where a considerable gathering had formed, with guards' armor and shields reflecting the sunlight. Not far from the coast, a road led north from one of the city's gates, extending into the distance, beyond what he could see. Rhaenyra nodded at him. In the sky, unless one hovered, it was nearly impossible to hear anything spoken nearby. "Slow and steady now, good fellow," Baelon commanded Vhagar in High Valyrian. The bronze dragon was more than twice the size of Syrax, and landing too swiftly could kick up a considerable amount of dust and dirt, ruining the welcoming ceremony that Prince Ausilio had prepared for them. Vhagar and Syrax descended 500 feet from the crowd. Vhagar had grown accustomed to the presence of its youthful companion, even if it did not share the same rapport as that with Silverwing. However, due to the absence of riders, the Dragon Lords dared not allow Silverwing to take to the skies, leaving Syrax as Vhagar's sole companion in the air. As the fierce winds stirred by the dragon's wings gradually subsided, so too did the commotion within the crowd. The wealthy and their slaves straightened their attire. Soldiers stood tall, and the distant city walls were crowded with spectators eager to witness the magnificence of the dragons. "Your Highness," Lord Lannister, a somewhat portly middle-aged man approached. Sporting thick, short brown hair and a well-groomed beard, most of which was the length of a fingernail, though 2 strands were secured with metal rings, cascading from his jaw to his chest. His attire was opulent, even his boots adorned with jewels. "This must be Prince Ausilio of Pentos," who remarked. "Your dragon's arrival is truly a glory for Pentos." The prince greeted the two with his accented common tongue. In Pentos, being a prince is a perilous profession. Most of the power resides with the oligarchs known as governors. However, should the populace believe the gods are displeased, whether due to natural disasters or military defeats, the prince may be executed as a sacrifice to the deities, and one chosen for this role cannot refuse the duty. Dragons, revered as semi-divine symbols in regions influenced by Valyrian culture, compel the prince to host them for the sake of his own survival. Can the arrival of the heir to the Iron Throne not bring honor to Pentos? Baelon inquired with a smile in High Valyrian. Or do you simply favor our dragons? Baelon, Prince Ausilio is the host. Do not be so disrespectful. I know, merely jesting. Am I not, Your Highness? Prince Ausilio beamed and nodded repeatedly. Baelon understood that the individual before him was merely a figurehead. The true masters of Pentos were the governors. Should he wish to muster a sizable company of mercenaries, their support would be indispensable. Welcome to Pentos, the jewel of the narrow sea, the wealthiest of free trade city-states. Prince Ausilio proclaimed loudly, signaling to the people of Pentos behind him, and an enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd as several slave musicians began to play melodies passed down from ancient Valyria. Prince Ausilio led Baelon and Rhaenyra to a hastily erected tent, where they were introduced to several elegantly dressed citizens of Pentos, none of whom were governors. Slaves waved large fans over a person's height, while others knelt, holding trays above their heads, laden with goblets of wine, fruits, and delicacies positioned at the level of the nobles' waists. Your Highness, how shall we attend to your dragons? Prince Ausilio inquired as the welcoming ceremony neared its conclusion. Once the livestock is slain, they will feed themselves. Syrax requires at least 10 sheep daily, while Vagor's appetite is twice that. Rhaenyra responded with a smile. Baelon added, though dragons possess intellect surpassing that of your slaves, their desires remain quite simple. If they do not receive adequate sustenance, they will hunt for themselves. And that could lead to financial losses for you. Prince Ausilio invited Baelon and Rhaenyra to his residence, and they would travel in the preferred mode of transport of Pentosian ladies, a litter carried by slaves. The litter contained no seats, only a bed, compelling one to recline within, surrounded by sheer fabric that could be drawn for a semblance of privacy. The slaves bore the litter with such steadiness that the undulations of their footsteps were imperceptible. The prince's litter led the procession, with Baelon and Rhaenyra's following closely behind, followed by the litters of the affluent who had accompanied the prince to greet them. Why were you so rude to Prince Ausilio? Rhaenyra queried Baelon within the confines of the litter. He does not possess the power we require. To the people of Pentos, the prince is merely a talisman, performing the ceremonial deflowering of 2 maidens each year. On the first day of the year, the Prince of Pentos personally attends to this ritual, which symbolizes the earth and the sea. Perhaps it is merely a local superstition. Certainly not a tradition handed down from old Valyria, and I find his gaze upon you rather unsettling. What gaze? He either wishes to ride your dragon or desires something akin to that. Not just anyone can claim the most beautiful woman in Westeros as his bride. Even if he had tenfold the audacity, he would not dare. As Rhaenyra spoke, she drew a Valyrian steel dagger from her waist. Do you also possess a Valyrian steel item? His Majesty has black fire. Prince Daemon has dark sister. I truly must pay a handsome sum to procure a Valyrian steel sword for myself, but some of the lesser families in Westeros refuse to sell, claiming it is their last vestige of honor. The dagger was a gift from my father when he named me Princess of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra returned the dagger to its sheath, then removed it from her belt and handed it to Baelon. You hold on to this. Guard it well as I ascend the Iron Throne. And what of you? Do not fret for me. This way, we both possess heirlooms from our ancestors. Rhaenyra produced a pendant from beneath her collar, a blood-red gem encased in Valyrian steel. I wear this daily. Did you not notice? I did not, Baelon shrugged. My attention was drawn to what lay beneath it. Chapter 41. The Princess Residence. The Prince's residence is a 3-story stone edifice. The grand entrance serves as the sole passage in and out, surrounded by a high brick wall adorned with iron spikes, upon which mythical beasts are painted: centaurs, cockatrices, griffins, dragons, and sphinxes, though the existence of some creatures depicted alongside dragons remains a matter of debate. Upon entering the residence, One is greeted by a garden bursting with vibrant flowers, featuring a stone-paved path leading to the building itself. Dozens of crimson columns support the structure, while a larger garden lies behind, complete with fountains and sculptures. From the balconies and the garden by the fountain, one can gaze out at the sea. The secondary entrance is adjacent to one of Pinto's many harbors. Devoid of the stench of fish, the clamor of merchants, or the odor of sweat from seafarers, this dock is reserved for the luxurious yachts of wealthy merchants. Prince Osirio has prepared accommodations for Baelon and Rhaenyra, providing dozens of tailored outfits and assigning 10 slaves to attend to their needs. The room set aside for Baelon features a grand bed, each corner draped with sheer fabric to ward off insects, a writing desk stocked with quills, paper, and ink, and a wall-spanning bookshelf crammed with hundreds of tomes from across the realms, inscribed in the common tongue, including works by the Valyrians and texts Baelon has never encountered. A grand mural obscured the wall, tinged with a yellowish hue, depicting 3 swift sailing ships. At the bows, sailors brandished harpoons, tethered with ropes, poised to hunt a colossal sea beast. Baelon reclined in the room's hot spring, attended by several slave servants who scrubbed him with cloth and sponge, alleviating the slight redness of his skin. This experience made Baelon feel more pristine than he had ever been since birth. Upon completing his bath, the slaves dried his skin with coarse fabric and spritzed him with a mixture of essential oils and perfumes. They then dressed him in a fresh outfit more suitable for the climate of Pintos, a vibrant undergarment of fine linen adorned with intricate patterns, layered beneath an exquisite, nearly translucent silk outer garment, complemented by leather sandals embellished with golden thread. As they departed, the slaves took his shirt, leather garments, and boots from Westeros for cleaning. He removed the dagger paired with his long sword from his belt, replacing it with the Valyrian steel dagger gifted by Rhaenyra. The hilt of the dagger, crafted from obsidian dragon bone, was lightweight, with its balance perfectly aligned at the junction of the grip and the blade, truly a masterpiece. Lord Lannister and Prince Osirio awaited outside the door, and upon Baelon's emergence, they greeted him warmly, expressing their hope that he would find comfort during his stay in their modest abode, which, while not the most opulent in Pintos, still aspired to be welcoming. "Thank you for your hospitality, your highness," Baelon responded in High Valyrian, bowing respectfully to the diminutive Pintoshi. "I am more aware than my betrothed of the nature of this transaction, thus I wish to ascertain the price we are to pay." Prince Osirio smiled, replying, "It is quite simple. I enjoy my current life, and I am acutely aware of the cowardice of the Pintoshi. We are wealthy, yet unable to endure a war with Bravos or the free cities. Should we suffer defeat, I would face execution. The dragons of you and Princess Rhaenyra serve as a guarantee against war, for no one would willingly instigate a conflict they cannot hope to win. It is as straightforward as that. You are a perceptive individual, and there is no need for pretense. You did not come to Pintos for a holiday, did you? The free cities have allied with Dorne, and the war over the Stepstones is headed toward an unwelcome outcome for us. I require an army, a force composed of mercenaries, to descend upon Myr or invade the disputed lands, compelling them to return in defense, thus alleviating the pressure on Prince Daemon in the Stepstones. As I mentioned, I do not wish for Pintos to be enmeshed in warfare, as such actions would surely provoke retaliation from the free cities. Moreover, without the governor's consent, no mercenary company would dare undertake your task. You would only find ragtag soldiers who would scatter before reaching Myr. Therefore, I need your assistance in arranging a meeting with the governors. I assure you that I will not implicate Pintos. I will have the army march across the Lorne River, leaving the borders of Pintos, and then cross the Laraloo River into the disputed territories. Belron harbored no intention of executing this plan. The supply line was prolonged, and relying solely on mercenaries fighting for wealth was insufficient for success. Once he had an army, could the Pantosi truly impede his progress? This scheme seemed to carry little promise of success. Prince Osirio pressed his lips together, stroking the 2 long whiskers on his chin. "The governors would arrive at my residence for dinner tonight, and I shall introduce them to you. I am immensely grateful. Everyone who comes to Pantos becomes enamored with its charm, my Lord Lannister," the Prince of Pantos remarked, "whether they come for pleasure or for business. They inevitably gravitate towards the path of indulgence. Do not be so tense. Excessive pressure can lead to an untimely demise." With that, Osirio departed with his slave attendants. Subsequently, Belron entered Rhaenyra's chamber, clapping his hands to signal the servants within to leave. This room mirrored the decor of Belron's own, albeit with slight variations in layout. Rhaenyra looked up at Belron, who stood by the hot spring, and remarked, "It is indeed peculiar. I have been soaking in the tub for quite some time. Yet the water remains pleasantly warm." The spring in the residence was certainly not natural. The slaves would stoke fires in the chambers below to maintain the water's temperature. "I hope you will accept this," he said, presenting a ring set with a square-cut ruby. This gem once adorned the crowns of the kings of Casterly Rock. After Aegon's conquest, Loren Lannister melted down the crown, yet preserved the gem, crafting it into this ring. Belron bent down to offer the gold ring with its exquisite ruby to Rhaenyra. "I know this may seem rather humble compared to the Valyrian steel dagger, but it would be unbecoming of the Duke of Casterly Rock to accept a gift from his fiancée without reciprocation." Rhaenyra accepted the ring, playing with it thoughtfully. She smiled softly. "You are too generous, my husband." With that, she delicately slipped the ring onto the index finger of her left hand. Rising from the water, droplets cascaded down her smooth skin, leaving tantalizing trails. She picked up a towel from the edge of the pool and wrapped herself in it. The princess unabashedly donned a Valyrian-style garment before Belron's eyes, an elegant sleeveless gown woven from fine linen, adorned with velvet and lace at the neckline, while the expensive yet sheer silk hem accentuated her curves. Barefoot, she stepped onto the balcony of her chamber, gazing out at the shimmering sea. Sunlight casting a gentle golden glow upon her exquisite visage. Belron followed the watermarks left by Rhaenyra's footsteps on the stone floor, tucking her damp hair behind her ear. Prince Osilio mentioned that the governors of Pantos would attend the dinner this evening. "You are sure to captivate their attention. Did you wear perfume?" Rhaenyra inquired, turning to inhale the scent on Belron's shoulder. "I still prefer your natural aroma." Such was the manner of the men from the free trade city-states. Perhaps the dragon lords of the old Valyrian freehold bore a similar allure. Chapter 42. The Garden Feast. Belron initially assumed that the dinner Prince Osilio spoke of would take place at twilight. However, the perception of time among the people of Pentos is evidently distinct from that of Westeros. By the commencement of the banquet, night had fully descended, and numerous candelabras adorned the fountain garden. A multitude of tables were arranged within this enchanting space. 3 long tables were positioned horizontally in front of the fountain pool, significantly taller than the dining tables customary in Westeros, designed not for seated meals. In the garden behind the fountain pool, several small round tables stood at chest height, with ample distance separating each one. In Pentos, it is customary for the host to refrain from personally welcoming guests. Instead, guests gather at the venue prior to the host's arrival. This practice is justifiable, considering the host is indeed the one footing the bill for the evening. Yet, Prince Osilio deviated from this tradition, being the second to last to make his entrance, thus allowing Rhaenyra and Belron the honor of receiving the guests' warmest welcomes. "His most esteemed guests," exclaimed Prince Osilio's aged servant from the rear entrance of the residence, addressing those descending the steps. "The heir to the Iron Throne, Princess Rhaenyra of Dragonstone, of House Targaryen, accompanied by her betrothed, Duke Belron of Casterly Rock, of House Lannister." Prince Osilio led the applause within the garden, to which the guests responded in kind. Belron, hand in hand with Rhaenyra, descended the steps slowly, approaching Prince Osilio's side. As the applause subsided, Prince Osilio reminded Belron and Rhaenyra, "In Pentos, we dine first, pursuing not satiety, before we engage in other matters. Once the music commences, I shall introduce the governors to you both." Though Pentos is also a city of Valyrian origin, it diverges from the likes of Volantis and Lys. The Valyrians of Pentos do not regard their lineage as a symbol of nobility, displaying a willingness to intermarry with the local populace. Additionally, given Pentos' proximity to Andalos, many of the indigenous people are kin to the Undulls who ventured westward to Westeros, resulting in a substantial portion of Pentos' population sharing bloodlines with the majority of Westeros inhabitants. This cultural amalgamation has led to a culinary landscape in Pentos that bears striking resemblance to that of Westeros, with only minor variations in the selection of ingredients. The long tables were laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes. The table closest to the fountain boasted an array of rich meats: spiced roast lamb chops, goose liver braised in red wine, suckling pig glazed with plum sauce, roasted lark filled with garlic and onion, roasted heron stuffed with nuts, and steak cut into portions and drizzled with a creamy white sauce, alongside generous chunks of tender crab meat. Belron recalled a similar dish from a dinner shared with Lord Corlys Velaryon just days prior. The central long table showcased a plethora of desserts crafted from nuts and fruits, most lavishly adorned with cream. Dominating the table was an enormous Pentos cake, its length equivalent to the combined height of 3 adult men, topped with 2 dragon-shaped sculptures that the pastry chef presumably intended to emulate Vhagar and Syrax, though, devoid of a tangible reference during creation, they bore little resemblance. The final long table was abundantly laden with wooden frames filled with ice, within which lay an array of non-intoxicating beverages and fresh fruits meticulously arranged by the cup. Unlike the Westerosi who favored cooked fruits, the people of Pentos preferred their fare raw. 2 slaves followed closely behind, bearing wooden trays. Observing the actions of the nearby Pentoshi nobles, it seemed that all one had to do was indicate the desired food, and the slaves would promptly retrieve a portion to place upon the trays, which would then be taken to a small round table at the fountain's far end for leisurely consumption. Such ceremonious etiquette, which lent an air of dignity to the nobles at the feast, might have appeared as mere inconvenience to the Westerosi lords. Baelon requested a bowl of stewed crab meat, 2 palm-sized steaks, several greenish plums, and a glass of chilled mint tea. Rhaenyra opted for a roasted lamb chop, some slices of foie gras, a glass of sweet lemon juice, a platter of figs, and 2 dragon heads sculpted atop a cake. The pair settled at a round table beside the fountain, where the slaves placed their selected dishes upon the surface. The only sounds surrounding them were the soft patter of footsteps, the crisp clatter of cutlery, and the hushed tones of conversation and laughter. What a remarkably tranquil affair this Pentoshi banquet is, Baelon mused. Even a funeral in Westeros was more boisterous than this. Nearby, the fountain featured a marble statue of 2 beautiful maidens clad solely in silk robes, perhaps representing the earth and the sea. What do you intend to do with those dragon heads? Baelon chuckled at the sight of Rhaenyra's plate, recalling the comical moment when the slaves had severed the heads with their knives. It was all in good fun. One must find amusement where they can. Rhaenyra took a delicate bite of the dragon head, her expression contorting as she swallowed, radish, still raw. Baelon scooped a mixture of crab meat and broth with his spoon and brought it to his mouth, a robust flavor of pepper bursting forth, along with a spiciness seldom found in the courts of King's Landing and Casterly Rock. He rather enjoyed the freshness of the fare. As the banquet progressed, music began to swell, its melodious strains echoing through the fountain garden. Prince Ossilio approached, saying, "Your Highness, esteemed guests, please follow me. Tonight, there are 3 governors present in the city of Pentos, all of whom are in attendance. Allow me to introduce them." He then offered Rhaenyra and Baelon a glass of white Pentoshi amber wine. "Thank you, Your Highness," Rhaenyra replied gratefully. The 2 followed Prince Ossilio to another round table. There stood a tall middle-aged man, his fingers as long as his limbs, his beard laying of brown and silver. His similarly colored hair gathered at the nape of his neck. His eyes were mismatched, one purple and the other black, with broad nostrils and a high bridge. His pale skin bore a sickly hue, suggesting a birthright of affluence. In his arms was a petite Valyrian woman. "Your Highness, this is Governor Tizio, who primarily engages in the trade of gemstones, spices, and magical curiosities from Essos." Prince Osilius introduced, "This is Governor Tizio, and before you stands Princess Rhaenyra of House Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. This gentleman is Lord Baelon Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock, and he is also the princess's betrothed." The 2 appeared far too intimate for an engaged couple. Governor Tizio raised his thick, mixed-colored eyebrows and chuckled, according to the customs of Westeros. "Would you not say you are rather close? However, we are in Pentos, and no one would bat an eye. Is this lady your wife?" Rhaenyra inquired, somewhat flustered. "Close enough, Your Highness. She is my favorite bed slave, purchased from the Lyseni just last year," Governor Tizio replied, stroking the woman's hair with a hint of pride in his eyes. The woman revealed half of her exquisite face and winked at Rhaenyra and Baelon. Tizio downed a glass of white amber wine in one gulp, while Rhaenyra merely took a small sip, finding it even stronger than pear brandy. Prince Osilius, sensing Rhaenyra's discomfort, promptly led both of them to meet another governor. This man was slender, with skin as dark as coal that even reflected the candlelight. His eyes and hair matched his complexion, and he donned lavish garments adorned with an array of colorful feathers, reminiscent of a man from the Summer Isles. Perhaps his true homeland. "This is Governor Torrio, Your Highness and my lord. As you can see, he hails from the Summer Isles. He oversees the trade between Pentos and the Kingdom of the 3 Daughters, as well as with the Summer Isles. There is no commodity he cannot procure, nor one he cannot sell. I am well aware of who they are, Your Excellency," Governor Torrio interrupted Prince Osilius. "Such a beautiful girl paired with a strong and handsome man is bound to produce even more splendid progeny." Prince Osilius continued to escort them, introducing them to the next governor, the one they truly needed to seek assistance from. His family controlled the trade routes from Pentos to Volantis and maintained long-standing business relations with the Slavers' Bay. Mercenary companies seeking work in Pentos had to go through him, and it was said that his slave catchers would even launch attacks on the slave ships of Tyrosh. Baelon, expecting to meet an elder even older than Prince Osilius, was surprised to find a youth with an undull visage, certainly no older than 30. "Governor Jorspo," Osilius stated, "your banquet is dreadfully dull. Osilius, Governor Jorspo remarked, his cheeks and jawline forming a straight line, with his loose black brows slightly arched like his eyes. He was of modest height, his hair cropped very short, and he wore a gemstone earring on his left earlobe. His appearance was utterly unremarkable. If he were from Flea Bottom, Baelon would find no fault. I have two esteemed guests I wish to introduce to you, Prince Osilius said, appearing somewhat humble before Governor Jorspo. You have already introduced them once before, Jorspo replied. The princess and the nobleman are guests, not your trophies. Let us get straight to the point. We require an army, Governor Jorspo. Lord Baelon has personally spoken, demanding at least 2,000 men to march southward to assault Mill and the disputed lands. Surely, you have other destinations to attend to, having arrived on Dragonback? A subtle smile graced Governor Jorspo's face, as he remarked that without personally leading your mercenary band, your objectives would remain unattainable. No amount of money could bridge the distance. And with no oversight, any individual would flee. Join me at my estate outside the city tomorrow. I have an esteemed guest I wish to introduce to you. Chapter 43. The governor's garden. Rhaenyra awoke from her dream, gently shifting Baelon's arm, which encircled her body, and sat on the edge of the bed. The dawn light had already filtered through the window, and a gentle breeze caressed her skin, bringing with it a hint of the ocean's saltiness. She picked up her silk nightgown from the foot of the bed and slowly donned it over her head. It had been a peculiar dream, one half grounded in reality and the other half steeped in extravagance. In her dream, the deceased walked among them. Her mother and brother were alive, and Alicent remained her friend. Her father had taken the swaddled infant from her arms. As others approached to congratulate her and her husband on the arrival of their healthy child, she turned to gaze at the slumbering Baelon. In the Red Keep, she had seen portraits of her grandfather and brother, and indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to Prince Aemon, particularly with his straight, slender brows, pronounced nose, and defined jawline. His cheeks were devoid of any stubble, and he favored a headband to secure his silvery golden hair, resembling the likeness of Prince Aemon in every detail. However, Baelon's headband was adorned in the crimson and gold of House Lannister, unlike Aemon's black and red. Perhaps her engagement to Baelon was her father's design, but her desire to share a marital bond with him before swearing vows before the father and the mother was her own. Rhaenyra loved him, yearning for his seed to take root within her, allowing her to dismiss the possibility of dying in childbirth and disregard the whispered judgments of noble lords and ladies. Rhaenyra noticed the bite marks she had left on Baelon's right arm, recalling the powerful yet tender motions of the previous night, a blush creeping uncontrollably upon her cheeks. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Rhaenyra approached, unfastened the latch, and opened it a crack. Outside stood Prince Osilius, the portly elder, who handed her a parchment through the narrow opening. Lady Lannister, your highness, this is an invitation from Governor Jorspo. He wishes to share lunch with you. Thank you, your highness, Rhaenyra replied, to which Prince Osilius merely smiled and nodded before closing the door behind him. What is it? Baelon lazily inquired, turning in bed. Governor Jorspo has invited us to lunch today, Rhaenyra said, holding the parchment adorned with gilded script as she approached the bedside. Then we have half a day to squander, Baelon declared, pulling Rhaenyra back into his embrace. Rhaenyra was amused by Belren's sudden action. She gently nudged him but did not truly pull away, merely nestling half-heartedly in his embrace. As the sun continued to ascend, both Belron and Rhaenyra remained mindful of their purpose for coming to Pentos. They politely declined the palanquin offered by Prince Osilius, opting instead to borrow 2 splendid steeds from him, donning the attire they had arrived in from Dragonstone, and setting off on their own for the appointment. They first took a detour to the north of the city to inspect the conditions of Vhagar and Syrax. Guards were stationed at a distance, vigilantly watching over the dragons, and the sustenance provided by the people of Pentos was ample. Syrax had left behind numerous charred bones on the grass, while Vhagar chose to consume both flesh and bone. After ensuring the dragons were well cared for, they turned towards the eastern part of the city, where the residence of Governor Jorspo lay, though they were uncertain of its exact location. However, who in Pentos could be unaware of where the most powerful individuals resided? Just follow this road, my lord, and you will see Master Josper's residence on the other side of the hill, replied an elderly slave who was guiding a freight wagon when Belron inquired. Governor Josper's estate was perched upon a hill, comparable in size to a medium-sized castle in Westeros, though lacking the towering structures of a traditional fortress. The land surrounding Pentos was relatively arid, with scant vegetation, yet the gardens of Josper's estate flourished, the flora reaching out over the walls. A well-maintained stone-paved road led from Pentos to the dirt path towards Norvos, stretching straight to the grand ivory doors of the estate, crafted from an expensive timber exclusive to the Summer Isles. The walls, resembling those of a fortress, were 20 feet thick and equally tall, topped with a walkway for patrolling guards. On either side of the stone path, every 10 feet, stood 2 soldiers adorned with bronze-spiked helmets, clad in brown steel armor that protected them from toe to throat. In their right hands, they grasped oak spears, while their left arms bore round shields, and a single-handed sword hung from their belts. The soldiers' sharp gazes and clean-shaven jaws indicated their status as unsullied. Baelon harbored doubts about the combat effectiveness of these eunuch soldiers. The victory at the Battle of Coer against the Dothraki was primarily due to the latter's recklessness and folly. Nonetheless, their unwavering loyalty to their master justified their steep price. Upon passing through the ivory doors guarded by the Unsullied, they entered a realm starkly different from the outside world. The estate was enveloped by a meticulously tended garden, with fountains gurgling and floral fragrances wafting, contrasting sharply with the sparsely vegetated hills beyond Pentos. The primary grain-producing regions within Pentos lay to the south, near the mountains surrounding the vast plains, where many noble families of Pentos owned extensive lands. On either side of the path, exotic flowers and plants from around the globe flourished, with Baelon only recognizing a patch of winter snow roses tinged with white hues. Legend has it that this flower thrives solely in the gardens of Winterfell, leaving one to wonder how the gardeners of Pentos coax such frost-loving flora to flourish in this sweltering climate. These sights spoke volumes of the immeasurable wealth possessed by Governor Jasper's family. Guided by a servant clad in exquisite attire, Baelon and Rhaenyra traversed the cobblestone path, ultimately arriving at a serene courtyard within the garden. Although open to the sky, the sun was shielded by lush foliage, and incense burners filled each corner, blending various spices that not only enhanced the ambience, but also warded off mosquitoes. The courtyard's floor was adorned with a splendid carpet, with 2 low tables standing opposite each other, one side graced with 3 cushions, the other with 4. Your Highness Rhaenyra, Lord Baelon, please take a seat. Jasper, the governor, welcomed them with a smile as he set aside his book. His stature was modest, yet he sat upright on the cushions, today dressed in a more casual ensemble. A light green robe embellished with depictions of various birds from hem to collar. Your residence is truly a marvel, Governor Jasper. I have never encountered such a variety of flowers even in the high court, Baelon replied with a smile, taking his place beside the governor while Rhaenyra gracefully settled onto the last cushion on that side. These are but small indulgences left by my father, Governor Jasper remarked with admiration. Speaking of wonders, I often find myself gazing from the city walls at your magnificent dragons. They are miraculous creatures. Servants soon arrived with several exquisite platters of delicacies, including lemon cake, strawberry pie, and 3 cups of spiced wine. Some appetizers from Westeros. I hope our peculiar Pentosian palate has not troubled you these past few days. Not at all, and we are grateful for your thoughtfulness, Governor Jasper. Rhaenyra responded with a smile and a nod. Your Highness and Lord, you need no longer be anxious regarding military matters, Jasper said cheerfully. I have employed the Second Sons and the Brave Companions, a total of 2,500 men. They shall soon set sail for the Stepstones to aid your relative, Prince Daemon, in battle. With that, he produced 2 parchment contracts for a year's service. Baelon appeared taken aback, then raised his right hand to his chest in genuine gratitude. Thank you ever so much, Governor Jasper. The payment for the hiring. Baelon began. Jasper quickly raised his hand in refusal. This is but a gift. I am well aware of your financial standing, my lord. My sailors say that even Duke of Casterly Rock's excrement is made of gold. Governor, we all understand that a gift given without charge is the most precious of all. Rhaenyra leaned slightly forward, gazing into the governor's eyes as she spoke. I aspire to one day become the first governor of Pentos, akin to the position held by the Lyseni. As far as I know, Pentos does not currently have such a position, does it? Baelon inquired. Indeed, it does not. Rest assured, I do not seek your assistance in orchestrating a coup. I have already garnered the support of 3 governors. It is merely a matter of time before I assume my office. However, this endeavor may be perceived as an expansionist ambition by the Tri-City Alliance and the Braavosians, and I wish to spare the people of Pentos from a bloody toll. Hence, I implore you both to extend protection to Pentos. The protection that Jaspos speaks of entails allowing Baelon and Rhaenyra to incinerate his adversaries upon the arrival of dragons. I do not wish to impose upon you. Our agreement shall only take effect should the enemy encroach upon the borders of Pentos. Naturally, I shall present substantial gifts to the Iron Throne annually. That is understood, Baelon assented. So, from henceforth, we shall be allies, Jaspos. Baelon extended his hand, and the 2 clasped each other's forearms. Indeed, Jaspos continued, the Sons of the Harpy and the Company of Courage are merely an appetizer for the Tri-City Alliance. I shall introduce you to an old friend of mine, one who can wreak devastating havoc upon the Tri-City Alliance. Chapter 44. Morakoko. When the old friend of Governor Jaspos arrived, Baelon was instantly engulfed in goosebumps, and Rhaenyra instinctively grasped his hand. Before them stood 4 imposing men, their bronze skin adorned with black braids, exuding an aura of menace. Towering in stature, the bells woven into their braids jingled with each step, while bronze belts, embellished with gold and silver, encircled their waists. The leader, appearing to be in his 30s, donned an opulent, flowing robe. The remaining 3 were bare-chested, their oiled skin glistening, each brandishing an arak and a long whip at their bronze belts. During his time in Lys and Volantis, Baelon had heard numerous tales of the Dothraki, all of which instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Throughout the Blood Century, the Dothraki had obliterated many proud and ancient civilizations. The kingdom of the Valyrians along the Sarn River, which had endured for over 2 millennia, was utterly destroyed, countless cities reduced to ashes, leaving this once mighty people with but a small city-state of fewer than 20,000 souls. They had driven the Abani back to the sea, plundered the cities of the Carthene in the Red Waste, and annihilated the 10th free city of Issaria. Due to the stark differences between Dothraki customs and those of other cultures, reaching an understanding with them is indeed a formidable challenge. Nonetheless, the practice of bribing the Dothraki call to keep them at bay has persisted among the people of Pentos for many years. Although Jaspos's Unsullied did not confiscate Baelon's sword and dagger, allowing the Dothraki to enter his residence armed speaks volumes of his trust in these horse-riding savages. Governor Jaspos rose and conversed with the robed warrior in a language incomprehensible to Baelon. Out of courtesy, Baelon and Rhaenyra stood as well. The governor's words carried a tone of respect and warmth, to which the Dothraki responded in kind. Ultimately, the Dothraki embraced him in a bear hug. After the young governor exchanged pleasantries with the Dothraki, he promptly gestured for Baelon and Rhaenyra to take their seats. This was Morakoko, accompanied by 3 of his blood riders. What exactly are blood riders? Rhaenyra inquired. Morakoko and his blood riders engaged in loud conversation, followed by hearty laughter from the 4 of them. Jaspo returned to his cushion and remarked, "In the vernacular of Westeros, Morakoko is akin to a king, while the blood riders resemble the King's Guard. However, the fates of the blood riders are inextricably bound to that of Morakoko. Should he perish, they shall follow him into death. If he falls in battle, the blood riders must seek vengeance before considering their own demise. Furthermore, Morakoko will share everything with his blood riders, save for his mount, including his wife. How does Morakoko ensure that the children he fathers are truly his?" Baelon asked with growing intrigue. "Perhaps they do not concern themselves with such matters. When I was a child, I accompanied my father in dealings with them, and even now, I dare not inquire further. We strive to communicate in a common tongue. One of Morakoko's blood riders understands some dialects of Valyrian, and I prefer to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings." Upon finishing his explanation, Governor Jaspo clapped his hands, prompting the servants to present the main course. The table was laden with an array of meats generously slathered in spices and sauces. The Dothraki have a penchant for horse meat, yet Morakoko particularly relished the flavor of venison, especially when it is roasted to a medium rare and seasoned with garlic and crushed chilies. Morakoko sliced a substantial piece of venison with a dagger, tore off half with his teeth, and swallowed it whole. He then reached for a pouch made of horsehide at his waist and poured the mare's milk wine into the cup prepared for him by the governor, downing it in one gulp. Baelon scrutinized Morakoko's 3 blood riders. One appeared younger than Morakoko, with a lighter complexion than the others and more tightly curled black braids, likely indicative of mixed heritage. The remaining 2 bore a striking resemblance to each other. They were considerably older than Morakoko, with strands of gray beginning to pepper their hair. One bore a scar on his cheek, while the other carried a longbow, his braids flowing even longer. "What is the purpose of your invitation to them? What sort of transaction would entice them to raid the lands of the Triarchs?" Baelon inquired. "The Dothraki do not engage in transactions, but rather exchange gifts. One must first present them with a gift. They will then decide when and if to reciprocate," the governor explained. "Morakoko informed me a few days ago that their deities deem this a suitable time for war, and he is currently deliberating whether to lead his Khalasar to loot Lys or Kohor. Hence, I invited him to plunder the territories of the kingdom of the 3 daughters. He did not decline, but wished to see what kind of gift we would offer him. I am aware that Morakoko is particularly intrigued by dragons. Having heard that your dragon incinerated the wooden horses in the poisoned waters, the very event where you burned the fleet of Tyrosh. Dragon eggs are the most vital assets of the Iron Throne. We cannot possibly entrust them to a band of savages, and besides, we currently possess no dragon eggs." Rhaenyra replied, somewhat displeased. From my understanding of Morakoko, he is likely yearning to ride upon a dragoness back. The dragon harbors a disdain for strangers. While we can pacify Wormser and Syrax in the vicinity, we cannot guarantee that Cal will safely dismount from the dragon's back. After Belron spoke, he took a sip of spiced wine. This suited me perfectly. The scale of Morocco's Carassa has burgeoned in recent years, and the gifts I send him annually have multiplied. Feeding him and his blood sworn to the dragon would save me a considerable sum. Governor Jospo remarked nonchalantly, suggesting that his cordiality towards Cal stemmed merely from fear. Morocco Cal exchanged several phrases in Dothraki with Belron, gesturing towards Rhaenyra beside him. After a lengthy exchange, Governor Jospo showed reluctance to translate. Woman, your Cal, gift house. Want medicine? The one-eyed bloodsworn articulated a few words in a heavily accented Valyrian dialect. Cal, willing. Help pig. You. Slay enemies. Burn. Enemy. Stone houses. Daughters. Of the enemies. Belron immediately grasped the essence of the message and addressed Governor Jospo, stating, my fiancé, he holds a higher status than I, should he seek confrontation. There is no need for further discourse. Governor Jospo translated Belron's words into Dothraki for Cal, while Belron discreetly grasped his Valyrian steel dagger and gently tugged Rhaenyra closer. Cal clarified that he was merely jesting. Morocco Cal rose and approached them, prompting Belron to stand swiftly. Cal offered his mare's milk as an apology. Handing over his leather pouch filled with clotted, foul-smelling liquid, Belron hesitated but summoned the courage to take a sip, suppressing the urge to retch. Upon witnessing Belron consume the mare's milk, Morocco Cal patted his shoulder and uttered something, scattering saliva. Cal proclaimed him a friend, across the poisoned waters, to Belron. How long until Cal descends along the Rhone to assault the Tri-Cities alliance? Cal asserted his awareness of the dragon's significance to Belron, akin to a horse. Thus he would not ride it, merely wishing to observe. This request was easily accommodated. Belron was to inform Cal that the destination he sought was populated with many beauties boasting silver hair and purple eyes. With such temptation, Belron believed Cal would hasten his descent. Chapter 45. Southward along the Rhone, accompanied by Belron and Governor Jospo, Cal, alongside his bloodsworn, stood at a distance, observing Wormser and Syrax devouring the plump sheep slaughtered by the Pantosi. The steeds beneath them trembled in the presence of the dragon's breath, whinnying as they yearned to flee. Upon witnessing flames of an unusual hue, he chose not to advance further. He pondered that if his noble steed could consume flesh, it would grow stronger. A horse that could conquer the world would surely devour the flesh and blood of its foes. Even Jospo struggled to decipher Cal's words, perhaps an enigma rooted in the savage beliefs of the Dothraki. Morakoko set forth that day, bearing gifts from the governor. Journeying eastward to the banks of the Little Lorne River, returning to his encampment at Carassa, not far from the abandoned city of Godahor. The requests of Cal were so easily satisfied that Baelon began to doubt whether he would indeed descend along the Lorne River to harry the Tri-City alliance. After calculating the distance of this round trip, he found it comparable to the journey from King's Landing to the mouth of the Trident. Did the Dothraki merely revel in the sensation of riding? Baelon and Rhaenyra lingered in Pentos for several more nights. Rhaenyra confided in Baelon, expressing her disillusionment. She had believed that leaving Westeros would free her from the burdensome formalities and meaningless pleasantries of court life, yet in Pentos, the awkward and cliché banquets seemed to recur daily. After receiving word that the mercenary company had set sail from Pentos to the Stepstones, and with news that Morakoko's Carassa was also heading south along the Lorne River, Baelon and Rhaenyra prepared to depart for Volantis. Prince Osilio promised to assist them in shipping the gifts from the Pentoshi to King's Landing. We are about to journey to Volantis. How do you feel? Rhaenyra inquired of Baelon as they approached the resting dragon atop the hill, with the noblemen of Pentos bidding them farewell. Baelon unsheathed his sword, searching back and forth near the temporary lair where Vhagar and Syrax had dwelled in recent days, before their departure from King's Landing. The dragon keepers had reminded them to take any dragon eggs that Syrax might lay, for there could be descendants of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords in Essos, and the presence of dragons among the free cities could introduce significant uncertainties into future events. Are you saying I shall soon see my mother? Baelon replied, using the tip of his sword to scrape the hard earth. The granular sand transformed into dark clumps of soil, the surface having been scorched by the flames and heat of the dragon, creating an environment more suited to a dragon's preference. I am uncertain. We shall see when we arrive. I have had no contact with her since I left Volantis. The dragon keepers informed them that dragons would cover their eggs with soil and then sear them with dragon fire to maintain warmth, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary mound of earth. However, Baelon did not encounter any such sight. "Do you have siblings in Volantis?" he asked. "Before I departed, I had an elder brother and a sister." Having inspected the corners of the lair, Baelon sheathed his sword, pondering that perhaps during his absence, she had borne more children. Queen Alysanne had been 44 when she gave birth to her youngest child with King Jaehaerys, yet his mother had not yet reached that age. Rhaenyra climbed onto Syrax's back, stepping upon the dragon's wing, remarking, "The way you speak of your mother resembles the way you spoke when you dismantled the Otto Hightower." Baelon fell silent for a moment, ascending the rope ladder to the dragon's saddle and securing himself with a chain. What kind of mother would go 9 years without sending a letter to her child? "She can be said to have forsaken me." Rhaenyra, Vaggersword first, followed closely by Syrax. To avoid losing their way, they flew along the road from Pentos to Volantis, ensuring that once they sighted the Rhoyne and its tributaries, they could follow the river and surely reach Volantis. On the western bank of the Little Rhoyne, they beheld the encampment of Moracoco's Khalasar. The ranks of Dothraki were filled with countless horses and wagons, stretching for miles. According to the Pentoshi, the Khalasar of Moracoco boasted a warrior count of 40,000, and with the addition of women, children, and slaves, the total exceeded 100,000. In a bid to avoid conflict with the Dothraki, the Pentoshi had repeatedly bestowed lavish gifts upon them, which in turn led to the Dothraki frequently encircling Pentos in search of more tributes. Continuing southward, the Little Rhoyne flowed into the Rhoyne, where the river widened, allowing Belron to faintly discern the distant, rolling ridges on either side. At the confluence of the Rhoyne and the Nan lay the ruins of a magnificent city, Naxos. It had been divided by the two rivers into 3 parts, each interconnected by bridges, though nearly a millennium of ruin had seen all those bridges collapse. Queen Naerys of the warrior race ruled here before leading her people westward. Even as mere remnants, the city retained its grandeur. From above, the traces of streets and canals were still discernible, alongside the pink and green marble palaces that lined the Rhoyne, now reduced to but a few solitary stone columns. The docks of Naxos lay in a state of disrepair. Many riverside edifices had succumbed to the ravages of wind and sun, collapsing into the depths of the river. Yet its scale was still twice that of the docks at Seagull Town, capable of accommodating hundreds of vessels. On the Nan River, flowing from the north, a paddle ship adorned with the banner of Volantis was making its way upstream, its purpose unknown, whether a merchant vessel or a patrol ship. The Volantene regarded the Nan as part of their territorial domain, though their military seldom ventured into the forsaken city of Naxos. Proceeding further south led them into the most perilous region of the Rhoyne Basin, the Lake of Dagger. This lake was formed by the convergence of the Rhoyne and its tributary, the Qyn, earning its name from the shape of the lake, reminiscent of a dagger's blade. During the Blood Century, Coer allied with Volantis to defeat the fleet of Volantis, which sought to restore the glory of Valyria. Volantis, Coer, and certain Pentoshi merchants would invariably choose to navigate downstream along the Rhoyne, as this was a necessary passage. The Lake of Dagger served as a hideout for many river thieves. Its vast expanse and numerous islands provided ample refuge for them. The river bandits of the Rhoyne were as notorious as the pirates of the Three Daughters Kingdom, preying on passing vessels and selling captives into slavery. Their activities stretched from the Lake of Dagger all the way down to the ruins of Chyon City. In the war against the freehold of Valyria, Prince Gaelon of Loinor summoned the revered River of Lorne to engulf the city of Chaorn, thereby consuming the Valyrian forces within. A self-proclaimed ruler, known as the King of Shrouds, now governs Chaorn, though outsiders prefer to refer to him by his more infamous moniker. Legends suggest that he is the resurrected Prince Gaelon, brought back to life by the mother river, Lorne. Under the command of the King of Shrouds, numerous stone men afflicted by the grayscale disease wander through the mist-laden ruins, with any intruders ultimately destined to join their ranks. They soared above Chaorn, a city grander than any in Westeros. Once, Chaorn was the wealthiest and most magnificent city along the banks of the Loinor River, and even in its downfall, it left behind many relics worthy of exploration. Viewed from the sky, the city appears shrouded in fog, with faint outlines of buildings barely discernible and several towering spires piercing the clouds. At dusk, Baelon and Rhaenyra arrived at the town of Sahalar as per their plan. Although labeled a town, its size could easily qualify it as a city within Westeros. However, Rhaenyra was reluctant to descend, opting instead to ride Syrax before Wormesal. Baelon had no choice but to follow her southward towards Volantis, landing only when the sun began to set. It was likely that this long journey was unprecedented for Wormesal. Just as Baelon prepared to inquire about Rhaenyra's deviation from their plan, she responded with a mere kiss, a reply he found entirely justifiable. They set up camp beside a low hill, faint glimmers of light from Volantis visible in the distance. With a campfire, a dragon, and each other, the night proved warm and secure. Chapter 46. Volantis. The magistrates of Volantis had long been aware of the dragon riders' impending arrival from Westeros, as relayed by their counterparts in King's Landing and Pentos. At dawn, a sentinel atop the outer wall of Volantis spotted the immense form of Wormisal nearby, and this startling news quickly spread throughout the city. The three magistrates, each with their own schemes, recognized the significance of the moment. The final month of the year was upon them, and the annual magistrate elections were approaching. If they could host a dragon rider of Valyrian bloodline, it would greatly enhance their chances of re-election. The roars of Wormisal and Syrax roused Baelon and Rhaenyra from slumber. They warmed the provisions brought from Pentos over the embers of the campfire, enjoying breakfast while observing the throngs of people flowing from the walls of Volantis. The summer air in Volantis was humid and sweltering. The hours just before dawn were the only moments of respite from the heat, as it was said that by noon even the winds carried warmth. Volantis occupies the mouth of the Lorne River, which meanders through the city and empties into the summer sea. The river divides Volantis into eastern and western sectors. The east is home to the ancient bloodline nobility, while the west is inhabited by foreigners, commoners, slaves, and others. The towering Black Wall, rising 200 feet, stands as the most prominent edifice within the city. Behind this imposing barrier lies the abode of the noble families of Volantis, where entry is forbidden to the uninvited. As Baelon prepared to ascend the back of Vhagar, Rhaenyra swiftly grasped his hand, drawing him into her embrace, saying, "Do not fret. As long as I am by your side, we can simply return to King's Landing." As if none of this ever transpired, he patted her back and bestowed a kiss upon her forehead in gratitude. The two mounted their dragon and traversed the final mile, alighting at a height of 300 feet beside Valyrian Avenue on the northern edge of the city, making every effort to preserve the city's inherent order. On Valyrian Avenue, they found themselves the sole occupants. No noble litters, no procession of elephants, no merchant caravans. The gates of Volantis stood wide open, with a lavish tent obstructing the path between them and the entrance. Flanking the tent were hundreds of soldiers adorned with green-striped tattoos. The city's guard, known as the Tiger Cloak Army, a faction of enslaved soldiers obedient to the magistrates. Clad in tiger helmets and gauntlets, they wielded shields lowered just below their chests in their left hands, while their right hands gripped long spears that towered above them, their sidearms concealed behind their shields. Within the tent, a figure attended by slaves remained obscured by the shadow cast from the gatehouse, preventing Baelon from discerning the man's features. Upon noticing Baelon and Rhaenyra's approach, the individual stood and stepped forward. "On behalf of Volantis, I extend a warm welcome to you, scions of the Dragon King. I am Parion Stagros, one of the three magistrates of Volantis." Before them appeared a striking young man, possessing the quintessential Valyrian visage, silver hair cascading down his shoulders, and pale blue eyes sparkling with genuine delight. This was hardly surprising, as the magistrates of Volantis were exclusively drawn from the ranks of Valyrian nobility. His silk robe bore the stripes of a tiger, a clear emblem of his affiliation with the Tiger faction. This faction, comprising the ancient nobility and warriors of Volantis, harbored ambitions to restore the Valyrian freehold through force. However, their aspirations had been thwarted by the failures of war, resulting in Volantis's decline. For over a century, their rivals, the Elephant faction, had maintained a majority in the magistrates' seats. Should Volantis decide to join the conflict against the Triarchs, the Tiger faction would undoubtedly serve as Baelon's allies. Yet, engaging with a minority among the magistrates before even entering the gates did not seem the most auspicious of beginnings. "Esteemed magistrate, we are deeply honored to receive such a warm reception from Volantis," Rhaenyra responded courteously. "Parion, do you not recognize me?" Baelon stepped forward. "You were shorter than my sister back then, and now you have grown so tall." "No, but I discerned it from your tone," the magistrate replied. "It has been 9 years. Who knows what you look like now?" He approached and embraced Baelon. "I have only heard that you inherited your father's lands and titles. When did you take to riding dragons?" "It has been half a year since the events unfolded. This is my fiancée, Rhaenyra, the heir to the Iron Throne." Baelon released his embrace of Perios's shoulder and gestured toward Rhaenyra. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Perios bowed to Rhaenyra. "The honor is mine, esteemed governor." She replied, "Are you an old friend of Belryn's?" Perios inquired with a smile, his light blue eyes sparkling. "I am merely 3 years his senior, and we get along quite well. He lived next door to my family, and my father was a frequent patron at his mother's establishment." Rhaenyra asked curiously, "His mother's establishment?" Baelon, slightly embarrassed, spoke to his fiancée, My mother is the only madam within the Black Wall. Quite ironic, is it not? The nobility of Volantis respects the dragon lord blood that flows through her veins, gifting her a mansion within the Black Wall, which she transformed into a brothel. Rhaenyra could only muster an awkward smile, regretting her insatiable curiosity. Perios beckoned to his slaves, no longer lingering at the city gates. I shall escort you into the Black Wall. The slaves approached their master with the palanquin. Unlike that of Pantos, the palanquin of Volantis was designed for sitting rather than reclining, resembling the carriages of Westeros, with 2 rows of seats facing each other. In Volantis, those of high status do not walk the streets, as it is deemed undignified. Nobles typically travel by palanquin, while those of slightly lesser status ride on elephant carts. The slaves carried them towards the Black Wall in the eastern city. Suddenly, Baelon asked, Perios, how did you become governor? Your father must have spent a fortune. In Volantis, any free person possessing land has the right to vote for the governor, with a voting period of 10 days, during which candidates lavish considerable sums to win over voters through various events. My father has retired. The Tiger Party requires new blood, and the Elephant Party desires a governor from the Tiger Party who is more moderate. Thus, I rather haplessly found myself in the position of governor. Regardless of your purpose for visiting, I can only introduce you to those who wield true power. Rhaenyra and I shall first visit my mother, and afterward, we will seek a quiet place to deliberate on matters of governance. The streets within the Black Wall were more spacious than those outside, with sunlight streaming through the gaps between tall buildings, casting dappled shadows. Having seen the grandeur of Casterly rock and Dragonstone, Baelon felt that the Black Wall had lost its childhood magnificence. The streets were bustling with slaves adorned with various tattoos diligently attending to their duties, alongside the passing palanquins. I reside at the end of this street. You may call upon me for any needs you may have. Baelon is my childhood friend, and I hold this bond in high regard, the governor remarked as Rhaenyra alighted from the palanquin. Rhaenyra smiled and nodded. Thank you, governor. You may simply address me by my name. If Baelon's brother has told you any of my nicknames, they are most likely fabrications. Rhaenyra returned to the street and found Baelon standing at the entrance of a grand estate, where the air was filled with the sharp laughter of women and the sounds of music. She took Baelon's hand and encouragingly nodded at him. Chapter 47. Reunion. The estate was a mere fraction of the size of Prince Osurio's residence. Within its black walls, every inch of land was precious, and such a scale was already quite opulent. The hall on the first floor was almost completely exposed, adorned with an abundance of marble, and the ample sunlight lent a refreshing quality to the overall ambience. Just like the attire of the youths and maidens bearing tear-stained tattoos beneath their eyes, the thin silks they wore were sheer, offering little concealment. The guests lounged on velvet-upholstered sofas, engaging in idle conversation while savoring complimentary sweets and drinks, all the while observing the slaves flitting around them, some even taking a seat upon their laps. Once they selected their prey, the slaves would escort them to the upper chambers, where paid services awaited. Baelon led Rhaenyra through the expansive hall of over 50 feet, arriving at a courtyard featuring a central fountain. Ahead, the brass doors were guarded by 2 slave sentinels, marked with spear tattoos on their cheeks. Their bronze helmets denoted their status as unsullied, armed only with wooden staffs slightly taller than their shoulders. The elite slave soldiers, deprived of their manhood, had become a standard for the wealthy and noble of Essos. Their desires stripped away in childhood, they were thus loyal and devoid of disciplinary issues. A gentle floral fragrance wafted through the courtyard, accompanied by the splashes of the fountain. The rounded bellies of the 2 unsullied distorted their leather armor, clearly revealing the monotony of their guard duty, which they seemed to alleviate through indulgent eating. It appeared that over the past 9 years, Rhaenyra's mother had thrived in Volantis. Once, the guards and thugs here had been hired ruffians and mercenaries from the western city of Volantis, who often coerced the tear-stained tattooed slaves into providing free services for them. I am here to see my mother. She is the owner of this estate. When the Unsullied blocked Baelon and Rhaenyra's passage deeper into the courtyard, he stated, the mistress has only one adult son, and you are certainly not he. The Unsullied's command of High Valyrian was not quite proficient, their pronunciation somewhat off. Please inform your mistress that her son, who has returned from Westeros to visit her, is here. She will surely consent. Baelon explained with a hint of impatience, not wishing to mar their reunion after so many years. He felt confident in his ability to dispatch the 2 complacent guards should it come to that. The Unsullied exchanged glances, seemingly evaluating Baelon's words. After a moment, one of them nodded, indicating to his companion to maintain their watch, while he turned and ventured deeper into the estate, leaving Baelon and Rhaenyra to await in the courtyard. How much do you remember of this place? Rhaenyra asked. Before I turned 8, I can only recall a vague memory or two. Not too many. Just a select few individuals and some fleeting moments. My mother, my brother and sister, an elderly slave, a boastful sellsword from Tyrosh, and of course, there is Polios. The courtyard here, along with the black walls, seems neither as grand nor as spacious as I remember. Baelon gazed across the fountain's pool at Rhaenyra. Recalling that upon my arrival in Casterly Rock, I often dreamt of this place, believing it to be home. Yet now that I have returned, I feel an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. We can leave at once if you wish to discontinue, I offered. Baelon shook his head in refusal. Since the day we departed Dragonstone, I had been awaiting this very moment. In recent days, I have felt somewhat lost, particularly today. My visit to my mother is not for her, but for myself. I must bring closure to this chapter. The Duke of Casterly Rock cannot allow his thoughts to wander across the narrow sea. The Unsullied returned from within, leaving the great door ajar, and announced, "You may enter. The master awaits you." Serving a Targaryen, you might want to refine your pronunciation of High Valyrian, Baelon grumbled as he passed by the Unsullied. The Unsullied, seemingly oblivious, resumed his post after they entered through the bronze doors. The courtyard was adorned with a garden of green grass and yellow blooms, encircled by a 2-story Valyrian-style structure. The so-called Valyrian architecture encompasses various types. One category includes legendary magical constructs like the castles on Dragonstone and the Black Walls of Volantis, often utilized for fortifications. Another style prominently features stone construction, with villas having at least 2 ventilated sides to accommodate the sweltering climate of Valyria and the lands of eternal summer. Commonly found in coastal rural areas, where Valyrian nobles would vacation. Numerous similar edifices remain in the Free Cities and the Slaver's Bay. At the heart of the garden stood a lemon tree, towering as high as the first-floor roof. An elderly gardener, his cheeks adorned with red tattoos, was perched upon a ladder, pruning its branches. Baelon recalled the dream he had before entering the caves of Wormsorrow, hiding behind the lemon tree. Desperate to evade Duke Tammon's grasp, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his sword and his right hand clasping Rhaenyra's, he ascended to the second floor of the villa. The murals in the corridor had not changed much. They still depicted scenes from the Second Spice War, though the colors appeared more vibrant. As they passed through a series of rooms, they encountered statues clad in even less than the slaves in the hall below. He still remembered the location of his mother's study, where she would invariably recline in an armchair, sipping chilled wine from an exquisite glass while awaiting the elderly slave to finalize the accounts. Upon reaching the door, he inhaled a familiar scent of incense. A memory not from his childhood, but from when he accompanied Lord Bisbury to the residence of a Braavosi merchant in King's Landing. At that time, merely a steward to the Minister of Finance. Baelon took a deep breath and rapped his knuckles against the oak door, careful not to mar the golden signet ring on his finger. "Enter." The speaker's voice instantly evoked a plethora of memories for Baelon. Upon entering the study, he noticed significant alterations. To the right were the familiar stone walls and windows. The desk and bookshelves brimming with scrolls remained in their original positions. Yet the thin brick wall on the left had been dismantled, merging the adjoining parlor with it. For sofas encircled a low table, and at the far end of the parlor lay a balcony, beyond which dense woods concealed 2 neighboring estates, affording the residents a semblance of privacy. "My dear Baelon." Sanella Targaryen approached, enveloping her son in her arms and gently caressing his cheek. Her attire had not undergone much transformation over the years. Only the skin at the corners of her eyes bore faint wrinkles. She wore a golden silk gown and adorned herself with pearl earrings, 7 of her 10 fingers adorned with various rings. Aside from her braided silver golden hair and violet eyes, there was little trace of her Targaryen lineage. "Mother." Baelon's tone contrasted sharply with Sanella's warmth. It was rather cool. He merely released his grip on the sword and patted her back, remarking, "You seem hardly changed over these years." Sanella chuckled in response. "You truly bear little resemblance to your father. Instead, you resemble my brother Aemon." As her smile faded, the creases beside her nostrils lingered. "Many have told me so, yet I have never seen what Aemon Targaryen truly looks like." Baelon introduced Rhaenyra to his mother. "Mother, this is Rhaenyra, the daughter of King Viserys and my betrothed." Sanella scrutinized her son's fiancée and bestowed upon her a warm embrace. "What a lovely young lady. Come, let us sit." She took Rhaenyra's hand, guiding her into the parlor. "What would you like to drink?" Sanella inquired of the two. "Water will suffice," Baelon replied, receiving a glass of clear water with a splash of lemon, while Rhaenyra opted for a cup of wine. "When did you arrive in Volantis?" Sanella asked. "Last night," Rhaenyra responded. "We camped outside the city with the dragon." "Dragon?" Sanella laughed. "My father never permitted me to approach dragons, nor even enter their lairs." Rhaenyra possessed a small dragon named Syrax, while Baelon rode Vhagar, the dragon left by King Jaehaerys. Times have changed, mother. The Targaryens are no longer the sole family capable of riding dragons. Even those nobles who cannot ride seek to gain favor from the crown. How is Dragonstone? Your life there has been decent, I hope? It was quite difficult before Duke Taemon's passing. Afterward, it has been relatively well. Everyone is required to pay me their respects. And I quite enjoy the weather there. Master, I have reconciled yesterday's accounts. All is in order. Baelon then noticed a young slave, hidden behind the scrolls and tomes on the desk, his cheeks similarly marked with tattoos. Peter, take Princess Rhaenyra to the new residence. You may stay there during your time in Volantis. Very well, master. Belron nodded as Rhaenyra followed the slave out of the room. Fully aware that Belron required some private time with his mother. Once Rhaenyra had departed, Belron inquired, Pet, I had thought you weary of Westeros. Why bestow a Westerosi name upon a child who is either a Giscari or a Dothraki? He does not know how to converse with his mother after 9 years of absence. The slave is merely a part of property, Belron. Much like how Westerosi people name their horses. Senela crossed her legs and set her wine glass upon the low table. How long have you been sharing a bed with the king's daughter? We are not yet wed. Senela chuckled, shifting her body to pursue Belron's evasive gaze. Do not deceive me, child. I have traversed this age myself and can discern the truth with just a glance. Less than a month. My father discovered me engaging in similar activities, and as a result, he sought to send me to the Silent Sisters. Senela pressed further. Are you certain you are the first man to share her bed? I am indeed. Have you been with other women prior to her? Belron offered a wry smile. It has been 9 years, mother. You have never responded to my letters. Now you pose such inquiries. Is this your occupational habit? Senela was not angered. I had thought it was your reluctance to reply, but it seems that Taemon is indeed unwilling to allow his heir any correspondence with her wretched mother. She raised her wine glass and drained its contents, her expression turning somber. I had instructed the sailors to deliver letters, even enlisting the maester. The maester is merely the Lord's hound, child. His loyalty lies with one, and he follows but one command. I have never forgotten you, Belron. During your absence, I wrote to you daily, and even after years without news, I still remembered to send a letter on your name day. The Count and Countess of the Springs have been my friends. I always entrusted my letters to them before seeking an opportunity to ensure they reached you. What if they were foolish enough to allow the maester to relay your letters by raven? Wouldn't they be intercepted upon arrival in the rock? From what I know of them, they are indeed capable of such folly. No mother willingly relinquishes her child. Belron, you shall understand this once you become a father. From her body language, it appeared that Senela was not lying, but one could not dismiss the possibility that she was performing, for she had become adept at this craft since her early teens. However, on the other side of the matter, Duke Taemon had already passed into the grave, leaving no witnesses to contradict her. Belron adopted a gentler tone, akin to how he conversed with others. How have you fared in recent years? Business has prospered. I have acquired a second estate within the Black Walls. I reside there most days, returning here solely to manage my holdings. And my brother and sister? Your brother has gone on a vacation to the Orange Coast with his wife, while your sister continues to reside with me. She has blossomed into a remarkable beauty, and I believe she would get along splendidly with your princess. Chapter 48 Farewell Belron has garnered the support of the Tiger Party, including the endorsement of their candidate, Perios, for military action. However, the consensus of 2 magistrates is required to mobilize the forces of Volantis, necessitating further negotiations with the Elephant Party. With Perios' assistance, Belron secured a meeting with the Elephant Party magistrate, Matharis Valeros, on the 5th day of his arrival in Volantis, ensuring that Mataris's continuation in office for the following year is all but certain. Mercenaries from Pantos, the Iron Fleet, and a vast contingent of Dothraki Khalasar are en route to the territories of the Tri-City Alliance. Belron conveyed his unambiguous message to the merchant and magistrate, renowned for his radical views in Volantis. The magistrate's extensive experience indicated that mere promises would not suffice to persuade him in favor of military action. This presents a prime opportunity for Volantis to act, as the Tri-City Alliance will soon find itself embroiled in a two-front war. While persuading the magistrate, a slave guard with skin as dark as pitch and towering over 7 feet stood nearby, his round amber eyes fixed intently on Belron. Despite the absence of any weaponry and his bare torso, the guard exuded an air of menace that unsettled Belron. Engaging in military action is a grave matter, one that cannot be rushed. Moreover, the Elephant Party has historically opposed external warfare. Matharis, the magistrate, appeared visibly troubled. He had no desire to follow the gruesome fate of the Tiger Party members who were dismembered by elephants during the Blood Century. a unique Valantian form of execution wherein the condemned are tethered by iron chains to elephants, resulting in their limbs being torn asunder, ultimately leading to death by exsanguination. I do not wish to suggest that you must make a decision at this moment, for the Dothraki are still far from the borders of the Tri-City Alliance, Baelon remarked. The magistrate's residence was ominously dim, illuminated by dragon glass candles that cast a muted glow. I merely hope that when the time comes, you will not impede Volantis's forces in reclaiming the disputed lands. Your assertion that the Elephant Party opposes military action is somewhat inaccurate. The formation of the Tri-City Alliance over a decade ago was precisely to expel Volantis' influence from the contested territories, and they succeeded, resulting in Volantis' defeat in that war. This is a conflict that cannot be lost. Dragons, Dothraki, and Ironborn do not hold numerical or qualitative superiority. I require time to contemplate this matter thoroughly, Materis replied, rising to his feet. My Lord Lannister, you may take your leave. Belron stood, bowed to the magistrate, and then departed the residence, traversing the garden until he reached Perios's litter. Let us depart, Perios commanded the slaves, then inquired of Belron. How did the meeting proceed? An intriguing individual indeed, his home filled with artifacts of a magical nature. That is indeed his profession. Materis is indeed a person of elusive nature. I was profoundly astonished when I heard he was willing to meet you, as many of the Elephant Party members hold a disdain for him. Yet, he is remarkably generous, outspending others when it comes to garnering votes. As a native of Volantis, he explained to Baelon that he requires time to contemplate, leaving one guessing about his thoughts. For any ruling official, reclaiming the disputed lands would be a notable achievement, especially if the Dothraki indeed plunged the area into chaos. Volantis could hardly refrain from deploying troops. Let us hope that once the Dothraki commence their pillaging of the towns and villages within the Tri-City Alliance, their investment in the Stepstones will inevitably wane. After the war in the Stepstones concludes, any attempt to reclaim the disputed lands will have to be undertaken alone. Perios shifted the conversation, inquiring about you and your fiancée. You plan to depart after the elections in Volantis, do you not? The festivities during that period will be far from ordinary. We shall discuss it later. King Viserys has issued a strict decree for both me and her to return to King's Landing before the last day of this year, as he intends to announce our marriage at the earliest opportunity. We have resolved to depart at dawn tomorrow. I concur, if you continue your reckless escapades in Essos. By the time you return to Westeros, she may very well be with child. Do not jest. Whether it be the scholars of Dragonstone or the physicians under his mother, they are all adept in the art of contraception. Nevertheless, their wedding day approaches swiftly, and even if she were to conceive, there would be no need for termination. Upon returning to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra and her half-sister, Clella, were engaged in cheerful conversation. Rumor has it that Clella's father was a former governor of Volantis over a decade ago, though they have never acknowledged one another. How goes your grand plan? Clella inquired upon Baelon South returned to the estate. She too bore the features of the Valyrian lineage, though not in the most striking manner. Some dull silver hair and blue eyes were inherited from her father, while the shape of her features closely resembled that of her mother. Their brother, Tigero, had yet to return from the Orange Coast, with whispers of his wife being the daughter of an Elephant Party official. Their mother, Senela, also harbored intentions of marrying Clella to the heir of some Tiger Party official once she reached an appropriate age. In recent days, through Clella's words, Baelon discerned that their mother had borne other children prior to Tigero's birth, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken them away for his own rearing. And so it goes. Baelon feigned indifference, reluctant to divulge matters related to war to his younger sister. Having arrived in Volantis, I have learned not to inquire about tonight's dinner. I can hardly endure your appetites, for it seems that any food presented is deemed sweet. Mother sought out a chef from Westeros, and tonight, a farewell banquet will be held in your honor. She is rather kind. We are not departing for good. Remember to write to us, Baelon. I have penned quite a few letters. If you haven't received them, you cannot lay the blame on me, can you? Belron approached and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, reflecting on how he had never penned a letter to her. Observing her clumsy demeanor in childhood, he had once thought her illiterate. You truly are insufferable. Should you wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out. Let us defer that discussion for later. King Viserys has issued a stern decree for both of us to return to King's Landing before the last day of this year. He intends to announce our betrothal at the earliest opportunity. We have resolved to depart at dawn tomorrow. I concur, he replied. If you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time you return to Westeros, it is likely you will be quite pregnant. Enough of that, she retorted. Whether it be the scholars of Dragonstone or the physicians under our mother's command, They are all well versed in the art of contraception. Yet, their wedding date is fast approaching, and even if she were to conceive, there would be no necessity to terminate the pregnancy. Upon their return to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra and Belron's half-sister, Kalira, were engaged in lively conversation. It was rumored that Kalira's father had been a governor of Volantis over a decade prior, though they had never acknowledged one another. "How goes your grand scheme?" Kalira inquired upon seeing Belron back at the house. She bore the features of a Valyrian, albeit not in the most striking manner. Her somewhat dull silver hair and blue eyes were inherited from her father, yet the shape of her features closely resembled their mother. Their brother, Tigero, had yet to return from the Orange Coast. It was said that his wife was the daughter of a member of the Green Party. Their mother, Rhaenyra, also intended for Kalira to marry the heir of a member of the Tiger Party once she reached an appropriate age. In the recent days, through Kalira's insinuations, Belron gleaned that their mother had borne other children before Tigero's birth, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken the children away to raise them independently. Such is the way of things, Belron mused, reluctant to burden his younger sister with matters of war. Upon arriving in Volantis, "I have learned not to inquire about tonight's dinner. I can hardly endure your appetites. It seems that any food must be sweetened in your eyes. Mother sought out a cook from Westeros. Tonight, she aims to give you a proper send-off." "Huh, she is rather kind. It is not as though we shall not return. Remember to write to us, Belron." "I have written quite a bit. If you have not received anything, you cannot blame me, can you?" Belron again reached out to affectionately tousle his sister's hair, recalling how he had never written to her before. "You truly are insufferable. Should you wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out. Let us defer that discussion for later. King Viserys has issued a stern decree for both of us to return to King's Landing before the last day of this year. He intends to announce our betrothal at the earliest opportunity. We have resolved to depart at dawn tomorrow." "I concur," he replied. "If you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time you return to Westeros, it is likely you will be quite pregnant." "Enough of that," she retorted. "Whether it be the scholars of Dragonstone or the physicians under our mother's command, they are all well versed in the art of contraception. Yet, their wedding date is fast approaching, and even if she were to conceive, there would be no necessity to terminate the pregnancy." Upon returning to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra and her half-sister Baelon were engaged in delightful conversation with their sister, Cerys. It was rumored that Cerys's father was a certain Valyrian consul from over a decade ago, though they had never been formally introduced. "How is your grand scheme progressing?" Upon seeing Belron return to the estate, Keela inquired, possessing the visage of a Valyrian, albeit not the most strikingly distinctive type. Her somewhat ashen silver hair and cerulean eyes were inherited from her father, while the shape of her features bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Their brother Tigero had yet to return from the Orange Coast to Volantis. It was rumored that his wife was the daughter of a member of the Green Party. Their mother, Rhaenyra, also harbored intentions of marrying Keela off to the heir of a member of the Tiger Party once she came of age. In recent days, through Keela's insinuations, Belron discerned that their mother had other children before Tigero's birth, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken those children away to raise them himself. Such was the case. Belron, feigning indifference, was reluctant to divulge matters pertaining to the war to his younger sister. Having arrived in Volantis, he had already learned not to inquire about dinner plans for the night. He could hardly endure their appetites, for anything that could be classified as food was invariably sweet. Their mother sought out a cook from Westeros, intending to prepare a farewell feast for them that evening. "Huh, she's rather kind, after all. It's not as if we shan't return. Do remember to write to us, Belron. I have penned several letters. If you haven't received them, you cannot hold me accountable. Can you?" Belron approached and gently tousled his sister's hair, remarking that he had never written to her before. Seeing her clumsy self as a child, he had thought she was illiterate. "You are truly vexatious," he added. "Should you wish to come to Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out." They would discuss it later. King Viserys had issued a strict decree for both him and her to return to King's Landing before the final day of the year, as he intended to announce their betrothal at the earliest opportunity. They resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Indeed, he concurred. "If you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time we return to Westeros, she might very well be with child." "Nonsense," she retorted. Whether it was the maesters of Dragonstone or the physicians under their mother's employ, they were all adept in the art of contraception. However, their wedding date was swiftly approaching, and even if she were to conceive, there would be no necessity for termination. Upon returning to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra was engaged in cheerful conversation with her half-sister, Corlyra. Rumor had it that Corlyra's father was a former governor of Volantis from over a decade ago, though they had never acknowledged one another. How goes your grand scheme? Upon seeing Belron return to the mansion, Kalira inquired. She bore the visage of a Valyrian, albeit not of the most striking variety. Her somewhat ashen silver hair and azure eyes were inherited from her father, yet the shape of her features closely resembled that of her mother. Their brother, Tagaro, had yet to return from the Orange Coast to Volantis. It was said that his wife was the daughter of a prominent official of the Tiger faction. Their mother, Sanira, also harbored intentions of marrying Kalira to the heir of a Tiger faction official once she reached a suitable age. In recent days, from the subtle hints in Kalira's words, Belron discerned that their mother had borne other children before Tigaro's birth, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken them away to raise on his own. Such was the case. Belron, feigning nonchalance, was reluctant to divulge matters of war to his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. Upon arriving in Volantis, I had already grasped that inquiring about tonight's dinner was ill-advised. I could scarcely endure your appetites, which find sweetness in any morsel. Mother sought out a chef from Westeros, intending to host a farewell banquet for you this evening. She is quite amiable. It's not as if we shan't return. Do remember to write to us, Belron. I have penned quite a few letters. If you haven't received them, you cannot blame me, can you? Belron approached and ruffled his sister's hair, though he had never written to her, recalling her clumsy childhood and thinking her illiterate. You are truly insufferable. Should you wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to join us. We shall discuss that later. King Viserys has issued a stern command for both her and me to return to King's Landing before the year's end. He wishes to announce our betrothal at the earliest opportunity. We resolve to depart at dawn tomorrow. I agree. Should you continue your reckless antics in Essos, she may well return to Westeros with child. Curse you. Whether it be the maesters of Dragonstone or the physicians under their mother's employ, they all possessed a proficient understanding of contraceptive methods. Yet, their wedding day loomed near, and even if she were to conceive, there would be no necessity for termination. Upon returning to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra and Belron's half-sister Kalira were engaged in lively conversation. Rumor had it that Kalira's father was a former magistrate of Volantis from over a decade ago, though they had never formally acknowledged one another. How fares your grand scheme? Kalira inquired upon Belron's return to the domicile. She, too, bore the features of Valyrian descent, albeit not in the most striking manner. Her somewhat ashen silver hair and blue eyes were inherited from her father, yet the shape of her features closely resembled their mother. Their brother Tigaro remained at the Orange Coast, yet to return to Volantis. It was said that his wife was the daughter of a party official. Their mother, Senela, also harbored intentions of marrying Kalira to the heir of a Tiger party official once she came of age. Belron approached and gently ruffled his sister's hair, reflecting that he had never written to her before. Looking back at her clumsy childhood, he had once assumed she was illiterate. You truly are insufferable. Should you wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out. He suggested they discuss it later. King Viserys had issued a stern command for both him and her to return to King's Landing before the year's end, as he intended to announce their betrothal without delay. They resolved to depart at dawn the following day. I concur, he remarked. If you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time you return to Westeros, she may well be with child. Curse you, she retorted. The learned men of Dragonstone and the physicians under their mother's employ were quite adept in matters of contraception. However, the date of their wedding was fast approaching, and even should she conceive, there would be no necessity for termination. Upon arriving at their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra found herself engaged in cheerful conversation with her half-sister, Keela. Rumor had it that Keela's father had been a magistrate from Volantis over a decade ago, though they had never acknowledged one another. How fares your grand scheme? Keela inquired upon seeing Belron return to the house. She possessed the Valyrian visage, though not the most striking variety, with somewhat dull silver hair and blue eyes inherited from her father, while the shape of her features bore a striking resemblance to their mother. Their brother, Tiger, had yet to return from the Orange Coast, and it was said his wife was the daughter of a member of the Green Party. Their mother, Senela, also harbored plans for Keela to wed the heir of a Tiger party official once she came of age. In recent days, through Keela's words, Belron discerned that their mother had borne other children prior to Tiger, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken them away to raise on his own. Such was the case. Belron feigned ignorance, reluctant to divulge matters of war to his younger sister. Upon arriving in Volantis, he had learned not to inquire about what was for dinner that evening. He could hardly endure their appetites, for to them, all food was sweet. Their mother had sought out a chef from Westeros, intending to prepare a farewell feast for them that night. She is quite kind, as if we would not return. He mused. Do remember to write to us, Belron. I have penned numerous letters. If you have not received them, you cannot blame me, can you? He again approached and affectionately tousled his sister's hair, reiterating that he had never written to her before. You truly are insufferable. Should you wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out. He suggested they discuss it later. King Viserys had issued a stern command for both him and her to return to King's Landing before the year's end, as he intended to announce their betrothal without delay. They resolved to depart at dawn the following day. I concur, he remarked. If you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time you return to Westeros, she may well be with child. Curse you, she retorted. The learned men of Dragonstone and the physicians under their mother's employ were quite adept in matters of contraception. However, the date of their wedding was fast approaching, and even should she conceive, there would be no necessity for termination. Upon returning to their mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra and her half-sister Baelon were engrossed in a lively conversation with their sister, Cerys. It is said that Cerys's father was a certain governor of Volantis from over a decade ago, although they had never formally acknowledged one another. How is your grand scheme progressing? As Keelah witnessed Baelon's return to the estate, she inquired with curiosity. She possessed the features of a Valyrian, though not the most pronounced type. Her somewhat ashen silver hair and azure eyes were inherited from her father, while the shape of her features closely resembled her mother's. Their brother, Tagaro, had yet to return from the Orange Coast, and it was rumored that his wife was the daughter of a member of the faction of the Tigers. Their mother, Senela, also intended for Keelah to marry the heir of a Tiger faction official once she reached the appropriate age. In recent days, from Keelah's insinuations, Baelon discerned that their mother had borne other children before Tagaro, but their father, the governor of Lys, had taken those children away to rear them himself. Such was the case. Baelon, feigning ignorance, was reluctant to share matters concerning the war with his younger sister. Now that he had arrived in Volantis, he had learned not to inquire about the evening's repast. He found their appetites intolerable, for as long as it was food, nothing was devoid of sweetness. Their mother had sought a chef from Westeros, intending to bestow upon them a farewell feast that evening. Ah, she is quite gracious. It's not as if we shall not return. Remember to write to us, Baelon. I have penned numerous letters. If you have not received them, you cannot hold me accountable, can you? Baelon approached and gently ruffled his sister's hair, reflecting that he had never penned anything for her. Observing her clumsy demeanor in childhood, he had once thought her illiterate. You truly are insufferable, he remarked. If you ever wish to visit Westeros, you are always welcome to seek us out. We shall discuss this further another time. King Viserys has issued a stern decree to both her and me, insisting that we return to King's Landing before the last day of the year, as he desires to announce our betrothal at the earliest opportunity. We have resolved to depart at dawn tomorrow. Indeed, I concurred, should you continue your reckless antics in Essos, by the time you return to Westeros, she may very well be with child. Curse you. Whether it be the maesters of Dragonstone or the physicians in service to his mother, they are all well versed in the art of contraception. Nevertheless, their wedding date approaches swiftly, and should she conceive, there would be no pressing need to terminate the pregnancy. Upon returning to our mother's newly acquired residence, Rhaenyra was engaged in lively conversation with her half-sister, Calera. It was rumored that Calera's father had been a certain magistrate from Volantis over a decade ago, though they had never acknowledged one another. How fares your grand plan? Upon seeing Baelon return to the mansion, Keelah inquired. She possessed the visage of a Valyrian, though not of the most striking variety. Her somewhat ashen silver hair and blue eyes were inherited from her father, yet the shape of her features bore a remarkable resemblance to her mother. Their brother Tagaro had yet to return to Volantis from the Orange Coast. It was said that his wife was the daughter of a prominent member of the Elephant Party. Their mother, Senela, also harbored intentions of marrying Keelah off to the heir of a Tiger Party official when she reached an appropriate age. In recent days, through the subtle nuances of Catelyn's words, Baelon discerned that his mother had borne other children before the birth of Tiger, yet their father was the governor of Lys, who had taken the children away to raise on his own. Such was the case. Baelon feigned nonchalance, reluctant to divulge matters pertaining to warfare to his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. Upon arriving in Volantis, I have already grasped that inquiring about dinner tonight would be futile. I can hardly endure your appetites, for it seems that any food is deemed sweet by you. Mother sought out a chef from Westeros to prepare a farewell feast for you this evening. She is quite kind, as we shall return. Remember to write to us, Baelon. I have penned numerous letters. If you have not received them, it cannot be blamed on me, can it? Baelon approached and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, admitting that he had not written to her specifically, recalling her clumsy childhood and half wondering if she could even read. You are truly insufferable, she retorted. If you wish to come to Westeros, you are always welcome to find us. Chapter 49. Newborns. Do you think it is possible, Master Maester? Baelon inquired deliberately. The day after his return to King's Landing, he attended the King's Council meeting in the Maegor's Holdfast, where the lords had yet to assemble. To his surprise, Maester Lunethel was dozing in his seat. Upon awakening from his slumber, Maester Lunethel inquired, "My Lord Lannister, could you repeat your question? I heard while in Volantis that on the lands east of Qohor, descendants of the Targaryen dynasty, who survived the doom of Valyria, still exist and possess dragons. They have conquered vast territories in the east of Essos." Baelon spoke with a grave expression. However, Sir Harwin Stonemason, the commander of the City Watch, who was present to audit the council that day, could not suppress his laughter. They also claimed that dragons grow faster and larger in the Shadowlands, surpassing the size of Balerion by the age of 100 due to the lingering magic of that land. My apologies, my Lord Lannister. Magic and the arcane are not my fields of expertise. Most scholars in the Citadel do not believe in the existence of magic, Maester Lunethel replied earnestly. If necessary, we may seek assistance from the Citadel. Lord Hand, Leonor, remarked, "He is jesting with you, Maester. Would you like me to inform His Majesty that you are unwell today and need to rest?" "Many thanks, my Lord Chancellor. I shall take my leave." Lunethel picked up the stone orb that signified his role as a maester and exited the council chamber. "My subordinates told me they saw a kitchen maid emerge from the maester's chambers late last night," Sir Harwin whispered with a grin. "What did they engage in?" Lord Leonor inquired of his son. Harwin replied, "It was certainly not a meal delivery, and the maid left with a purse in hand." At over 70, Lunethel can hardly manage his own bodily functions. How could he possibly entertain such thoughts? Baelon questioned. "He is not a eunuch and can still understand," came the retort. "King's Landing is rife with peculiarities. Some take pleasure in mere observation, while others relish the sting of a whip upon their backs." Before long, King Viserys and the other dignitaries attending the council had arrived. King Viserys was the last to enter the chamber. "Lord Baelon, I have heard that your journey to Essos was quite successful," he remarked as he took his seat, raising his hand to signal for the cupbearer to pour him a drink, requesting only milk with honey. The leaders of the Iron Islands had complied with the directive to journey south along the Sunset Sea to the Stepstones, albeit reluctantly, for I had not provided them with many alternatives. Ser Tyland had sent word from the Eyrie, stating that 90% of the longships of the Iron Fleet had departed the Iron Islands heading south. Earl Bisbury noted that during the days leading up to Lord Baelon's departure for Essos, he had been managing the affairs of the Master of Ships on Baelon's behalf. The people of Pentos were also generous. They had taken the initiative to hire over 2,000 mercenaries and arrange for ships to transport them to the Stepstones to accept the position offered by Prince Daemon, while also facilitating my meeting with the Dothraki. A host of tens of thousands from Khalasar was currently descending the Rhoyne, preparing to raid the territories of the Free Cities. Of course, their assistance was not without expectation. They hoped that when they were attacked by their enemies, the dragons of the Iron Throne would aid them in vanquishing their foes. Lord Baelon continued, "Volantis is even more complicated. It is challenging to find a trustworthy individual there, and the internal strife is quite severe. However, they can reach a consensus on the matter of reclaiming disputed lands. I believe the Valentines will indeed send troops, but only after the Free Cities find themselves in a position of absolute disadvantage. As it stands, they are unable to assist us." "Very well, Lord Baelon. Your endeavors have secured precious allies for the Iron Throne. Nonetheless, we must not overlook the potential threat posed by Volantis. Westeros does not require a formidable neighbor. If Volantis were to annex the power of the Free Cities, it would inevitably reignite the war for the unification of the old Valyrian territories." King Viserys acknowledged with a nod of approval. He continued, "However, we presently have more pressing matters to consider, namely the marriage of my daughter, which is also the reason I summoned Ser Harwin to this council. In the coming days, the nobility from across the realm will begin to arrive in King's Landing. Your Majesty, many nobles, upon learning that you have arranged for Princess Rhaenyra's marriage at the year's end, have opted not to return to their own lands. Lords Bracken, Lannister, Valerion, and Frey remain in the Red Keep, while Lord Stark is touring Highgarden with his bannermen. Lord Butterwell has invited numerous nobles to his lands, reportedly to promote the sale of the wine produced there. Meanwhile, some lords from the borders express concerns over potential Dornish incursions and have clearly informed us that they will only be sending representatives," remarked Lord Leonor. "The hand of the king. I am aware, this is not my primary concern. King's Landing will be teeming with errant knights, mercenaries, criminals, prostitutes, and itinerant traders, which will undoubtedly pose a nightmare for the city's security. I recall the tournament held in Maidenpool upon my ascension, where Lord Mouton spent an entire year expelling the roving brigands from his lands. The wedding ceremony of Baelon and Rhaenyra is set to take place on the final day of this year, followed by a grand tournament lasting 7 days. An event comparable only to the renowned melee held at the High Garden. In preparation for this tournament, the grounds outside the royal palace have been significantly expanded, with many impoverished neighborhoods beneath the city walls forcibly demolished by soldiers. I have already begun to augment the number of the city guard, Your Majesty, Sir Harwin stated. Over the past month, I have recruited 200 new soldiers, bringing the total number of troops to 3,000. My lord, Lord Valerion, do you deem this number sufficient? Questioned Viserys, addressing his newly appointed Minister of Justice. Jasper Valerion was not particularly handsome, nor did he concern himself with his appearance. His black beard and hair were trimmed short, appearing unkempt as the strands curled haphazardly. His brows were thick and sparse, arching as much as his beard, and when he lowered his head, a double chin became visible. He had fathered over a dozen children with his 2 wives, earning him the moniker Iron Rod. However, he was not the most notable member of the Valerion family. That title belonged to his grandmother's sister, the infamous Caelian Valerion, who was dispatched by Queen Alysanne Valerion to disrupt the clandestine marriage of King Viserys and Queen Alysanne before it was consummated. Her erotic escapades and essos are recounted in the Red Chamber's bewildering chronicles, a work purportedly autobiographical, though it is likely a salacious fabrication penned by a student who failed to earn their chain. Regardless, Lord Jasper Valerion was deeply displeased with this publication. He acquired every known copy and incinerated them to safeguard his family's honor. Ironically, this act only served to increase the book's circulation. It is difficult to ascertain, Your Majesty. The last tournament of such magnitude held in King's Landing was 50 years ago, purportedly to celebrate the completion of the Dragon Pit. And the records from that time have long since vanished, Lord Valerion mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Let us table this topic for now. We can address it further if Sir Harwin requires our assistance, Viserys suggested after a brief pause, idly toying with a stone sphere from the table. By the way, Lord Beesbury, have you made arrangements for the tournament prizes? Of course, replied the Chancellor, perusing the papers in his hands. The prize for the champion of the jousting competition will be 20,000 gold dragons, with 10,000 for the runner-up, 15,000 for the victors of the team event, and 5,000 for the archery champion. In total, 50,000 gold dragons. This has been the standard for tournaments held in King's Landing. Let us double the prizes. Baelon exclaimed with delight. The additional sum shall be borne by House Lannister. All eyes turned to the king, seeking his approval. Viserys nodded, affirming that would be preferable. As the assembly prepared to deliberate on the next agenda item, the grand door of the conference room was abruptly swung open by Sir Stephen Darklyn, stationed outside. Your Majesty, the Queen, she has begun her labor. Viserys hastily rose and dashed towards the Queen's chamber, the lords of the council swiftly vacating their seats to follow the king, except for Grand Maester Rhaenys and his assistant. The midwives barred any man from entering the Queen's room, even the king himself. The anxious crowd gathered in the corridor outside the chamber, where the Queen's screams echoed intermittently, drawing even more onlookers to the scene. Lord Jasper Wilde and Sir Harwin Strong began to speculate about the child's gender and placed bets. Rhaenyra rushed to Belron's side, inquiring about the situation. The Queen is in labor, Belron informed her, adding that the midwives had forbidden her father from entering, suggesting instead that she might go in. After all, the newborn will be either your brother or sister, and you could gain some experience, couldn't you? Rhaenyra playfully nudged Belron's belly with her arm, then, after obtaining her father's consent, entered the Queen's chamber. Chapter 50. The oath ceremony. After the attendants had adorned Belron in his splendid attire, Tyland scrutinized him and asked, "Are you prepared?" "I am not the one who feels nervous. There is no sense of unpreparedness here," Belron replied, standing before the mirror and inspecting himself meticulously. Finding no faults, even the threads on his fine garment were impeccable. This outfit was crafted by the finest tailor in Casterly Rock. Tyland assured Belron that it was undoubtedly superior to what the King of Casterly had worn at his wedding. This marked Tyland's second journey from Casterly Rock to King's Landing within the year, and his retinue was larger than before. He jested that he could pen a tome about every inn along the Golden Road and meticulously rate the serving maids. When allying with royalty, the family must demonstrate their strength. Although the Lannister family lacked the fleet of House Valerion and the vast stores of grain sufficient to feed every soul in King's Landing as House Tyrell possessed, they were rich in gold. A well-equipped army of 3,000, led by Tyland, set forth from Casterly Rock, journeying eastward along the Golden Road. Along the way, vassal knights joined their ranks, escorting numerous wagons laden with golden dragons to the capital. These funds would be allocated for the construction of a bridge over the Blackwater, to reward the champions of the tournament, with the remainder set aside as a dowry in the royal treasury. Ensure that the soldiers from the Westerlands have an abundance of wine and meat tonight, Baelon instructed Tybalt. I have ordered the slaughter of 100 cattle, 500 sheep, and countless chickens, along with dozens of carts of honeyed wine transported from Casterly Rock. Tybalt chuckled in response. I do not believe they are all giants. Such a bounty should suffice to satiate their appetites. Let them revel to their heart's content today. As long as no lives are lost, do not hinder their celebration. Fortunately, the queen's second child was a daughter. Tybalt retrieved a cloak symbolizing House Lannister, adorned with a roaring lion. This cloak was lightweight, crafted without heavy velvet, and every thread bore hues derived from gold and flowers, using the most exquisite dyes. What was her name again? He inquired, confirming the details before closing the wooden box. Helena, Baelon replied. Indeed, Helena. It seems that His Majesty the King is quite concerned about the sentiments of the Hightower family. She is destined to be the first Targaryen to bear the name of Undulls. Tybalt chuckled as he handed the wooden box to Dennis Malbrand, a servant of Baelon, who cradled it carefully. This is for Lord Baelon's wedding, he remarked. Do not be so glib, Tybalt. She shall be family henceforth, Baelon advised, meticulously fastening the laces of his boots before leading his cousin and attendant into the Red Keep's chapel. Within the chapel, the monks and nuns had cleared away the remnants of long-accumulated candle wax from the altar, lighting hundreds of fresh taper candles. The oath-taking ceremony was to take place before the evening feast, and due to the chapel's modest size, the number of attendees was limited to 30 or 40. Comprising mainly family members and high-ranking officials from the court, Baelon ascended the steps to stand between the statues of the father and the mother, where the archbishop, having arrived from Old Town, was poised to officiate the ceremony. Guests entered the chapel in succession, taking their places as witnesses to the vows. Forming a corridor from the entrance to the statues of the father and the mother, 5 members of the Kingsguard were present, while 2, Ser Harold Westerling and Ser Kristen Cole, were notably absent, serving as the personal guards to the king and the princess. Among the attendees was Queen Alicent, who had recently given birth and insisted on attending. She held Prince Aegon by the hand, although her Hightower relatives were not in attendance, and the newborn Princess Helena was being cared for by a wet nurse in her chambers. Beside the queen stood Duke Mervyn Tully, accompanied only by his kin, with no vassals in sight. Following them were Duke Boros Baratheon and his heir, Ser Boros Baratheon, flanked by 3 male nobles adorned in the sigils of Griffin, Sun and Moon, and Haystack. The young lady of Storm's End, Lady Jane Arryn, stood at the farthest end of the crowd, accompanied by an older woman bearing the sigil of House Royce. Opposite the queen, Tybalt stood with young Dennis and several nobles from the Reach, including the 2 sons of Ser Roland. Nearby were the grizzled Duke Tully and his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Following them were Duke Rickon Stark and several of his vassals, one clad in a skinning man-esque cloak. Count Lionel and his 2 sons stood beside the Skinner, while Ser Alan Bisbury represented his grandfather at the ceremony. As the chapel doors slowly swung open, King Viserys, adorned with his crown, entered, holding the hand of his daughter, Princess Rhaenyra. They proceeded gracefully across the altar, pausing before the steps leading to the statues. The king released his daughter's hand and stepped behind her to unfasten the embroidered cloak adorned with the Targaryen emblem of the 3-headed dragon. Tears glistened in the king's eyes, yet none within the chapel noticed his emotional display. Rhaenyra ascended the steps slowly, standing beside Baelon, as they faced the archbishop together. The archbishop anointed their foreheads with a single drop of holy oil before the statues of the father and the holy mother, in the presence of friends, relatives, and the nobility of the realm. They exchanged 7 oaths, symbolizing the 7 gods, pledging their loyalty to one another from that moment until they would embrace death. Upon the conclusion of the vows, Tybalt handed the cloak to Baelon and descended the steps to rejoin the crowd. Baelon draped the silken cape, adorned with the roaring lion, over Rhaenyra's shoulders, and she turned to allow her betrothed to fasten the clasp of the garment. The archbishop raised a crystal high, through which sunlight refracted into a spectrum of rainbows, illuminating all gathered within the sacred hall. Here, in the presence of the 7 and the assembled multitude, the archbishop proclaimed, I solemnly declare that Baelon of House Lannister and Rhaenyra of House Targaryen are now wed. Henceforth, they shall be one body, one heart, and one soul, for all eternity. Any who dare to interfere with their union shall face an unrelenting curse. The nobility erupted into applause, while Baelon and Rhaenyra stood bewildered, uncertain of their next move. What are you waiting for, lad? The archbishop softly urged Baelon, kiss your bride. At this, Baelon offered an awkward smile, gently grasped Rhaenyra's hand, and drew her close. Their violet gazes locked, and in that moment, all doubt and trepidation dissipated, They no longer needed to shy away from the eyes of others as they savored this moment. Their kiss lingered, devoid of the shyness typically associated with newlyweds, as they even exchanged saliva, long enough that some adult hands grew flushed from applause. Chapter 51. The wedding feast. The banquet following the ceremony took place in the throne room, though today the king did not occupy the Iron Throne. Baelon and Rhaenyra sat beneath the throne at a horizontally arranged table accommodating 8 guests. The newlyweds positioned themselves near the center, with the princess on the right and her husband on the left. To Rhaenyra's side sat her father, the king, the queen, and a seat reserved for Prince Daemon. Although no sign of Corlys Velaryon had been seen from Storm's into the Vale, indicating that the king's brother remained on the stepstones. Prince Aegon and Princess Helena were absent, as children were deemed unsuitable for such a significant occasion, and the raucous atmosphere might have frightened them. On Baelon's side sat his cousin Tywalt, Sir Loren Lannister, the eldest son of Lord Royan, and finally, Sir Daemon Lannister. Daemon, sharing Tywalt's age, was the grandson of Baelon's grandfather, the brother of the Duke of Lancel. His bright golden hair shone as brilliantly as the silver-gold locks of the Valyrian lineage. According to Tywalt and Sir Royan, he was currently the most distinguished warrior of House Lannister, unmatched in the Westerlands, whether wielding a longsword or a lance. His presence in King's Landing also marked his appointment as Baelon's captain of the guard. Before them stretched several long tables joined together, filling the throne room with 800 nobles from various lands. Above the throne room, the alternating banners of House Targaryen and House Lannister fluttered, even behind the Iron Throne. The king rose, clearing his throat with a cough. In truth, silence had already enveloped the throne room the moment he stood. Lords and ladies, he began, appearing somewhat anxious, as if he had not contemplated his words prior to standing. I welcome you to this grand feast. You are all aware that the tournament will last for 7 days, and the celebrations within the Red Keep will also continue for the same duration. The union of my daughter and her husband will unite the Targaryen and Lannister families, marking the first historical amalgamation of these two houses. Lord Baelon has proven himself a loyal ally of the Iron Throne, and I trust they will usher in peace and prosperity for the realm. Now, indulge yourselves, my friends. With the king's address concluded, servants commenced to serve wine and food, filling the once bare long tables. 7 deities, 7 oaths, 77 dishes. Even the number of jesters, hired singers, and performers was a multiple of 7. The king was certainly not a devout man, nor were most members of House Targaryen, yet it could not be dismissed that he was appeasing the church, or perhaps merely indulging in the grandeur of the occasion. Lord Baelon surveyed the feast before him with a discerning eye. Whole swans and herons, their feathers retained as decorative embellishments by the chefs post-roasting. Poorly prepared fowl could induce nausea, and he certainly did not wish to disgrace himself on his wedding night. The roasted venison, albeit slightly sweet, likely soaked in honey prior to cooking, evoked memories of the cuisine from Volantis. As the banquet formally commenced, the nobles began to present gifts to the newlyweds. Duke Tully stepped forward first, his servant presenting a white longbow encased in a sheath. Lord Baelon, Princess Rhaenyra, he greeted. It is well known that the Riverlands boast the realm's finest archers, and we craft the finest bows. This was a longbow made of fishbone wood, with its string crafted from multiple strands of mammoth tendon and the sheath fashioned from mammoth hide. Baelon's attendant, Dennis, received the longbow with both hands, navigating around the dining table to present it to Baelon, who appreciatively caressed the smooth bow. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Tully, he said. This is indeed a rare work of art. Next, Duke Massos bestowed a set of chess pieces crafted from ivory, marble, and dragonstone. The game of chess, invented by the Volantene, was not well known in Westeros. It was unlikely that 5 individuals within the entire Red Keep could grasp the rules. Though it was a precious gift, Baelon found it difficult not to speculate on the insinuations behind Duke Massos' gesture. Duke Stark presented a brown bear pelt, and he had heard from Tyland that the Lord of Winterfell had a carpet made from such pelts in his own chamber. When Baelon inquired how he knew this, he replied that Jason had mentioned it in his correspondence. After politely accepting the gifts, Baelon entrusted them to his attendants for safekeeping. The Duchess of Aelin gracefully navigated around the dining table to approach Rhaenyra, unimpeded by the king's guard. The Duchess, with her long, dark brown hair, stood slightly taller than Rhaenyra, adorned in a gown of white interspersed with blue. She personally presented a gift to Rhaenyra, saying, "Your Highness, your mother, who is also my aunt, has gifted you this silk scarf, crafted from the gown she once wore in the Eyrie. Since her marriage to His Majesty and departure from the Vale, Duke Roderick has preserved it as a memento of his daughter. However, after Duke Roderick's passing, the servants neglected to retrieve it before we retreated to Moonlight Keep for the winter. Frost has claimed that gown, yet it cannot erase the memories it holds. I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Cousin, this gift holds profound significance for me. Instead of entrusting the scarf to her maid, Rhaenyra tied it around her left wrist. The Duchess nodded and turned away, rejoining the leather-clad women of House Royce. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. A Valyrian steel sword at his waist, his silver hair tousled, evidently having just completed a long journey. He exchanged a few words with the leather-clad women of House Royce. Though the tumult of the hall rendered their conversation inaudible, the palpable tension between them was unmistakable. You have finally arrived. Demon, the king welcomed his brother with a smile. We have been preoccupied with the affairs of the Stepstones and unable to attend to you. How could I miss the momentous occasion of my only niece, brother? Prince Daemon stepped forward, standing before the dining table, the emphasis on only seemingly deliberate. I have a daughter now as well, brother. Her name is Helena. The king grasped the queen's hand, gesturing towards the last empty seat at the table. We have saved a place for you. As you wish, brother. Daemon then approached the vacant seat and forcefully pushed his goblet forward, signaling the wine steward to fill it. After a brief interlude at the feast, the nobles resumed presenting their gifts. Lord Baelish offered a Dornish curved sword captured from the battlefield, adorned with gold and jewels, claiming its former owner to be a certain Earl of Ironwood. Earl Reyes presented gilded spurs, while Earl Tarbeck contributed a lavishly decorated saddle. There were also falcons, exquisitely carved crossbows, fine garments, and exquisite wines. The act of gifting was merely a formality. Some less affluent nobles could not afford the extravagant offerings of their wealthy counterparts, and some chose not to present anything at all. Tybalt, Baelon called to his cousin beside him. What is it? Tybalt hastily wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth. Someone will surely attempt to disrupt the wedding festivities, Baelon whispered in his ear. I know it is tradition, but I do not wish for my bride to be subjected to the rough hands of strangers on our wedding night. Nor do I wish to sever the hand of a noble on my wedding day. After the wedding banquet, it is customary for guests to carry the newlyweds to their bridal chamber, often disrobing them along the way, eagerly awaiting the sounds that will emerge from within. Even King Viserys was not spared from this tradition upon marrying his new queen. I shall notify our subordinates. Tybalt prepared to rise after hearing this. You may seek out Sir Alambus Baratheon and Sir Harwin Strong to borrow some of their family guards, Baelon advised. I understand. I will find a way. You need not worry. At present, Baelon and Rhaenyra are the Lannister family's treasure trove. The more children they bear, the more dragon lords the Lannisters will have. Minstrels performed on the terrace above, their melodies and the sounds of instruments resonating throughout the hall. Jesters and nobles entertained with comical displays, some audacious enough to leap onto tables, toppling goblets and platters in their wake. Baelon and Rhaenyra whispered to one another about their forthcoming plans, seemingly exhilarated by the discussions held near the king. As the banquet continued for several hours, the nobles began to grow weary and inebriated, yearning for the final and most indulgent event of the evening. The crowd erupted in cheers when a monk entered through the hall's entrance. Baelon surveyed the surroundings. Rhaenyra appeared somewhat anxious, while Prince Daemon snoozed at his place. Your Majesty, the monk approached the king. It is time for the newlyweds to retire to their chamber. The king nodded in agreement, and Baelon and Rhaenyra rose from their seats, as some nobles began to stir with excitement. You better have a plan, Tybalt. Rest assured, everything is prepared. Just wait for the right moment to make your move, Tybalt confidently replied. No need to thank me. At that moment, the dwarf jester Tybalt had poured a pot of cold stew over the head of a knight from House Baratheon. The knight, removing the copper pot from his head, drew his sword and began to chase the jester, angrily shouting that he would use the jester's head as a chamber pot. However, whether due to intoxication or some other reason, the knight moved sluggishly, unable to catch up with the dwarf. Then, two factions adorned with the honeycomb and roaring lion sigils began hurling insults at one another, tossing uneaten roast pigeons and onions in the process. Soon, more men from the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Stormlands joined in, with some even throwing plates at the singers above. Amidst the chaos, the nobles lost focus on the newlyweds, while the king's guard escorted the king and queen, alongside Baelon and Rhaenyra, out through a side door, traversing the grove of sacred trees back to Maegor's Holdfast. Chapter 52. The prophesied Prince Breathless. Baelon lay on the stone floor of the newlywed chamber, the skin on his back clinging to the coolness of his sweat, as the candlelight flickered with the breeze that flowed through the window. Although he had not completed the customary rites of the wedding night among the kingdom's nobles, he could already envision the mirth that would greet him when he awoke the following morning. More than 30 years ago, after marrying his namesake, the nobles jestingly remarked that the satisfied cries of the young bride could be heard all the way to the town of Duskvale. Belron was unaware of what the scene looked like 3 decades prior, yet perhaps Rhaenyra's voice could also resonate in Duskvale, or even further afield. Following the farce, the oblivious nobles came to the bridal chamber, laughing as they pounded on the door, only to be dispersed by Sir Criston Cole drawing his weapon. Their new chambers, allocated in Maegor's holdfast, bore resemblance to the king's, albeit on a different floor. The bedroom, sitting room, and dining area were all within the same room, with their study adjacent. Was that your plan? Rhaenyra inquired from her chaise longue nearby, diverting everyone's attention with the ruckus. No, it was Tyland's idea, Belron replied. I told him I did not wish for anyone to lay their filthy hands upon my wife, and he said he would see to it. I hope your father isn't too upset. Today does not belong to my father. It belongs to us, Rhaenyra asserted, her hand rubbing her abdomen before she suddenly sat upright, playfully kicking Belron and rising to her feet. I have something to tell you. With that, she tossed him his trousers. As Belron dressed, he observed Rhaenyra, wrapped in a bedsheet, draw forth the Valyrian steel dagger he had gifted her, moving toward the candelabrum to sear its blade in the flame. Rising from the floor, Belron approached, encircling Rhaenyra from behind, his hand slipping through the gap in the sheet to touch her warm, smooth skin. Don't tease. I'm serious, Rhaenyra chided, swatting away his restless hand. When my father bestowed this dagger upon me, he shared a prophecy. All prophecies are vague and uncertain in their timing. Much like how Dreamwalker Daenerys foresaw the doom of Valyria and Conqueror Aegon envisioned the end of mankind. A chill from the north, laden with darkness, will consume the world of the living. Only the Targaryens can unite the realm's strength to confront this malevolence. She referred to the prophecy as the Song of Ice and Fire. Rhaenyra allowed the dagger to continue burning. This prophecy was meant solely for the heir to the Iron Throne. Then why tell me? Belron asked. I am not the heir. Rhaenyra handed the glowing dagger to Belron, upon which appeared a line of high Valyrian text he had never seen. The prince foretold in the prophecy shall be born of my bloodline. His will is the Song of Ice and Fire. If I were to perish as my mother did, she continued, you bear the responsibility to convey this prophecy to our son. The prince mentioned in the prophecy may not emerge for a century, or even a millennium, but our bloodline must endure. Son, Belron placed the dagger at the candelabrum's edge. How can you be so certain? I have seen him in my dreams, Belron. Rhaenyra guided his hand to her abdomen. I dreamt of him. He will arrive in this world within a year. Then we must strive diligently to ensure your prophecy comes to fruition. You rise quite early, Rhaenyra murmured sleepily as she sat up in bed, pulling the sheets to her chest. I instructed a servant to fetch some oatmeal and warm milk, along with a selection of dishes that had not been served at last night's banquet, still warm. Baelon, clad in a thin shirt, stood before the mirror, grooming himself with a razor, meticulously shaving his beard. Thank you, my husband, Rhaenyra smiled, her eyes sparkling with a gentle light. She sat up, reached to smooth her disheveled hair, donned her silk nightgown, and approached the dining table. A sip of milk left a trace of white upon her lips. Do you wish to return to Casterly Rock after the tournament concludes, to stay for a few months before returning to King's Landing? Baelon inquired suddenly. As long as you desire it, I am agreeable, Rhaenyra replied, setting down her milk-filled cup. She washed her face in the basin of water and joined him at the mirror to arrange her hair. Today marked the first day of the tournament, and their attendance was imperative. It will be a busy day, Baelon said softly, placing his hands upon Rhaenyra's shoulders. You remain the light of the realm. Let my handmaiden enter. I cannot dress myself as you do, Rhaenyra remarked. Baelon approached the bed, drawing a dagger with a dragon bone hilt from his waist. What are you doing? Rhaenyra turned to ask. I must safeguard your reputation and the king's honor before all, Baelon declared, making a small incision on his palm with the dagger and allowing his blood to drip onto the sheets. Chapter 53. The Queen of Love and Beauty. Outside the royal gates, near the tournament grounds, numerous tents had been erected. In the past few days, Baelon had encountered more heraldry than all the scholars combined. In addition to the landed nobility, a multitude of wandering knights roamed, many of whom could scarcely afford a tent, let alone lodging within the city. By nightfall, the vagrant knights were left to sleep in the company of their low-born squires near the Blackwater River. If fortune turned against them, they would find themselves resting beneath the shadows of roadside trees. Tyrion approached and seated himself beside Baelon. Where have you been? You've been gone for quite a while. Our soldiers clashed with some unaligned mercenaries on Silk Street. There were casualties, and I went to resolve the matter, Tyrion explained. Did our side triumph or falter? Of course we triumphed, albeit at the cost of a leg and an arm for 3 lives. The city guard apprehended the mercenaries, and Ser Harwin mentioned that the dungeons of King's Landing are nearing capacity. Ser Harwin certainly has a keen interest. How remarkable it is that he can attend the tournament while fulfilling his duties, Tyrion observed, glancing at the unfolding scene. What have I missed? 2 more have perished today, Baelon replied, watching the contest from the stands. The king had not granted Baelon permission to participate in the tournament himself, only allowing him to appoint a proxy knight, as he did not wish for his daughter to become a widow merely days after her marriage. A wandering knight had been crushed by his own steed, and Lord Ambrose's heir had lost control of his mount, trampling a civilian. How did your proxy knight perform? I trust my judgment has not failed me. Sir Daemon is indeed a master of the lance, having unseated Lord Mandler in a mere round, and he is poised to engage in a second bout. Today marks the final day of the tournament, where the champion of the jousting event shall soon be determined. Yesterday, the archery championship was claimed by Raymond Hightower, an illegitimate son from the city of Hightower. He possesses a shock of black hair, albeit cut very short, with a slender yet muscular physique. His nose bears the marks of past breaks, giving it a somewhat misshapen appearance, while a long scar graces his left cheek, and his skin is slightly tanned. Lord Baelon invited him to serve, and upon his agreement and oath, Baelon entrusted him with the fishbone longbow of Duke Tully, as he himself had no use for archery, preferring to bestow it upon a capable subordinate. The crown for team jousting was seized by Sir Criston Cole of the Kingsguard, whose morning star disregarded the shields of his adversaries, shattering all in its path. The herald introduced the knights entering the arena. To my left stood Sir Daemon Lannister, the proxy knight of Lord Lannister, and to my right was Lord Mace Tyrell, the protector of the Reach. Sir Daemon donned pragmatic, heavy, and unadorned armor, draped in a cloak emblazoned with a roaring lion. In contrast, Sir Mace Tyrell's armor was as mythical as his daily life, resplendent with intricate engravings and adorned with silk at the joints, his helmet adorned with peacock feathers. Nobles and soldiers from the Westerlands and the Riverlands erupted in cheers, rallying for their champions. As the herald waved his banner, Duke Tyrell spurred his steed into a gallop, while Sir Daemon lagged slightly, yet his mount ran with greater steadiness and speed. Both knights wielded their lances with their left hands while holding shields in their right. In the first round, both knights struck true, their lances splintering upon impact, yet they managed to maintain their balance upon their steeds. Casting aside the remnants of their lances, they received fresh ones from their squires and charged anew. In the second round, both knights again landed blows, neither unseating the other. However, in the third round, Duke Tyrell's right arm could scarcely rise, likely injured from previous encounters. Sir Daemon, showing no mercy, aimed his dulled lance squarely at the Duke's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Sir Daemon raised his lance in salute to the audience, earning resounding applause and cheers. Lord Baelon nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his proxy knight's stellar performance that brought him honor. Sir Mace Tyrell's attendants quickly rushed forward to assist the fallen Duke to his feet, escorting him from the tournament grounds while leading away his steed. The victor of this contest is none other than Sir Daemon Lannister, the proxy knight of Lord Lannister. The herald announced with fervor to the audience. Duke Tyrell would likely face a ransom of hundreds of gold dragons for his armor and steed, though he was not one to be lacking in funds. Sir Daemon lifted the visor of his helmet, circling the arena and greeting the cheering spectators, before approaching the royal box to pay his respects to Baelon. Once the participants of the previous round vacated the field, the next round commenced. The king's herald proclaimed, "To my left is the heir of Lord Blywood, Sir Sam Wilblide. To my right stands the son of Lord Bracken, Sir Amos Bracken." The nobles in the stands straightened their posture, aware that the familial rivalry between the Blywoods and Brackens heightened the likelihood of bloodshed in this contest. "Your Majesty, do you not intend to halt this tournament?" Baelon inquired, rising from his seat and moving to the king's side. "I fear this match may devolve into a deadly vendetta." King Viserys firmly declined, stating, "The knights have chosen their opponents by lot. I cannot intervene." Upon returning to his seat, Baelon observed the 2 knights adorned in red and white, charging at one another. The first round unfolded with a semblance of decorum, as both discarded their shattered lances and turned for a second charge. However, the second round took a sinister turn when Amos Bracken did not aim his lance at his opponent, but instead targeted Blywood's steed. He succeeded, and the heir of Uhtred fell with a resounding thud. Such ignoble conduct would surely earn him the contempt of all and a judgment of defeat from the king. Sir Sam Wilblide could not swallow this affront. "Bring me my sword," he bellowed, as a squire rushed to present him with his blade. Without a moment's hesitation, the heir of Uhtred drew his long sword and charged at Sir Amos Bracken, striking the knight of Stonefence from his mount. Amos, scrambling away, called for his squire to hand him a weapon. Once armed, he ceased his retreat and engaged in a fierce duel with Sam Wilblide, treating this encounter not as a mere tournament, but as a fight for survival. each attempting to pierce the gaps in the other's armor. Nobles in the stands rose, anxiously observing this unexpected yet anticipated duel. Sir Harold Westerling, accompanied by 3 members of the King's Guard, swiftly intervened, separating the 2 combatants and disarming them. The hand of the king, Lord Leonos, approached the edge of the box and, by royal decree, declared Sir Amos Bracken the loser of the contest, ordering him to compensate his opponent for the injury sustained by Sir Sam Wilblide's mount. The tournament continued, but Sir Sam Wilblide struggled to acclimate to his new steed, succumbing to defeat in the next round at the hands of the Queen's brother, Sir Gawain Hightower, in the first encounter. A free knight triumphed over 2 esteemed lords before ultimately falling to Sir Criston Cole of the King's Guard. In the semifinals, Sir Gawain Hightower engaged in a fierce contest with Sir Daemon Lannister, but ultimately, a misstep led to Gawain's fall from his horse. The final match took place between Ser Daemon Targaryen and Ser Criston Cole, with many proclaiming it the most thrilling contest since the ascension of King Viserys. Both combatants shattered 20 lances without a victor emerging. King Viserys himself intervened, declaring them joint champions, as Ser Daemon served as the proxy knight for Baelor, and Ser Criston was a retainer of Rhaenyra. The tournament was held in celebration of the union between Baelor and Rhaenyra. Thus the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty was undoubtedly bestowed upon Rhaenyra. In Chapter 54, The End of Midsummer, Rhaenyra tenderly caressed her burgeoning belly, cautious not to harm the life within. Baelor accompanied her closely, escorting her to the king's chamber, while courtiers and servants offered their respects along the way. 10 months had elapsed since their wedding, yet Rhaenyra still donned the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty, even as the blossoms above wilted. Although Baelor and Rhaenyra resided in the Red Keep, the king did not intrude excessively in their lives, inviting them to dine together every few days. Rhaenyra expressed to her father her desire to name the child Aenor, after the exiled Aenor Targaryen, symbolizing a new beginning for House Targaryen. "Are you so certain it is a son? What if it is a daughter?" King Viserys inquired. "If it is a daughter, her name shall be Visenya," Baelor interjected. Upon hearing this, Viserys chuckled. "You remain as enchanted by the tale of Queen Visenya as you were in your youth. And she also loves the story of the warrior Queen Nerys," Baelor replied, guiding his wife to the dining table. "Next year marks the 5th anniversary of your marriage to Queen Alicent. Do you have plans for a celebration?" "Indeed, I have been pondering this matter," King Viserys responded, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "We could host another grand feast, inviting all the nobles and knights, and hold another tournament. You were eager to compete 10 months ago, and now you shall have your chance." Reports from the Citadel suggested that this year would mark the final summer. Yet the White Ravens had yet to arrive, indicating the scholars had not made an accurate determination. This summer had persisted for 6 years. It was time for it to conclude. "Perhaps there will be one more autumn," Queen Alicent remarked, familiar with the signs of seasonal change from her upbringing in Old Town. The transitional season between summer and winter might extend for an entire year, but that does not suggest that autumn and spring would be preferable to winter. Precipitation would markedly increase, with storms brewing over the seas, adversely affecting coastal regions. The silver lining is that the transitional season allows for cultivation, providing ample time for the populace to stockpile provisions to survive the harsh winter. In the north, late summer may also bring snowstorms. "I shall write to Duke Stark and Lord Manderley to see if they require our assistance," Baelor declared. In the winter of the north, many elders voluntarily depart from their homes, venturing deep into the wilderness, leaving sustenance and the hope of survival for the younger generation. If grains from the southern kingdom could be transported to the north, perhaps more souls could endure the harsh winter. That would be the ideal scenario. The servants served dishes at the table, pouring golden wine from the Isle of Greenhaven for the king, queen, and Baelon, while Renly received a warm cup of milk infused with honey. After the banquet, Baelon and Renly returned to their chamber, where he tenderly massaged his wife's shoulders and ankles, helping her to relax and unwind. Residing in Maegor's Hold was indeed advantageous for attending the royal council, as there was no need to descend any stairs. Grand Maester Runsider entered the meeting room with heavy steps, assisted by his 2 young aides to prevent him from stumbling. Now, the Maester required a cane to move about freely, his movements slower than anyone else's, and he personally believed he would not survive the winter. "I apologize for my tardiness, my lords," the Maester said as he settled into his seat. "We have new intelligence regarding the war in the Stepstones." As soon as Prime Minister Leonor saw everyone had gathered, he eagerly commenced. Although the Dornish remain steadfast, the Triarchy appears less invested in the conflict over the islands, particularly the Myrish, while the Dothraki of Karakara have pillaged numerous villages, leaving the contested farmlands nearly scorched clean. That is indeed good news. Count Bisbaris and Duke Baelish expressed their delight. However, there is also troubling news, my lords, Baelon continued. My allies in Pentos have informed me that Morikoko has been slain in the war against the Triarchy. What impact will that have on the situation? Inquired Count Jasper Wilde. Certainly, it will have ramifications. Morikoko's heir is still a minor, and his followers will not allow a child to lead Karakara. According to Dothraki tradition, young heirs are often slain to prevent future complications, leading to the disbandment of Karakara into smaller factions. If the news is accurate, the Dothraki will soon abandon the contested lands, Baelon elaborated. Yet, there is also some good news. The Triarchy's disadvantages are becoming apparent, and the Valyrian are preparing to stake a claim. I received a missive from one of the Valyrian magistrates, stating they are mustering their forces, having not only hired mercenaries, but also purchased thousands of slave soldiers from the slaver Esbay to supplement their army. After Baelon and Renly departed, his friend Parion Stagros and the eccentric Elephant Party magistrate Matharis Valeros won their elections. As their new term approached its end, securing a decisive military advantage in the contested lands would undoubtedly facilitate their re-election. It seems the war in the Stepstones will soon reach its conclusion. King Viserys was quite pleased with the developments. He had not deployed a single soldier, maintaining the peace he inherited from King Jaehaerys, while simultaneously ensnaring the kingdom's enemies in a potentially ruinous conflict. There could be no more advantageous arrangement. The ambition of the Valyrian people fills me with apprehension, Your Majesty, remarked Grand Maester Runethel. The balance of power in Essos has been maintained since the doom of Valyria, with Conqueror Aegon even commanding Balerion to incinerate the Valyrian fleet to preserve this equilibrium. The Valyrians possess no dragons, Grand Maester, countered Belron. They cannot traverse the narrow sea to threaten us. Should their presence in contested lands jeopardize trade, akin to the pirates of the Three Daughters Kingdom from years past, we could simply bolster the forces of Meereen, Lys, and Tyrosh to repel them. As long as the Iron Throne remains the sole entity with dragons, Valyria shall never become a nemesis to the Seven Kingdoms. I bear some troubling news, Your Majesty. The Grand Maester withdrew a letter from his sleeve and presented it to the Chancellor by his side. An assault has once again occurred in the Moonshadow Mountains. The clans of the mountain tribes have attacked a contingent from House Cobury and House Royce. Lord Cobury's cousin, who had recently married a lady from House Fry, was ambushed while returning to Hart's home. The Knights of the Vale discovered many bodies along the mountain paths, with numerous individuals unaccounted for, including Lord Cobury's cousin and his new bride. Lady Allen has summoned several vassals, preparing to dispatch troops into the forest before the heavy winter snows render the Moonshadow Mountains impassable, in hopes of at least recovering the bodies for burial. We hope the Iron Throne will support her decision. Chapter 55. High as Glory, a sincere apology to the readers. The reason for yesterday's lack of update was due to a health issue that necessitated a hospital visit, and I am still wearing the bracelet from my stay. For the past week, I have required intravenous treatment in the mornings, which has somewhat hindered my work. However, I shall not reduce the frequency of updates. Once I feel better, I will provide the missing chapters. Belron donned his armor and proceeded to the Dragoness lair. Having received a direct command from King Viserys to serve as the Iron Throne's representative in the Vale, responding to Lady Allen's plea for assistance in managing this troublesome matter, the newly inherited Lady Jenny Allen of Eagle's Nest was still quite young, barely 16, and had only recently taken on the reins of governance. Both of her regents were from House Royce, and her father and brothers had fallen victim to the assaults of the mountain tribes. As winter loomed, deploying troops seemed less a wise decision and more a simple quest for vengeance. My father ought to appoint you as the Warden of the realm. Rhaenyra tied the silken scarf she had received at their wedding around Belron's arm. My mother hails from House Allen, and you are my husband. The people of the Vale shall not trouble you. Do not burden your father. I am the only dragon rider he can dispatch to fulfill his duties. Belron pulled her into his embrace, noticing her rounded belly. He reassured her to heed her father's counsel and to refrain from attempting to climb upon Syrax's back clandestinely. I promise to return before Inar is born. After that, should you wish to soar to Essos, I shall accompany you all the way. Just return safely. I understand the mountain tribes are fierce and ungovernable, but they lack the capacity to harm dragons and their riders. Belron gently caressed Rhaenyra's shoulder, reassuring her. I am merely going to retrieve your kin from their self-dug graves. Your father sent me to assist them, yet he did not specify how. The nobles of the Vale seem eager to leap into the flames. I am under no obligation to prevent them. Rhaenyra turned to an elder dragon keeper and inquired. I wish to select a dragon egg to place in our son's cradle. Are there any fine choices available in the dragon lair? In the presence of her father, she referred to the unborn child as our child, while before others, she consistently called the unborn babe our son. firmly believing in the visions she had experienced in her dreams. Placing a dragon egg in the cradle was not an ancient Valyrian tradition, but was initiated by Princess Rhaena Targaryen, daughter of Aegon I, in hopes that the newborns of the family would forge a bond with the hatchlings. The elder dragon keeper, a man of Valyrian descent, wore a simple linen robe, indistinguishable from those of his fellow dragon keepers. In Old Valyria, the role of dragon keeper was largely hereditary. The eggs of Dreamfire and Silverwing remain unhatched, the elder replied. This morning, we discovered the first clutch laid by Syrax, totaling 3 eggs. Whose dragon eggs did my father choose for my brother and sister? Rhaenyra asked. All were Silverwings, your highness. However, the eggs of Prince Aegon and Princess Helena show no signs of hatching. You are the dragon rider of Syrax. She has laid her first clutch, and this is your first child. I believe there must be a wondrous connection between them, much like the vision of the child you witnessed in your dreams. Belron remarked to Rhaenyra. Choose her egg. Rhaenyra nodded in agreement and addressed the dragon keeper. Let us see Syrax's dragon eggs. We shall select one for our son. After bowing, the elder took his leave. Belron stood upon the dais, commanding Vhagar and High Valyrian to quiet down. The mature dragon eagerly awaited its first flight in a month, incessantly roaring to urge its rider, occasionally releasing small bursts of flame from its glands. Soon, the elder dragon keeper returned, accompanied by 2 other dragon keepers, carrying a heavy iron chest, its lower level still glowing with charcoal embers to keep the dragon eggs warm. They carefully moved the searing lid aside with wooden rods, revealing 3 vividly colored dragon eggs before them. Rhaenyra leaned down to pick up an egg that was black with hints of deep crimson. Does it not remind you of the crown of Conqueror Aegon? She said, lifting the egg before her, closing her eyes, and gently pressing her forehead against it. The crown of Conqueror Aegon was a Valyrian steel diadem adorned with rubies, currently unclaimed and stored within the treasury. Belron smiled as he took the egg from Rhaenyra's hands. Its profound black and crimson hues not only evoked the crown of the conqueror, but also resonated with the colors of the Targaryen family sigil. Though the son will inherit his father's surname upon birth, there shall come a day when he will ascend from his mother the Iron Throne, becoming the 7th king of House Targaryen to sit upon it. Baelon felt the searing warmth emanating from within the dragon egg, slightly toasty as if an invisible force pulsed within. He envisioned a silver-haired man with violet eyes appearing before him, wielding the sword of black flame, adorned with the conqueror's crown, seated beneath the Iron Throne, where not only the nobles of the realm knelt, but also the lords of Dorne and the governors of free cities, along with the masters of the slave bay. It was uncertain whether this was merely a figment of his imagination or a prophecy akin to that which the conqueror beheld when gazing upon Blackwater Bay. I find it most agreeable, Baelon remarked, as he gently returned the dragon egg to its iron box, red and black, blood and iron. This is indeed the egg, Rhaenyra said to the elder dragon keeper. We shall convey this dragon egg to the Red Keep after the birth of the princess's child, placing it in a cradle. With that, the dragon keepers departed. Baelon and Rhaenyra exchanged few words. He, as before, pressed a kiss upon her forehead before turning to Mount Vhagar. Vhagar soared swiftly, flapping his powerful wings as though to express his discontent over Baelon's choice to accompany his wife rather than soar into the skies with him. The distance from King's Landing to the Eyrie was merely 2/3 of that to the Vale of Arryn, and should one travel by land, the journey along the valley road from the Trident would necessitate crossing the perilous Moon Mountains, prolonging the trip by an additional fortnight. In winter, the valley's land connection to the outside world would be severed by snow, leaving the port as the only means of communication. Legend speaks of Aegon Arryn, the founder of House Arryn, who vanquished the Griffin King that ruled the Vale while riding a great eagle. If griffins and great eagles truly existed, did the ancient Vale folk view their rulers with the same reverence that the Undul's and noble ancestors now afford the dragons of House Targaryen, perceiving them as demigods? Baelon did not follow the king's road but instead traversed over the town of Moon's End and the city of the Vale, entering the valley directly through the strait. The peaks of the Moon Mountains were adorned with eternal snow, and this was the first time in his life he beheld snow in summer. The Moon Mountains stretched endlessly, home to clans that dwelled in valleys untouched by the nobility of the Vale. As he passed through the clouds, at the mountain's end stood the highest peak known as the Giant's Lance, where House Arryn's ancestral stronghold, the Eyrie, loomed majestically. At its base lay Moongate, a bastion belonging to a branch of House Royce from the Vale, guarding the sole path to the Eyrie. Presently, outside Moongate, there were over 100 tents belonging to various families of the Vale, indicating that Lady Jane Arryn had indeed summoned her vassal armies to prepare for a campaign against the mountain clans. Ascending from Moongate were the formidable crags of stone and snow in the long sky. Among all the strongholds of the ducal houses, the Eyrie was the smallest. Baelon circled the giant's lance upon Vagor, the 5 castles, and the winding path leading to the peak vividly clear before his eyes. He had to concede that without a dragon, he might never have mustered the courage to venture into the Eyrie. Belron observed the Eyrie, a castle constructed entirely of white stone, as he searched among its 7 towers for a place to land Vormissol. During the conquest, Rhaenys Targaryen had once flown to the Eyrie atop Meraxes, whose size surpassed even that of the current Vagel. So finding a resting place for Vormissol was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Vormissol gracefully descended into the sacred grove within the Eyrie, and as Belron leaped from the dragon's back, the commotion attracted the soldiers of House Arryn. However, upon seeing the dragon and the sigil emblazoned on Belron's armor, they promptly lowered their weapons. Chapter 56. The Eaglet women are too frail to govern. As Belron entered the hall of the Eyrie, guided by a knight adorned with a winged helmet, he was met by a black-haired boy of perhaps 10 years, still in his youth, clad in finery. Pointing accusingly at the figure seated upon the throne of the Lords of the Vale, Lady Jane Arryn. Especially in these perilous times, even the barbarians of the Moon Mountains have grown so audacious. My cousin has brought our house's reputation to its nadir. She is unfit to occupy that chair. Belron pushed through the gathered members of House Arryn, unsheathing his sword. The sharp sound of metal echoed, drawing the attention of everyone present. Within the hall, there were no other noble lords of the Vale, only the sparse direct descendants of House Arryn and countless distant kin. Belron forcefully struck the sword's blade against the boy's knee, causing him to kneel in pain. As Belron rested the sword upon his shoulder, he noticed that the boy's brooch was also the proud eagle of House Arryn. Are you insinuating that Princess Rhaenyra is unworthy of inheriting the Iron Throne, lad? The glinting blade, reflecting the sun's rays, sent shivers down spines more effectively than the biting cold wind that swept through the window. Or do the Vale conspire to rebel and reclaim the throne? No, my lord, you misunderstand. The boy's eyes widened in anger, but upon meeting Belron's gaze, he quickly wilted. What is your name? I would like to remember it, for next time I shall consider whether to sever your tongue or take your head. Arnold Arryn, my lord. The boy stammered, his head tilting aside, fearful that Belron's sword might unwittingly harm him. Belron gently tapped the boy's shoulder with the sword again. Arnold, then. I implore you to apologize to your duke and lord. Reluctantly, Arnold Arryn bowed his head. I apologize for my rudeness, Lady Arryn, though his voice was barely a whisper. The hall of the Eyrie was silent, allowing his words to resonate clearly even in the farthest corners. Belron sheathed his sword and offered a slight bow to Lady Jane Arryn. Lady Arryn, I too express my regrets for my hasty draw of arms. Today, I come as a representative of the Iron Throne in response to your plea for aid. The request for assistance from the Iron Throne was only sent out yesterday. Why? My lord, have you arrived today? Behrong turned his head to observe a member of the Arryn family, adorned with a majestic eagle brooch on his chest. This middle-aged man, in his 30s and nearing 40, was shorter in stature, yet appeared quite robust. Though bald, his thick black beard obscured his mouth and nostrils. He was bedecked with an array of jewels and ornaments, most of which were crafted from gold, and even the sword at his waist boasted a golden hilt, suggesting he was the wealthiest individual in the hall. The question posed by the man elicited a chuckle from Behrong. Even the most destitute shepherd on the fingers knew that a Lannister lord, bearing the countenance of a Valyrian, was a key advisor to His Majesty the King. Behrong removed his gloves and patted the man's shoulder, stating, There exists a creature known as a dragon, my good sir. I am aware that you valley folk have legends of riding eagles and griffins, but only dragons are capable of breathing fire. Approaching closer, the top of the man's head barely reached Behrong's chest. Sir Eisenbar, this is Lord Baelon Lannister, husband of Princess Rhaenyra, declared Janie Arryn, who sat in her designated seat as the protector of the Vale. It seemed that Behrong's presence bolstered her confidence. Behrong returned to the forefront of the crowd, to the very spot where Arnold Arryn had accused his cousin. Lady Arryn, His Majesty is perplexed by the gathering of troops in the Vale. The raids by the mountain clans have persisted for millennia, and with daylight dwindling as winter approaches. I suspect that those of you born to the Vale understand the severity of the Moon Mountains winter far better than I, an outsider. Should you fail to depart the mountains before the blizzards arrive, the opportunity to leave may vanish entirely. The Vale's army is a valuable asset to the Iron Throne, and as its representative, I am duty-bound to protect it. Behrong was eager to discern the origin of this initiative. Was it Janie Arryn's scheme to enhance her standing in the Vale, or was it the insatiable desire for vengeance among the vassals? Winter marked the peak of the mountain clans' raids, deprived of sustenance in the valleys. They would only resort to feasting upon the corpses of their comrades, as Lord Lannister was informed by a knight of the Arryn family. If we can deliver a crushing blow to them in the autumn, they will struggle to mount raids in the winter. Thus, the Moon Mountains will ally with us against those malevolent savages. Everyone leave. Allow me to converse privately with Lord Lannister, commanded Jaime Arryn from the dais, as her relatives, who had previously disregarded her verbal assaults, began to vacate the hall slowly. Their compliance with Jaime's orders was more a result of Beron's presence than her authority. Jaime Arryn swiftly descended from the dais, guiding Beron through a side door, and together they ascended the spiral staircase of a tower, likely the Moon Tower, the residence of every lord of the Eyrie. She had also dismissed the guards they encountered along the way. Perhaps it was only in the absence of onlookers that Jaime Arryn could feel a modicum of security. Jane Arryn is a tall young woman, her straight black hair braided and cascading down to her waist. Her blue eyes, far from timid, exude a sense of determination. The family's inherited hawk-like nose somewhat mars her otherwise lovely features, lending a hint of masculinity to her countenance. "What would you like to drink, my Lord Lannister?" Jane inquired. "Just water will suffice, Lady Arryn. I require a clear mind at this moment." Baelon surveyed the study belonging to the Duke of Eagle's Nest. Noting its distinct style, markedly different from that of the Red Keep and Casterly Rock, especially its cooler ambience. The Arryn family's white and blue color scheme adorned every corner of the room, with murals depicting the War of the Seven Stars gracing the walls. "There's no need for such formality. Simply call me Baelon," he continued. "How foolish of me to forget that my study only contains water. I have never kept a bottle of wine." She chuckled modestly. "Even Lady Rhea believes I was too young when I assumed power." "Lady Rhea Royce?" he asked. "Indeed. She is my second regent, accompanying me during your wedding to Princess Rhaenyra." Baelon accepted the crystal cup of water Jane offered him. "Then why is she not in Eagle's Nest today?" "She is at the camp below, rallying the forces of House Royce." Rather than sitting beside Jane at the desk, Baelon leaned against the cool stone wall of Eagle's Nest, regarding the plan to muster an army against the mountain clans. "Is it your idea, or that of your vassals and courtiers?" "It was Lady Rhea's suggestion, though I also concurred. She believes that a war could solidify my rule in the Vale and showcase House Arryn's influence before the vassals. A victorious war will strengthen your standing. A failed one will only drive those opposed to your cause towards your cousin." Baelon moistened his lips with water, then raised his left hand to show Jane the scarf that Rhaenyra had tied around his wrist. "I am grateful for the gift you sent to Rhaenyra. From the perspective of the Iron Throne, stability in the Vale is crucial. Then assist me in winning this war, my Lord Baelon," Jane Arryn implored. "How many warriors do the mountain clans possess?" The texts state 3,000, scattered throughout the Moonshadow Mountains and belonging to various tribes. But our knowledge of the forests within the Moonshadow Mountains is scant and may not be entirely accurate. "How many forces have the nobles of the Vale assembled?" 2,000. With another 2,000 en route. Had it not been for the Royce family's prompt response, many nobles of the Vale might not have taken to arms. "Is Lady Rhea commanding your forces?" "Indeed. I must confer with her to devise a feasible plan. However, I must inform you that my stay in the Vale will not be prolonged. Rhaenyra is due to give birth to our child in a month, and I will return to King's Landing before then." Chapter 57. The meeting at Moongate Castle. Baelon rode Varamisal to the foot of the giantess lance, landing in a clearing around Moongate Castle. Outside the Moongate Castle, the soldiers and nobles in the valley were utterly exhilarated at the sight of a great dragon coming to their aid. The members of House Arryn were still descending the mountain, a journey that would take considerable time and present significant dangers. Jaime Arryn did not intend to return to the Eyrie before the winter concluded. She planned to spend her initial years of governance at Moongate Castle. The servants and soldiers within the castle busied themselves packing belongings and supplies that could withstand the frigid winter, which were then sent down to Longsky Castle via hinged crates, before being transported by livestock along the steep, narrow mountain paths. Belron, bearing a letter penned by Jaime, found her within Lady Rhea Royce's tent. It was to be hoped that she would not transfer her animosity towards Daemon onto him, for both Belron and Daemon shared familial ties and bore the Valyrian features that might not leave a favorable impression upon her. The relationship between Jaime and Lady Rhea was more intimate than that of a typical regent and her proxy. They shared a bond akin to that of sisters, or perhaps even mother and daughter, the latter being more fitting given their 13-year age difference. In her letter, Jaime articulated Belron's intentions for coming to the valley, hoping that Lady Rhea would consent to collaborate with him in strategizing against the mountain clans. With time and terrain not favoring the people of the valley, they desperately required Belron's assistance, for Varamisal's presence would undoubtedly offer greater tactical options. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage on the battlefield, the dragon could alter the tide of battle. For the unacquainted mountain clans, merely glimpsing a dragon would likely instill profound terror. As Lady Rhea accepted the letter from Baelon, her demeanor remained solemn. Approaching her 30th year, she donned a suit of bronze armor engraved with numerous magical runes, purportedly to protect the wearer from harm, regardless of the efficacy of these enchantments. The armor's coloration harmonized well with Varamisal's scales. Though she had attained lordship, Lady Rhea exhibited few traditionally feminine traits compared to Jaime Arryn. Her short black braids barely held together, and she adorned no lavish jewelry such as necklaces or earrings. Her physique was more angular than her waist, allowing her to wear men's clothing without discomfort. Standing relatively tall among the women of Westeros, she barely met the standards of a warrior. Her eyebrows thinned from inner to outer edges, her nose was short, and her lips were thin and devoid of color, rendering her appearance quite unremarkable. Yet, within her ordinary black eyes lay a rare decisiveness and resolve. It was no surprise that she and Prince Daemon were often at odds, as one could discern her unwillingness to be constrained by anyone in mere moments of interaction. The Lady of Stonehaven contemplated as she set the letter aside. Lady Rhea, I too wish to avoid appearing in the valley. Since my arrival, my foremost desire has been to return to King's Landing as swiftly as possible. Baelon has expressed no reservations. What plans do you have now? Surely, you do not genuinely intend to rescue your relatives, do you? Leah Royce lifted her head, her resolute eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as they met Belron's gaze. We are not so naive. There has never been a precedent of escaping once captured by the Mountain Clan. Retrieving the corpses for burial is merely an excuse for mobilization. I am indifferent to your internal strife, my lady, and care little for the motivations behind it. To my mind, Jaime Ellen is well suited for the guardian position in the Eastern Lands. Belron relaxed slightly. Let us dispense with the convolutions and speak plainly about the battle strategy. There is nothing particularly remarkable in our plans, my lord. If there were, the Mountain Clan would not have plagued the Moonlight Mountains for thousands of years. Lady Leah chuckled awkwardly. Before winter's onset, we shall scour the valleys, fell trees, construct encampments, and constrict their living space. Once the blizzards commence, we will retreat to defend the villages. There are countless valleys within the Moonlight Mountains. Even with 10 years, you would not clear them all. Belron felt a headache coming on. Can you communicate with them? A few of them can utter broken common tongue, yet they largely refuse to engage in discourse. Negotiations are utterly futile. You may regard them as iron men concealed within the forest or savages from beyond the borders, though they resemble beasts more than humans. I understand. All nobles and soldiers responding to the call are aware, as are the valley folk. Blood for blood is merely a fleeting gratification. The purpose of this conflict is not to achieve victory, but to align the nobles of the valley. Those who arrive at Moongate Castle are allies of Lady Eagle's Nest, while the others are not. It is time for them to recognize the disparity in power and reconsider their allegiances. The total strength of the valley's army amounts to tens of thousands. Mobilizing 10,000 soldiers and knights is effortless. Here, we have barely 3,000. Perhaps 5,000 at most, including many from the garrison you brought from Stonehaven. This hardly constitutes a majority. It appeared that Jaime Ellen held great significance for Leah Royce, who was willing to wager her family's reputation for her sake. This is not a total war, my Lord Lannister. No family would mobilize all their soldiers for vengeance against the Mountain Clan, especially now that autumn has arrived and we must stockpile provisions for the winter. Yet you still need to secure a victory for Jaime to rally the people. I can grant you that victory. I cannot allow you to ride your dragon and incinerate every habitable valley in the Moonlight Mountains. It is a laborious and thankless task. Moreover, many lords depend on the timber from those valleys, several of whom are my friends. Belron asserted. I am well aware that the valley nobles do not wish to witness the billowing smoke and acrid scent of charred earth left by dragon fire. What they seek is proof of victory, the corpses of enemies and spoils of war. Though we both ride dragons, I am not your reckless, frivolous husband. I have come to assist the king's vassals in resolving troubles. Convene a war council, let all present lords participate, and expedite the realization of our plans. We have more pressing matters to attend to. I shall attend to it at once, Leah Royce replied, before departing the tent. The lords and nobles, accompanied by their soldiers to the Moongate Fortress, retained a fundamental respect for Lady Rhea, not necessarily directed at her person, but rather as a courtesy owed to the Royce family. Upon her appearance, the nobles were inclined to participate. The war council convened in the Lord's study at Moongate Fortress. In attendance were members of the Royce family, as well as representatives from the Cobury family of Heartstar City, the Grafson family of Seagull Town, and the Weewood family of Iron Oak City. The representative from the Hunter family of Longbow Hall was the Count's nephew, and the heir of the Weckley family from Candle Hollow was also present. The Redford family from Red Rampart and the Cowett family from Coldwater City sent a knight as their representative. These two families could be considered centrists. While they did send troops in response to the call of the Aelin family, they contributed only a small fraction of their forces, seemingly as a mere formality. Thus, it appeared that the support for Lady Janie Aelin among the valley's great nobility exceeded half. Within the study, the flickering candlelight illuminated faces marked by seriousness and concern. As night fell, Lady Janie Aelin occupied the seat of authority, flanked by Lady Rhea and Lord Cobury, while Belron chose to stand by the window. The nobles engaged in animated discussions, each convinced of the superiority of their respective strategies. Families distanced from the bright Moon Mountains sought a swift resolution, while the Royce and Cobury families yearned for vengeance. Those nearer to the mountains wished to eradicate the Highland clan's incursions once and for all. Lady Janie remained composed in her chair, having shared her plans with Belron prior to the meeting. He refrained from interrupting the nobles' dialogue initially, gazing at the map spread across the conference table, refining the valley people's strategy in his mind. Once his thoughts were sufficiently developed, Belron approached the corner of the table between Lady Janie and Lord Cobury, drew forth a Valyrian steel dagger, and drove it into the wooden table, the crack in the surface measuring nearly half a foot. The study fell silent. "Have we finished with the commotion?" Belron inquired, touching the tip of his nose and sardonic in tone. "Your plans are commendable. Shall we divide our efforts?" He looked to Lady Janie for her assent, which she readily granted with a nod. "We must first respond to the recent attacks. It is autumn now, and the Valley Road is the sole terrestrial route connecting the valley to the outside world. As long as the bait is sufficiently enticing, the enemy will surely take the hook. Do you all agree?" Belron surveyed the gathered valley nobles. None dared to contest his assertion. "Next, we must prevent the Highland clans from pillaging the border villages in the coming year. I will ride with Wormisal to set ablaze the forests near densely populated areas. Once the flames have extinguished, your armies must swiftly enter, construct fortifications, and establish a buffer zone, emulating the design of the Finger Peninsula by erecting watchtowers and signal fires for vigilance. As long as you are prepared, how could 3,000 poorly equipped savages threaten the valley?" Chapter 58. The burning road. Belron's endeavor to set the forest ablaze with Wormisal persisted for 5 days. He not only incinerated the forests of the targeted region, but also patrolled the nearby valleys by night. Whenever he glimpsed the flicker of campfires within the woods, he would unhesitatingly command Wormisal to unleash a torrent of fire upon the vicinity. Upon discovering inhabited caves, he mimicked the tactics employed during his battles against the pirates of the Three Daughters Kingdom in the Crab Caverns, using dragon fire to melt the rocks at the cave entrances, effectively sealing their exits. The High Mountain clans primarily targeted innocent travelers, children, and women, sparing none. Thus, Belron felt no moral quandary in retaliating in kind. It is worth noting that they were the ancestral guardians resisting the invasion of the Undulls, and even now, many descendants of these forebears thrived in the valleys, in the lands between the rivers, and in the north, demonstrating sheer obstinacy. Had these tribal clans been willing to pledge allegiance to Eagle's Nest and the Iron Throne, their living conditions might have surpassed those of the majority of the Northerners. The forces stationed before Moongate had been divided, leaving only 500 to garrison at Bloodgate. The remaining troops, under the command of Lady Rhea and Lord Cobury, advanced towards the fertile plains surrounding Song of Flood City and heart of the Star City. Following the extinguishing of the conflagration ignited by Wormisal's dragon fire, they commenced the construction of rudimentary wooden fortifications. Once the news of Belron's arrival with the dragon spread throughout the valley, the nobles who had refrained from deploying their forces joined the fray, particularly Lord Belmore of Song of Flood City, who, recognizing the potential benefits for his family, summoned all his knights and soldiers, preparing for battle. At this juncture, Belron's mission in the valley was reduced to a singular objective: to exact vengeance for the Cobury and Royce families before returning to King's Landing, a task that had proven to be more expedient than he had anticipated. Prior to leading their troops away, Lady Rhea and Lord Cobury entrusted 2 younger members of their families, William Royce and Cohen Cobury, to serve as Belron's temporary attendants in the valley. William Royce, a distant relative of Lady Rhea, was 12 years old, while Cohen Cobury, the second son of the Count Cobury, had just turned 10. The 2 youngsters assisted Belron in fastening the laces of his armor, though their youth often necessitated their combined efforts, and at times, the assistance of others, to ensure that Belron donned his armor properly. Belron's tent was situated alongside those of other soldiers encamped at Bloodgate, while Wormisal rested on a nearby hill. Having just devoured 2 sheep, Lady Aelin awaited Belron outside the tent with her handmaidens, her motives unclear, whether out of courtesy or hesitation. "My lord Belron." She greeted him as he clasped his hands to tighten the laces of his right glove. Without sturdy leather gloves, riding high upon a dragon's back would quickly render his hands numb. "Thank you, my lord Belron." Janie Aelin waved off her attendants. "Several noble houses have sent letters expressing their willingness to join my campaign in the Moon Mountains. This is precisely what His Majesty wishes to see," Belron remarked. As he prepared to fasten the strap of his left glove, Lady of Eagle's Nest seized his hand and secured it for him. "Now the nobility shall support your reign. Should you select a husband from among the Grafson, Royce, or Cobury families, your position will be further solidified. Your cousin Arnold Allen is also a commendable choice. Although he is somewhat younger, he is not lacking in merit. The crucial factor is to silence the other nobles. As for relationships, they can certainly be cultivated over time. I am already married, my lord Belron." Janie Allen released his hand. "I am wed to the Vale and Eagle's Nest. I shall embrace solitude and love my people. Long ago, I resolved this as soon as I grasped the realities of life. As for my heir, let time reveal who is most suitable." Belron nodded gently, indicating his respect for her decision. "What if the Mountain Clan does not take the bait?" she inquired. "Perhaps those marauders who attacked the convoy have fled back into the depths of the forest and mountains." "They surely will," he replied. "Whether they are the ones we seek is of little consequence." Belron accepted the helmet from William Royce, echoing Lady Rhea's sentiments that revenge is merely a pretext. To repay the blood of the Vale folk with that of the Mountain Clan seems only fair. The bait arranged by Belron had recently departed from Bloodgate, comprising a convoy of 10 wagons. 3 were adorned for the nobility's travels, while the remaining 7 were laden with goods, with numerous packages deliberately slit to reveal the gold and provisions within, treasures favored by the Mountain Clan. Of course, the Vale folk are not naive. Within the wagon compartments, barrels of pitch and grease were concealed, highly flammable materials that would erupt violently when ignited by dragon fire. To avert suspicion, alongside the fully armed drivers were 20 guards masquerading as knights. Some were true knights, while others were merely common soldiers capable of riding horses. They had been promised that should the mission succeed and they return alive, they would be knighted and rewarded. If they were to fall, their families would receive a generous compensation. Belron circled the convoy on Wormisal. There was no need to fly too high. In the forest, the enemy would struggle to discern the sky, and at a great distance from the ground, he would find it difficult to ascertain whether the convoy had been attacked. The convoy meandered through the winding valleys, sunlight filtering through sparse clouds, dappling the wagons and the knight's armor with a gleaming metallic sheen. Looking along the valley road, the plains of the Riverlands stretched vast and wide. By noon, the convoy still advanced safely along the roadway, and Belron remained unhurried. The marauders of the Mountain Clan were seasoned warriors. They could not contend with a well-organized force of Vale knights, and would undoubtedly ambush at a distance from Bloodgate. Belron's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, intently focused on the convoy below, occasionally glancing into the woods in search of enemy silhouettes. What is destined to occur shall inevitably come to pass. First came a relentless rain of arrows, causing many drivers and cavalry to fall, pierced by the deadly projectiles. Belron could hear their anguished groans in the air, accompanied by the peculiar war cries and commands of the Mountain Clan raiders. The surviving drivers and cavalry in the convoy, unwilling to linger in battle, began fleeing to the sides of the valley road. The cavalry were supposed to carry the drivers on their horses' backs as planned, but when true danger struck, it became apparent that no one was willing to sacrifice their lives for the safety of others. This was a task Belron had to undertake. Once the Mountain Clan discovered the dragon in the sky, they would surely retreat back into the forest, making it exceedingly difficult to trace their whereabouts. He pulled on the reins, and Wormisal immediately understood his intention, beginning to dive and turn, aligning their flight with the valley road. With little resistance, the ground battle quickly came to an end. The raiders, while plundering their spoils, did not forget to deliver a final spear thrust to the still-breathing soldiers of the valley. Dragon fire ignited the pitch and oil in wooden barrels, causing explosive flames to leap higher than the pines flanking the road. There were no screams, nor futile arrows shot at Belron. The flames consumed the surrounding woods, leaving behind only the skeletal remains and ashes of countless horses and humans, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Belron and Wormisal continued to pursue the Mountain Clan cavalry chasing the valley dwellers, these malnourished warriors mounted on equally diminutive ponies. To avoid harming the fleeing valley people, Wormisal swooped down, seizing raiders and their mounts with his claws, then casting them from dozens of feet in the air. Some horses and Mountain Clan bodies were impaled upon tree trunks, creating a scene of horror. Chapter 59. Seeking peace. Baelon stood at the gate of the Bloodgate. As soldiers who had survived the dual onslaught of the Mountain Clan and Dragonfire knelt before him in succession. He took up his sword and placed it upon the shoulders of each soldier, prompting them to repeat the 7 vows from their mouths. At the behest of Lady Eileen, the Knight of the Bloodgate generously opened the armory within his fortress, providing them with fitted armor and a long sword. Lady Eileen also gifted each of them a horse, albeit not a war steed. These were timid and not particularly strong, more suitable for pulling carts and plowing than charging into enemy lines. The banquet was simple, featuring fried steak, a stew made with some beans, bread, and ale, devoid of music. The culinary skills of the Bloodgate's cook were certainly not on par with those of the chefs at Moongate Keep or Eagle's Nest Castle, who served the nobility. He was merely a seasoned soldier, too old to return to the battlefield, and with no home to return to. Yet, everyone at the Bloodgate trusted him, believing he would not skimp on rations, and so he remained in the fortress he had guarded for half his life, in the capacity of a cook. After the banquet, he stood vigil throughout the night alongside the newly anointed knights, who were smeared with oil, in the small chapel of the Bloodgate, standing before the statue of the warrior deity. Baelon, too, completed the ceremony that had been overlooked when he was knighted. The following day, at the break of dawn, Baelon rode Wormasol back to King's Landing, concluding his first mission in the valley. Perhaps in the future, he could embark on a grand procession akin to that of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, alongside Rhaenyra, to truly appreciate the breathtaking vistas of the Vale and other realms of the 7 kingdoms, rather than being preoccupied with the king's affairs and vanquishing the foes of the Iron Throne. As Baelon entered the Red Keep, he unexpectedly encountered a young man clad in a splendid attire of white and green, a sight he had not witnessed in King's Landing for quite some time. Ever since Ser Otto Hightower's return to Old Town, Lord Lannister, the Queen's brother, Gawyn Hightower, approached Baelon with a warm greeting. It has been a while. The journey from Old Town to King's Landing was no trivial endeavor, Gawyn. Baelon paused beside him. Although he knew little of Gawyn himself, after having met his brother and father, Baelon had no desire to engage in extensive discourse with him. It is indeed Ser Gawyn, he acknowledged. The golden-haired youth, not much older than Jane Arryn, exhibited a polite demeanor, his countenance markedly distinct from that of his father, exuding an air of refined elegance more befitting a woman. My uncle, Lord Hightower, recently knighted me. What brings you to King's Landing, Ser Gawyn? Baelon inquired, stifling his irritation and striving to maintain a cordial tone. After battling the mountain clans in the Vale and enduring a lengthy flight, Baelon yearned for a hot bath, a refreshing glass of mint tea, and a succulent lamb chop drizzled with thyme and garlic sauce, followed by a comfortable slumber in his own bed. Of course, I am here to visit my sister. Gawyn replied with a smile, his tone light-hearted. Princess Rhaenyra will have her father and husband by her side during childbirth, but my sister has only her husband. As her brother, it is my duty to offer her moral support. Queen Alysanne, having conceived her 3rd child with the king just 2 months after Rhaenyra's pregnancy, was approaching the birth of Princess Helena, and it must be noted that King Viserys' health remained surprisingly robust, as the wounds inflicted by the Iron Throne did not seem to affect his spirit. Rhaenyra had jested that the child in the queen's womb would have an older nephew. Even newborns seem averse to winter, arriving in this world ahead of the impending snowstorms. How considerate of you, Ser Gawyn, Baelon remarked. His Majesty and your sister will surely appreciate your presence. What of your attire? You appear as though you have just returned from battle, Gawyn inquired, puzzled. Have you just come from the Stepstones? No, I have just returned from the Vale. The mountain clans have stirred up trouble, and the king commanded me to address the matter. I beg your pardon, but I must report to His Majesty. Let us converse another time. Without waiting for Gawyn's response, Baelon strode away purposefully. Upon returning to the room he shared with Rhaenyra at Maegor's Holdfast, he found no sign of his wife. Yet he summoned a servant to prepare hot water for his bath. Having washed away the perspiration from his body and donned fresh attire, Baelon sought out the king, who was observing his son Aegon playing on the ground with his toys. Your Majesty, Baelon gently reminded from behind the king. King Viserys turned. A flicker of surprise crossing his features before a gentle smile graced his lips. Baelon, you have returned. I presume the matters in the Vale have been swiftly resolved? The king led Baelon into the corridor, deliberately avoiding the wet nurses and servants in the young prince's chamber. Indeed, Your Majesty, Baelon replied. I have fulfilled the desires of the Vale folk for retribution against the mountain clans. If they continue with the planned construction of their border defenses, the villages of the Vale should no longer suffer from plundering. However, the King's Road remains perilous as ever. Lady Jane Arryn has garnered the support of the Vale's nobility, and I believe we shall witness a prolonged period of tranquility in the region. Excellent, excellent, Viserys said, patting Baelon's back. Your Majesty, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Baelon continued. I hope to resign from my position on the small council following the tournament commemorating your 5th wedding anniversary with Queen Alicent. I yearn for more time to spend with my family, and it has been some time since I personally managed affairs in Harrenhal. I have no reason to deny your request, Viserys replied. Have you spoken with Rhaenyra about leaving King's Landing? She has not opposed it. Baelon had anticipated that his request would be met with resistance, yet he was taken aback by Viserys' immediate acquiescence. He understood the underlying reasons. Despite the presence of Aegon and Helena, it was evident that Viserys' favored child remained Rhaenyra. Moreover, Baelon's departure would mean he would miss the impending birth of his grandchild. Baelon was also a valuable asset to the king, capable of resolving matters both within and beyond the realm. By the way, during your journey from King's Landing to the Vale, letters arrived from Dorne and the Triarchy. They wished to discuss the situation on the Stepstones, seeking a bloodless resolution. Shouldn't they be negotiating with Prince Daemon? My brother covets their lands and their lives. It is utterly impossible to bring them to the same table. They must be summoned to King's Landing, Your Majesty. This is the opportune moment to apply pressure. Chapter 60. Heir Enar, this shall be a bridge that all lords will envy, my lord Baelon. Accompanied by several members of the small council, Baelon arrived before the gates of Riverrun, where the construction site of the Blackwater Bridge lay. The Chancellor marveled. I once visited the bridge in Twins. The Fry Bridge pales in comparison. They observed the stonemasons and carpenters along the riverbank, shaping the stones transported from the Vale and the timber brought from the Riverlands. The Fry family builds bridges for profit. I have invested substantial gold to erect this one. Belron gazed with a sense of pride at the stone bridge nearing completion, remarking that the funds he had allocated for it could have sufficed to construct a modest castle. This bridge was a gift from the Lannister family to the crown, and no toll would be required for passage. Workers were diligently erecting a tower at the near end, while the remaining section of the bridge was designed as a drawbridge, which would be raised to allow large transport vessels to dock at the port of King's Landing when necessary. Why construct a wooden bridge first? Prime Minister Leonor inquired of the officials overseeing the project, gesturing towards a rudimentary wooden bridge lacking railings, situated 50 yards upstream. The existence of this wooden structure meant that many ships arriving in King's Landing had to anchor at a temporary dock outside the steel gates. We need to convey stone across the river, my lord, Count Bisbury, the Chancellor of Finance, interjected. Most ferries on the Blackwater cannot bear the weight of the stones, thus maximizing cost efficiency. However, once winter arrives, this bridge will be rendered useless, as the river's flow will increase significantly, and its destruction will merely be a matter of time. Can you complete the work before winter? Prime Minister Leonor asked the officials. There are still 2 to 3 months left. It will not be an issue, my lord, the official replied. In the future, grain transported from the Riverlands could directly enter the city, saving considerable expenses for traders, commoners in King's Landing, and the crown alike. Count Bisbury remarked that many caravans from the Riverlands had previously chosen to take longer routes via the Gold Road to avoid ferry fees. My lord Balerion, he continued with a smile, traveling from Stormlands to King's Landing will be much more convenient now. Should war break out with Dorne, reinforcements from the north will arrive at the borders with greater swiftness. By the way, how long until the envoys from Dorne and the Triarchs of the Free Cities arrive in King's Landing? Belron inquired of the assembly. It is uncertain. They may never arrive. The war on the Stepstones rages on, and the lords of the borders shoot arrows at any Dornishmen approaching their lands. With Prince Daemon bolstered by the support of the fleet from Pentos, the flames of war have spread to the narrow sea, and the Triarchs are reluctant to set sail without assured safety, Prime Minister Leonor elucidated. In my opinion, this war should persist, Lord Balerion chuckled. After all, many free trade cities are willing to support Prince Daemon, and the Iron Throne has scarcely spent a single copper on the Stepstones. The world is indeed peculiar. We expend countless resources and time constructing our lands, like this bridge, yet it could be obliterated in the blink of an eye from the back of a dragon. Reflecting on the war, Belron recalled the forests of the Vale and the Tyroshi warships in the narrow sea, contemplating how effortlessly dragonfire could cleave this bridge in twain. Taking less time than it would to enjoy a cup of wine, then let it not be destroyed. It shall be a fine bridge, my lord Lannister. Capable of standing for a millennium, the official stated, though many were not particularly hopeful about its eventual completion. If you are a fisherman who cannot even catch a fish, then I am utterly indifferent. King's Landing already harbors enough individuals who survive through crime. The addition of a few hundred, or even 1,000 more would be inconsequential. Belron remarked with a smile that their future affairs are of no concern to me. I have already done enough. Initially, Baelon hoped that constructing this bridge would provide new employment opportunities for the fishermen who were about to be cast aside by the tide, yet in reality, they proved to be entirely useless for the construction site. He had heard that many fishermen had turned to smuggling, loading their cargo ships with weapons from King's Landing, then sailing beyond the wall to exchange them for furs and other valuable goods before returning to sell them in King's Landing. This journey is fraught with peril. Should they be discovered by the Night's Watch fleet, their fate would range from execution to being taken captive to bolster the forces guarding the wall. My lord, Belron's squire, Dennis Malbrant, galloped towards the assembly in haste. My lord Belron, His Majesty commands your immediate return to the Red Keep. Your lady wife has begun to give birth. Now, Belron asked, astonished. Go quickly, lad, do not hesitate. Count Bisbury urged him with a shove. What astonished Belron was not the impending birth of the child, for he had been prepared for this moment for a long time. The Grand Maester had projected the child's birth to be a week away, which suggested that Rhaenyra's pregnancy began before their marriage, in Valyria, or perhaps even in Pentos or Dragonstone. Of course, there was also the possibility of a premature birth. Belron dismounted his squire and mounted his horse, racing back to the Red Keep, leaving his guards far behind. Upon returning to Maegor's Holdfast, he initially intended to wait outside the birthing chamber, but Sir Harold Westerling guided him to the king's chamber, as per Viserys' direct command. Belron anxiously paced within the room, unable to find calm, while Viserys maintained an astonishing composure. Come, Belron, sit with me, Viserys said. No, your majesty, I cannot find peace, Belron replied, pausing briefly in his agitation. This is an order. Unable to resist the authority of Viserys, Belron joined him on the same sofa. I fear I may never see her again. I share your concern as her father, Viserys replied. I have heard whispers in the court that complications during childbirth may be hereditary. Belron's hands instinctively clenched into fists, and he was reminded of Queen Emma, her mother Princess Dina, and your mother Princess Alysanne, all of whom perished due to childbirth complications. I find that notion somewhat unconvincing, Viserys said, reaching out to gently pat Belron's shoulder. Consider Queen Alicent and your mother. Belron's voice trembled slightly, but he endeavored to maintain a firm tone. I cannot control my thoughts. Rationality eludes me. To be honest, I care not for the child. I only desire her. I, too, have stood in your position, Baelon. Not just once. Viserys comforted, stating that the first time is always the most challenging, both for her and for you. I have faith in her. Rhaenyra is a resilient young woman, and she shall endure this trial. Baelon recalled Rhaenyra's words, that the birthing bed is a woman's battlefield. He fervently wished he could fight this battle in her stead. If slaying the soldiers of Dorne or incinerating the pirates of the Kingdom of Three Daughters could ensure her safety, he would not hesitate to take any life. I am grateful for your consolation, your majesty. Rhaenyra is not only the light of the realm, but also the light of my heart. Baelon endeavored to quell the turmoil within, yet his anxiety surged like an unrelenting tide. When I first inherited Casterly Rock, I could only perceive the malevolent facets of all matters. At that time, I ordered the execution of numerous officers from the Lannisport garrison. Witnessing their wives and children kneeling before their corpses, weeping, stirred not a shred of compassion within me. I even felt that I had not killed enough. My relatives urged me to return the bodies to their families for burial, asserting that they were merely obeying orders, yet I refused. I wanted their families to witness the decay of their loved ones. However, when Rhaenyra presented me with the same suggestion, I found myself unable to adhere to my prior resolution, although Baelon's choice at that moment was made solely to please her. Driven by his desire for her beauty and longing for her body, the circumstances were now entirely different. After enduring a long silence, Rhaenyra's maid burst into the king's chamber, exclaiming, Congratulations, your majesty and Lord Lannister, it is a boy. Without a second thought, Baelon dashed out, disregarding the throng outside the delivery room offering their congratulations, and ignoring the cries of the infant in the maester's arms. He rushed to Rhaenyra's side, observing the sweat glistening on her forehead and the small traces of blood upon the sheets. Yet, upon seeing the smile on Rhaenyra's face, Baelon could not help but smile in return. I told you it was a boy. Do you believe it now? He jested. Do you still intend to name him Enar? Or perhaps consider other names, such as Gaemon, Aegon, or Illion? Enar it is then, Enar, the future heir to the Iron Throne. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Guest, Part 1. Baelon awoke from his slumber, realizing that Rhaenyra was not beside him. He sat up in bed and stretched. The sky outside was a brilliant blue. He slapped his cheeks to rouse himself fully and approached the basin, scooping water with both hands to wash his face. Then, he picked up a linen towel to dry his body. You can sleep a little longer. Rhaenyra called out. Following the sound, Baelon saw her seated on the sofa in the parlor, her maid assisting her with braiding her hair. After all, there were no pressing matters today. No need. There will be ample time for sleep later, he replied. An incident had occurred at the Blackwater River crossing, and Baelon had returned to his chamber late last night. On the opposite bank, a foreman was murdered, and the box containing wages was stolen from his room. Witnesses reported that the assailant fled into the royal forest, carrying the money box. Ser Harwin, the captain of the city guard, along with Belron, interrogated the workers present at the scene and searched the nearby woods, yet found nothing. They could only establish guard posts along the King's Road within the forest. Based on Ser Harwin's experience, he suspected that the true culprit would likely escape justice. The maid helped Rhaenyra tie her hair into braids, and she embraced Belron from behind, urging him to eat something before they checked on Einar again. Belron turned and pulled Rhaenyra into his arms, forever enchanted by her moist and soft lips. He consumed some food brought by the servants, satisfying the emptiness that had lingered in his stomach since the previous afternoon, and then he and his wife approached their son's bedside. Filled with affection for their new family member, Rhaenyra and Belron visited little Einar and his nurse every day whenever they found the time. Even though their son spent most of their visits in slumber, Einar's sparse hair was a silvery gold, and his eyes mirrored the violet hues of his parents. Though it remained uncertain whether this would change in the future, Rhaenyra gently reached out to touch her son's tiny fingers, while a black and red dragon egg rested at Einar's feet. He truly can sleep, Belron chuckled softly. I haven't seen him awake at all today. Did you feed him? I fed him this morning, Rhaenyra replied, rising to stretch her sore back. She had yet to fully recover from carrying Einar, as the Grand Maester advised that infants should be fed 10 times a day. 10 times? Belron exclaimed in disbelief. Our Einar has quite the appetite. By the way, do you have enough milk? Rhaenyra playfully pinched Belron's arm. I think you're asking for a beating. Keep it down. You'll wake him, Belron quickly cautioned. Caring for Einar relied heavily on the nurse, as he was always awake at night, crying loudly while sleeping through the day. As Rhaenyra knelt before the crib, she meticulously arranged the blankets that swaddled little Einar, tucking his arms back into the wrappings. Then, she slipped her hands beneath him, supporting his neck and back. Lifting him gently, rising slowly, she asked Belron, would you like to hold him? Of course. Belron took the infant from Rhaenyra's arms. Let us go meet the child's grandfather. They made their way to the throne room, where a council meeting had just concluded, and King Viserys was engaged in conversation with Prime Minister Lionel. Upon seeing Belron and Rhaenyra arrive, Viserys concluded his discussion with the hand of the king and approached them with a smile. Let me see my dear grandson, Viserys exclaimed, eagerly stepping forward to receive the baby from Belron's hands. Be careful, support his neck and back, Rhaenyra reminded her father. Do not worry about me. When you were a child, I cradled you just like this, and you emerged unscathed, said Viserys with a smile. His gaze unwavering from the infant Einar nestled in his arms. He gazed tenderly at his grandson's face, noting that this lad weighed considerably more than Aegon did at a month old, destined to become a robust warrior in the future. He possesses your eyes, your majesty. A true Targaryen, remarked Baelon. Although Einar currently bore the Lannister name, the day he ascended the Iron Throne, he would be known as Einar Targaryen I, the 7th king of the Targaryen dynasty. The child is healthy and strong, smiled Prime Minister Laenor. Lord Baelon, you are indeed a fortunate father. Thank you, my Lord Laenor. I would take great pride if he were to grow as tall and strong as your son, Ser Harwin. If you do not oppose, said Viserys. I wish to arrange a betrothal between Einar and Helena. I believe it wise to secure their future in advance, especially given their age difference of less than a year. This union seems fitting. Your Majesty, both Princess Helena and Einar are still quite young. Would it not be premature to make such a decision? Lord Laenor quickly inquired. As one of the most learned and least self-serving individuals in the Red Keep, it was the duty of Lord Laenor to guard against the excessive power of other families, a responsibility that had led to his ascension as Hand of the King in place of Otto Hightower. Observing Baelin's increasing importance to the king, he suspected the young man, who ruled the realm's wealthiest region and rode the second-largest dragon in the kingdom, had reason to be so favored. Furthermore, having married the heir to the Iron Throne, it was evident that he wielded the greatest power in Westeros, and for the coming decades, he would remain so, as long as he wished it. He could be a king without a crown. Baelon remained silent, turning his attention to Rhaenyra. The king's request was not one to dismiss lightly, yet he found it difficult to acquiesce. Just as the assembly lingered in uncertainty, a sudden, sharp sound of swords being drawn pierced the air. Protect his majesty, cried Ser Harold Westerling, captain of the King's Guard, as he swiftly drew his long sword, positioning himself between the king and his family. Baelon too unsheathed his sword, directing it towards the source of the disturbance, prompting the soldiers of the city watch to spring into action. A tall, cloaked man with golden hair brandished a dagger, pressing it against the throat of a city watch soldier as he strode slowly toward the king. King Viserys, at last, I have the honor of meeting you, the man said, his appearance disheveled, covered in dust and grime. However, his boots suggested a noble lineage. We need not have escalated matters so dramatically. Yet your men barred my entry at the gates during court. Kill him, commanded Sir Harold. There's no need for haste. Good sir, the man replied. The man released the soldier he had taken hostage, returning the dagger to him, then with a swift motion, pushed the soldier several feet away. I am Jaehaerys Ellenwood. My brother is Jericho, the blood noble, Count of Ellenwood and guardian of the Stone Road. I have come today as an envoy of Prince Qhorin Martell, to discuss matters concerning the Stepstone Islands with the King of King's Landing. He cast aside his cloak, revealing the leather attire adorned with the black gate emblem of House Ellenwood. As an envoy, your manner of appearance and attire seem rather inappropriate, Prime Minister Leonor remarked as he stepped forward. Why was there no announcement of your arrival? The journey was arduous, the Bone Road was impassable, and the prince on the Stepstone Islands has been slaying anyone in sight like a madman, forcing me to traverse the Dornish Sea. The noblemen of the borderlands are our sworn enemies, and I preferred not to incite them. Chapter 62, An Uninvited Guest, Part 2, We ought to eliminate that Dornishman, Lord Beaumont Baratheon declared, brandishing his weapon at the king's soldiers. We have just cause. At present, Jaehaerys Ellenwood had obtained the opportunity for a private audience with King Viserys, accompanied by 7 Kingsguard, ensuring his safety while others awaited in the throne room. His Majesty clearly does not wish to kill that Dornishman, Lord Baratheon, Prime Minister Leonor stated. Otherwise, he would have commanded Sir Harold to slay him long ago, let alone agree to converse with him. The Ellenwoods are not to be trusted, Duke Beaumont asserted. They are cunning and cruel, always ready to stab from behind. The Duke of Storm's End's words carried evident hostility, revealing a deep-seated hatred for the Dornish. We cannot even be certain that he is truly of House Ellenwood, the Grand Maester remarked. Perhaps he is merely an impostor, part of some foul Dornish scheme. My Lord Baratheon, I comprehend your ire, yet at this juncture, we must remain composed, Prime Minister Leonor replied solemnly. Though this individual acts recklessly, his identity is that of Prince Qhorin Martell's envoy, and he bears a letter from the prince to his Majesty. In the letter, Prince Qhorin Martell stated that Jaehaerys Ellenwood would represent him in preliminary negotiations with the Iron Throne, but all terms must be sanctioned by the prince himself to take effect. Thus, this Ellenwood man is risking his life to gauge King Viserys' disposition. We have no necessity to negotiate with the Dornish. Firstly, we cannot control Prince Daemon's actions, and at least Prince Qhorin is currently unaware of the Iron Throne's passive stance in this matter. Secondly, we are the sole beneficiaries in this game without any cost. Maintaining the status quo serves our interests. The question is, why do the Dornish seek negotiation? During the Conquest Wars, they did not propose peace even in their dire circumstances. Why now do they offer us the opportunity to carve flesh from their bodies? Beleren furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the Dornish mannerisms. He continued his analysis. The Martell family has long been renowned for their prudence. If they are willing to compromise merely due to an absence of exotic goods, then why did they previously pay such a heavy price to resist the armies of the Iron Throne? This matter is far from straightforward. The Dornish intentions may not even lie within the realm of negotiation. Count Bisbury spoke slowly, stating, It is common knowledge that our king wishes to avoid entanglement in war. Should an agreement with the Iron Throne be reached, the hostile stance of the border lords would surely diminish, and the blockade at Prince's Pass and the Boneway would also come to an end. That region is not merely a bloody battlefield, but also a crucial trade route. The merchant ships from Volantis, laden with goods from beyond the Smoking Sea, no longer dock at Sunspear, but instead sail directly to Old Town and Lannisport. From a financial perspective, the Dornish have experienced a significant decline in revenue over the past year, compounded by the near-failing war at the Stepstones. They may soon face bankruptcy. Is this merely your conjecture, or do you possess genuine intelligence, my Lord Bisbury? Beleren inquired. It is solely my supposition, my Lord Beleren. The Iron Throne's eyes in Dorne have always been few, and with the decline in trade relations, they have diminished further, Bisbury replied with a slight bow. As soon as he finished speaking, King Viserys returned to the throne room, attended by only 5 Kingsguard, while the remaining 2 were likely still guarding Harrenhal. Father, what did that Dornishman say? Rhaenyra stepped forward to inquire, having entrusted the swaddled Enar to a wet nurse, who took him back to rest. I shall extend an invitation to Prince Quentin Martell to attend the celebration of my 5th wedding anniversary with the Queen in King's Landing. I can no longer allow misunderstandings and suspicions to deepen the rift between Dorne and us. Peace, after all, is the most precious treasure in Westeros. Viserys declared to all in the throne room. However, the courtiers did not respond with enthusiasm, for the bloody history between the Iron Throne and Dorne is well known. Your Majesty, the hand of the king stepped forward. My decision has been made and shall not be altered. Viserys gestured for him to cease speaking. Leonor, Ser Harren is unfit to remain in the Red Keep. Please find him alternative lodgings in King's Landing. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Viserys departed through the side door, accompanied by the king's guard. That Ser Harren, I suspect he possesses the sweetest tongue in Dorne, capable of charming your father so. Bellerin remarked to Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra sighed. This time, I cannot comprehend why he would make such a decision. My lord Bellerin. Harwin Strong called from the entrance of the throne room. Bellerin approached to find him standing alongside his limping brother, Larys. The two then led Bellerin into the nearby Godswood, where no one else was present. Ser Harwin, Larys, Bellerin greeted. What brings you here? Regarding the incident with the slain foreman, we have made some progress, Harwin replied. Harwin remarked, please convey to Lord Baelon what you just shared with me. We have issued the bounty as per your request, my lord, Larys continued. Someone has come forward to report that his brother-in-law is the murderer, and I graciously invited him into the interrogation chamber of the Red Keep. From my understanding of ordinary people, the likelihood of him lying is quite slim. Graciously invited, indeed? Baelon chuckled, urging him to continue. Our focus shifts to a mercenary named Osmond, who was once a member of the city guard. He was dismissed during Prince Daemon's command due to disciplinary issues. He vanished for a year, only to re-emerge in King's Landing, proclaiming himself a knight clad in tattered armor. However, as Larys noted, he subsequently became a bodyguard for a merchant, and guess what? This merchant met his demise just 2 days prior to the foreman's murder, with all his riches stolen. Thus, the criminal we seek is a habitual offender. If it were merely for financial gain, it would be simpler. Osmond appears to be driven by vengeance. His father was a ferryman who lost his livelihood due to the construction of the Blackwater River crossing. Subsequently, he became a laborer on a construction site. But a month ago, he fell into the Blackwater River and vanished. This so-called fall likely served as a means to conceal the aftermath of a murder. Ser Harwin added, I have witnessed too much of this over the years. A vengeful man? Larys nodded. Indeed, a month ago, his 3-year-old son succumbed to illness. Get to the point. Do you intend to write a book about this criminal? His wife subsequently took her own life, leaving him utterly alone, with no one left in the world for him to cherish. He did not flee, my lord. We searched for his whereabouts within the King's Guard, but he has returned to King's Landing. Last night, he was seen at a tavern in Flea Bottom, recruiting men. Given his recent ill-gotten gains, the rogues and scoundrels in King's Landing will find it hard to resist his offers. A band of outlaws? I believe so, my lord. Chapter 63. Sir Mouse. Somewhere along the King's Road, pines and poplars stood sparsely by the roadside. A group kindled a fire, roasting the deer they had hunted earlier. The meat sizzling and dripping with fat, an act they had never dared to dream of. Poaching the king's deer, punishable by amputation, hanging, or a lifetime of servitude on the wall. I must say, this venison is not as palatable as mutton, muttered Chitter, a former thief from Old Town, though his hands remained reluctant to part from the deer ribs. Why must the nobles monopolize the right to hunt deer? Because it is a symbol of royal authority, Chitter, the man clad in a hood and chainmail, disdainfully remarked, asserting his position as the leader of the group. It was said that he once served as a knight for a certain lord, his name being either Osmond or Ormond. Most referred to him as Sir Mouse, due to the brown mouse depicted on his cloak. In the Old Town, there were no apprentices from the scholarly city who had not received their necklaces, spending their days concocting contraceptive moon tea for the whores, and on good days, teaching you orphans to read. There were plenty of flea-ridden hovels. I forgive your harshness, considering you rescued me from the Night Watch's prison. Zeit grinned, his cheeks glistening with the grease of deer meat. You should know, I have slain knights before. Joining you in this line of work is beneath my capabilities. Our line of work? Do you think you know what we do? The scar-faced archer scoffed, applying oil to the longbow from which he was detaching the linen string. Poaching, of course. Zeit turned his gaze towards the other 2 campfires in the distance, feeling a twinge of anxiety as the few Riverbend folk he recognized from the Night Watch were absent. Boy, do we appear to be poachers? A burly, rugged man interjected, the foremost lackey of the hooded man. What sort of poachers would have their fill and then seek to ambush the Night Watch's convoy, rescuing scum like you? You claim to have killed a knight. Was it whilst he was in the throes with your sister, or did you poison his drink? Do not involve my sister in this. Zite hurled the meat back onto the metal plate at his feet, then drew a short knife from his waist. A blade that once belonged to a night watchman known as Crow, who was responsible for recruiting new soldiers. Now, however, he had no use for it. The man's corpse lay buried in a shallow grave beside Rose Avenue. The other party showed no hesitance upon seeing Zite draw his knife. He lifted a nearby long-handled axe and stood up. What? Haven't you been the one bringing your sister into the conversation? When I get the chance, I shall pay her a visit in the old town. Enough, Donner. Do not turn your aggression towards your own. The voice from beneath the hood interjected, reminding them of the rules previously established. If there were to be a fight, it would be he who engaged. He drew first, not me, Donner retorted indignantly. Besides, this lad isn't even one of us. Yet he plopped back down onto the overturned log, keeping the axe within easy reach. It shall be soon. The hooded brigand knight said coldly, turning to Zite. We are merely protecting ourselves and the villagers nearby. Are you a servant of some noble? Zite lowered his knife. Ha ha. Listen to him. The royal guard may oversee the capital, but they only apprehend poachers and collect taxes. They are nothing but a band of rogues. Donner laughed heartily. Have you ever seen a noble's retainer attack a night watch convoy to rescue criminals like you? You live by the practice of highway robbery. Zite grasped the reality. With no means of livelihood left, why should we adhere to their rules? The bandit knight retorted, you too stole to fill the bellies of yourself and your sister. You must understand this principle well. We only attack merchant caravans and nobles, never troubling the common folk. The scar-faced archer added, do not bear too great a burden. Just like the knights in the ballads. Zitter squinted thoughtfully, contemplating the execution of his own justice. Let this lad return home. Osmond, Donovan shook his head, stating, he is too naive and has insisted on staying. The bandit knight finally lifted his head, revealing a pair of sorrowful eyes. But soon we shall see whether he possesses the capability to join us. Eat more, lad. Who knows when the next time you will hunt a deer will be. As night deepened, the flickering shadows of the campfire danced around, accompanied only by the crackling of the fire and the wind rustling through the trees, occasionally interrupted by the distant calls of wild beasts. Hey, freckled boy. Zitter awoke from his slumber to find Donovan standing before him, gently tapping his shoulder with the handle of a long axe. Rise, it is your turn to work. But the sun has yet to rise. Did you only steal by day when you were in Old Town? Donovan retorted, follow us without asking questions. Do what you are told. Zitter stood up, realizing he had been clutching the remnants of a deer bone in his palm while asleep. He hastily discarded the bone and wiped the congealed grease from his hands onto his filthy cloak. Approaching the bandit knight Osmond, they stood by the King's Road, observing a cart drawn by 2 horses approaching from the direction of King's Landing. The driver was accompanied by a man holding a torch, and behind the cart draped a piece of black cloth resembling a sail, rendering their cargo contemptible. 6 riders trailed behind. As they drew nearer, Zitter discerned that both the driver and his companion were clad in armor, which appeared to be stained with blood. Upon coming closer, the cart tilted to the roadside under the driver's control and came to a halt. They should be one of us, Zitter surmised, subsequently relaxing his grip on the dagger at his waist. Sir Mouse, we have carried out your orders, the man beside the driver informed Osmond. We seized 5 sets of armor, but only 2 are of good quality. He was a man as thin as a straw, perhaps due to his height creating an illusion. Well done, Pip, Osmond replied, then inquired, did you leave any captives as I instructed? Of course, we could not forget. It was then Zitter realized this was a cart transporting prisoners, carrying an iron cage. Pip approached the cart's compartment, unlocking the cage with a key from his waist. Donovan then stepped forward, pulling out 3 men, their hands bound behind their backs, as if they were mere chicks. 3 scoundrels from the city guard, Pip spat out. Osmond waved his hand, and his men seized the 3 captured soldiers, stripped down to their undergarments, forcing them to kneel in a line on the ground. Any last words? Asked a man dressed like a priest, but with an axe at his waist. Go to hell. The soldier closest to the priest cursed vehemently, proclaiming that Sir Halwyn would capture them, and that their demise would be 100-fold more tragic than his own. The priest, unyielding, swiftly gagged the soldier with a strip of cloth, yet this did little to silence the muffled curses that continued to escape him. He then inquired of the remaining 2 soldiers if they had any last words, but was met only with silence and the sound of their quiet sobbing. Zit, come here, Osmond called out. Zit approached swiftly, his heart tumultuous, yet he endeavored to maintain an outward calm. He cast a fleeting glance at the 3 captured soldiers. Troubled thoughts swirling within him. Petty theft was one matter, highway robbery another, but the act of slaying soldiers transcended mere criminality. Choose one, Osmond instructed Zit. Withdrawing a dagger from his waist, and thrusting it into Zid's hands. You wish to remain, do you not? Prove that you will not be a hindrance. Zid's hands trembled slightly as he shifted his gaze among the 3 captured soldiers, never having imagined he would find himself at such a fateful crossroads. Hurry, freckled lad, urged Donner. You appear more frightened than they do. Did you not claim to have slain a knight? Now is your moment to prove yourself. Can I not abstain from choosing? A barely perceptible tremor laced Zid's voice as he gripped the dagger Osmond had given him, the cold metallic weight seemingly ready to pierce through his palm. Let me assist you in your selection. How about the one in the middle? Osmond unsheathed his own dagger and stepped behind Zid. Only one of you can survive today. I have offered you a chance to return home, Zid. But the path you tread is of your own choosing. Zid moved forward, not uttering a falsehood. He had indeed taken the life of an unknown knight loyal to the Hyder family. The knight had been intoxicated, unarmored, and Zid had been caught red-handed while attempting to lift his purse. In a desperate bid to intimidate the knight and escape, he had drawn his dagger, only for the knight to stumble upon its blade himself. Pay heed, freckled lad. I will only explain this once. Donner guided Zid with grim precision. Strike at the sides of the throat for a swift kill. When targeting the chest, do not thrust directly in, as the bone may obstruct your weapon. Aim for the space between the ribs. The depression there is devoid of bone. A thrust from below will pierce the heart. The abdomen can inflict a fatal wound. Yet it should not cause immediate death. The thigh is also a viable target, as it is difficult to staunch the bleeding and will significantly impair your adversary's mobility, though you must remain wary of their retaliation. Zid inhaled deeply and approached a bandit leaning against a cart. May I borrow your spear? Absolutely not. The goal is to ensure your hands are stained with blood, quite literally, Osmond replied calmly. Zid confronted the soldier, pressing the tip of the dagger against the soldier's chest. As Donner had indicated was the location to strike the heart, he pushed with both hands, attempting to thrust the blade deeply. But whether due to the dagger's dullness or his own lack of strength, he found that once the tip pierced the skin, it refused to descend further. The soldier glared at him, his gagged mouth emitting muffled cries of protest. That is a weapon intended for cleaving, Zid. Strike their necks, and let them die swiftly. Zid adjusted the angle of the blade several times before exerting force. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a geyser of blood that splattered into his eyes, momentarily blinding him. He could feel the warm dampness on his cheek and chest. Well done, freckled boy. A voice echoed in his ear as Donner patted him on the shoulder. You are now one of us. Chapter 64. The Search, Part 1. Are these your subordinates? Baelon inquired, pointing at the 3 corpses hanging from the tree trunk, as he addressed Sir Halwyn. Now, without armor, he would not dare traverse this road along King's Road. Indeed, my men informed me they were responsible for patrolling the southern bank of the Blackwater River last night. But they never returned to the camp near the ferry construction site. Sir Halwyn dismounted and replied, standing beside Baelon. 5 in total have perished. These 3 were executed after being captured, and many of their weapons and armor have been taken by the bandits. Baron's brow furrowed as his gaze lingered on the 3 bodies swaying gently in the breeze. A profound weight of sorrow and anger surged within him. King Viserys was rejoicing over the birth of his grandson and the impending arrival of his 4th child, preparing for celebrations, tournaments, and negotiations with the Dornish. He could not burden the king with the knowledge of his inability to manage this chaos. Quickly lower them, and let the Silent Sisters handle it, Baelon urged his men. The soldiers of the city's garrison and the guards of House Lannister stepped forward, loosening the ropes that suspended the bodies from the tree, gently lowering them to the ground. My lord, look here. One of the Lannister soldiers pointed at the markings on the corpses, the unmistakable brand of rats. Who else could it be? Baelon despondently shook his head, astonished that in less than a month, Osmond could stir such a commotion. Merchant caravans and night watchmen were being robbed, leaving hundreds of corpses within the royal domain in just half a month. They even committed 2 crimes on Rose Avenue. Fortunately not yet targeting the nobility, but it seemed they were biding their time, waiting for the right opportunity. He is provoking us. Sir Halwyn drew his dagger and personally severed the ropes binding his fallen men. We must respond decisively, even if you dispatched all 3,000 of your golden-robed men. It may take a decade to uncover their trail. Baelon pondered for a moment, his eyes scanning the dense woodland surrounding them, calculating their next move. He understood that within this vast expanse of forest, pursuing a cunning band of marauders familiar with the terrain would not be a simple task. My Lord Lannister. My Lord Commander, a troop of mounted soldiers from the city's garrison approached along King's Road from the south, reporting an attack that had occurred a mile south. You will surely want to see this. Baelon and Sir Harwyn followed the soldiers of the Capital Guard to the site of the incident, where a convoy had been ambushed. The remnants of the wagons suggested they were not part of a merchant caravan. Dismounting from his steed, Baelon drew his long sword in caution, covering his mouth and nose with a cloth to shield himself from the stench of decay. The corpses had begun to decompose, and there were signs of scavenging by wild animals. Indeed, the wildlife in the royal woods outnumbered the inhabitants of King's Landing by far, which was hardly surprising. The attacked convoy had been moved to the roadside, possibly by the assailants or by other travelers who, fearing trouble, had refrained from burying the dead. Harwin, the commander of the Capitol Guard, remained unfazed by the foul odor emanating from the dismembered bodies. Having witnessed the most sordid corners of King's Landing, he recalled discovering a mutilated corpse one day in an alley near a flea-ridden tavern. The flesh had been hacked away from the thighs and arms with a blunt instrument, leaving one to ponder whether the missing morsels had been consumed by someone. Examine the wagons and the bodies. Bloodstains, footprints, weapons, all may serve as clues, Harwin ordered, using his sword to turn over a corpse lying face down. A broken spear protruded from the man's abdomen, and his fingers had been severed, indicating someone had forcibly wrested the weapon from his grasp after he had succumbed. Beside the body lay a shattered shield, emblazoned with a red and white depiction of two opposing griffins, the sigil of House Clinton of Storm's End. One of the soldiers accompanying Harwin remarked, "They stripped the dead of their armor and took their weapons, my lord. Is that not evident? Continue searching." Harwin commanded his men. Baelon gestured for his attendants to spread out and keep watch, ensuring they did not congregate conspicuously on the main thoroughfare. Baelon then leaned into one of the overturned wagons, where he found a young girl lying naked within. Her beauty was marred by the terror etched upon her features, and insects buzzed about her forehead. A torn dress, made of simple cotton and adorned with rudimentary embroidery, lay discarded nearby, suggesting she was not of noble birth. Indeed, the absence of the characteristic red hair of House Clinton indicated she was likely a common maid. Her upper body bore 5 fatal stab wounds. Her right hand clenched into a fist, 3 of her nails broken, and signs of violation were evident. "Damn it," Baelon muttered under his breath as he exited the wagon, prompting his squire, Dennis Malbrand, to enter and promptly retch. The assailants had shown no attempt to conceal the bodies, as if flaunting their gruesome handiwork to instill fear. For as the saying goes, no matter how vile, infamy is still notoriety. "It is the convoy of House Clinton," Harwin said, presenting a note pinned to the wreckage, demanding a ransom. However, given the scale of the convoy, it did not seem to represent their main branch. "This matter has escalated. Dispatch a messenger to alert all the nobles of Storms and to increase their guard when traveling. We must also send the ransom letter to Griffin's Roost. Now I must convey the disarray within the royal forest to His Majesty the King." Baelor tightened his fists. "My lord, there is a clue." Baelor and Harwin dashed towards the source of the sound, discovering a shallow pit where bodies had been burned. The remains were entirely consumed, with the bones rendered brittle. "My lord, they did not bury the dead. This was likely a disposal of their own kin." A soldier clad in a golden cloak thrust his spear into the shallow pit, searching. "My lord Baelor, they have not gone deep into the royal forest." A knight of Baelor's returned from the woods, stating they had ventured about 200 yards into the forest before turning back. "I have hunted in the forest near Casterly Rock for 30 years. I can assure you, they departed along the King's Road. The King's Road is one of the busiest thoroughfares in Westeros, and if the brigands have left along that route, it would be nearly impossible to find any traces on the well-trodden path hardened by years of use. Load the bodies onto the cart and send them to the Silent Sisters. They will be busier than we today." Chapter 65. The Hunt, Part 2. How long have these brigands been wreaking havoc in the royal forest? During the council meeting, Viserys inquired after Baelor's report, his expression shifting from surprise to fury upon learning of the kidnapping of members of House Clinton. "It has been nearly half a month, Your Majesty," Baelor replied helplessly. Initially, it was a single perpetrator, then it evolved into a small group, lurking within the royal forest. The city guard under Sir Harwin could only ensure the security of the bridge construction site. While on patrol, they were even ambushed by the bandits. Last night, 5 soldiers from the city guard were slain by them. Half a month? King Viserys furrowed his brow. "The royal forest is too intricate," Lord Boros Baratheon remarked. "Not only is the terrain complex, but the northern part of the forest belongs to the crown, while much of the southern area is held by various Stormland houses. The guards of King's Landing alone are insufficient to eradicate these brigands. Baelor, I do not wish to delay any further. We must find the culprits before the Dornish arrive. For I cannot allow Prince Martell to witness our disgrace," Viserys insisted. "I can achieve that, Your Majesty," Baelor assured him. "However, I require the support of the Stormland nobles, and I need your permission to employ certain, less conventional methods to reach our goal." Such as? Prime Minister Laenor inquired. Sir Harwin and I have compiled a detailed account of the locations where merchant caravans have been attacked. Baelor produced a rudimentary map of the royal forest, indicating that the bandit activity was primarily concentrated in the northern part of the forest and at the intersection of Rose Road and King's Road. We have secured the southern bank of the Blackwater River, so it is impossible for them to resupply from King's Landing. Therefore, I suspect the villages in this area are aiding the brigands. Do you wish for the king to authorize you to lead the Iron Throne's army to slay the local villagers? The Prime Minister chuckled. Of course not. I have no intention of burning down entire villages, Lord Laenor. You need not worry. Belron countered, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The Clinton family's caravan had been attacked, and blood debts could only be repaid in blood. Their methods would undoubtedly be more brutal than mine. If I had a more advantageous solution, I would not have brought it to the court for discussion. I shall write to Lord Eller of Haystack Hall and Lord Buckler of Coppergate, requesting them to dispatch soldiers to assist your endeavors. King Viserys stated, proceed with your actions. As long as you can eliminate the bandits before the Dornish arrive, I will not interfere in the details between you and Ser Harwin. I shall also write to my son, urging him to withdraw several hundred men from the garrison at Storm's Inn to support you. Duke Beaumont likewise expressed his support for Belron, as the territory plagued by bandits lay on the vital route from his lands to King's Landing, and the Clinton family were his vassals. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust and support, and my gratitude extends to Duke Beaumont for his assistance. Initially, Belron intended to employ his previous tactics, once again using the ruse that had allowed him to slay the Mountain Clan raiders on the Vale Road. He had been following the decoy caravan for several days on his mount, Wormisal, yet Ser Mouse and his men did not take the bait. During this time, multiple merchant caravans within the royal forest were attacked, leaving no survivors. All salvageable goods were taken, and the corpses were left behind. Aligning with the modus operandi of Ser Mouse and his crew, the recent attacks had significant repercussions. Both merchants and the noblemen of the Stormlands preparing to journey to King's Landing refrained from traversing the King's Road. The name of Ser Mouse began to circulate throughout the city, becoming a topic of conversation among many. Without the support of locals, the bandits could not sustain themselves while remaining hidden, prompting Harwin and Belron to commence a thorough search of every settlement within the royal forest, rather than aimlessly wandering as before. To expedite their mission, Belron brought forth all 120 of his guards from King's Landing. Both the Eller and Buckler families dispatched 200 soldiers, led by knights, crossing the Vindor River to aid Belron and Ser Harwin in their efforts. Upon hearing of the bandits in the royal forest, Boros, son of Duke Beaumont, perceived it as a superior opportunity to showcase his talents beyond mere tournament contests. He personally led the troops, taking with him the majority of the garrison from Storm's End, primarily operating in the Vindor River basin to prevent the bandits from infiltrating the heart of the Stormlands. The Clinton family summoned all their knights and soldiers, conducting a thorough search in the southern part of the royal forest. However, their intent was one of vengeance, and their methods were exceedingly brutal. In every village they passed through, individuals were subjected to hanging, regardless of their actual ties to the bandits. It was said that Count Clinton had no intention of paying a ransom, valuing the family's reputation over the lives of distant kin. Due to the multitude and dispersion of villages within the forest, Berlong and Harwin resolved to divide their forces into several small contingents of 100 to 200 men, capable of both repelling bandit assaults and maintaining agility. The soldiers of House Lannister, under Berlong's command, gathered all the villagers in the open space at the village center. He rode forward and proclaimed loudly, I shall reward anyone who provides a clue regarding Ser Mouse with 100 silver stags. Should you lead us to these ruthless brigands, you will receive 200 golden dragons. He drew a pouch from his waist and let the gold coins spill forth. The villagers gasped in unison at the sight of the cascading coins, for they had never beheld such wealth in their lifetimes. Yet, none stepped forward to claim the reward. They merely whispered among themselves. I know life in the forest has been arduous for you, Berlong continued, but His Majesty has consented to allow you to hunt a specified number of game each year in his private hunting grounds. Consider what 200 golden dragons could do. Enough to start anew for you and your family in King's Landing or anywhere else. I, along with my men, shall ensure your safety. Berlong persisted. I do not wish to act too harshly, yet I must caution you. Lord Clinton and his army are not far from here, seeking vengeance, and they shall not be as benevolent as I. He recounted the grim tidings of 50 men hanged and 100 hands severed in the forest. Berlong had already repeated these words in several villages closer to King's Landing, yet to no avail. This time, his fervor had waned, resembling more of a mere formality. Sir Harwin had attempted to converse with the villagers of the forest, but he was met with palpable hostility, as capturing poachers was also a duty of the city guard. To the guard, poachers were criminals, living bounties, while to the villagers, they represented family and a source of sustenance. Suddenly, a robust man clad in tattered clothing stepped forward, while an elder attempted to pull him back, but he broke free, and the two engaged in a hushed yet fervent dispute. They came 2 days ago, purchasing some ale and bread, the man stated. Baelon feigned nonchalance and inquired, how many were in their party? 20 or so, I am not entirely certain, the man stammered. Not certain? Or unwilling to disclose? I am not certain. They not only procured supplies, but also recruited manpower within the village. This posed a significant dilemma, as the villagers remained unaware of the exact number of bandits within the forest over the span of 2 days. The village was not far from the King's Road, the sole pathway for Stormland into the Crownlands, with the Rose Road leading to the prosperous Bay of Roses nearby. Plundering to sustain several villages along the way was hardly a challenge. As soon as the man's words left his lips, some villagers began to berate him, denouncing him as a traitor. Silence! All of you be quiet! Shouted the knights under Baelon's command, drawing their swords and pointing them at the crowd, while several crossbowmen aimed their loaded crossbows at them. As the surroundings fell into silence, the man continued, my brother and 3 other hunters from the village joined them. This further elucidated the villagers' reluctance to cooperate. Give him the money. Baelon commanded the soldier nearest to him. The soldier picked up a gold dragon from Baelon's feet, stepped forward, and placed it into the man's hand. 1 gold dragon was equivalent to 210 silver stags, a sum that could sustain a peasant family for an entire year. Are you interested in earning more? Baelon inquired further. Certainly, my lord, certainly, the man exclaimed, hastily kneeling in excitement. With no path of retreat, he took the gold dragon, realizing that remaining in the village would endanger his life. Following, Baelon promised not only survival, but also the prospect of great wealth, a tempting offer, at least in his eyes. Are there others who wish to join me? Baelon asked the villagers again. Upon witnessing Baelon's genuine generosity, more individuals stepped forward. These villagers, already struggling to make ends meet, had previously risked being hanged to poach in the royal hunting grounds. A sum of money that could transform their lives was enough to overshadow their loyalty to brothers, fathers, sons, and friends. Baelon immediately dispatched a messenger to inform Halwyn and Count Clinton, hoping they might unite their forces. He did not wish for his subordinates to pursue leads from those whose loyalty was uncertain, facing an unknown number of enemies alone. To prevent local civilians from warning their kin, who had already turned to banditry, Baelon ordered his men to encircle the village and instructed the villagers to remain indoors until Sir Mouse and his band were eradicated, strictly prohibiting any outings. Chapter 66. The Lion of the Royal Forest. Greetings, gentlemen, Baelon said as he followed Sir Damon to a secluded corner along King S Avenue, away from the village. The scouts stationed at the northwestern perimeter of the village had detected 3 armed individuals clad in leather armor, equipped with daggers or hand axes, and bearing longbows, far from the appearance of hunters. Thus, the sentinels swiftly dispatched the leader with a crossbow bolt and captured the remaining 2, binding them securely. To guard against any lurking bandits, the sentinels gagged their captives and brought them to the location where Baelon now stood. Are they your neighbors? Baelon inquired of the man who had claimed the bounty. A Lannister soldier seized the hair of the deceased, exposing the man's face to the witness. The 2 surviving captives were met with a severe beating from Baelon's men, leaving one with a swollen visage. Yes, my lord, the man affirmed, certain that they had joined Sir Mouse's band. Return to the village with Sir Damon and fetch the families of these 2, Baelon ordered. I intend to make them speak. By any means necessary, my lord? Sir Damon asked earnestly, to which Baelon responded affirmatively. Understood, my lord, Sir Damon replied. Then turned to the man beside Baelon and said, lead the way. Once money is exchanged, business must be conducted. I did not summon your families merely to witness your demise. Baelon crouched before the 2 captives, declaring, I shall commence my inquiries. Should I find the answers unsatisfactory, I will resort to displaying your loved ones upon the trees. The soldiers extracted the debris from the captives' mouths, which included a stout wooden stick adorned with a dislodged tooth. If you cooperate, I may graciously spare you from your punishment. Noticing their lack of vigorous resistance, Baelon inquired, do you know the whereabouts of Sir Mouse? We have a camp by the nearby lake, my lord, approximately 2 hours' walk from here, stammered the first captive, lowering his gaze to the ground. However, Sir Mouse is often away with his retinue, returning to camp only after several days. And where did you last see him? Baelon's voice remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. At the camp, my lord, but they departed last night. Claiming they were headed west towards Rose Avenue in search of fortune, the second captive hastily added, seemingly apprehensive that his companion might seize the opportunity for leniency. Can you find your way back to the camp? Indeed, my lord. We are well acquainted with these woods. We could navigate them with our eyes closed. One of the captives eagerly affirmed. Certainly, my lord. We often fished there in our youth, the other chimed in. Are there hostages at your camp? They should bear the sigil of House Clinton, featuring 2 griffins, one red and one white. We have not seen any, though Sir Mouse's quarters did indeed harbor captives. Accessible only to his most trusted allies. Excellent, Baelon continued. How many men serve under this Sir Mouse? About 100, my lord. He has several knights in his employ, and has even dubbed us all knights as well. He possesses quite a generous heart, the captive replied. How ironic, Baelon retorted, that we lack evidence of his knighthood. My lord, Sir Damon returned to Baelon's side. I have brought their relatives. More soldiers had also bound the captive's kin with ropes. They are not needed just yet, Baelon instructed Sir Damon. I require you to take 5 of your finest subordinates and escort the captives to their camp, located near a lake to the northwest. Observe their defenses and numbers, then return immediately. At once, my lord, Sir Damon replied, signaling the soldiers to prepare for departure with the captives. Take him as well, Baelon indicated the first man who had spoken. Approaching the 2 captives, he warned, if my men fail to return by sundown, I shall hang your parents along King's Avenue, sell your wives and daughters to the brothels of King's Landing, and consign your sons and brothers to slavery and eunuchhood in the free cities. Do you understand? The only defenses I observed were some wooden palisades, rather flimsy, and there were no towers or sentry posts, Sir Damon reported upon returning to the nobles of the Iron Throne Coalition. The camp is sheltered by mountains to the east and bordered by a lake to the west, with sentries positioned in the forest at night. What of the enemy's numbers? Approximately 100, they should be assembled. I have also seen a knight adorned with a robe depicting a rat. The captives have identified him as the Rat Lord. If we launch our assault tonight, we should be able to apprehend him. Thus, our strategy becomes clearer. Count Clinton spoke in a low voice, his gaze sweeping across the map. We have a numerical advantage. We can strike from both the north and south, and they are neither fish nor monkeys. There is no escaping to the east or west. And what of your relatives, Lord Clinton? Sir Howland inquired. Shall we disregard their fates? Commander, do you possess a better solution? Count Clinton retorted. I cannot issue unreasonable orders to my subordinates for the sake of a few relatives I scarcely know. He rose and surveyed the commanders gathered around the fire. We must not underestimate our foes, yet we cannot afford to delay. Now that we are aware of their encampment's location, as well as the possible directions the Rat Lord and his bandits may take, we must act immediately. Lord Clinton speaks wisely. Baelon supported the approach of the Lord of Eagle's Nest. Capturing the true culprit is our foremost objective. Further delay would only afford the Rat Lord and his bandits more opportunities to flee or strengthen their ranks. Sir Damon, let us prepare our soldiers for departure, commanded Sir Howland. Currently, the force of the Iron Throne Coalition is considerable, comprising 500 city guard soldiers under Sir Howland, most of whom are seasoned warriors, 20 knights and 100 elite soldiers from Baelon's retinue, and 200 men under Count Clinton, the majority of whom are knights. Count Clinton has also journeyed tirelessly for much of the day to join this battle. As orders were issued, the atmosphere within the camp grew tense yet orderly. Soldiers swiftly organized their gear and checked their weapons, preparing for the imminent conflict. Sir Howland and Count Clinton each commanded their respective troops, ensuring every soldier understood their role. After leaving 100 men to guard the village, the coalition began its advance toward the lake in the northwest. Following an extended march, nightfall deepened, and the soldiers of the Iron Throne Coalition stealthily approached the lakeside encampment under the moonlight, extinguishing their torches in advance. Sir Damon led the skilled members of the group to eliminate the bandit sentries in the surrounding area. These unprofessional brigands sat by the campfire, either roasting food or drunkenly slumbering, and even the few who remained alert were scarcely aware of the woods around them. After neutralizing the external threats, Sir Howland maneuvered his troops northward, while Baelon and Count Clinton attacked the camp directly from the south. As per their agreement, a low horn sounded from the north, signaling the commencement of the assault. Lacking steeds, the nobles and their soldiers could only advance on foot against the enemy. Baelon, breaking from tradition, did not wield his longsword but instead borrowed a pole hammer from the soldiers left to guard the village. Crossbowmen positioned themselves on the eastern hillside, launching bolts into the bandits' camp. The bandits, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were thrown into disarray. Many had not even had time to don their garments or seize their weapons before being slain by the soldiers upon their straw-strewn beds. When Baelon charged into the camp, wielding his war hammer, The soldiers had already dispatched the majority of the brigands, and he was determined not to miss this grand spectacle. A bandit archer knocked an arrow, aiming it at a soldier of the city guard who had his back turned. Swiftly, Baelon advanced and swung his long-handled hammer with both hands, deforming the archer's face. The bridge of his nose was crushed into his mouth, leaving only a small patch of intact flesh between his cheek and the surrounding skin, allowing Baelon to discern the scars upon his visage. Count Clinton wielded a steel flail against a bandit armed with a sword and shield. He unleashed the bizarre weapon upon his foe, the three-finger-sized steel weights circumventing the shield to strike the unprotected back of the bandit's head. The skull shattered, and blood along with some white substance poured forth from the gaping wound. Sir Mouse's tent was encircled by a wooden palisade, leaving but a single exit to the west. He unabashedly donned his armor and cloak, yet obscured his face with a hood. The white robe bore a poorly drawn brown mouse, presumably the origin of his moniker. "Stand aside," he commanded, confronting a red-haired youth. Sir Mouse brandished a dagger, threatening, "If you take another step closer, I shall slit his throat." "Kill him." Count Clinton replied to Sir Mouse. "He is your sole safeguard. Consider your own trump card when making threats." So it was settled. The hooded knight swung the dagger, slicing the boy's throat, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Sir Mouse was then pierced by crossbowmen, his shoddy armor proving utterly inadequate against the bolts fired at close range. Baelon dismembered Sir Mouse's corpse, suspending the limbs at the four corners of the Blackwater River ferry, while the head he had sought to conceal was impaled upon a spear before the Red Keep. The soldiers spared no lives, not even the captives left in the village, who were hanged by the roadside of King's Avenue, bearing wooden signs proclaiming, "I am a brigand," as a warning to future generations.